A colossal light screen suddenly materializes across the globe. As Luffy navigates the EC aboard the Going Merry, a radiant screen descends from the heavens with a powerful punch. He strikes it, effortlessly passing through. What are you doing? Punching something you don't even understand. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Nami scolds, delivering a sharp knock to his head. Sanji sidles up. Miss Nami, does your hand hurt? Allow me to massage it, pervert chef. Get lost. Nami retaliates, launching him away with a swift punch. Zoro observes, bemused, while Usopp cheers from the sidelines. This farcical scene is broadcasted for the entire world to witness in Marineford. Garp slams his fist against the light screen, his blow shattering the ground beneath him. The screen suddenly dims, revealing a line of text. Question 1. During the Pirate Expo, what is Festa's true intention by using Roger's treasure as bait? Rules. 3 incorrect answers result in a skip. A correct answer yields a reward. Each faction has 1 chance to respond. Festa is that arms dealer. Sengoku frowns. Such a commotion cannot simply be for a celebration. Garp contemplates. Using Roger's treasure as bait surely conceals some ulterior motive. Kazu nonchalantly interjects. Perhaps he intends to capture all the pirates and make a name for himself. The group falls silent, pondering the plausibility of this assertion. Sengoku nods. Borsalino, you shall answer. Kazuru addresses the light screen. Festa's objective is to eliminate all pirates. A mechanical voice resonates. Correct answer. Reward. 10 uses of the Anywhere door limited to previously visited locations. Opening the door allows anyone to enter, with no distance restrictions. What kind of divine artifact is this? The Marines are astounded. It's even more formidable than the door fruit. Sengoku's eyes gleam. With this, we can kick down the door to the pirate's lair. In the distance, Doflamingo watches the Marines on the light screen, his expression darkening. Did the Marines actually get it right? This Anywhere door is incredibly enticing. The light screen shifts, displaying an image of Marine headquarters. Doflamingo narrows his eyes, tapping his fingers against the armrest. What will the next question be? Is there a chance to seize the reward? Who created this light screen? Luffy stares at the Anywhere door on the screen, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This is amazing. I can go wherever I want. Nami slaps him on the head. That's the Marine's reward. What are you planning to do? Zoro suddenly speaks up. What will the next question be? The images on the light screen begin to swirl, seemingly loading new content. The entire world holds its breath. What secrets will the next question unveil? Who will answer correctly? Will the reward be even more astonishing? Most importantly, what is the true intention of the entity behind this light screen? Suddenly, a pink door appears before the Marines on the global light screen. The yellow ape approached the door, his thoughts drifting to a naval branch, and upon opening it, he was greeted by a vivid scene of the division. The personnel inside stared in astonishment at the sudden appearance of the Admiral. Burgess leaned in for a closer look. The naval warships in the harbor, clearly visible. He traversed through the door with several other admirals, instantly arriving at the branch. It truly works. Burgess exclaimed with elation. With this portal, we can directly strike at the pirate stronghold. On Onigashima, Kaido was drinking, his gaze fixated on the portal displayed on the screen, a heavy ponder weighing on him. If the Navy were to ambush him while he was inebriated, it would spell great trouble. In Whole Cake Island, Big Mom slammed her hand on the table, her mind racing. If there were rewards, could they be exchanged for research findings on giant bodies? Aboard the Moby Dick, members of the Whitebeard pirates gazed at the screen, fervently praying there must be a remedy for Old Man's hidden injuries. At that moment, the screen displayed a second question. What precisely is the treasure of Roger, as mentioned by Fiesta? The system added, the naval answering opportunities have been exhausted. Although the Navy could not respond, they were captivated by the unfolding drama. Kaido was the first to blurt out, One Piece. A mechanical voice echoed. Incorrect answer. The Beast Pirates have lost their answering opportunity. Laughter erupted among the Navy, and even Sengoku could not suppress his amusement. Kaido has his day of reckoning. Kaido's face darkened like a soot-laden pot. Could it be that Roger's treasure is not One Piece? In the next moment, the screen flashed with Shanks' answer. It refers to the eternal pointer leading to Raftel. The system determined. Correct answer. Reward of 1 life potion capable of mending bones and healing old wounds, but cannot be reused. Old man. Ace shouted with excitement. This potion can heal your hidden injuries. The Whitebeard pirates erupted in jubilation, their eyes gleaming with hope. The entire world was left in awe. Shanks had answered correctly. Roger's treasure was not One Piece, but the eternal pointer. This life potion was simply miraculous. What questions might follow? Could the rewards become even more astonishing? With the Navy possessing a portal and Shanks acquiring a life potion, what could other factions seize? Most importantly, how many secrets does this screen conceal? The next question, whose past will it unravel? Ace gazed at the screen with anticipation, While Whitebeard's eyes swept over his son, she feared not death. But if he were to perish, what would become of these children? Neither the Navy nor the four emperors would spare them. If this life potion could indeed heal hidden injuries, he could protect them for a little longer. On the screen, Shanks raised the potion and downed it in one gulp, his severed left arm slowly regenerating. He moved his new left hand, laughing heartily. Let the banquet commence. Everyone in front of the screen was left dumbfounded. This reward was nothing short of miraculous. Luffy lowered his hat, murmuring, Shanks. He had always felt guilty for Shanks losing his arm to save him, never imagining it would be restored in this manner at that moment. The third question arose. With the aid of Barrett, Fista attempted to eliminate all the formidable figures at the World Summit who emerged victorious from the clash between Barrett and the pirates. Isn't Barrett still at Impel Down? Sengoku furrowed his brow and immediately instructed Akainu to contact Magellan. Magellan responded. Barrett remains on the 6th level. Could this be a matter of the future? Garp pondered, stroking his chin. Then who are the Supernovas? The most renowned at present is Fire Fist Ace, though there could be others who emerge later, Sengoku speculated. If Barrett can escape Impel Down, does that imply an impending crisis within the prison? Aboard the Thousand Sunny, Luffy inquired, what is a supernova? Who is Barrett? Sanji facepalmed. Supernovas are newcomers with bounties exceeding 100 million. You only have 30 million, which is quite far off. Barrett was a crew member of Roger, known as the successor of the devil, reputed to possess a paramecia fruit that allows him to create armor, and he was later imprisoned in Impel Down. Surely he cannot contend against so many pirates alone. He must have lost. Luffy scoffed. Zoro shook his head. He is formidable after Roger's demise. He stirred the seas into chaos. So it is hard to say. I will undoubtedly surpass him in the future, Luffy declared boldly, for I aspire to become the Pirate King. People around the world pondered, how powerful is Barrett truly? Can he engage a group of supernovas single-handedly? Impel Down is known as an impregnable fortress. How could he possibly escape? What transpired at the future World Summit? What reward awaits those who correctly answer this question? Could it surpass the power of the Room of Requirements and the Elixir of Life? The question on the screen lay quietly, seemingly mocking everyone's ignorance. Who will be the next to buzz in? When the answer is revealed, what kind of turmoil will it unleash? Perhaps we will also attend the Pirate Summit, and we are sure not to lose against Barrett. Luffy proclaimed to his companions, there is no penalty for an incorrect answer. I shall respond. He shouted at the screen. Barrett lost. The system confirmed. Correct answer. Luffy receives a Gear 4th experience card. Nami and the others were taken aback. What is a Gear 4th experience card? On the screen, a card appeared before Luffy, detailing the usage and abilities it conferred aboard the Moby Dick. Ace pointed at the screen. That is my brother Luffy? The others gazed at the young boy, marveling. To set sail at such a young age is truly impressive. Red-haired Shanks laughed heartily at the sight of Luffy on the screen. What a splendid day. My left arm has been restored, and I am aware that Luffy has embarked on his journey. At Marineford, Garp gazed at the pirate flag on the screen. Sighing had ultimately become a pirate. Sengoku glared at him. Isn't it your grandson? Garp chuckled awkwardly. Remaining silent deep down, he understood the awkwardness of being a naval hero while his son led the Revolutionary Army and his grandson had become a pirate. At that moment, the fourth question emerged. What is the ultimate fate of the Eternal Pointer? A. Acquired by the Revolutionary Army. B. Acquired by the Navy. C. Acquired by the Seven Warlords. D. Destroyed. The entire ocean has erupted. The Eternal Pointer is the key to Raftel. Whoever possesses it may discover the One Piece. We absolutely must not allow the Revolutionary Army to obtain it. The Navy exclaimed in desperation. The Navy must not have it either. The pirates glared defiantly. The Seven Warlords? Would they dare? Someone questioned. It would be best if it were destroyed. Let no one have it. Many echoed this sentiment. A bullet screen flashed by, revealing Doflamingo. See, the Seven Warlords have it. He believed himself to be one of the Seven Warlords. If the World Expo were to truly possess the Eternal Pointer, he was confident that with the powers of the string fruit, he could seize its system judgment. Incorrect answer. Please continue answering. Doflamingo's expression darkened instantly. Did he, of all people, get it wrong? Could it be that the Revolutionary Army ultimately claimed the Eternal Pointer? Or was it the Navy? Or perhaps it truly was destroyed? Who would be the next to respond? What miraculous reward awaited for this question? Doflamingo stared at the screen, unable to believe he had answered incorrectly. Aside from the Seven Warlords, was it possible the Navy had seized it? A bullet screen flashed. Ace. Choose D. It was destroyed. The Whitebeard pirates had long conspired that among the first three options, the Seven Warlords had been dismissed, as neither the Revolutionary Army nor the Navy would wish for. The other to possess the Eternal Pointer. Destruction was the optimal choice. System judgment. Correct answer. Reward a revival card capable of reviving someone who has died within 3 days, non-stackable, and only usable by the first person. The entire pirate world fell silent, as if a pause button had been pressed. Sengoku rubbed his ears. I must have misheard. Garp stood dumbfounded. It seems to be a revival card? Vice Admiral Tsuru marveled. It can revive someone within 3 days. How incredible. Sengoku glanced at Kizaru's teleportation door, suddenly feeling less appealing. Who wouldn't desire a revival card? Kaido fixed his gaze on that slender card, his eyes reddening. Who wouldn't wish for an extra life? Whitebeard picked up the revival card, yet his heart yearned for Shanks' life elixir still. Having something was better than having nothing. The fifth question appeared. Did Kizaru's demon-slaying order allow the revolutionary army and pirates to escape? The demon-slaying order is indiscriminate. The horrors of O'Hara 20 years ago still haunt us. Someone recalled the past. Revolutionary leader Dragon furrowed his brow. Kizaru's light fruit was indeed formidable, but he still answered. They escaped system judgment. Correct answer. Reward a senzu bean 10 days without hunger, capable of instantly restoring a dying person's vitality, bringing them back to peak condition. The Navy members were left in astonishment. This was even more powerful than the revival card. Consuming one during battle would lead to an instant full recovery, allowing them to crush their opponents effortlessly. Why isn't it us who obtained it? Someone lamented at this moment. The system prompted. The QA session has concluded, and the chat room is now open. Please enjoy the video, shortly Pirate Special. The fifth Emperor of the Sea versus the Heir of the Ghost, Douglas Barrett. The entire world was taken aback. Is this really the end? Is there a video? Is it a glimpse of future battles? Who is the fifth Emperor of the Sea? Can Barrett truly contend with the Emperor of the Sea? What secrets lie within this video? As the screen turned black, a new scene soon emerged. A wall covered in bounty posters, the camera zooming in to freeze on the face of a boy wearing a straw hat. The voice of Kizaru echoed in the chat room. Hey, can we chat now? Sengoku replied, I received an invitation in my mind. Once I accepted, the chat room appeared. Did you all receive it? Akiji responded, I did. Is it just us few? I kinda chimed in. I did. Plus once you're at it, I did too. Plus two. A row of vice admirals follow with their replies. Kaido exclaimed, the Marines are trying to dominate the screen? He was infuriated, as he and Doflamingo were the only ones who hadn't received a reward despite the 5 questions. More and more people joined the chat room. Whitebeard remarked, Garara, you little brats are so noisy. Sengoku's expression darkened. Ed was older than Whitebeard, yet was called a brat. Big Mom exclaimed, Monkey D. Luffy? 15 billion? Never heard of him. And he looks annoying. Crocodile added, annoying +1, and it's certainly not because his bounty surpasses mine. Doflamingo chimed in. Annoying +2. Moria added. Annoying +3. Enel exclaimed. Annoying +10,086. Garp silently grumbled. My grandson is so adorable. What do you all know? Sengoku scolded him. Isn't that your grandson? A bounty of 15 billion makes him a potential emperor. He immediately ordered, raise Luffy's bounty to 5 billion and keep a close watch. His 4-tier experience card must be extraordinary. Tsuru remarked, the 5th emperor? There are only 4 emperors now. Akainu retorted. Regardless of how many emperors there are, pirates must be eradicated. Shiki the Golden Lion commented, such bravado. Have you been munching on celery? Sengoku responded, Golden Lion? You're not dead. Shiki replied, even if you die, I want. On the Moby Dick, Usopp tugged at Luffy's collar. Is this really you? 15 billion? You're only worth 30 million now. The Navy is going to keep a close eye on us. I'll come down with a disease that prevents me from going to sea. Luffy laughed heartily. I'm worth 15 billion now. Nami punched him down. Is this really the time to be happy? Sanji dropped his cigarette, staring at Luffy just a short while ago. He thought he was following a little pirate now. Discovering he's worth 15 billion, this was not a surprise, but a shock. Zoro licked his sword, thinking this was more like it. A captain should indeed have a reputation on the Moby Dick. Ace stared at the screen, astonished yet proud. His brother had a bounty of 15 billion, surpassing his own. Marco wrapped his arms around his neck, exclaiming, your brother is truly remarkable. On board their vessel, they still possessed the bounty notice of 30 million for Luffy, collected by Ace. The chat room buzzed with fervor, yet the bounty notice on the screen was utterly captivating. What makes Luffy worthy of being the 5th emperor? With a bounty of 1.5 billion, what feats has he accomplished? What would the bounties of his companions amount to? Most importantly, when will the video of the 5th emperor versus Barrett commence? Can Luffy truly contend with a crew member of Roger? Everyone nodded in understanding. After all, Ace only had this one brother. It was said that he had another brother, but he seemed to have already passed away. As the bounty notice flashed by, the screen went black again. Then Luffy and his crew appeared on the screen. The system introduced their bounties one by one. Monkey D. Luffy, bounty of 5 billion berries. Roronoa, Zoro, bounty of 320 million berries. Sanji, bounty of 330 million berries. Nami, bounty of 66 million berries. Usopp, bounty of 200 million berries. Nico Robin, bounty of 130 million berries. Brook, bounty of 83 million berries. Frankie, bounty of 94 million berries. Tony Chopper, bounty of 100 berries. Luffy and the others looked at themselves on the screen in amazement. Luffy said, "What's going on? Is that ship our ship? And that explosive-haired skeleton, wow. So cool. Is he our future companion? Huh, and there's a robot too?" Luffy's eyes sparkled as he looked at his future companions on the screen, excitedly shouting, "Robots are a man's dream." Zoro glanced at his bounty amount and said with slight disdain, "I can't believe my bounty is still lower than that lecherous Kappa's. There must be some kind of conspiracy." Nami exclaimed in panic, "Oh no, oh no, the Navy will definitely not let us go now." Then she happily added, "I have 66 million berries too." Ha ha. Usopp looked at his bounty of 200 million in disbelief. "I really am amazing, Usopp the Great. Kaya, did you see that? I will become a brave warrior of the sea." Nami looked at the other companions she hadn't met yet and said, "Those few are also our companions. Is that raccoon our backup food? 100 berries?" Sanji's eyes were completely fixated on Nami and Robin on the screen, completely ignoring Zoro's teasing. "Ah, what beautiful big sisters. I want to get to know her. She must be our future companion. When we meet her." Sanji's eyes were filled with hearts, and he held his chest with both hands. "Ah, I can't take it anymore. I've already fallen in love with her." Zoro, standing by, said in exasperation, "You perverted cook. What did you say? You green algae head. Do you want to fight?" Usopp hurriedly stood between the two to separate them. If they fought, it would be the Mary that got hurt. This ship was a gift from Kaya, and he had to protect it well. Luffy was excitedly causing chaos on the side, which made Usopp so angry that he slapped Luffy several times until Luffy apologized, at which point Usopp stopped. The video continued to play as Luffy and his crew received an invitation to the World Pirate Expo. Countless pirate ships were seen sailing on a turbulent current, and at the end of the current was a large whirlpool that sucked all the ships in. Just then, a towering current shot up into the sky, sending all the ships soaring upwards, along with an island wrapped in bubbles. At this moment, the host of the expo announced that Roger's treasure was on the island in the sky, inviting everyone to seek it out, while the Seven Warlords Buggy was in charge of security for the day. As the Supernovas made their appearances one by one, the system kindly displayed their bounties. Kid Pirates, Eustace Kid, bounty of 470 million berry. Killer, bounty of 200 million berry. Broadcast Pirates, DJ Afy, bounty of 350 million berry. Drake Pirates, Drake, bounty of 220 million berry. Bonnie Pirates, Big Eater Bonnie, bounty of 140 million berry. Urki Pirates, Urki, bounty of 180 million berry. Fire Tank Pirates, Capone Beach, bounty of 350 million berry. Hawkins Pirates, Hawkins, bounty of 320 million berry. Bartolomeo Club, Bartolomeo, bounty of 200 million berry. Beautiful Pirates, Cavendish, bounty of 330 million berry. Chat room, Kid, damn it, that Straw Hat Kid Luffy is such a high bounty, 3 times mine. Drake, the Straw Hat crew, besides their captain. The other members shouldn't be underestimated either. Hawkins, that's right, the 8 of them plus a pet, 5 of them have bounties over 100 million. Urki, I really want to have a match with him. Beach, I feel like the Straw Hat Luffy is very unreliable. Is it just my illusion? Sengoku, you pirates. I've already sent someone to investigate your information, including the Straw Hat crew. You won't escape. Akainu, Impel Down welcomes you. Doflamingo, ha ha ha. The future is quite interesting. That Pirate Expo sounds fun. Sengoku looked at the Supernovas on the screen and ordered the colonel beside him to thoroughly investigate their information. This Pirate Expo indeed gathered stars. All of them were big pirates with bounties over 100 million. Sengoku sighed. Roger's treasure is indeed a lure strong enough to attract people. Look at all these big pirates. Aside from the 4 emperors who have shown up, all the pirate crews advanced together. Just then, Frankie piloted the Thousand Sunny, and with a cannon blast, he surged ahead from the back, flying up the towering current. He left the other pirate crews behind. The host then introduced. Chasing up from the back is the man with a bounty of 5 billion, known throughout the seas, Monkey D. Luffy. Doflamingo's expression darkened as he stared at the screen. He had just seen a familiar figure. Ro, is that you? It's been 10 years. At that moment, Law, who had just set sail, looked at himself on the video. He was confused as he observed the Straw Hat crew. They seemed to be very familiar with him. Moreover, he had directly entered the Straw Hat Pirate ship. How could he be so familiar with those people? What was going on? At this time, Crocodile was glaring at Robin. Do you have something to explain to me? Robin stared blankly at herself on the screen, wondering how such an unfortunate self could have companions. Robin explained. Although the self on the screen left, we didn't meet with weapons drawn afterwards, which shows we have no conflict, right? Perhaps something happened in the future that forced me to leave. Crocodile did not respond. To him, Robin was merely a tool to decipher the poneglyphs. He needed her power to find the ancient weapon hidden in Alabasta, Pluton. He didn't care about anything else. Nami's eyes sparkled as she stared at the treasure. The Supernovas were showcasing their skills, scrambling for the treasure. Seeing the treasure, Buggy directly abandoned his security duties and joined the treasure hunt. Just then, Law and his group, who had infiltrated underground, overheard the conspiracy of the Expo's planner, Festa. He wanted to incite the Demon Slaughter Order. This news shocked everyone. Law's group decided to inform Luffy and the others. They ended up encountering Navy Vice Admiral Smoker, leading to a conflict. The group split up to act. Buggy was the first to grab a treasure chest, but before he could warm it up, a violent earthquake shook the area, causing the chest to drop from his hands. The camera pulled back to reveal a man smashing a ship onto the island, causing the earthquake. The sky island vanished, and the treasure chest fell, landing in the water where Usopp picked it up. Usopp opened the chest, and his expression changed drastically. This was not. Just then, a shadow loomed over Usopp, and an extremely tall and muscular man appeared behind him, knocking Usopp down and seizing the chest. As the smoke cleared, everyone finally recognized who this person was. It was him, a former member of the Roger Pirates, the inheritor of the Devil, Douglas Bullet. Chat room. Sengoku. Bullet? It really is him. Garp. What on earth happened in the future? Why did he get out Impel Down? Kaido haha. Looks like the so-called world's #1 prison isn't that great. 20 years ago, the Golden Line escaped, and it seems Bullet will be out soon too. Kaido was drinking heavily, mocking in the chat room. At this moment, Sengoku's expression was also grim as he called Magellan to strengthen security to prevent the future in the video from becoming a reality. This would be a direct embarrassment to the entire sea. Whitebeard. But can those rookies really deal with Bullet? After all, Bullet was once a crew member of Roger and a strong opponent even for Rayleigh. Plus, he seems to be even stronger than 20 years ago in the video. Shanks. With the power those rookies have shown now, it will be difficult to defeat Bullet. Rayleigh, indeed. Bullet's strength is indeed fierce. Shanks. Mr. Rayleigh, long time no see. Buggy. Shanks. Mr. Rayleigh. Shanks. Buggy. I saw you in the video. You're still the same as before. Still obsessed with treasure. Buggy. Treasure is everything to me. You bastard Shanks. It's all your fault. Otherwise, I wouldn't have become a devil fruit user and unable to swim. Shanks. Sorry. Sengoku looked at the conversation in the chat room, very curious about Buggy, who was acquainted with Rayleigh and Shanks. He couldn't be a nobody. Moreover, he seemed to be a warlord in the video. Sengoku then instructed Brand New to investigate Buggy's identity. Brand New stated, Buggy is a pirate from the East Blue with a bounty of 15 million. He was previously defeated by Straw Hat Luffy and is now missing. Sengoku was speechless upon hearing this. He thought this guy would become a warlord in the future, but he didn't expect him to be such a character. Is there no one else in the future to recruit as a warlord? However, Straw Hat Luffy's growth speed is too fast. He looked at the information on Luffy in his hands. He is only 17 this year. In the video, he looked to be in his 20s. If he can defeat Barrett, he must not be allowed to grow stronger. His future self poses a tremendous threat to the Navy. However, he has obtained that so-called 4-tier experience card. What is that thing? Sengoku wondered. Whitebeard watched the video with great interest. The Whitebeard pirates are also one of the top powers in this sea. Even the Navy would not confront the Whitebeard pirates head-on. At this moment, on the Moby Dick, the Whitebeard pirates were having a feast while watching the video, occasionally commenting on the characters in it. Ace looked at Luffy in the video with emotion. Luffy has changed quite a lot. His once somewhat foolish younger brother has become mature and reliable, although he still makes silly mistakes from time to time. If Sabo were here to see the future Luffy, he would surely be happy. Ace couldn't help but think of the three of them at the abandoned terminal station. Sabo, I will definitely carry on your part. Take good care of Luffy. Barrett released his Conqueror's Haki, directly overwhelming all pirates around him except for the Supernovas, knocking them to the ground. Luffy's expression was serious, while Usopp remained oblivious to the danger. Luffy directly clashed his Conqueror's Haki with Barrett's, the red and blue Haki clashing fiercely in the air, causing the nearby Supernovas to change their expressions dramatically. Big Amon. This little brat is quite impressive. He even has the rare conqueror's haki. It seems he indeed has the potential of a king. Kaido, yo, are you scared? Lin. Big Moem. Nonsense, am I scared? If he dares to come a whole cake island, I'll make his father not recognize him. Dragon. Big Moem spoke arrogantly, not caring at all, as Luffy's performance was still not enough to be taken seriously. Sengoku raised Luffy's danger level by another notch. After all, Conqueror's haki is not something that can just be acquired. It is innate. Every one of the 4 emperors in the New World possesses Conqueror's haki. Garp looked at the screen with concern. Luffy. Garp knew Barrett's strength, and he really didn't know how Luffy would defeat Barrett. His grandson was truly a source of worry. Why didn't he become a Navy officer and insisted on becoming a damn pirate? Sigh. Garp felt a wave of sadness. These 2 grandsons of his really made him worry to death. Luffy was completely intoxicated by his own charisma. Sanji, looking shocked, exclaimed, Luffy, you're amazing. No wonder you're the man who will be worth 5 billion in the future. Zoro nodded in agreement. He knew he had to work harder. After all, if the captain was that strong, how could he, the man who wanted to become the world's greatest swordsman, drag the captain down? The 2 types of haki collided and canceled each other out as the Supernovas unleashed their full power, briefly suppressing Barrett. At that moment, Zoro also encountered Admiral Fujitora, and a fierce battle was about to break out. Barrett's words enraged Luffy. Luffy transformed into Gear 4th and used King Cobra to knock Barrett away. But he was also knocked to the ground by Barrett's punch. Barrett used his combined Devil Fruit power to merge the weapons on the ship. As he merged them, he said to Luffy, weaklings cannot survive in these seas, like that poor long-nosed guy from earlier. You should quickly abandon your useless subordinates, Straw Hat. Luffy replied angrily. What are you talking about? We can't hold a banquet like that. Big idiot. Barrett said, you're the hopeless fool. What you call camaraderie is just weakness. Even that strong old man Whitebeard lost his life for his subordinates. Roger was the same. Those who die are all losers. And those who constantly talk about comrades will eventually hit their limits. The will I have honed is to achieve victory on my own. Luffy retorted, I won't lose to your little strength. Barrett raised the treasure chest in his hand towards Luffy and said, if you want to refute me, try to take this back. Anyway, you all are going to die, so I'll tell you, this is Roger's real treasure. This chest contains the One Piece. At that moment, the entire pirate world was shocked by Barrett and Luffy's conversation. What were they talking about? One Piece. Although they had already known from previous questions that the treasure was related to One Piece, they still couldn't help but be amazed. One Piece. That's the legendary treasure of Roger. Everyone had heard of it, but no one had ever seen it. Everyone couldn't help but be curious. After all, this was the closest they had ever been to the treasure. Meanwhile, the 4 emperors and the Navy were all shocked by another piece of news. Whitebeard is dead. For his subordinates? No way. The strongest man in the world actually died. What on earth happened in the future? Barrett escaped from Impel Down, which was already shocking enough. Who would have thought that the so-called strongest man in the world actually died? How could this be possible? Sengoku listened to the discussions around him among the Navy and was also very surprised by the sudden news of Whitebeard's death. After all, he knew how strong Whitebeard was as one of the 4 emperors. Even with the aged and sickly Whitebeard, Sengoku was not confident he could defeat him, let alone the revived Whitebeard. This would be like trying to kill Whitebeard twice. Who in the future could possibly kill Whitebeard? This was truly intriguing. Sengoku curiously thought, I wonder if Whitebeard's death is related to Barrett's escape from Impel Down? Since Whitebeard got the revival card, he's been in a great mood. Although he didn't get the life potion, the revival card was still pretty good. He was drinking and watching videos when, unexpectedly, he learned about his own death from the video. Suddenly, the entire Moby Dick went silent. Marco looked at the video in disbelief. He never expected the news of their father's death to come so suddenly. What was going on? Dad! Ace looked at Whitebeard with concern. Whitebeard was the most important family member to him, and he never thought that Dad would. Who was it? Who killed Dad? Ace said angrily. The captains on the Moby Dick were all furious. If they found out who killed their father, they would definitely not let that person go. Whitebeard looked at his sons and laughed. Gurara, my dear sons, there's nothing to be surprised about. I'd already thought about that day coming. I just didn't expect it to be so soon. But now the future has changed. So what happens in the video cannot happen. Don't worry. The crowd was taken aback. Yes, we already knew that Dad might die in the coming years. How could we let that happen again? Besides, there might be other videos exposed later. They could prepare in advance. In the video, Zoro and Fujitora, 2 swordsmen, were fighting. A flash of sword light cut a pirate ship in half. And the warlord Dracula Mihawk appeared in a small boat on the screen. Perona used her negative hollow to put the Navy in a negative state. At that moment, a pirate crew appeared before the world, and everyone was captivated by the woman on the screen, who was none other than the pirate empress, Boa Hancock. The empress said, "No matter what I do, the whole world will forgive me, because I am just too beautiful." Everyone cheered and was immersed in the beauty of the empress. At that moment, Barrett used his combined fruit ability to knock Luffy and the others to the ground. All the Supernovas were defeated. As the camera turned, the eternal pointer in the treasure chest appeared on the screen. The Marine Admiral Kizaru on the warship also learned about the appearance of the eternal pointer. The battle between Zoro and Fujitora was coming to an end. Fujitora was preparing to finish up. He used his ability to pull down a meteorite and then left. Zoro used the Great Thousand Worlds to split the meteorite in half. However, the meteorite was still too large, and just as Zoro prepared to strike again, he saw the meteorite shatter into countless pieces. It turned out that Mihawk Slash had shattered the meteorite into countless fragments. After doing all this, Mihawk took Perona and left. Zoro felt a bit disappointed. He was still far from being the world's #1 swordsman. Barrett used his awakened ability to fuse everything around him into his armor. He surrounded the island, trapping all the pirates and navy within it. To leave, they would have to defeat him. Awakened, Barrett transformed into a black giant beast over 10 kilometers tall and directly punched the island in half. This scene played on screens all over the world. Who would have thought Barrett was this strong? Not only did he awaken his fruit, but he also covered his armor with armament hockey. How would the Navy or the pirates defeat Barrett? People around the world were very curious about what methods they would use to defeat Barrett. After all, the strength Barrett displayed was almost comparable to that of the 4 emperors. Seeing Barrett's awakened form, Admiral Akainu ordered Kizaru to activate the Demon Slayer order. Sengoku, watching the video of Akainu, was surprised to see him become Admiral. The candidate Sengoku had in mind for Admiral was not Akainu. He thought Akainu was too extreme, and Kizaru was a slacker. He wanted Kazan to become the Navy's Admiral. Akainu looked at himself on the screen, becoming Admiral, and was very pleased. This was his goal. Only by becoming the Navy's Admiral could he better combat pirates. In the video, Smoker and Sabo encountered each other, and the two began to fight. The Empress was also on her way to find Luffy when she discovered a piece of clothing that looked like Luffy's. She pulled out the red fabric. It turned out to be the clown Buggy. The Empress directly ordered Buggy to lead the way, and the two encountered Smoker and Sabo, who were in battle. Just then, Law also arrived before the 4 of them. Law said to the group, "I have a way to get him out of that giant body." Buggy didn't want to participate in the battle. He just wanted to escape quickly, but he was pinned to the ground by Smoker's weapon containing sea stone. And he said to Law, "You keep talking." Law continued, "There's only one chance. As long as he makes a move, he can split this island. If he fails, he will lose his life." Smoker angrily said, "A pirate just says whatever he wants and expects me to risk my life? What a joke." Law calmly replied, "But there's no other way." Smoker said, "There's no need to discuss this at all." Just then, Luffy used Gear Forth to directly attack Barrett, and the Empress looked at Luffy with a shy expression. Luffy was punched by Barrett and landed in front of several people, turning back to his ordinary form. Smoker was speechless. "What are you doing?" Sabo laughed heartily on the side. His brother is still as reckless as ever. The Empress worriedly ran towards Luffy and said, "Luffy, I miss you so much. Are you okay?" Luffy turned his head and said, "Hancock, long time no see. How'd you been?" The Empress covered her mouth with a blissful expression, saying, "You actually worried about me before yourself. Life has no regrets now." This scene shattered the hearts of the audience in front of the screen. Their goddess, Empress Boa Hancock, was actually so concerned about that Straw Hat kid. Boa Hancock on Daughter Island was slightly stunned by this scene. What was going on? Why was she so concerned about that man? And so intimate. After all, she had an extreme aversion to men. The behavior in the video was completely unlike her, and she secretly remembered Luffy's name. Sanji bit the corner of his clothes, looking at the Empress in the video with resentment. He grabbed Luffy's shirt and exclaimed, "You bastard! How could such a beautiful lady fall for you? The Pirate Empress." Boa Hancock. When did he get to know the Pirate Empress? Oh, they haven't met yet? Sanji looked at Luffy in the video with envy and jealousy. His expression made the people next to him unable to help but roll their eyes at him. That is the Empress, the dream lover of so many people. Luffy stared blankly at the person on the screen and murmured, "Sabo, is it really you?" The others on the Mary noticed Luffy's unusual behavior and hurriedly asked, "What's wrong? Luffy? What happened?" Luffy immediately burst into tears and shouted at the screen, "Sabo, Sabo, so you are still alive." Luffy always thought that Sabo was dead. And he and Ace even set up a tombstone for Sabo. Now seeing Sabo alive again, Luffy's joy was hard to contain, and he rambled on to his friends. From his words, everyone learned about Luffy's two brothers, Ace and Sabo, and they sincerely felt happy for Luffy's second brother coming back to life. However, Zoro questioned, "Your second brother is a a Nomi user? Isn't that the ability of Fire Fist Ace?" Zoro had been a bounty hunter for a while, so he was relatively familiar with the famous pirates on the sea. Hearing this question, everyone was taken aback. According to Luffy, his older brother was Ace, and his second brother was Sabo, so how did his older brother's ability end up with Sabo? Luffy also thought about this issue. A devil fruit ability can only exist in one person. Unless that person dies, the devil fruit will randomly appear all over the world, waiting for the next fated person. Luffy stared blankly at the screen. Doesn't this mean that Ace will die in the future? How is this possible? Everyone on Amerigo didn't know how to comfort Luffy. He had just learned that one brother was alive, but now he received the news of another brother's death. This was indeed hard to accept. Meanwhile, on the Moby Dick, the Whitebeard pirates were also thinking about this matter. Ace would die in the future too? This was something the Whitebeard pirates could not accept. In just a short moment, they learned about the deaths of two family members, which was simply unacceptable. Who killed Ace? Squard said angrily. Yes, who killed Captain Ace? Blackbeard Teach followed up. Teach was shocked by what happened today. First, Whitebeard got a revival card, which made him both shocked and envious. Then the news of Whitebeard's death broke out, and Teach secretly guessed that he might have killed Whitebeard. In the future, he obtained the dark fruit and killed Whitebeard to gain the powers of the tremor fruit. These were the two fruits he had always wanted. One could absorb all attacks, the dark fruit. The other was a paramecia-type devil fruit with the strongest offensive capabilities. His body was unlike others. He could possess two devil fruits. Teach couldn't help but fantasize in his heart about the glorious scene of holding the dark fruit in one hand and the tremor fruit in the other. It was truly something to yearn for. After all, he had spent 20 years in the Whitebeard pirates just for the dark fruit. So he was not shocked by Whitebeard's death, but he was curious about Ace's death. Marco said to Whitebeard's crew, "Do you remember what Barrett said to Luffy about Whitebeard losing his life for his subordinates?" I suspect he was talking about Ace. Everyone recalled that line after Marco's reminder. Ace's face changed drastically upon hearing this. If this were true, then he had caused Dad's death. Whitebeard waved his hand and said, "Not necessarily. No one can predict what will happen in the future. However, Ace, you should stay on a Moby Dick for now and not go anywhere." Ace nodded in response. The news of Sabo still being alive had also relieved him a lot. Sabo had also regained his memories in the previous video, and seeing Luffy's performance, he was very happy. "It's been a long time, Luffy," Sabo thought to himself. In the video, Luffy looked at Law beside him and said excitedly, "Trafalgar, that's great. You're okay, right?" Law replied, "Don't worry about me." He then continued, "I have a way to flush that guy out." Luffy said excitedly, "Really? Then let's go." He then turned to the people around him and said, "Sabo, Smoke Man, all right, let's do it." Law stopped Luffy and said, "If the captain of the Straw Hats fails, he might lose his life." Luffy said with a smile, "Don't worry, it's these people acting together, right? Then it must be fine." This statement left everyone around stunned. They never expected that Straw Hat Luffy would trust them so much. Leave the details to Trafalgar. "Right now, I just want to defeat Barrett." Smoker said, "Damn, that's just what I wanted." The Empress shyly said, "Even if it's to the ends of the earth, I will go with you." At this moment, in the Amazon Lily, Empress Boa Hancock saw this scene and directly facepalmed. She felt it was too embarrassing. This scene was playing out all over the world. Didn't that mean everyone could see it? In order to defeat Barrett, the Revolutionary Army, Navy, 7 warlords, and pirates formed a temporary alliance. At this time, in the North Sea, Law was watching the video in confusion, thinking, what the hell? How did he form an alliance with the Navy, Revolutionary Army, and 7 warlords? Seems like their relationship is not bad. The others felt the same way. After all, they were people who had little to do with one another. Before Law could reveal his plan, Luffy used Gear Forth and charged forward. Law wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. Smoker asked, "So what should we do?" Law explained his plan to the others. "The most troublesome thing is Barrett's haki, but I can use my ability to expose a momentary flaw in his haki. You all take the opportunity to attack the flaw and weaken his massive body." Sabo asked, "What do we do after that?" Law continued, "Once the materials he controls decrease, his attack power will naturally weaken. Before he can absorb the materials again, everyone should launch a full-scale attack. There will only be one chance to expose his flaw." Smoker helplessly said, "How pathetic. I actually have to act with these idiots." Luffy was directly slapped back by Barrett. Smoker, seeing this, said speechlessly, "That idiot, doesn't he have any learning ability?" Luffy charged forward again. Law said, "Keep up with the captain of the Straw Hats. I'm activating my ability. It's a signal." "Sabo, it's up to you." Luffy's friend. Law replied stubbornly, "I'm not his friend." Then he questioned, "Can we really succeed?" Just then, Crocodile appeared behind Law. "What a bunch of useless kids, moving so slowly." Law said to Crocodile, "According to the plan, I will lure him into changing forms." Before Law could finish, a figure rushed towards Barrett. It was the Empress. Law was speechless. None of you are following the plan. Seeing Luffy being hit, the Empress was immediately filled with rage, and she quickly arrived in front of Barrett, delivering a powerful kick that broke the armor. Barrett, hit by the kick, staggered back, and Crocodile and Law used sand to bind Barrett, while Smoker and Sabo teamed up to attack Barrett, causing him to lose an arm instantly. Even with one arm gone, Barrett's power showed no signs of weakening. Law said, somewhat disheartened, "Damn it, did we fail?" Sabo replied, "Not yet. Attack again, weaken that guy. Leave the final blow to Luffy." The group looked up at Luffy, who was preparing a super move. Law said, "Keep up with the captain of the Straw Hats." The group got ready for their strongest attack. Law used his ability to send everyone to Barrett in an instant, and they worked together to destroy one side of Barrett's body. Barrett used his massive fist to smash the ground. The shockwave knocked the airborne group down. At that moment, Luffy's giant King Kong gun was ready, and he charged at Barrett, both using their strongest attacks against each other. Barrett's ultimate cannon was no match for Luffy's giant King Kong gun. His armor instantly vanished, and the awakened fruit ability also failed. Just then, Usopp's earlier attack on Barrett took effect. Barrett finally revealed his true form. The Eternal Pointer also appeared. Crocodile and Lucci prepared to grab the treasure, but they were stopped by Zoro and Sanji. At this moment, Barrett and Luffy engaged in close combat with Haki, and ultimately, with Luffy's declaration of "I'm going to be the Pirate King," Barrett was defeated. Another monster from the previous era was brought to an end. After getting the treasure chest, Luffy discovered it contained the Eternal Pointer and smashed it, declaring that he didn't need such a thing to become the Pirate King. Everyone watching this scene was speechless. That was the landmark of Raftel. You can't just destroy it. Why didn't anyone stop him? Law used his ability to teleport everyone next to the Thousand Sunny. But at that moment, the Demon Order had already been activated, and Admiral Kizaru appeared on the screen, startling everyone. They saw Kizaru using the Yada no Kagami to try and take them down. Fire Fist. Two voices shouted Fire Fist simultaneously in front of Luffy and the others. Sabo directly used the Flame Fruit to create a path of fire for the pirates, and Luffy happily looked at Sabo. A shadow of Ace appeared beside Sabo. As the pirate ship successfully escaped, the video came to a close. Outside the screen, Luffy stared blankly at the scene, murmuring, "Sabo, Ace." Ace also saw this scene and felt very gratified. Luffy had grown up. As his older brother, he could rest easy. Sabo was still alive. Even if he wasn't around in the future, Sabo could take good care of Luffy. Moreover, his Flame Fruit ability had also been inherited by Sabo, which made Ace very happy. This video ends here. Thank you all for watching, and the reward for those on the leaderboard will not be disclosed. See you next time. As the system's voice fell, Luffy suddenly heard the system's voice in his mind. Congratulations to the listed person, Monkey D. Luffy, for obtaining the item Improved Trial Room. Usable for 7 days, after which it will automatically disappear. Note: 1 day outside equals 1 year in the trial room. Only one person can enter at a time. The Improved Trial Room has 2 modes. Normal mode, where the trial personnel can move freely inside. Challenge mode, which can simulate the strong enemies the trial personnel will encounter in the coming years, projecting them into the trial room. The trial taker must successfully challenge them to leave. Please choose carefully. Rewards are now being distributed. Please check. As soon as the system's voice fell, a mini house appeared on the Mary, and everyone looked at the little house in surprise. Luffy explained it to them. After hearing it, everyone looked at the little house with envy. Spending a few days inside would greatly increase their strength. Unfortunately, only one person could enter at a time, and there was only a 7-day usage period. But that was still a lot, as 7 days outside was equivalent to 7 years inside. After some discussion, they decided to let Luffy enter first. After all, he was the captain, and this was his reward. Meanwhile, in the 6th layer of Impel Down, Barrett also heard the system's voice. Barrett was not interested in any trial room. He saw that even if he awakened his fruit ability in the future, he still couldn't defeat that Straw Hat Kid, and the trial room could only provide enemies for the next few years. The time limit was only 7 days. Even if he got it, the Navy would definitely come to take it away. Barrett didn't really want this reward. Barrett said to the system, "Can I exchange for a different reward?" The system replied, "Yes, I can send you out of Impel Down. How about that?" Barrett thought for a moment and felt it was acceptable. After all, the video had already been exposed, and Impel Down would definitely strengthen its defenses. Whether he could escape in the future was still a question. Moreover, he wouldn't suffer any loss from this reward. However, he was quite interested in that door of convenience. Forget it. He wouldn't push his luck. What if the system didn't give him that reward either? Barrett said, "I choose to leave Impel Down." Upon hearing this, the system directly teleported Barrett to an unknown small island. Chatroom, Kaido, what the hell? Is this it? I haven't even gotten my reward. This damn system can't just end it like this, right? Big MOM, bastard. I didn't even get to answer. Big MOM, eating cake on Cake Island, replied in the chat. Big MOM, Kaido, at least you answered. I didn't even manage to buzz in. I wonder if that revolutionary dragon is in the chat room. His reward is the sins of beans. He shouldn't need them right now, right? I wonder if he would be willing to sell. Sengoku, our Navy's rewards are also quite mediocre. We want the sins of beans too, but unfortunately, they went to the revolutionaries. Doflamingo, Navy, stop acting all high and mighty. Even if I'm not on the scene, I know your mouth is practically touching your ears. A kind of what? You want to fight? You despicable pirates will eventually be all thrown into Impel Down. Kizaru, oh, don't be so aggressive. Kaido, Akainu, don't let me run into you. Otherwise, I'll beat you so hard you won't recognize your own mother. Akainu, Kaido, if you have the guts, come at me. I'm waiting for you at Marineford. Kaido, don't make me wait until you leave Marineford, or I'll smash you to pieces. Akainu, you wouldn't dare just say it. What 4 emperors? Always hiding on Onigashima. Aren't you afraid of the Navy that you won't come out? Kaido, bastard Akainu. Am I afraid of the Navy? What a joke. If it weren't for your Navy's tendency to bully the weak with numbers, I would have destroyed your Navy headquarters long ago. Akainu, talking big, are you not afraid of biting your tongue? Our Navy headquarters is not a place you can come and go as you please. Do you think this is your backyard? As long as you dare to come, we will make sure you can't leave. Big Imo, Mamamama Kaido, go get him. Akainu has said this much. We can't just stand by. Mamamama Big MOM is someone who enjoys the spectacle and loves to stir the pot, directly adding fuel to the fire in the chat room. Kaido Linlin, why aren't you joining in? What Akainu said is not just directed at me. He's talking about all of us emperors. Whitebeard, Gurara, you guys are still too young. Enel, you pirates from the East Blue are really cowardly. Akainu has provoked you to this extent, and you still don't dare to fight back. If he dares to come to Sky Island, I'll make him feel the wrath of the gods. Akainu, Enel, who the hell are you? A nameless nobody dare to shout. I'll kill you. Kaido, Enel, huh? I'll remember you. Buggy, you guys are always talking about fighting and killing. Can't you work up a sweat searching for treasure? Isn't treasure more appealing? If pirates don't search for treasure, what are they called? Buggy has no interest in fame. His goal is treasure. Shanks, Buggy, where are you now? When are you coming to the New World? I have a treasure map here. Buggy, what? A treasure map. Shanks, you wouldn't be lying to me, would you? Luffy, Shanks. Shanks, look at me, Luffy. I've set sail. Did you see me in the video? Shanks, Luffy, not bad. You're amazing. Hurry up and come to the New World. I'm waiting for you here. Kaido, so you're that straw hat Luffy? You think you can become the Pirate King? Let's see if I can smash you to pieces. Luffy, who are you? What does it have to do with you that I want to become the Pirate King? Big MOM, such a naive rookie, not afraid of tigers. Kaido, you're being underestimated. There are still people who don't know you. Mamamama, Akainu, you pirates. Impel Down is your final destination. Don't get too arrogant. Straw Hat Luffy, I'll remember you. The others on the Mary were silently diving. And when they saw Luffy speaking in the chat room, Nami was so scared that she punched Luffy on the head. Oh no. We just set sail and already caught the attention of an admiral. Nami, why did you hit me again? You idiot. Why provoke Kaido? That guy looks tough to deal with. Sanji lit a cigarette and educated Luffy that Kaido is one of the 4 emperors of the New World, along with Big Hamon, Whitebeard, and Shanks. Luffy, Shanks is also one of the 4 emperors? Now, I have another reason to defeat him. Sanji, you know Shanks? Luffy, yes. This straw hat was given to me by him. He is my lifesaver. He is also someone I want to defeat. Luffy held the straw hat in his hands and said to Sanji, I really want to see him soon. And Sabo, Luffy said happily, Zoro, you can ask him in the chat room if he asks around. Maybe the system will pull him in. Luffy's eyes lit up upon hearing this. How did I not think of that? Nami was speechless. What else can you think of besides food? In the chat room, Luffy, Sabo, are you there? Ace, Ace, did you see that? Sabo is still alive. Luffy is in the chat room with Sabo and Ace. Sabo, Luffy, I'm sorry. I worried you guys. I lost my memory before, but I've just regained it. Ace, Sabo, it's so great that you're alive. Doflamingo, don't get too happy up there. As you can see in the video, that guy called Sabo has the power of the Marineford no Mi Ace. You're now a user of the Marineford no Mi too. What does that mean? Moreover, that Barrett said that Whitebeard is dead. Isn't that just delightful? Huh. Ace, what's so delightful about it, you guy? Kaido, that's right, I agree. It's really delightful. Whitebeard, are you scared? Big Mom, Whitebeard, are you scared? Parasparrow, Whitebeard, are you scared? Jack, Whitebeard, are you scared? Queen, Whitebeard, are you scared? Jin, Whitebeard, are you scared? Moria, Whitebeard, are you scared? Sengoku, Whitebeard, you didn't die at the hands of the Navy, did you? Huh. Just asking, are you scared? Akainu, maybe it was me who killed him. Ace, you're dreaming. Dad would never die. Kizaru, you're dead yourself. Why do you care if Whitebeard is alive or not? Maybe Whitebeard died saving you. Ace, you bastards. Whitebeard, Girar. What are you all thinking? I'm Whitebeard. How could I die so easily? Who among you can kill me? Besides, I have already obtained a revival card. As soon as Whitebeard said this, the chat room fell silent. Now that Whitebeard has a revival card, it means he needs to be killed twice. And in this sea, there's really no one who can kill Whitebeard twice in a row. Kaido, I'm so envious. Big Mom suddenly has a new video. I want to get a reward too. Crocodile, +1 Doflamingo, +2 Sengoku. By the way, the system said that there are rewards for those who make it onto the list. Barrett, Luffy, what rewards did you guys get? Luffy, Barrett. At this moment, Nami directly gave Luffy a whack and knocked him to the ground. We can't let anyone know that they have obtained such a heaven-defying artifact. Otherwise, what if those unscrupulous Navy admirals come snatch it? They definitely cannot defeat the Navy admirals. Nami immediately pushed Luffy into the trial room, letting him go in first to prevent Luffy from leaking information about the trial room. Who knows, by the time the Navy arrives, the trial room might have already expired. Barrett was thinking that the system had just teleported him out, and he still didn't know where he was, so he couldn't reveal that he had left Impel Down. Kizaru, oh dear, it's really intriguing. Akiji, could it be that he escaped from Impel Down? Barrett, you guessed it right, Akiji. Sengoku saw Akiji's reply and felt that the possibility was very high. So he hurriedly had someone contact Magellan to confirm whether Barrett was still inside Impel Down. After a while, Magellan sent back news that Barrett had already disappeared. Sengoku was stunned upon hearing this. Indeed, Barrett's reward was to escape from Impel Down. Sengoku, Barrett, your reward is indeed to leave Impel Down. Barrett, so what if I've already run out to the sea? You can't catch me. Admiral Sengoku. Buggy, I'm suddenly curious about what reward that Straw Hat Kid received. After all, he had already received a reward once before. Sengoku, Luffy, Straw Hat Kid. You should still be in the East Blue, right? Surrender now. I've already sent someone to capture you. Nami, Usopp, Akainu, the rewards are not something you can have. Hand them over honestly. On the merry-go, Usopp held his head with both hands. It's over, it's over. The Navy Admiral really sent people over. We're doomed. Sanji lit a cigarette. Usopp, there's nothing to be afraid of. It will take a long time for their admirals and vice admirals to come from the Navy headquarters, and there are no strong experts in the nearby Navy branch. Even if they come, finding us on this vast sea won't be easy. By then, our strength might have improved significantly through the trial room. Zoro said, the lecherous Kappa is right. Besides, Luffy also got a Gear 4th experience card. Everyone witnessed the power of Gear 4th during the battle with Barrett. Who knows who would win or lose? Nami responded, yes. I almost forgot about that. Luffy still has a Gear 4th experience card. We might not necessarily lose. Usopp finally felt relieved upon hearing this. I also forgot about the Gear 4th experience card. At this moment, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates felt relieved and started looking forward to the results when Luffy came out of the trial room. Sengoku issued bounties on all the pirates that appeared in the previous video, especially that Straw Hat Luffy. His growth rate is truly frightening. Right now, he's not very famous, and his bounty is only 30 million. Sengoku decided to raise his bounty to 500 million. Dragon saw Sengoku's words in the chat room and decided to personally go to the East Blue. He couldn't let Luffy's life stop at 17. Sabo decided to go along as well. He hadn't seen Luffy in a long time and was very worried about him. The two set off together for the East Blue to find Luffy. At this moment, something shocking happened in the Whitebeard Pirates. The 4th Division Captain, Sachi, was killed, and the newly obtained Devil Fruit also disappeared without a trace. The Whitebeard Pirates immediately searched the entire ship, but found no trace of the murderer. All signs indicated that it was done by someone within their ranks. This made Whitebeard extremely angry, indicating that there was a traitor among them. Whitebeard was very disappointed. He felt he had failed as a father. Whitebeard gathered everyone on the deck, and each division captain checked their own crew. Ace looked around the crowd several times, but didn't find Teach. His face turned very ugly. At this time, with Teach missing, doesn't that say something? He reported this matter to Whitebeard. Whitebeard was also incredulous. After all, Teach had been with the Whitebeard pirates for over 20 years, longer than most of them. Whitebeard sighed. He was very confused about what could drive Teach to kill his brothers. Choosing to betray them? Ace clenched his fists in anger. Teach was from his second division, and he couldn't ignore it. But Whitebeard decided to let this matter rest. He would use the revival card he obtained to bring Sachi back to life. He had a bad premonition deep down, feeling that something bad was about to happen, so he told Ace not to pursue Blackbeard. Ace, however, could only focus on this matter. He did not heed Whitebeard's orders. He couldn't forgive Blackbeard for killing his comrades. He also couldn't tolerate Teach, who had been cared for by Whitebeard for decades, causing Whitebeard to lose face. He decided to go after Blackbeard alone. At this time, Luffy and the others had already arrived at the Grand Line. They had all gained powerful strength through the trial room. Dragon took Sabo to meet Luffy in Lowtown. Dragon also learned about Sabo and Luffy's relationship and sighed. What a fate. The boy he saved in the East Blue back then turned out to be his son's sworn brother. It was also the first time Sabo knew that Mr. Dragon actually had a son, who was his own brother. What a fate. The two arrived at Lowtown. This was a must-pass place for Luffy. Originally, Sabo wanted to ask Luffy's location directly in the chat group. But thinking about how there were so many Navy members and some ill-intentioned people in the group, and that private messaging was not possible, he decided to wait for Luffy at the entrance of the Grand Line. Lowtown is located near the entrance of the Grand Line, and is the only way for the East Blue to enter the Grand Line. Just after Luffy and Sabo parted ways, Luffy and the others arrived at the Grand Line through Reverse Mountain. They met Kuroka's and Laboon here. Kuroka's and Laboon also saw the video, and they saw Brook, who Laboon had been waiting for in the video. Kuroka's asked Luffy to make sure to tell Brook that Laboon was still waiting for his news when he met Brook in the future. Luffy and the others were deeply moved to tears by the story of Laboon and the Rumbar pirates. They all decided that they must reunite Laboon and Brook. Moreover, the fact that the explosive-haired skeleton would still be their companion in the future further strengthened their determination to bring Laboon and Brook together. Luffy told Laboon to wait for their return. They would definitely bring Brook to meet him. At this moment, the long silent screen lit up again. A new video was about to start. Stay tuned for the Pirate Special. This era is named Whitebeard. Introduction. Edward Newgate, nicknamed Whitebeard, was one of the former members of the Rocks Pirates, one of the 3 legendary pirates, currently the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates and one of the 4 emperors. Hailed as the strongest man in the world, a user of the Tremor fruit with a bounty of 464,000,000 berries. He died in the Marineford War at the age of 72. On the Moby Dick, the various captains were extremely excited. It's Dad. It's Dad. Whitebeard was also watching the screen. This evaluation was the system's recognition of him. Chat room. Big Mom, what the hell? No questions? I should be on the list. I am one of the 4 emperors, Big Mom. Kaido, I'm also one of the 4 emperors. If he could be on the list, then am I not worthy? Crocodile, if I'm not on this list, then I won't watch it. Enel, I am the god of thunder. I will definitely be included. Sengoku, hey. Whitebeard has already received a reward. If he appears on the list again, doesn't that mean he gets another reward? That's just too enviable. Akainu, indeed, it's really frustrating. The Whitebeard pirates are so lucky to get 2 rewards. Am I Sakazuki not worthy? Immediately, someone responded. Jack, you are not worthy. Buggy, you are not worthy. Queen, you are not worthy. Garp, by the way, Whitebeard is 72 this year, right? It says here that Whitebeard died at 72, which means this year. Shouldn't you all be focusing on this? After Garp's mention, everyone realized this blind spot. Sengoku. So, according to the original world trajectory, Whitebeard is supposed to die this year. Kaido. It seems that a great war will happen soon, and the Whitebeard pirates will be among the participants. Kaido. But who has the capability to kill Whitebeard? I'm getting more and more curious. Kaido was in a very good mood. After all, nothing made him happier than seeing the death of a rival. He drank heavily while keeping his eyes on the screen. On a Moby Dick, Marco's expression was very grim. Nothing was more sorrowful than knowing about Dad's death. Teach had betrayed the Whitebeard pirates, and Ace went after Teach. He felt very uneasy, not knowing why he had a constant feeling that something bad was going to happen next. The video began. Whitebeard was born on an island in the Grand Line called Sphinx. Because they were too poor to pay the heavenly gold, they couldn't join the world government and became a non-member state, gradually falling into a lawless island ruled by pirates and human traffickers. After the country's destruction, more and more children became unfortunate orphans, and Whitebeard was one of them. With his naturally tall stature, he struggled to survive in such a lawless place, taking care of the children. Later, at a young age, Whitebeard chose to go to sea. After becoming a pirate, he always remembered the land that raised him. He gave all his treasures to that island and never changed throughout his life. In this perilous sea, Whitebeard sought powerful strength by joining the Rocks Pirates. He gained immense power within the Rocks Pirates and quickly became known worldwide, becoming one of the top pirates. The Rocks Pirates were a group of pirates gathered around treasure. Conflicts often arose among the crew, and the relationships between crew members were extremely poor, while the captain, Rocks, had immense ambition. Whitebeard's ideals differed from those of Rocks. He wanted a family, while Rocks dreamed of being the king of the world, and their paths could not be reconciled. After the God Valley incident, Rocks was defeated by Garp and Roger, leading to the disbandment of the Rocks Pirates. Whitebeard also left the Rocks Pirates and formed the Whitebeard Pirates, establishing rules that prohibited crew members from killing each other and harming their companions. People around the world watched the video of Whitebeard's life, and they were surprised to see that the imposing Whitebeard had such a tragic childhood. All the non-member states, upon seeing Whitebeard's experiences, couldn't help but relate to themselves. Similarly, they could not afford the exorbitant heavenly gold, and their countries had become havens for pirates and criminals, yet they felt powerless. Due to the world government's indulgence, no one would care about these non-member states. Their children could only go to sea and become pirates to survive. Sengoku silently watched this. He knew all of this. The source of CP was those non-member states. Non-member countries that did not pay the heavenly gold were not protected by the world government. The tragedies of non-member countries might even have the world government as a driving force. He couldn't stop all this from happening. Even he, as a marshal, had to obey the orders of the world government. Perhaps Garp was the smartest, just being a vice admiral and not having to follow the orders of the self-important celestial dragons. He was getting old and should retire. It was time to hand things over to the younger generation, but Akainu was too extreme and Kizaru was a lazy slacker. Compared to the two, Akiji was calmer and not so radical, making him more suitable to be the admiral of the Navy. Sengoku thought to himself that perhaps one day someone could end the current situation. Sengoku looked back at the screen, and the video had changed. On an unknown island, a boy with a telescope was observing the distance. The boy shouted with the telescope, "Captain, Captain, Whitebeard's ship is on the other side of the island. They seem to have noticed us." The camera shifted, and the young Rayleigh appeared on the screen. At this moment, on this island was none other than the Roger Pirates. "We just finished a battle, Roger." Hearing Rayleigh's words, the man turned around and said, "Whitebeard, it's been a long time." Everyone focused on the man who turned to speak. There is no one in this world who doesn't recognize him. GOLD, Roger. In the video, the Whitebeard Pirates landed on the island. The commotion of the Whitebeard Pirates caused the surrounding birds to become restless. GOLD, Roger excitedly said, "Good. Then let's have a fight. You can only fight while alive. I might not have much time left. This might be the last time I see you, Whitebeard." People who heard this were shocked. "What the hell?" GOLD. Roger said he doesn't have much time left? What is going on? Only a few who knew the inside story understood the implications of Roger's words. At this time, Roger was already plagued by illness. The reason he was captured back then was not because the Navy caught him, but because Roger had only a few days left to live. At that time, he was already in critical condition. Even if the Navy did not execute Roger, he wouldn't survive for many days. At this moment, a warrior charged forward, and Rayleigh tried to stop him. Roger happily said, "Wait a minute, Jabba. Rayleigh, I can't let you get hurt." Saying this, Roger excitedly charged forward. The crew on the Mary looked at this legendary figure. Why does it feel a bit like someone? The Straw Hat crew turned to look at Luffy sitting at the bow of the ship, then glanced at Roger in the video. They concluded, the personalities of the two really are quite similar. Rayleigh commented, "He just wants to have a fight." Roger shouted samurai, while drawing ace and used Conqueror's Haki to strike. The samurai took Roger's slash head on and was directly sent flying, spitting out blood. He crashed through several trees before finally stopping. Just then, a person suddenly appeared in front of Roger at an extremely fast speed. He raised his supreme great blade and swung it down. As that person got closer, the distinctive white beard appeared in everyone's sight. It was the young Whitebeard. The young Whitebeard wielded his supreme great blade and directly slashed at Roger, who showed no fear and laughed heartily. He raised Ace and used Conqueror's Haki, engaging in a showdown that left everyone in awe. The two great blades swung simultaneously. The Conqueror's Haki wrapped around them, sent those nearby flying. The land, trees, and clouds surrounding the two were all shaken apart. What shocked everyone was that their weapons didn't even touch each other. This overwhelming pressure felt as if one was there, causing panic among all. Is this the peak Whitebeard? This is too strong. No wonder he is called the strongest man in the world. And Pirate King Roger truly lives up to the name. Subsequently, both pirate crews directly engaged in a battle on the island that lasted for 3 days and nights. On the 4th day, both sides held a feast on the island. Young Buggy said to Shanks, "Isn't there a guy with a hat standing across from us? That guy didn't seem to sleep at all during the ceasefire the day before and last night." Shanks asked curiously why. Is not sleeping something to be proud of? Buggy replied no. He said he hasn't slept since he was born. Shanks was shocked. Is there really such a person? That's amazing. Does that mean life is twice as happy? Buggy said, "You fool, it's not that simple. That's a monster." Luffy immediately recognized Shanks inside and shouted excitedly, "It's Shanks." Everyone was speechless. Shouldn't he be watching the battle between Roger and Whitebeard? How could he spot red-haired Shanks at a glance? However, why does that red-nosed guy look so familiar? Have they seen him somewhere? Everyone was puzzled. At that moment, Nami said, "Isn't that person Uncle Flower?" "It seems like it." Luffy and the others took a glance. It's true. Uncle Wide gone to sea as a ship's doctor before. Could it be that he was on the Pirate King's Roger's ship? Chat room. Marco, it was back then. Such nostalgia. Rayleigh, you're that young boy back then. I didn't expect that young boy has now become a renowned pirate. Big Mama Mama, that red-haired kid. Could be red-haired Shanks? Who's that red-nosed guy? Luffy. Shanks. I saw you in there. Shanks. Luffy. You need to work hard. I'll be waiting for you. Luffy. I will definitely do it. Zoro. That red-nosed guy looks familiar, but I just can't remember who he is. Buggy. Who are you calling red-nosed? You bastard. Sanji, isn't that Buggy? Now that I think about it, he really does look like him. Zoro. Could it be a mistake? That clown Buggy was on the Pirate King Roger's ship? Buggy, bastard. Who do you look down on? Sengoku. I didn't expect it, clown Buggy. You were actually a crew member of Pirate King Roger. You really are a fish that slipped through the net. How could you be so inconspicuous in the East Blue? Buggy instantly shrank back at Sengoku's reply. Kid, is this the Whitebeard from his younger days? He's really strong. Becky, Roger truly deserves to be called the Pirate King. He is just too powerful. Gold Lion, Roger is indeed very strong. I can testify to that. Kid, who are you up there? What big mouth. Gold Lion, hey, you don't even know who I am. Have I been forgotten after not showing up for so many years? Big Mama Mama, Shiki, do you want to have a big fight and make a name for yourself? These newcomers don't even know who you are. Kaido, support. Gold Lion, you guys just wait, I will definitely come back one day. Garp, if you dare to show up, I will throw you back into Impel Down. Gold Lion, Garp, who do you look down on? Do you believe I will go to the East Blue right now and destroy it? Garp, come to the Marine headquarters if you have the guts. I'll be waiting for you here. Gold Lion, humph. I've done it before. What is wrong with doing it again? Sengoku, all right, bring it on. I was just worried I couldn't find you. You came right to my door. Kaido, go for it, Shiki. Gold Lion, shut up. Big Mama Mama, are you scared, Shiki? Gold Lion, scared? I just don't want to fulfill your wishes. Big Mama, you are scared, Mama. Gold Lion, say what you want. Maybe next I'll be the one to get counted. Big Mama Mama, we'll be waiting. The scene shifts again, and a majestic building appears on the screen. Sengoku's pupils constrict Marineford. Sengoku is puzzled. What's going on? Suddenly, an island with a crescent-shaped bay appears on screens around the world. It is the Marine headquarters Marineford. Countless Marines gather at the dock. Dozens of warships surround the entire island. The island is filled with heavy artillery. Standing at the front of the army are the 7 warlords of the sea. They are Kuma, Moria, Doflamingo, Mihawk, and the Empress Hancock. On the high platform sit the 3 Marine admirals, Akiji, Akainu, and Kizuru. Countless people watching this scene are shocked and involuntarily tense. All the Marines gather at the Marine headquarters. The giant Vice Admiral, 5 of the 7 warlords are here, and the 3 Marine admirals. What on earth happened? Such a luxurious lineup can't just be for a meeting, right? Sengoku looks at this scene seriously and asks Garp beside him, what is going on? The video has gathered almost all the Marine forces. What happened in the future? Could it be that someone is attacking Marineford? Garp's expression is also very grim. It seems that is indeed the case. Did you forget what the theme of this video is? Sengoku's expression changes. It's Whitebeard. Could it be that the Marine headquarters has summoned so many forces just to deal with the Whitebeard pirates? Why did Whitebeard suddenly go crazy? The scene shifts, and a man in sea stone handcuffs appears in front of the execution platform. When the Whitebeard pirate's emblem on his back appears, everyone is taken aback. Many people recognize the man in the video. It is none other than the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard pirates, Fire Fist Ace. Garp's face turns frighteningly dark. Ace is his grandson. No one knows about this. His fists are clenched tightly, and the feeling of unease becomes more apparent. Fire Fist Ace? It really is the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Fire Fist Ace. But why is he being publicly executed? Sengoku is very confused. It's just Fire Fist Ace. Does he deserve such a public execution? Could it be just to attract Whitebeard to the Marine headquarters? Kizaru casually says, "Oh my, what an exaggerated situation. It looks like the Marines are going to win this battle." Akiji also responds, "The fate of Fire Fist Ace and Whitebeard is already known." Sengoku recalls what Barrett said in the earlier video. It seems the Marines have won. At this moment, on the Moby Dick, Whitebeard's face is frighteningly dark, and the other captains also look grim. They have already figured out what is going on. It seems that the Marines are luring the Whitebeard pirates to the Marine headquarters under the pretense of executing Ace, planning to capture the entire Whitebeard pirates. The outcome of this war, whether good or bad, is not in favor of the Whitebeard pirates. They have already learned the news of Ace and Whitebeard's deaths from the earlier footage. Could it be that they died at the Marine headquarters? Luffy recognized the man in the picture at a glance. It was Ace. Ace, what is going on? Why is Ace being executed? Luffy really wants to go to the Navy headquarters to rescue Ace, but he is stopped by everyone. Sanji says, "What's inside is a future scene. The current Fire Fist, Ace should be just fine. Why are you in such a hurry? If you're worried, why not just ask him directly in the chat room?" Luffy felt relieved upon hearing this. Yes, he could ask him in the chat room. He was truly shocked by the scene of Ace being executed just now. Luffy is busy in the chat room with Ace. "Luffy, Ace, are you there? Are you okay?" Marco, Ace, come back. Don't chase after Teach anymore." Squard, Ace, come back. Don't chase after Teach anymore." Vista, Ace, come back. Don't chase after Teach anymore." Ace, sorry for worrying everyone. I will come back. Whitebeard, Ace, come back. On the way, Ace, while chasing Blackbeard, also saw the scene of his execution and remembered the previous video of his and Dad's deaths. Although he felt very unwilling for not catching Teach, he couldn't just watch Dad die trying to save him. Even though the Whitebeard pirates were not shown on screen right now, he knew Dad would definitely come save him. He couldn't let that scene happen in reality. "Ace, Dad, I'm sorry. It's all because of me." Whitebeard, what nonsense are you talking? You are my son. How could I watch my own son be executed? Kaido, Whitebeard, as expected of you. Daring to storm the Navy headquarters, truly admirable. Kaido couldn't help but mock a couple of times. After all, this guy still didn't manage to leave the Navy headquarters alive. Big Mom, Mama, the Navy's momentum, they're not gathering all the naval branches at Marineford. Look, 5 of the warlords of the sea have come. What a grand move. Sengoku was in the chat room with Crocodile and Jinbei. Sengoku, Crocodile, Jinbei, what's going on with you two? Not listening to orders at a critical time. Crocodile, Jinbei, Doflamingo, aha, as expected of you. Sand Crocodile, even at this time, daring not to listen, I give you a thumbs up. At this moment, Crocodile was also thinking about why he didn't go to Marineford. Could it be that he had already acquired the Underworld King? This thought made him very agreeable. Otherwise, he couldn't explain why he didn't go to Marineford. Sengoku was very dissatisfied with these two. He could understand Jinbei not listening to orders, but Crocodile not coming was simply unacceptable. Akainu said to Sengoku, "Warlords of the sea who do not listen to orders, there's no need for them to be warlords." Sengoku also agreed with Akainu's words. After all, they don't keep useless people. What use are they if they hold the title of warlords, but don't do anything? On screen, Sengoku appeared beside Ace. He held a small transponder snail towards the screen and announced something that shocked everyone. "I have something to convey to everyone in advance. The significant meaning of Port Gas D. Ace's death here today." Sengoku said, "Ace, state your father's name." Ace said, "My dad is Whitebeard." "No, there's nothing wrong. Only Whitebeard. No one else." Ace replied loudly. "At that time, we widened our eyes and desperately searched. On some island there might be the child of that man. With the little information and possibilities that CP had, we conducted thorough investigations on newborns and soon-to-be-born infants, as well as their mothers, but never found anything. No wonder. Your birth was bought with your mother's life. It can also be said that it was your mother's ulterior motive. She deceived our eyes, no, the eyes of the world. In the South Sea, there's an island called Bataraira. Your mother is named Port Gasti Rouge, and this woman's actions far exceeded our common sense. For the sake of her child, she actually let the child stay in her womb for 20 months, and then gave birth to you, while exhausted, dying on the spot. A child inheriting the world's most evil bloodline was born a year and 3 months after the father. That is you. You cannot possibly not know that your father is the pirate king Gold. Roger. As soon as these words were spoken, both inside and outside the video fell silent. Countless reporters watching the video were shocked beyond measure and quickly had the headquarters issue an announcement. People in front of the screen whispered, "Roger's child? Is this true? So, the Pirate King still has bloodline existing in the world. Hey, Fire Fist Ace is actually the son of Pirate King Roger. This is too unbelievable. That villain actually has a child. So that's why Admiral Sengoku would publicly execute him. This significance is indeed enormous." The Navy at the Navy headquarters discussed this matter. This news was too shocking. They truly didn't expect it to be like this. Sengoku angrily said to Garp, "You bastard, did you know about this long ago?" Garp couldn't bear to look, lowered his head. Ace was entrusted to him by Roger before his death. He raised Ace and Luffy together. He hoped that one day he could become a Navy, but in the end, both brothers became pirates. Faced with Sengoku's questioning, Garp did not answer. He silently watched the video, unable to accept Ace being executed. But as a Navy, he had to uphold the justice he bore. He could only stand by and watch his grandson be executed. Sengoku saw him like this, and it was almost taken as a tacit agreement, his anger burning. No wonder back then they couldn't find Roger as posthumous child. It turned out he was hidden by this good brother. Sengoku snorted coldly. There were people here now. He couldn't let this matter be known to outsiders. Otherwise, their Navy's face would be lost. On the Moby Dick, everyone was discussing this matter, completely not expecting Ace to actually be the son of Pirate King Roger. And did Dad know about this? Everyone secretly looked at Whitebeard. Seeing him calm, it seemed that Dad knew about this. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, then became excited. Roger. Unexpectedly, Ace is his child. On the Mary, Usopp's eyes were about to pop out. They had met with Dracula Mihawk in Lowtown before, and when he learned that Luffy was the son of the notorious Revolutionary Army leader, Usopp was dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, Luffy's brother is actually the son of Pirate King Roger. He even thought that Ace was also the son of Dracula Mihawk. Luffy knows about this matter. He seems to reminisce to his companions around him, recalling how Sabo told him when they were kids that he admired Ace's father very much. However, Ace hates his father, and whenever Roger the Pirate King's name is mentioned in front of Ace, he gets very unhappy and beats him up. So, they have never brought up Roger in front of Ace. Everyone silently watches the video, as the thing Ace most wanted to hide has been exposed. They wonder how he feels right now. At this moment, Ace glares angrily at the video, insisting he is not Roger's son. The father in his heart has always been Whitebeard alone. He does not acknowledge Roger as his father. In the video, Sengoku explains the significant meaning of Ace's death here. It turns out that Whitebeard's goal was to cultivate the son of his former rival into the new Pirate King. Whitebeard wants Ace to become the Pirate King. But this is just Sengoku's conspiracy, an excuse to go to war with the Whitebeard pirates, and a plot to kill Whitebeard. Just then, the Navy below suddenly reports that the gates of justice have opened without any orders. Sengoku is shocked. What is happening? The power room of the gates of justice is in Marineford. Who opened the gates of justice? The lookout Navy suddenly spots pirate ships appearing one after another in the distant sea. It is the large fleet of the Whitebeard pirates. The alarm instantly sounds throughout Marineford. The observing Marine quickly searches for Whitebeard's ship, the Moby Dick, but finds no trace of the ship, and even the division commanders are missing. At this moment, a huge shadow suddenly appears at the bottom of the harbor. A loud sound comes from the seabed, and the calm surface of the water instantly turns into raging waves. Sengoku is startled. It turns out Whitebeard's ship has been secretly submerged under the sea. This scene unfolds worldwide. They did not expect that Whitebeard really came to save Ace. And in such a dramatic way, when all the ships appear before the Navy, a figure of great authority appears before the world. It is none other than Whitebeard, known as the strongest man in the world. Whitebeard slams his hands against the air, and cracks instantly appear in the air, causing the nearby sea waves to surge violently. He has used his powers to trigger an underwater earthquake. Ace questions Whitebeard why he came to save him when he clearly decided to pursue Blackbeard against advice. Whitebeard replies, "I was the one who told you to go, right, Marco?" Marco responds, "That's right. I heard it too. I told you it would be hard, Ace. Anyone on this sea should know what happens to those who harm our comrades. We will never let go of anyone who hurt you, Ace. Just wait for us. We will rescue you soon. A towering tsunami rushes towards the Navy, blocking out the sun and covering the entire bay. Akiji, who is sitting on top, jumps down and uses his powers to freeze the descending tsunami. He charges directly at Whitebeard, but is knocked back to sea level by Whitebeard. Akiji uses his abilities to freeze the sea surface, trapping all the pirate ships and rendering them immobile. The Navy uses cannons to destroy the pirate ships, and a fierce battle is about to erupt. Mihawk, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, initiates the attack first, swinging his black blade at Whitebeard, but is blocked by Diamond Jozu. The two sides engage directly on the icy surface. Kizaru uses his ability, the Yada no Kagami, to attack Whitebeard, but is defended against by Marco, the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates. Marco faces off against Admiral Kizaru, and a fierce battle ensues. Everyone watching the video did not expect the battle to start so intensely. Whitebeard's Tremor Fruit power is indeed formidable, triggering such a massive tsunami. While the 3 admirals are no pushovers either, Akiji freezing the ocean in a scene that truly captivates the audience. Many cheer for the Navy. Whitebeard's move is indeed powerful, but the Navy is not weak either, with not only strong admirals, but also many vice admirals with strength comparable to them, as well as giant soldiers. Everyone feels their confidence boosted. In this battle, they will not lose. Diamond Jozu directly lifts a gigantic block of ice and throws it at the Navy, but Akainu uses the power of the magma fruit to smash it and evaporate it. The massive magma rushes towards the pirate crew. The giant oars, after being severely injured by the warlord Kuma, is then attacked by Doflamingo. He is pierced through the head by Moria's abilities, and his life is uncertain. The Whitebeard pirates advance over Oar's gigantic body, but are blocked by the Navy, leading to a fierce battle where countless people fall. Doflamingo watches all of this and laughs heartily as the 13th Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates, Atmos, confronts him. Atmos angrily says, "Doflamingo, you will pay for what you did to Oars." Ha ha ha. Atmos responds, "What's so funny about that?" Doflamingo stands up. "You ask me what's funny? I feel like I'm at the center of this era. Only this position is neutral." Atmos charges forward. "Don't say such nonsensical things." Doflamingo dodges Atmos' attack and uses his strings to control Atmos. Doflamingo manipulates Atmos to attack the approaching pirates. Atmos uncontrollably slashes his comrades. The pirates do not understand why their captain is killing them. Meanwhile, the people of Dressrosa are also watching the video when Atmos uncontrollably attacks his comrades. They remember that night 8 years ago, when their king also slaughtered civilians in this way. Doflamingo descended from the sky to save Dressrosa. The people cheered for this and abandoned the Riku royal family. Could it be that the Riku king was also controlled in this way? Did they wrongly accuse the Riku king? However, even if they learned that the Riku king was controlled by Doflamingo, they do not want to return to those poor times. Dressrosa has completely transformed into a land of love, passion, and toys since Doflamingo became king. The people here live in prosperity. They have long gotten used to this life. Even if it was indeed Doflamingo's doing, they do not want to go back to the past. After all, who wants to live a good life? The Riku king could not provide them with this kind of life, but Doflamingo can. They do not care who sits on the throne. Atmos is uncontrollably slaughtering his comrades. This scene also gives people some understanding of Doflamingo's abilities. As expected of a warlord of the sea, he is indeed formidable. Doflamingo laughs. Haha, pirates are evil. The Navy is justice. This concept has been rewritten countless times. The values of the little brats who do not know what peace is and those who do not know what wars are different. Only those at the top can define good and evil. Right now, only this position is neutral. Justice will prevail. That is for sure. Only the victor is justice. The battle between pirates and the Navy is truly brutal, with countless bodies appearing on the ice. This scene resembles a hell on earth. Everyone is shocked by this scene, not expecting it to be so brutal. The war between the Navy and Whitebeard is more exaggerated than they imagined. Countless people die tragically. Sengoku watches this scene. If sacrificing so many people can completely eliminate the Whitebeard pirates, then those sacrifices are necessary. The Navy is stunned as they watch the screen, with many seeing their own deaths in it. They nervously watch the screen. Chat room. Kaido. The Navy really has all its cards out. Their strength is impressive. Kaido stared intently at the screen, holding a bottle of alcohol, replying a few lines in the chat room while drinking. Akainu, damn pirates. Now you understand the power of the Navy, right? As long as you dare to show up in Marineford, the corpses of those pirates will be your fate. Big Mom, Mama, you Navy folks really rely on your numbers. Just look at your smug faces. It's truly a sight of small-minded people getting ahead. Although I don't like the Whitebeard pirates. Compared to you, Whitebeard seems quite amiable. Marco, shameless warlords daring to kill oars, unforgivable. Moria, we Whitebeard pirates will remember you. Squard, that giant admiral actually dared to sneak attack Pops. Too despicable. You Navy folks really will stoop to any shameful means. Haichui, Sengoku, there is no fairness in war. As long as you can win, any method is acceptable. Akainu, what fairness do pirates want? The ultimate fate of pirates is prison. You should have understood that the moment you became pirates. Whitebeard, so you never intended to have a fair fight from the beginning. Marco, these guys have some hidden agenda. Kaido, Ololo, what Doflamingo said is very true. Only the victors are just. Big Mom, Mama, that's right. I never expected that useless Doflamingo could say such philosophical words. Doflamingo was excitedly watching the video when he saw Big Mom pointing an arrow at him in the chat. Can he stand this? He really has to endure it. After all, he can't beat Big Mom. On the Mary, Luffy said irritably, "Damn it, where am I right now? Ace is about to be executed. What is he doing? Why hasn't he gone to save Ace?" At this moment, Ace in the video suddenly looked shocked at the sky, and everyone in front of the screen asked in confusion, "Is there something in the sky?" The video then shifted, and a warship fell from the sky, landing on the water surface where Jozu moved the ice away. A group of people also fell down. Sengoku focused his eyes and exclaimed, "Good guy. The 7 warlords have gathered." The 2 absent warlords directly fell from the sky, appearing before everyone in this way. It didn't seem like they were on the Navy's side. Not only the warlords, but also prisoners in prison uniforms. Could they have come out of Impel Down? Sengoku thought in horror. That big face is Ivankov. And there's the Straw Hat Kid Luffy and that clown Buggy who appeared in the previous video. Crocodile with a golden hook and Jinbe the Fishman. What is going on with this group? People who seem to have nothing in common gathered together and fell from the sky. Dragon instantly saw Ivankov. This guy should be in Impel Down. How did he end up with Luffy and the others? It looks like they escaped together. But if Ivankov knew that Luffy is his son, he should help Luffy, Dragon thought. Garp watched the video in a panic. "Good guy," he exclaimed. "Both of his grandsons are here. His heart really can't take the stress." Crocodile almost spat out a mouthful of blood when he saw himself in the video. What is he doing here? Before he could curse, he saw himself in the video charging at Whitebeard, and Crocodile finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems he is not here to help Whitebeard. However, Crocodile's gaze was locked on Luffy. This brat actually kicked him away. The Luffy in the video is not the same as the 1.5 billion bounty Yonko before, yet he could kick him away. It seems he has been too lax these years. In the video, Crocodile said, "When we arrive here, our agreement is fulfilled. Why do you want to protect Whitebeard?" Luffy said, "So this old man is Whitebeard? Then we can't make a move against him. Ace really likes this old man." Whitebeard stared at Luffy's straw hat and said, "Kid, this straw hat looks a lot like the one Shanks used to wear." Luffy exclaimed in surprise, "Uncle, do you know Shanks? This is kept by Shanks." Whitebeard said, "Are you here to save your brother?" "That's right. Do you know who the enemy is?" "Someone like you could get killed." Luffy angrily replied, "Shut up. This is not for you to decide. I know that you want to be the Pirate King, right? The one who will become the Pirate King is me." This statement shocked everyone. Did he even realize who he was talking to? That was Whitebeard. He actually dared to say he wanted to become the Pirate King in front of Whitebeard. On the merry-go, everyone looked at Luffy. As expected of Luffy, he dared to say he wanted to become the Pirate King in front of Whitebeard. But this is Luffy after all, without a bit of courage. How could he often claim he wanted to become the Pirate King? Whitebeard looked at Ace's brother in the video and found the little brat quite interesting. He actually dared to say he wanted to become the Pirate King in front of him. But what exactly were they preparing for? And that straw hat? Whitebeard stared blankly at the video. Whitebeard laughed and said, "What a cocky kid. If you dare to hold me back, I won't let you off, snot-nosed brat." Luffy clenched his fist. "I will do it my way. I will save Ace." With the arrival of Luffy and the others, the pirates' morale surged. Kizaru blocked Luffy's path, lifting his foot to prepare a light kick to take Luffy down, but was stopped by Ivankov's death glare. At this moment, the warlord Bartholomew Kuma fired a laser at Ivankov. Dragon watched the strange behavior of Kuma in the video and recalled what Kuma had said about the Navy's experiments not long ago. It seemed that the Kuma in the video had already been modified. He immediately ordered Kuma to return and terminate the undercover operation. Ace looked at Luffy, who was risking everything to save him, covered in injuries. Ace shouted at Luffy, "Don't come over, Luffy. You should understand. We are all pirates. We should sail freely on the sea. I have my adventures. I have my companions. You have no reason to interfere in my matters. A coward like you coming to rescue me. Do you think I would allow that? There is nothing more humiliating than this. Hurry back. Luffy, why did you come here?" Luffy replied, "I'm your brother." This statement left everyone in front of the screen stunned. What does this mean? Does the Pirate King have another son? Didn't he only have one posthumous child? In the video, Sengoku saw that Luffy was disrupting the battle and directly said, "That man in the future is also a harmful factor. He grew up with Ace as sworn brothers. His bloodline is that of the Revolutionary Dragon's biological son." The reporters were shocked as they watched this scene. Another big news story. Revolutionary Dragon actually has a son, and it's Straw Hat Luffy, the guy who will eventually be rewarded $5 billion for defeating Barrett. The Straw Hat Kid is the son of the world's most notorious revolutionary dragon? No way. This world is too crazy. Roger's son is Fire Fist Ace. Dragon's son is Straw Hat Luffy. Both are notorious pirates. Especialista Hat Luffy. This guy will have a bounty of $5 billion in the future. My heart is strong enough. Whatever happens next, I won't be shocked anymore. After all, nothing could be more shocking than this. Everyone watched as Luffy made his way to the execution platform, and every time he faced danger, someone would come and help him. Everyone was amazed at Luffy's luck. It was incredible. Even the world's #1 swordsman couldn't do anything about him. Just then, Sengoku in the video was about to execute that plan. Everyone widened their eyes, wondering what this so-called plan was. The scene shifted, and in the video, a sword wound appeared on Whitebeard's body. No way, Whitebeard was actually stabbed. Hey, what happened? What's going on? Everyone looked at this scene in confusion. Just a moment ago, Whitebeard was fine, and suddenly he was stabbed? Is this Sengoku's plan? The screen suddenly went dark. What was happening? Why didn't it continue? They didn't know how Whitebeard got stabbed. Question: who stabbed Whitebeard? Correct answer: 1 resurrection card as a reward. Can resurrect someone who died within 3 days. Incorrect answer: punishment. Erasure. Time limit 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, this question will be invalid. Everyone on the Moby Dick was shocked by Whitebeard's injury. They never thought someone could harm their father. After the initial shock, Marco began to think about who could have harmed their father. This question had both an astonishing reward and punishment. 1 resurrection, 1 death. Sengoku was also pondering who could stab Whitebeard. Even though Whitebeard was old and weak, he was not someone an ordinary person could approach. The person who could get close to him must be someone from his side. Marco also realized this and raised the question. No one was willing to believe it. After the traitor Blackbeard, another traitor emerged among them. Someone immediately shouted in anger. Who is it? Who harmed our father? Unforgivable. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard's face darkened. He had thought of this too. Being a father had been a failure for him. One after another, people were betraying him. He couldn't help but start reflecting. Was he really a qualified father? Otherwise, why would people continue to betray him? Marco said to Whitebeard, "All our captains went to the battlefield just now, and father's wound is a sword wound. Not many among us use swords. Only a few can match the sword wound on father's body, excluding those on the battlefield. Then only those in the rear are left. And in the rear, the only person who could appear right in front of father and catch him off guard is Schoolyard." Marco expressed his thoughts. Whitebeard's expression was not good. He waved his hand and said, "We are not sure about this question, and the punishment is death. The previous resurrection card has already been used. If we answer incorrectly, we really cannot resurrect. We cannot determine the correct answer. There's no need to take the risk. I believe Schoolyard would not do such a thing." After hearing this, Marco ceased his argument. He also didn't believe it would be one of their own, but the conclusion was just like that. At this moment, the chatroom was about to explode. Kaido switched to mocking mode in the chatroom, attacking anyone he saw. Kaido, haha, Whitebeard has so many sons, yet he was stabbed by his own son. This is too funny. Kaido, so many people were played around by Sengoku with just one plan. Whitebeard was severely injured. Whitebeard might as well just quit the 4 emperors. The new world could just call it the 3 emperors from now on. Kaido, if you really die, I will definitely take your place. They had just speculated in the chat room that it was someone close to Whitebeard who did it. After all, if it were someone else, Whitebeard would definitely be on guard. But the wound on Whitebeard was clearly a frontal stab. Who could stab Whitebeard from the front but their own people? Big, Mama Mama. Only blood relatives 1T betray. Whitebeard trusted his sons too much. which is why it has come to this. Big OM replied in the chat room while eating cake, saying that even blood relatives are unreliable, let alone just adopted sons. Doflamingo, does anyone know the answer to this question? Whitebeard pirates, huh? After all, it was done by someone close to you. The Whitebeard pirates ignored Doflamingo's mockery. Besides, they were right. The answer to this question should be someone close to them, but they weren't sure who it was. After all, they couldn't bring themselves to suspect their comrades. 3 minutes passed quickly, and no one answered the question. 3 minutes were up, and no one answered. This question is over. You guys are really timid, not daring to answer such an obvious question. What a pity for my resurrection card. You don't want the gift I offered you. What Marco said was very correct. As soon as the system said this, everyone was stunned. Is this the system? Why is it different from before? Marco wondered. Why does the system know what I just said? The system said in the chat room. Just now someone asked me why I know what you all said? Hee hee. I know everyone's words, including the times you secretly cursed me. As soon as this was said, everyone in the chat room fell silent. They had often secretly cursed the system behind its back. It turned out this guy actually had awareness. Previously, when they saw the system speaking so formally, they thought it was just a tool for asking questions and playing videos, but they didn't expect the system to be so human-like. Alright, they were just short-sighted. Crocodile, system, can you give out more rewards? We didn't get any rewards. Only those 5 people got them. With so many of us, shouldn't there be more questions? Moria, that's right. The system, that was a welfare question. Who told you not to catch anyone? In the upcoming questions, this system may directly select the questioner to answer. If wrong, there will be penalties. As for rewards, depends on my mood. Doflamingo, what kind of system is this? So ungrateful. If you don't want to give rewards, just say it. The system, do you have the qualifications to say that to me? Be careful of the next video. I will expose your secrets. I'll turn your underwear inside out. Doflamingo, you are the system. You have the final say. Kaido, I just want to know, did Whitebeard die in this war or not? System, spoilers are prohibited. It will affect the viewership. If you want to know the results, go watch the video. All the answers to the questions are in the video. Akiji, definitely dead. After all, the previous video already said so. If so many people couldn't kill them, there's no hope for the others. Sengoku, I support Akiji's view. He is definitely dead here. Whitebeard, in reality, I'm still alive. Don't celebrate too early. Vista, we won't let the same thing happen again. Buggy, system. Do you know where all the treasures in the world are? Buggy is not interested in what happens next. His goal is treasure. System, I know. I'll secretly tell you a place filled with gold. As for whether you can take it, that's up to your own ability. Buggy, really? I love you, system. Buggy is so excited he starts spinning in place. This system is so easy to talk to. System, I'll message you privately. Don't tell anyone else. Buggy, long live the system. The system is amazing. Buggy looks forward to the system's private message, but ends up disappointed. Is that it? The system is so unreliable. If he could go to that place, he would have gone already. He came here as an intern in the Roger Pirates and was envious. Captain Roger told him to come back for it later. Buggy bites his clothes, tears streaming down his face. If he had the ability, he would have gone long ago. Why wait until now? Everyone interested in treasure perks up their ears, but the system doesn't speak in the chat room. And that private message function is probably only for the system. Everyone is speechless, but some decide to find Buggy, since the system told him. He must know. The video continues, and a person suddenly appears next to Whitebeard, and it's none other than Squard from the Whitebeard Pirates. The crew on a Moby Dick immediately surrounds Squard, questioning why he betrayed Dad. Squard says he doesn't even know why. He was shocked to see it was himself. After all, he respects Dad so much that he could never do such a thing. Whitebeard tells everyone not to act rashly. He doesn't believe Squard would do such a thing. Even if the video shows it, Whitebeard believes there must be a reason for it. This is based on trust in his son. Suddenly, in the video, Squard stabs Whitebeard with a sword, catching Whitebeard completely off guard, and the sword pierces through his body. He stumbles, looking at Squard in disbelief. This scene makes everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates furious. He really stabbed Dad. Crocodile immediately starts cursing in anger. Marco sees Whitebeard being stabbed and directly pins Squard down. He looks at Whitebeard's wound, and people learn from Marco's description about Whitebeard's condition. The deteriorating illness has left Whitebeard in a much worse state than before. Even when Whitebeard notices Squard's movement, he cannot defend himself. Squard explains his reasons to Whitebeard. It turns out Akainu told him that Whitebeard made a deal with the Navy in secret to exchange for Fire Fist Ace's life. And since Ace is the son of Roger, Squard had once been defeated by Roger. He hates Roger deeply, so he believes Akainu's words completely. In the end, Whitebeard forgives Squard with a hug. Squard realizes that everything was the Navy's conspiracy and feels immense pain for hurting Dad. Sengoku initiates the encirclement operation plan, preparing to execute Ace early, raising the barrier to trap all the pirates in the bay, ready to shatter their foothold completely. Chat room, Whitebeard. I didn't expect your so-called plan to be sowing discord. How insidious. Sengoku. Marco. The Navy with such tactics is even worse than pirates. Truly disgraceful. Sengoku. All's fair in war. That so-called son of yours being deceived by such a scheme only shows he doesn't trust you enough, old man. Akainu. Any means in war are acceptable. The process doesn't matter. Only the result matters. Akainu. Don't say you're still pirates. As long as it succeeds. All methods are just. Crocodile bastard. To be so easily stabbed by a pirate under my command. I can't believe I lost to such a cowardly man. Doflamingo. If we're talking about reasons, it ultimately comes down to Whitebeard being old. He couldn't even dodge such a simple assassination. TSK. I think the Whitebeard in the video has reached his limit. Moria, what a pity. I wonder if I got Oz? Kaido. Oh, In the end, Whitebeard is just not strong enough, getting stabbed so easily. No need to watch the result of this war. The Navy will definitely win. The Whitebeard pirates will suffer a crushing defeat. Big Mom, Mama, my big Amoan pirates are truly the most united. Such a thing would absolutely not happen in our crew. Look at you all. TSK. I'm embarrassed to say. Shanks, I wonder if anyone else will come and pick up the scraps. I have a feeling someone will. Blackbeard, ha. Red-haired, are you talking about me? Marco, Teach, you bastard dare show your face? Killing your own crew for a devil fruit is unforgivable. Blackbeard, ha. You have no idea how important that fruit is to me. Don't say it was Sachi. Even if it were old man Whitebeard, if he got in my way, I would kill him too. Whitebeard, Teach, no, Blackbeard. Since you've chosen this path, you will be our enemy from now on. Next time we meet, I won't hold back just because you were once my son. Blackbeard, ha. I won't lose, old man. Ace, Blackbeard, you bastard. One day I will kill you. Blackbeard, Captain Ace. If you keep coming after me, it won't be clear who will die first. Maybe in the video, it will be my achievement that you get caught by the Navy. Ha. Ace, you bastard. I will never let you go. The video shows that all the barriers except where Oz is located have been raised. The pirates are trapped inside. Akainu uses Meteor Volcano to melt all the pirate ships and the ice in the bay, sending all the pirates into the sea. Sengoku takes advantage of the chaos to order Ace's execution. Just then, Crocodile suddenly appears to stop the execution. The Navy starts bombarding the pirates in the harbor. At this moment, a pirate crew suddenly emerges from the sea, and the pirates scramble to board the ship. Oz picks up the pirate ship and charges into the square. Whitebeard uses his powers to knock the Navy soldiers flying. At this point, Luffy is already exhausted and has been knocked down by 2 Navy vice admirals. Just as Luffy tries to struggle to get up, a flash of light sends Luffy flying. Kizaru appears in front of Luffy, lifting his foot to prepare for a light kick. In the next moment, Luffy is kicked directly to Whitebeard's side. Everyone watching this scene is confused. What the hell? Why doesn't Admiral Kizaru just deal with Luffy directly? Could it be that Luffy has already been seriously injured by Kizaru? In the next moment, Luffy, who was in Whitebeard's hands, was struggling energetically, trying to rush towards the execution platform. Sengoku tilted his head to look at Kizaru. This guy was still the same as ever. He probably knew that Luffy was Garp's grandson and was afraid of getting into trouble. He had already said that Straw Hat Luffy was a threat. Yet Kizaru still dared to let him off so easily. Sengoku put his hand on his forehead. This guy really wanted to avoid any trouble. Akainu glared angrily at Kizaru. You acting monkey. Kizaru looked at the video, ignoring the gazes around him. He still wore that indifferent expression. Ace watched as everyone in the video fell one by one to save him. Tears unconsciously streamed down his face. It was all because of him that everyone would die one after another. He couldn't let this happen. He had to hurry back to their side. Luffy requested Ivankov to use the hormone of excitement on him. Ivankov agreed to Luffy's request. At that moment, Whitebeard's old illness relapsed during the battle with Akainu, and he started coughing up blood. Marco and Jozu, worried about their father's injuries, got distracted and were directly defeated by the 2 admirals. Akainu used his powers to strike directly. Whitebeard couldn't defend in time. The scorching magma surged towards Whitebeard's chest. As the smoke cleared, a large hole appeared in Whitebeard's chest. Blood was flowing profusely. On the Moby Dick, everyone was stunned watching this scene. Their father's body had truly reached its limit. If there were no items like life potions in the upcoming rewards, then in the event of a war, their father might really die at the hands of others. Just like in the video, Kaido on Onigashima laughed heartily. He didn't expect Whitebeard to be so weak. If the war from the video happened in reality, he would definitely seize Whitebeard's territory. Kaido looked at the heavy injury he dealt to Whitebeard and couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. Truly worthy of him. In the end, Whitebeard still died at his hands. Recently, Sengoku wanted to step down from the position of Fleet Admiral. He had a vague feeling that Sengoku wouldn't choose him, which made Akainu very angry. He was loyal to the Navy, yet in the end, the position of Fleet Admiral wasn't his. How could he not be furious? Although in the previous video he obtained the position of Fleet Admiral, Sengoku didn't seem to intend to recommend him for the next Fleet Admiral. Akainu understood that he was not Sengoku's choice. In the previous video, although he didn't know how he obtained the position of Fleet Admiral, everything was still uncertain now. Many things would change with the exposure of the video, and he couldn't guarantee that he would still get the position of Fleet Admiral. Sengoku looked at Whitebeard on the screen. This guy was indeed old and frail, suffering from many ailments. A dignified Yonko couldn't even dodge Akainu's punch, which was simply unacceptable. In the video, Sengoku ordered the immediate execution of Ace. In a moment of desperation, Luffy actually unleashed his Conqueror's Haki. Hey. Sengoku looked at Luffy in shock. He didn't expect him to awaken his Conqueror's Haki in such a situation. This boy was indeed not to be underestimated. Sengoku thought to himself. He instructed the Navy branches to pay attention to the movements of Straw Hat Luffy. Once they discovered Straw Hat, they were to immediately report to the Navy headquarters, which would send admirals and vice admirals to capture Straw Hat Luffy, ensuring he wouldn't grow stronger. However, he was unsure how many uses the Gear 4th experience card he obtained had. That Gear 4th was indeed powerful. Even Barrett wasn't his opponent. At this time, Luffy's bounty had already been raised to 500 million after the previous video ended. Although it wasn't the previous one, 5 billion. It still showed Sengoku's emphasis on him. After all, having a bounty of 500 million at the age of 17 was unprecedented. Luffy charged forward, and Whitebeard recognized Luffy's potential, betting everything on him. He ordered everyone to fully protect Luffy's safety. Kizaru raised his hand and said that dealing with Luffy was just talking without action. Everyone watching this scene was left speechless. They all looked at Kizaru in disbelief. You Kizaru, you acting monkey. Your Pika Pika Nomi must be the fastest fruit in the world. Don't just talk without taking action. Mihawk blocked Luffy's path. A slash came at Luffy, but was blocked by Mr. One. Mihawk went over Mr. One and continued to chase Luffy, but was stopped by Crocodile. Crocodile looked at this scene in confusion. He had no good feelings towards this Straw Hat Luffy. He was very displeased when Nico Robin became a member of the Straw Hat Pirates in the previous video. Unexpectedly, in this video, he would actually help this Straw Hat Luffy. Sengoku was also speechless. What was going on with this Straw Hat Luffy? The fishman Jinbei saved him repeatedly, and Crocodile also helped Luffy time and again. Not to mention the Empress, who couldn't distinguish between friend and foe since the beginning of the video, and those revolutionaries, as well as the Whitebeard pirates. Almost everyone became his ally. It seemed like he had some kind of magic that gathered everyone together. Lightning used his ability to help Luffy cut out a ladder. Luffy rushed up the ladder towards the execution platform. At that moment, Garp stood in front of Luffy. Garp was feeling very conflicted. He wanted Luffy to rescue Ace, but he also didn't want to betray his justice. Ultimately, he made a choice. He stood in front of Luffy. The audience in front of the screen was shocked as they listened to the conversation between the two, staring at Garp and Luffy. Are these two grandfather and grandson? What the heck? The previous video only mentioned that Luffy was Dragon's son. How did it come out that Luffy is Garp's grandson? Doesn't that mean Dragon is Garp's son? The world's most notorious revolutionary, Dragon, is actually the son of the Navy hero, Garp. Then why is the Navy capturing revolutionaries? Isn't that just fighting among their own? Wow. Everyone exclaimed in amazement. Only you Navy can perform like this. This family of 3 generations is incredible. Grandfather, the Navy hero. Son, the revolutionary leader. Grandson, the future 5th Emperor of the Sea. What a diverse profession you have. You cover all 3 major powers, and they're all top tier. Just then, Luffy punched Garp away, and everyone watching the scene was truly speechless. This is really letting loose. But everyone could understand. After all, he has his own grandson. It's understandable not to want to hurt him. After going through countless hardships, Luffy finally arrived at the execution platform. He took out the key and was about to unlock it, but unexpectedly, it was destroyed by Kizaru's laser beam. The Navy in the square immediately looked towards Kizaru. Your laser can hit the key from so far away, but it can't hit Luffy. If there's no dark scheme behind this, Kizaru himself probably wouldn't believe it. Sengoku transformed into a giant Buddha and directly struck the execution platform. Luffy used his big belly to block Sengoku's attack. The execution platform instantly collapsed, and the three fell down. Mr. 3 conjured a key in the air to unlock Ace's handcuffs. Just then, amidst a cloud of smoke, a fiery passage appeared. And Ace successfully escaped with Luffy from the bombardment. Ace was successfully rescued. On the Moby Dick, everyone cheered. It was amazing. Ace's brother. He really managed to save him. Ace's brother is so cool. Crocodile looked at Mr. 3 on the screen, not expecting this guy to become the key to saving Ace. As expected, a useless person still serves a useless purpose. Crocodile thought. Luffy excitedly shouted on the Mary, Ace. I saved Ace. The people on the Mary were also very excited. Luffy really succeeded in saving his brother. Truly, he is Luffy. Ace and Luffy escaped together, and the two were unstoppable. Even when they encountered Admiral Akiji, they did not lose their edge at all. Squardo arrived on a ship to assist Whitebeard and the others in their retreat. He felt very guilty for having previously stabbed Whitebeard and decided to stay behind to cover Ace and the others' escape. At that moment, Whitebeard stood in front of the ship, stopping it. He said to Squardo, "You don't know how unfilial it is for a white-haired man to send a black-haired man away. Don't get too carried away. That blow of yours couldn't take my life. Everyone has their time to die." When everyone heard this, they understood that Whitebeard intended to stay behind to help them deal with the Navy and let them retreat. Sure enough, Whitebeard's next words confirmed their thoughts. "Since our objective has been achieved, there is nothing for us here. Listen up, Whitebeard pirates. I'm giving the last captain's order now. We will part ways here. Everyone must live on, safely return to the new world. I am a remnant of the old era. There is no ship in the new era that can carry me. Set sail, my boys." Whitebeard used his powers to directly collapse the Navy's building, buying time for the Whitebeard pirates to escape. Whitebeard fixed his piercing gaze on the pirate flag. There appeared Whitebeard, Roger, Rayleigh, Shiki, Sengoku, Garp, Shanks, and Buggy. They were symbols of an era. Without worrying about Ace, Whitebeard began to use all his strength, preparing to sink Marineford into the sea. He single-handedly blocked the Navy's pursuit. Ace understood Whitebeard's intentions. He didn't want to let his father's efforts go to waste. After bidding farewell to Whitebeard, he left with Luffy. At that moment, Akainu used provocation, saying that as soon as Fire Fist Ace was rescued, he immediately retreated, calling the Whitebeard pirates a bunch of cowards. One of the Whitebeard pirates said, "Don't fall for his obvious provocation. If we stop now, it will play right into his hands." Akainu continued, "But the captain is like that. There's nothing we can do about it. Whitebeard is just a loser of the old era." Upon hearing this, Ace stopped in his tracks. To say Whitebeard was a loser of the old era made Ace furious. Ace, who respected Whitebeard so much, would not allow anyone to slander his father. He stopped his departure and angrily shouted at Akainu, "Take back what you just said." One of the Whitebeard pirates shouted, "Stop, Ace. Don't stop. Let him say whatever he wants." Ace shook off the person trying to stop him. Furious, "That guy's insulting my father." Akainu continued to provoke Ace. "Take it back? I will never take it back. I am right. Your father, Gold, Roger, conquered the Grand Line and used his life to open the door to the new era known as the Pirate Era. Although it may be inappropriate for me as a Navy, he certainly deserves the title of Pirate King." He continued, "Compared to him, what about Whitebeard? Did he ever have the courage to fight Roger to the death, hiding in a safe place, being a mountain king with a large group of followers? Isn't that enough for him? Although there are many fools in the world who protect the peace of many islands under Whitebeard's name. To me, it's just capturing some insignificant pirates. What a ridiculous act of heroism. When Roger was alive, he bowed down to him. After his death, he still couldn't become a true king. In other words, he will never be able to surpass Roger. He is a forever loser. That is Whitebeard. What did I say wrong? Thinking carefully, he is indeed a pathetic man, admired by a group of lackeys, calling him father, engaging in such childish antics on the ship. Ace's face darkened as he walked toward the Kainu, saying, "Shut up." Seeing that his provocation worked, Akainu continued, for decades, ruling the seas without being able to call himself king. Achieving nothing, dying after being stabbed by a foolish son deceived by flowery words, yet dying to protect them. What a hollow life. Ace shouted, "Shut up." The Whitebeard pirates urged Ace to come back quickly. Father gave us the motivation to live. How could you understand the greatness of Father? Akainu said, "A person who does not walk the right path will have no value in living. You bunch of lackey pirates have no need to live." "Shut up." Ace yelled at Akainu. Akainu retorted, "Dying as a loser suits him. A garbage manager." Akainu's words made the Whitebeard pirates watching the screen extremely angry. They continuously cursed Akainu. How could they accept that their highly respected father was so belittled by Akainu? They wished they could jump into the screen and tear Akainu apart. Ace told Akainu to shut up. Ace, who valued Whitebeard's reputation more than his own life, would absolutely not allow anyone to slander Whitebeard. He angrily said to Akainu, "Whitebeard is the great pirate who created this era. You are not allowed to insult my savior. This era is called Whitebeard." Ace, furious, used his flame powers to directly attack Akainu, but he was burned by the higher-level magma. At this moment, Luffy wanted to help Ace, but he was exhausted and stumbled to the ground. And Ace's life card fell out. Luffy went to pick up the life card that had fallen on the ground, but he didn't notice that Akainu was already attacking him. Akainu would not allow Ace and Luffy, who inherited Roger and Dragon's bloodline, to live in this world. Other pirates could leave, but not the two of them. Akainu directly used his powers to strike at Luffy. Just then, a figure stood in front of Luffy, accompanied by the scattering of beads. Ace's life card also burned to the end. Ace's body was pierced directly by Akainu's fist. Outside the video, Luffy shouted. He couldn't believe it all. Ace was pierced by Akainu's fist while trying to save him. Luffy angrily glared at Akainu in the video. The crew aboard the Mary couldn't believe it. They never expected that poor Ghast Ace would really die in this war. Garp stared blankly at the video, unable to believe that Ace truly died in the Marineford War. Sengoku was watching Garp's every move, fearing that Garp would lose control and kill Akainu. After all, Akainu's actions were all for the Navy. If there was blame, it could only be directed at Garp for not guiding them properly. Fortunately, Garp did not attack Akainu, which relieved Sengoku. It seemed he still had some rationality. The crew aboard the Moby Dick looked at the video in disbelief. Dad was left to cover for them. Yet Ace died at Akainu's hands. Although all of this hadn't happened yet, if they hadn't seen this video, with still unfold as shown, Dad and Ace would all perish in the Marineford War. Everyone stared angrily at Akainu. It's all this guy's fault. Many people rushed to the chat room to curse. "Squad, Akainu, you bastard. How dare you hurt Ace?" "Izo, what do you mean Akainu? Just call him Red Dog. Is this how a human should act?" "Killer, Red Dog must die. Jozu, Red Dog must die. Ors, Red Dog must die. That mule, Red Dog must die. Kaido, oh no. It looks like the Whitebeard pirates are going to fall in Marineford. What a misfortune. Big Mom, Mama, why do I feel like you're so gloating in your tone?" "Kaido, really? You old hag, alright. I'm gloating. Haha, it's just too interesting." Next, we can see Whitebeard's death, even if it's just in the video. "Kaido, but what does that fire fist Ace mean? Does he think that in this era named after Whitebeard, he can ignore me, Kaido of the Beasts? Good kid, I remember you. Doflamingo. Haha, let me laugh a few times, this is just too funny. That fire fist Ace was provoked by such a small trick. I have to say, there's a reason for the failure of the Whitebeard pirates. Jack, the Whitebeard pirates are still too weak. Why run? Go fight. If I meet Akainu at sea, I'll just ram the ship into him. Kid, I never expected to witness the fall of a king. It really gets the blood boiling. Hawkins, I wonder if there will be new Yonko appearing next. Maybe the new world will become a three-way stalemate. Drake, is the person upstairs stupid? That Straw Hat Luffy was called the 5th Emperor in the last video, which means another new Yonko is appearing. Urich, that's right. But who will it be? This new Yonko? The conversation in the chat group awakened everyone. Yes, Straw Hat Luffy was introduced in the previous video as the 5th Emperor of the New World, which means there are still 4 Emperors. But who is that one person? Who qualifies to become the new Yonko after Whitebeard? A kind of what Yonko? Aren't they just a bunch of pirates? Do they really think they're invincible just because they are called Yonko? Akainu, no matter who it is. As long as they dare to appear in front of me, I won't let them go. Sengoku, new Yonko? We won't stand by and watch. I want to see who can qualify to become the new Yonko after Whitebeard. Sora, this is truly One wave hasn't settled down before another rises. Pirates are never-ending. Dragon, why are there so many pirates in this world? Have you ever thought about this question? It's all the fault of the world government. Sabo, how many civilians from various countries have chosen to leave their countries and become pirates because they can't afford the heavenly gold? To fundamentally solve the pirate problem, we must overthrow the world government. Upon hearing Sabo's words, Sengoku fell silent. Sabo was not wrong. The country Whitebeard came from in the video chose to go to sea and become pirates because they couldn't afford the heavenly gold. This is only what they saw. What about those who didn't see it? Perhaps some people do go to sea for treasure, ambition, or dreams, but most are forced into it. Hopefully, someone can solve this problem in the future, Sengoku thought. At this moment, Luffy was shocked by Ace's injury. Akainu was about to strike Luffy. Just then, Jinbe blocked Akainu's punch. Garp angrily walked toward Akainu. His extreme anger made him lose his rationality, and Sengoku stepped forward to hold Garp back, asking, "What do you want to do? Are you crazy? Garp, just stop me like this, Sengoku. Otherwise, I won't be able to restrain myself from killing Sakazuki." Luffy held Ace, desperately calling for the people around him to help Ace heal. Ace said his final goodbye to Luffy. Ace reflected on his life. Was my birth really a good thing? No one wanted me to exist. In his childhood, Ace once asked what would happen if Roger's child existed in this world. The people at that time replied, of course, they would be executed. Others echoed how to deal with Roger's child, and various execution methods made them burst into laughter. While drinking, they slandered Roger. An enraged Ace beat them up. Their words made young Ace believe that no one wanted him to exist in this world. If it weren't for Sabo and you, my troublesome brother, I wouldn't have even thought about living. By the way, if you ever meet Dayton again, please say hello for me. For some reason, even that guy feels nostalgic at the moment of death. Luffy cried to Ace, I told you you can't die. There's still one thing I can't let go of, and that's not being able to see you realize your dream. But you can definitely do it. You're my brother, just like the vow we made that day. My life has no regrets. While one is not fame, was my birth really a good thing? I just want to know the answer to that. Ace recalled everything that Dad and Luffy had done to save him, and said his final words to the Whitebeard pirates and Luffy. Dad, everyone, and Luffy. Thank you so much for being so kind to someone as hopeless as me. To someone who inherited the devil's bloodline. I'm truly grateful. After saying this, Ace smiled and fell to the ground. In his mind, he recalled his conversation with Garp. Was my birth really a good thing? The people in front of the screen silently watched everything unfold. They were not happy that the Navy killed Ace. Ace's last words, was my birth really a good thing? Silenced everyone watching on the screen. No one can choose their own birth. Some are born into nobility and wealth, while others lose all their family at birth and struggle to survive every day, just to live. Is that something they can choose? Fire Fist, Ace could not choose his own birth. He hated his father, but longed for a family. Everyone understood Ace's feelings. He didn't want to become the Pirate King. What he wanted more was a family. Many even looked at Akainu in the video and couldn't agree with his actions. But war is war, from the Navy's perspective. Akainu's actions were not wrong. It's only natural for the Navy to kill pirates. However, Akainu's absolute justice is indeed off-putting, especially when hundreds or thousands of Navy personnel can die just to kill one pirate. The Whitebeard pirates watched this scene in silence. Luffy stared blankly at the scene, relieved that all of this hadn't happened. There was still time to change everything, and now he had gained powerful abilities, so he would never let this happen again. Ace, Dayton cried out to Ace in the video. It's so great that you could come into this world. Ace's death caused the Luffy in the video to break down. Akainu wanted to continue killing Luffy, but was stopped by Marco. Jinbe took the devastated Luffy and fled. Akainu charged past Marco to continue the pursuit, only to be knocked down by a furious Whitebeard with a single punch. Just as Whitebeard was about to kill Akainu, Akainu used his Dog of Darkness to pierce Whitebeard's chest. Whitebeard fell to his knees. In his rage over Ace's death, Whitebeard threw Akainu into the air and unleashed all his power, severely injuring Akainu. The entire Marineford was destroyed. The Navy headquarters completely collapsed. His strength split the square in two, buying a glimmer of hope for the Whitebeard pirates' escape. Whitebeard blocked the Navy's path, preventing them from reaching the other side. At that moment, a group of people appeared at the Navy headquarters fortress. It was the Blackbeard pirates, a massive warship, the San Juan Wolf, the tyrant, Bartolomeo Pizarro, the drunkard, Shiryu of the Rain, the Crescent Moon Hunter, Katarina Devon, the former warden of Impel Down, Shiryu of the Rain. Long time no see. It's great to see you before you die, old man. Whitebeard's expression darkened. Teach. Sengoku, in front of the screen, focused, realizing they were all prisoners from the 6th level of Impel Down. His previous hunch had come true. Something had indeed happened at Impel Down. The previous characters were all small fry except for Ivankov, but now they were all the big pirates imprisoned on the 6th level. That Barrett wouldn't have escaped at this time, would he? On the Moby Dick, Whitebeard looked grimly at the Blackbeard on the screen. He never expected that the teach who had killed his comrades and fled would appear in the Marineford War, especially under these circumstances. Whitebeard didn't think this guy's appearance would bring anything good. What was he planning? In the chat room, Whitebeard directly confronted Blackbeard. Whitebeard, Blackbeard, what are you doing in Marineford? What is your scheme? Blackbeard, old man, don't say that. I was once a member of the Whitebeard pirates. Even after leaving, I will miss everyone. Maybe I came to the Marineford War just to see everyone one last time. Hee. Don Quixote Doflamingo. There's definitely nothing good about it. This guy is surrounded by vicious big pirates. It seems Blackbeard has released all the pirates from the 6th level of Impel Down. That Barrett might have escaped at this time too. Kaido, good guy. I'm calling it. Only you can play like this, Blackbeard. Stealing the Navy's home directly. I guess Sengoku is definitely calling Magellan right now to ensure the safety of Impel Down. Big Mama Mama. This Blackbeard won't be the next Yonko, will he? I've never heard of this person. What kind of strength does he have? An Impel Down seems too weak. That Straw Hat Luffy had already brought a bunch of Impel Down escapees. Good guy, this Blackbeard is directly bringing the 6th level with him. Crocodile. It's clear that Sengoku has concentrated all the Navy's forces in Marineford to deal with Whitebeard. He probably didn't expect that Blackbeard and Straw Hat Luffy would head straight to Impel Down. He trusted Magellan too much. Sengoku, damn Blackbeard. How dare you release the prisoners from Impel Down? I will never let you go. Akainu, Blackbeard? Never heard of him. Just a nobody, thinks he can come to Marineford. Who do you think you are? I'll make sure you never return. Akiji. This guy seems to be a member of Whitebeard's 2nd Division, right? Not very strong. What is he thinking? How dare he come to Marineford? Moreover, our Navy hasn't suffered much loss. Whitebeard is about to lose. We have the strength to deal with him. Tsuru, I always have a bad feeling. This guy wouldn't come to Marineford for no reason. He must have something planned. Kizaru. Oh dear, the Whitebeard pirates are really laughable. When it comes to filial piety, it should be your Whitebeard pirates. What exactly does Blackbeard want to do in Marineford? It's really curious. Question. What is Blackbeard teach purpose for coming to the Marineford War? Those who answer correctly. Hee. Of course, it's to seize Whitebeard's tremor fruit. Before the system's question could finish, Blackbeard answered directly. This answer silenced the system. After a while, the system said, correct answer, reward potential activation. Note, if the user has no potential to develop, this reward will be invalid. It continued. Only this once, next time, answering too quickly will result in immediate erasure. Blackbeard's answer shocked everyone. Sengoku turned to those around him and said, what does Blackbeard mean? To seize Whitebeard's tremor fruit? This, we are not sure. In the chat room, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. This Blackbeard actually answered quickly. Now he's been warned. How funny. But the reward for potential activation? If he has no potential, wouldn't that be useless? Crocodile. What does he mean by seizing Whitebeard's tremor fruit? Can the ability of a devil fruit be taken? Isn't it that a person can only have one devil fruit? Sengoku. What does this guy want to do? How can a devil fruit be taken? Just then, the video suddenly changed. An island appeared on the screen, and a group of people followed. It was Blackbeard's crew. At that moment, a male voice called out to Blackbeard and the others. Ace appeared before the world. What is going on? The people in front of the screen were puzzled. Weren't they talking about the Marineford War? How did Blackbeard and Ace's scene appear? At that moment, everyone learned from the conversation between the two what had happened. It turned out that Blackbeard killed the 4th Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates, Thatch. He wanted the dark fruit that Thatch had. It was his goal for all those years on Whitebeard's ship. Ace pursued Blackbeard to catch the murderer of his comrade, and the two had a fierce battle on Bonero Island. Blackbeard used the power of the dark fruit to defeat Ace, and everyone witnessed the terror of this devil fruit. Blackbeard used his ability to capture Ace, who was unable to use the power of the flame fruit. The dark fruit's ability could actually nullify the powers of other ability users. It was simply the nemesis of ability users. This scene sent chills down the spines of all the ability users in front of screen. If they encountered Blackbeard, would they only have the option to flee, since the devil fruit would be useless against him? The clash of fire and darkness came to an end, and ultimately, Ace suffered a tragic defeat. Blackbeard captured Ace and offered him to the Navy in exchange for the title of Warlord of the Sea. The people before the screen finally realized that the trigger for this Marineford War was indeed the battle on Banero Island. The scene returned to Marineford. Sengoku angrily questioned Shiryu of the Rain. What happened to Magellan? What happened to Impel Down? How did you get here? Shiryu replied. Our appearance here answers your question, doesn't it? Fleet Admiral Sengoku. If you want to know the specifics, you'll have to confirm it yourself later. In summary, I want to team up with these guys, and I look forward to your guidance in the future. At that moment, a Marine reported that the gates of justice had been opened, and an unregistered warship had barged in. Sengoku was puzzled about how they got in. The Blackbeard pirates explained that they had hypnotized the Marines in the power room before entering Impel Down, allowing any warship they found to pass freely. Sengoku then realized that the Straw Hat Kid had also entered Marineford in this way. At this point, Blackbeard explained to them why he wanted to become a warlord of the sea. It was to open the gates of justice and infiltrate Impel Down to find capable subordinates. Sengoku was furious. The warlords had become the key for him to enter Impel Down. Moreover, this guy had even released the prisoners on the 6th level of Impel Down. Every one of them was a vicious criminal who would bring great harm to the world in the future. Sengoku shuddered at the thought. He absolutely could not allow this to happen. Seeing Blackbeard appear, Whitebeard angrily struck at him. Only you are unworthy to be my son. Teach, you violated the only iron law on my ship. You killed a comrade. I will take your life to fulfill the dying wish of 4th Division Sachi and let him rest in peace. Let's settle this. Teach, just as I wish. Blackbeard used his dark fruit to spread darkness around, while telling Whitebeard this was the strongest power he gained by killing Sachi, the dark fruit. Whitebeard used his tremor fruit to strike at Blackbeard, but Blackbeard absorbed it with his dark water. After absorbing Whitebeard's ability, Blackbeard punched Whitebeard. Whitebeard was knocked back, but then used the tremor fruit's ability again to attack Blackbeard, who absorbed Whitebeard's attack. Whitebeard seized this opportunity and directly used a weapon to strike Blackbeard, knocking him to the ground. Blackbeard, scared, begged for mercy. Whitebeard used his ability to strike at Blackbeard. However, Whitebeard's body had reached its limit and did not kill Blackbeard. In a panic, Blackbeard picked up the gun in his hand and shot at Whitebeard. Whitebeard was hit and staggered back a few steps, missing the best chance to kill Blackbeard. Blackbeard hurriedly shouted to his companions, "Take him down, you guys." Blackbeard's crew opened fire on Whitebeard with muskets. In Whitebeard's mind, a conversation with Roger appeared. The people in front of the screen stared blankly at the dialogue between the soon-to-die Emperor and Roger. Whitebeard said, "You said you were going to die." Roger replied, "Yeah, not much time left. Do you want me to tell you how to get to Raftel, Whitebeard?" Whitebeard responded, "I won't go even if I know, because I'm not interested." Roger said, "Do you know what those people in the world government have been calling me lately?" Gold Roger. Whitebeard asked in confusion, "What? Is it your real name?" Roger laughed and said, No, I'm GOLD, Roger." Whitebeard wondered, "Indeed, sometimes I do encounter people with a D in their name. I have someone named Teach. What does the D mean?" Roger replied, "Do you want to know?" "Okay, I'll tell you. That was a long time ago." The dialogue between the two stunned everyone in front of the screen. People focused intently on the two in the picture, nervously listening to their discussion about D. Everyone wanted to know what D meant. The name of Blackbeard also contains the letter D, as well as the previous monkey D, Luffy, and the former pirate King GOLD, Roger. What does this D mean? Everyone was very curious, as it seemed that this special character had different meanings. Trafalgar Law recalled what someone had told him long ago. D is the enemy of the gods. Law couldn't help but wonder in his heart, is it true? Suddenly, the scene shifted, and Whitebeard said to Blackbeard, "The man Roger is waiting for will not be you, Teach. Just as there exist those who can inherit Roger's will, one day there will also be those who can inherit Ace's will. Even if the bloodline is severed, their flame will not extinguish. It will continue to be passed down from the distant past, and one day in the future, there will be someone who can bear this centuries-old history and challenge the world. Sengoku, the world government you fear will one day come, engulfing the entire world in a great battle. Although I have no interest in it, but when that treasure is discovered, the world will be overturned. Someone will find it. That day will come. One Piece exists." This declaration stunned everyone in front of the screen. People fell silent for a few seconds. Then, cheers resonated throughout the sky. "Did you hear that? Is what Whitebeard said true? One Piece exists. Finding the treasure can overturn the world. My God, no wonder the world government doesn't let pirates go to Raftel. It turns out that there is a treasure that can overturn the world hidden there. Obtaining one piece is equivalent to having the power to overturn the world. People who heard this news began to whisper among themselves. This news was truly shocking. Soon, countless pirates set sail, intending to search for One Piece. Previously, they all thought that One Piece was a fiction created by Roger. After all, no one had found Raftel, and this matter gradually fell silent. Many pirates no longer believed in the existence of any great treasure and even mocked those who believed in One Piece. Now that Whitebeard has personally declared that One Piece exists, it ignited hope in countless people. Countless dissatisfied individuals with the world government cheered at once. They had long wanted to rebuild a world with a new order, a world without celestial dragons. After all, celestial dragons do not treat people as humans. The current world government is merely a puppet of the celestial dragons, and the Navy serves only the celestial dragons, especially those civilians living in non-joined countries. Their lives are like hell, as the world government allows pirates and criminals to rampage on their lands, killing and plundering at will. Even their children have been sold to the world government, becoming sources for CP. This has made countless non-joined countries unable to tolerate it. They long for someone to overthrow the world government's rule in the future. Now that they know this secret, countless people decided to set sail to find One Piece. One Piece can overthrow the world government. At this moment, on an unknown small island, Drago was also watching the video. Although he was not interested in One Piece, obtaining One Piece could overthrow the world government, which was what he had always wanted to do. He didn't have time to search for that Raftel. But isn't Luffy going to become the Pirate King? Just let Luffy do it. Killing two birds with one stone. Drago thought this idea was very good. Sengoku looked angrily at the video. He felt uneasy while watching the conversation between Whitebeard and Roger. And indeed it was. Whitebeard's last words directly opened a new era of great voyages. This made Sengoku extremely angry. For the past 20 years, with Roger's death, more and more people had stopped believing in the existence of One Piece, and the sea had gradually calmed down. Yet Whitebeard had opened a new era of great voyages. As Whitebeard's memories ended, he completely lost his breath. Even in death, he never fell. Whitebeard suffered a total of 267 cuts, 152 gunshots, and 46 cannonball hits in this battle. Nevertheless, his silhouette still exuded majesty. He left no shame of fleeing in his life. Whitebeard did not lose to anyone. He lost to time. The Whitebeard pirates wept uncontrollably at the sight of their father. Even in his final moments, he was still striving to ensure their safe return to the sea. In the video, the Blackbeard pirates covered the deceased Whitebeard's body with a black cloth. The people in front of the screen looked on in confusion, not understanding what the Blackbeard pirates were doing. Blackbeard lifted the black cloth and walked in. The Blackbeard pirates stood guard nearby. At that moment, Jinbe was still helping Luffy escape. Protecting Luffy was Jinbe's promise to Ace, and he greatly admired Luffy's spirit. Navy Admiral Akiji used the Ice Age to freeze the ship, preventing the pirates from escaping by sea. Akainu attacked again, with the intent to kill Dragon's son, Luffy. At this moment, Dragon looked at Akainu, who was so resolute in wanting to kill Luffy. He stared at Akainu with a hostile gaze. This guy was completely a stumbling block for the Revolutionary Army to overthrow the world government. His absolute justice had become twisted. It would be best if he could be eliminated when they next met. Blackbeard also completed his performance, and everyone widened their eyes, wanting to see what this guy was up to. Blackbeard officially declared war on the Navy, using the powers of the dark fruit in one hand. The next scene directly shocked everyone's eyes. Blackbeard struck a pose, mimicking Whitebeard using the tremor fruit's ability, and punched the air. Marineford was once again severely damaged. It was unmistakably Whitebeard's power. One hand wielded the dark gravity that could nullify everything, while the other hand wielded the seismic power that could destroy everything. The powers of two devil fruits appeared in one person's body. This had never happened in the history of sailing. Everyone looked at Blackbeard in shock, as a situation that had never occurred before appeared before the world. Two devil fruit users, and both were the strongest. Sengoku stared grimly at Blackbeard, never expecting this war would produce someone who possessed two devil fruits. In this war, the Navy could be said to have completely failed. Compared to Whitebeard, Blackbeard posed an even greater threat, eliminating an old Yonko only to create an even more powerful Yonko. This was truly unacceptable, but thankfully the Marineford War did not occur. There was still time to change everything. At this moment, the chat room was in chaos. "Kid, What the hell is going on with this guy? How can he possess 2 devil fruits? Drake, it seems that with Whitebeard's death, this guy has become the new generation of Yonko. Doflamingo, ha. The Navy has indeed suffered a complete defeat. Though they defeated the Whitebeard pirates, they created an even more terrifying Blackbeard. Crocodile, this guy's ability is truly frightening. Originally, the dark fruit, which can counter any fruit ability, was already terrifying enough. Now he also possesses Whitebeard's tremor fruit. In this war, Blackbeard can be said to be the true winner. Buggy, I already knew this guy was unusual. What normal person could go several days without sleep? Shanks, I warned Whitebeard to beware of Blackbeard. Blackbeard deliberately hid himself in the Whitebeard pirates. Surely he had ulterior motives. I didn't expect it to happen. Kaido, or a ho-ho, Blackbeard's martial arts are lacking. If he doesn't use his devil fruit abilities, can he not be beaten? Big Mama. If he only had 1 dark fruit, I wouldn't be afraid of him. But the key is that his body can possess 2 devil fruits. Is this due to the dark fruit's ability? Or is it a result of his own characteristics? Big if it's the dark fruit's ability, I wouldn't mind stealing it. Kaido, although I only want a zone-type devil fruit, I wouldn't mind having 1 more. Or a ho-ho. Kaido, Drake, yours is a zone-type devil fruit, right? An ancient type. The previous video introduced you as a supernova. Are you brave enough to challenge me after coming to the new world? I have high hopes for you. Or a ho-ho. Big Mama. Kaido, you must be eyeing his devil fruit. Kaido, or a ho, my goal is to build a massive beast pirates army. How could I let go of an ancient type, Zoan devil fruit? Other supernovas felt sympathy for Drake upon hearing this. He had just set sail and was already targeted by the Yonko Kaido. However, once they reached the new world, they would definitely challenge the Yonko. After all, the cake is only so big, and no one wants to share with others. Supernovas challenging the Yonko will either succeed in replacing them or fail and become the Yonko's vassals. The Yonko were also happy to see such scenes, as it brought fresh blood to their pirate crews. Drake felt a surge of joy upon hearing Kaido's words. This was his original goal. After all, he was an undercover agent of a navy, and his devil fruit was aimed at the beast pirates led by Yonko Kaido. Whitebeard, Blackbeard, is this your true intention? Next time we meet, I will not hold back. Blackbeard, old man, you're already old and should step aside. Kaido, Blackbeard, you're so arrogant. Aren't you afraid the wind will make you trip over your own tongue? Shanks, have you forgotten? That was just a video. It hasn't happened in reality yet. Right now, you only have 1 dark fruit. I'm not a devil fruit user, so your devil fruit abilities won't work on me. Upon hearing this, everyone realized, yes, he still doesn't possess the tremor fruit. Although his dark fruit counters abilities, as long as they don't come into contact with his body, the dark fruit isn't that terrifying. Moreover, now that everyone knows his abilities, how could they not be on guard against him? The Blackbeard in the video provocatively taunted the Navy, infuriating the viewers. Just then, a golden figure soared into the air. It was none other than Fleet Admiral Sengoku. He directly punched towards Blackbeard's crew. Blackbeard's crew was immediately sent flying, spitting blood. The sight before everyone stirred their blood, as expected of Fleet Admiral Sengoku. At the same time, it raised questions. How is this different from before? In the earlier instance, Fleet Admiral Sengoku used the same move, but it was blocked by Luffy. Goodness, he directly made Blackbeard's crew spit blood. If he said he wasn't an actor, even Sengoku wouldn't believe it. Garp looked at Sengoku, my good brother. Sengoku felt a bit embarrassed under Garp's gaze, ignoring everyone else's attention, and continued watching the video. The Navy was speechless. Good grief, among the high-ranking officials on the battlefield, none seemed to have put in much effort, except for that thick-headed Akainu charging forward. Kizaru was just hanging back and occasionally launching sneak attacks. Akiji used a few big moves at the start, froze Jozu in the middle, and then vanished. No wonder the battle was so disjointed. It turns out they were all actors. Look at Kizaru. He didn't even have a scratch on him. Akainu glared at the others. You bunch of actors. At this moment, Admiral Akainu was still relentlessly pursuing Luffy, who was being carried by Jinbe. He would definitely not let go of Luffy, the inheritor of the world's most evil bloodline. Ivankov stood in front of Akainu, blocking him from chasing Luffy. At this time, Jinbe was trying to escape to the ocean with Luffy, but saw Admiral Akiji freezing the sea, while Akainu continued to pursue them. Akainu directly used his powers to attack Luffy through Jinbe. Both of them were severely injured. Jinbe fell heavily to the ground, unable to get up again. The people in front of the screen couldn't help but feel anxious. Although they knew Luffy wouldn't die, they were still very worried about his safety. Akainu raised his fist to strike Jinbe and Luffy. At that moment, an unexpected person stopped Akainu. People widened their eyes to see who saved the two. A swirl of sand appeared, and it turned out to be Crocodile. Crocodile said, "If you want to protect something, then protect it well. And don't let these guys do as they please anymore." Everyone felt it was unbelievable, yet they understood very well. After all, it wasn't the first time Crocodile had helped Luffy. Akainu's anger flared. How could the Straw Hat Kid be so lucky? Every time someone comes to save him, Ace silently thanked Jinbe, Crocodile, and those who had helped Luffy during the Marineford War. Crocodile used sand to directly wrap Luffy and Jinbe, proudly saying, "If you want to protect something, then protect it well, and don't let these guys do as they please anymore." After saying that, he threw the two to a safe place, where Buggy caught them. Buggy took Jinbe and Luffy to escape, but didn't know where to run, while Akainu was hot on their heels. The remnants of the Whitebeard pirates blocked Akainu, wanting to protect Luffy. Marco said, "Akainu, the danger of you wanting to kill that guy now is the same as our huge expectation for him to live." The battlefield was divided into two parts. One side was Blackbeard and Sengoku, while the other side was Akainu and the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. Buggy was at a loss with the unconscious Jinbe and Luffy. At that moment, a submarine emerged from the depths of the sea, and it was Trafalgar Law. Law said, "Bring the Straw Hat Captain over here." Buggy said, "Straw Hat Captain? What a strange way to address him. Who are you?" Although he would eventually become an enemy of the Straw Hat Captain, a twisted fate is still a fate. If he were to die in a place like this, it would be too boring. I will help him escape. Just temporarily hand him over to me. I'm a doctor. Buggy was speechless. What kind of joke is this, you bastard? What kind of doctor carries a knife? Did you come to make house calls in submarine? Law urged. Don't hesitate. Quickly hand him over to me. Buggy shouted, "I ask you, which faction are you from?" Before Buggy could finish, a Navy cannonball shot directly at him. Law looked at himself on the screen, not expecting to appear in Marineford. He was actually going to save that Straw Hat Luffy. No wonder the relationship between the two looked pretty good in the previous video. He looked at Luffy on the video. Was it because of the D? Law couldn't help but think. Doflamingo also saw Law on the screen, and he genuinely didn't expect Law would save Straw Hat Luffy. It seemed that Law had already set sail now, and Doflamingo couldn't help but smirk. "Law, you really are easy to find." Akainu angrily stared at the screen. This Straw Hat Kid is just too lucky. Time and again, he always manages to escape danger. He didn't know where someone would pop up to save him. Akainu couldn't help but doubt, is this guy the chosen one? Otherwise, how could so many people come to save him? At this time, Blackbeard was engaged in a fierce battle with Sengoku and Garp, using the recently acquired Quake fruit, constantly unleashing earthquakes and tsunamis, shaking the sky and the sea. Even Sabaody Archipelago was affected by the earthquake. Over there, Blackbeard was recklessly using his powers, intending to sink Marineford into the sea, while the Navy Admiral was chasing Buggy, who was fleeing with Jinbe and Luffy. The battle between the Navy and the pirates was also ongoing. Gunfire and explosions were everywhere. Smoke filled the air. Buggy threw Jinbe and Luffy towards Law's pirate ship. Kizaru aimed at Law's crew, preparing to use lasers, when suddenly a voice rang out, causing everyone to stop. This is the end. Kizaru's attack also halted. This scene made people twitch their mouths. Kizaru's light fruit is clearly the fastest fruit, yet it took so long to charge a laser. How is he so accurate and quick when attacking the keys before? Moreover, upon hearing the commotion, he immediately stopped. With that time, your attack could have already killed someone. Kobe stood in front of Akainu. "Cease fire. No more fighting. You are wasting lives. Every soldier has family waiting for them to come home. Our goal has already been achieved, yet you still relentlessly pursue the desperate pirates, continuing a battle that could have ended. And now, to those soldiers who can still be saved, you choose to let them die, increasing the casualties. Aren't the fallen soldiers just like fools?" Akainu replied, "Who are you? You wasted several seconds of my time. The Navy doesn't need soldiers with twisted values." Akainu raised his fist to strike Kobe, and just when Kobe thought he was undoubtedly going to die, a sword blocked Akainu's fist. An unexpected person appeared on the screen. It was Shanks. Shanks said, "You did well, young Navy. The courage you exchanged your life for in those few seconds, good or bad, has greatly changed the fate of the world." Sengoku looked at Shanks on the screen, puzzled. What is this guy doing appearing in the Marineford War? Unexpectedly, 3 emperors appeared in this war. This is something Sengoku's historical records did not cover. Wondering if any other emperors would appear next, Kizaru continued to prepare to attack the submarine, when suddenly, Beckman aimed a pistol at Kizaru. Kizaru raised his hands and stopped his attack. Shanks said, "I am here to end this war." This statement left everyone in front of the screen speechless. They never expected a pirate would come to end a war. A pirate who seems to love peace more than the Navy. Who would believe that? Shanks took out a treasure map from his pocket, asking Buggy to deliver the hat to Luffy, and he gave the treasure map to Buggy. Buggy excitedly threw the hat to Law, who was about to set sail. Shanks reminisced about his past with Luffy. It wasn't time for him to meet Luffy yet. Everyone also saw the past between Shanks and Luffy in the video. Everyone was shocked, not expecting Shanks to lose his arm, saving Luffy, and that Luffy's straw hat was also given by Shanks. However, even with only one arm, Shanks had become one of the emperors of the New World with his impressive strength. This gave everyone a new understanding of this emperor. They never expected the red-haired Shanks to have such a tender side. Watching young Luffy crying in pain while holding the armless Shanks, everyone gained a new perspective. Not all pirates are bad. Just like Shanks, isn't he also thinking of ending this war when he comes to Marineford? Sengoku watched the video of Shanks comforting a crying Luffy, who had lost an arm, feeling speechless. He looked at Shanks in the video, gently comforting Luffy. "You are the Yonko Shanks, and you actually lost your arm to a small sea beast, not even a sea king. Who would believe that? When your haki is activated, that sea beast would probably break its teeth without being able to pierce your defenses." Sengoku was puzzled. Could this be Shanks' ploy to gain sympathy from Garp and let him off the hook? But there was no need for that. After all, if he couldn't win, he could still escape, right? Whitebeard recalled Shanks, saying he had wagered his arm on the new era. He recognized that straw hat from earlier footage. Monkey D. Luffy. Could he be the one Roger was waiting for? But he is indeed a promising newcomer. Is this what you expected, Shanks? Whitebeard thought to himself. Just then, Aokiji used Ice Age to freeze the sea surface. Kizaru used his Yada no Kagami to break the ice that Aokiji had created. The dense beams of Kizaru's attack couldn't even hit the submarine. He was truly an expert at drawing lines. Sengoku facepalmed. This guy really is consistent with his style. Shanks walked up to Blackbeard and Sengoku and said, "If this continues, it will only lead to unlimited losses for both sides. If there are still guys who haven't had enough fun, come on, let's entertain you. What do you say, Teach?" "No, Blackbeard." Blackbeard replied, "Haha, you're becoming more manly, Shanks. That scar suits you well." The scene shifted, and a Moby Dick appeared in the video, where Whitebeard and Shanks were drinking face to face. The two reminisced while drinking. Whitebeard said to Shanks, "A man of your caliber losing an arm in the East Blue would surprise anyone. Who cut off that left arm?" Shanks replied, "I wagered it on the new era." Whitebeard said, "As long as you don't regret it." Shanks continued to Whitebeard, "Whitebeard, among all the battles I've fought with countless scars, the only one that faintly aches now is this scar." Shanks pointed to his eye. "This injury was neither from an adventure nor inflicted by my hawk. It was caused by your Blackbeard, Teach. I wasn't careless. Do you know what I'm trying to say, Whitebeard? That guy's been waiting for the right moment, hiding himself without vying for the captain's position, lurking in the shadow of Whitebeard's famous name, and then he will act after gaining power. One day, he will come back to take your place with his own will." Whitebeard said, "What do you want me to do?" "That's the key point, right?" Shanks said, "Stop Ace. A man who can competently be the 2nd Division commander at such a young age. Ace is strong, I know that, but reputation and trust will make things worse. Now is not the time for those two to clash. Tell him not to mess with Blackbeard, Teach. I just want to ask you for this." Whitebeard did not heed Shanks' advice. Negotiations broke down, and the two drew their weapons to duel, their sword energies splitting the clouds in the sky. People understood now. Shanks' appearance in Marineford was not a coincidence. He had long known that Blackbeard's intentions within the Whitebeard pirates were not pure. The Whitebeard pirates' disregard for Shanks' advice led to such an outcome. If only Whitebeard had listened a little back then, this war could have been avoided. However, the iconic scar on Shanks was actually caused by Blackbeard. This was something no one expected. At this moment, the red-haired pirates were facing off against the Blackbeard pirates across a fissure. Blackbeard said, "Let's call it a day. I've got what I wanted. It's still too early to fight you now. Let's go, brothers." The Blackbeard pirates retreated. Shanks said seriously to the surrounding Marines, "Everyone, I hope you could do me a favor. Whitebeard, Ace, please let us handle the funerals for these two. The war footage has spread all over the world. I won't allow anyone to tarnish their deaths." The surrounding Marines disagreed, and Sengoku said, "It's okay. You can take care of it, Shanks. I'll take responsibility." Then Sengoku turned to the surrounding Marines. "Quickly treat the injured. The war is over." The joy of the successful end of the war spread throughout the world. The Marineford War came to a close. Everyone on the Moby Dick cried uncontrollably at the scenes in the video. Unexpectedly, in the end, it was Shanks who took the bodies of their father and Ace back for burial. They were truly useless. Whitebeard looked at this scene with emotion. They indeed owed Shanks a huge favor. Although the events in the video had not yet occurred, knowing it made it impossible to pretend it didn't exist. Chatroom, my hawk, I only knew you lost your arm in the East Blue, but I didn't expect it to be lost like this, Shanks. What a disgrace. Shanks, don't say that. Big Mama, Shanks, you're so useless, losing your arm to a sea beast. It's really embarrassing for us, Yonko. Luffy, don't you dare talk about Shanks. Otherwise, I'll knock you away. Big Mom, you little brat, you just set sail and dare to talk so big. Come and try it. Big Mom, don't think that just because you're called one of the 4 emperors, you really have the strength to be called an emperor. With someone like you, one is enough to take down. Luffy, I will definitely knock you away. Shanks, go for it, Luffy. Big Mom, Mama, it seems there are really people who don't know me. Don't be too arrogant, brat. Kaido, Orahoho Linlin, we can't let him off easy. This is unacceptable. Big Mom, no rush. This guy will come to the New World eventually, and I will wait for him here. Buggy, Shanks, you scoundrel, you tricked me again. Bastard. Shanks, Buggy, I really have a treasure map here. I didn't deceive you. If you don't believe me, come to the New World and I'll show you in person. Buggy, I believe you, my foot. Kaido, the red-haired has such a big face, he can even make the Navy and Blackbeard give him face. Beckman, such a sour smell. I can smell it through the screen. Jesus Burgess. I wonder if there will be any follow-up. I want to see what happens to little Luffy next. He was seriously injured. Law, he will definitely be fine. The pirate who saved Luffy doesn't look like a bad person. And he's a doctor too. Law. At this moment, Law's heart is breaking, making people think I'm a good person. Should I be happy or sad? Marco, that guy is also a supernova. I remember he appeared in the previous video, and his ability is quite interesting. Doflamingo, Law, have you already arrived at the Grand Line? Law, Doflamingo, you bastard. One day, I will definitely kill you. Doflamingo, Law, kids shouldn't talk like adults. Law, I won't forget Mr. Corazone's pain. Crocodile, Doflamingo, you Birdman. You have quite a few enemies too. Doflamingo, Sand Crocodile, which pirate doesn't have a few enemies? Kaido, Orahoho, that's right. Which pirate doesn't have a few enemies? Those who want to kill me could form a fleet, and I'm still doing just fine. Only strength is the hard truth. Kaido, by the way, Whitebeard's failure was because he was too useless. If he had punched Blackbeard to death, there wouldn't have been any trouble with Blackbeard in the New World. Big Mom, Mama. It's really ironic that Whitebeard ended up being killed by his own son. Big Mom, indeed, the only ones you could trust are your own blood relatives. At this moment, Akainu angrily looks at Blackbeard. That bastard actually dared to take his head. Whitebeard was clearly on the verge of collapse. And then that guy Blackbeard suddenly appeared and killed the severely injured Whitebeard. He could have had a chance to become Fleet Admiral with this achievement. Sengoku wouldn't say anything. Damn Blackbeard. The video continues to play, revealing a ruined Marineford completely to the public. Sengoku sits in front of the ruins, and Brand New frantically shouts, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. So you are here. We have already confirmed the situation in Impel Down. Sengoku, is Magellan okay? It seems he was seriously injured, in critical condition. The medical team is currently providing concentrated treatment. He is a serious person who keeps saying he wants to take responsibility. If he can move with his current mental state, he might even sacrifice himself to atone. Sengoku, we must not let him do such a foolish thing. What exactly happened in the prison? Brand New, from the results. The situation on the 6th floor of Impel Down is the most serious. It's simply unbearable. Sengoku's expression darkens. Unbearable? The scene shifts to the 6th floor of Impel Down. Blackbeard appears on the screen. Hello, everyone. Inmates who are imprisoned here for life, with no dreams at all. Since your remaining lives are just waiting to die, how about having a fight here? The survivors can become my companions and see the light of day again. Sengoku's face turns pale. So he took the most elite members from the most vicious criminals in the world? Brand New. Yes, but only St. Jamie, Abelo Pizarro, Barksjot, and Katarina Devon were taken. However, it's clear that there are other prisoners missing on the 6th floor. Meaning, Sengoku says with a headache. Is that so? Then there are many more who escaped from the 6th floor. Criminals of the 6th floor level. Even if just one escapes and sneaks into a country, it could pose a great danger to people. Quickly confirm the number and names, and issue a wanted notice to the whole world. This made Brand New break out in a cold sweat. Sengoku, puzzled, what's wrong? Brand New. But the world government ordered us to conceal the incident on the 6th floor. If such a serious misstep occurs again, it will affect the government's credibility. Sengoku, furious. What nonsense! This statement left all the viewers in front of the screen dumbfounded. The world government actually chose to conceal the fact that prisoners escaped from the 6th floor. How vicious the prisoners on the 6th floor are. Just look at the people Blackbeard brought, and it's clear. The world government chose to hide it for the sake of their reputation instead of capturing them. This made the allied nations, who had previously trusted the world government, feel their trust crumble. If they dare to conceal this matter, what else might they conceal? How many other undisclosed matters are there? What credibility does the world government have left? Moreover, the world government exists to serve the celestial dragons, and they could do anything for the celestial dragons. The 5 elders look grimly at the video. They never expected that there would be a follow-up in the already reviewed video. This is something they would absolutely do. After all, everything is for the credibility of the world government. The scene shifts again, smoke fills the air, and the new world, which defeated Whitebeard, is not safer. On the contrary, with the absence of Whitebeard's deterrent, the pirates are more rampant than before. Countless Navy soldiers are fighting pirates everywhere. This left the people who were cheering in front of the screen completely stunned. They never expected such a result. With Whitebeard's death, those pirates are rampaging and pillaging. Without Whitebeard's protection, people's lives are worse than before. The places they live have become lawless lands. In the video, a man lying on the ground reaches for the fallen pirate flag of Whitebeard, as if that pirate flag could scare off these pirates. But he is directly grabbed by a tall pirate. He arrogantly declares, "From today onwards, this island is ruled by Lord Brownbeard." This left everyone in silence. They didn't expect it to turn out like this. Whitebeard's death did not bring any peace. On the contrary, the world is more turbulent. They can't help but start to doubt if this was wrong. After all, from the video of Whitebeard, it can be seen that Whitebeard is not an utterly wicked villain. He could even fight against the Navy headquarters for a son he recognized. Moreover, under the protection of the Whitebeard pirates, their lives were actually quite good. At least they wouldn't face the situations shown in the video. Compared to the world government, hiding the escape of the great pirates from Impel Down for the sake of reputation, disregarding the safety of people's lives. The Whitebeard pirates are much more humane. It seems that not all pirates are irredeemable, that 4 Emperor Shanks even lost an arm to save a child. And he also stopped the continuation of the war. People are gradually gaining a better understanding of pirates. Sengoku looked grimly at this scene, completely surprised that the world government would conceal this matter. This is simply a direct slap in his face. The Navy has lost this war without even a shred of dignity left. Moreover, without Whitebeard's deterrence, pirates are becoming even more reckless towards ordinary civilians, which is completely contrary to the Navy's expectations. In the chat room, Kaido, oh ho ho ho, as expected of something the world government would do. Big Mom, that Blackbeard is ruthless too. Mama Mama actually made the prisoners kill each other. However, this is indeed a clever move. After all, those who remain are definitely the strong ones. He urgently needs talent, and the 6th level of Impel Down is indeed a good choice. Doflamingo, Barrett probably escaped around this time too. But Blackbeard wouldn't dare invite Barrett onto his ship, right? Inviting Barrett is like asking for a father, haha. The scene shifts to reveal 2 graves, one large and one small, clearly belonging to Whitebeard and Ace. The sight made the Whitebeard pirates, who had managed to hold back their tears, burst into tears again. Instantly, the Whitebeard pirates were filled with cries. The screen changed again. A rebuilding Marineford appeared on a warship. The camera zoomed in, revealing Straw Hat Luffy in the video. In addition, there was the Fishman Jinbei and someone no one expected, the Dark King Rayleigh. Sengoku's eyes widened. He never expected Rayleigh to appear in the video. How could he be appearing alongside the Straw Hat Kid at Marineford? The warship circled the island and sailed into the bay. Luffy, along with Jinbei and Rayleigh, arrived on the shore. Rayleigh said to Luffy, "Have fun causing a ruckus." Rayleigh and Jinbei helped Luffy eliminate the Navy that was trying to hinder him. Luffy jumped in front of the oxbell and struck it 16 times. He threw down the flowers he brought and observed a moment of silence. The video paused on Luffy, who bowed his head in silence. Then the system's voice sounded. "This video ends here. Congratulations to Edward Newgate for making the list. Reward: Youth Restoring Pill. Note: the user can become 20 years younger. Cannot be stacked. Valid only for the first user." The entire pirate world fell silent when the Youth Restoring Pill appeared, as if the pause button had been pressed. Sengoku rubbed his ears and said to Garp beside him, "Did I hear that wrong?" Garp replied blankly, "I think I heard it wrong too." Then the scene shifted, and Whitebeard and others appeared on the screen. A small vial appeared in front of Whitebeard. Whitebeard took the vial and poured out the pill inside. Under the expectant gaze of the Whitebeard pirates, Whitebeard took the pill. The dark injuries he had were gradually disappearing, and his hair changed from white to gold. The Whitebeard pirates erupted in cheers. Their father Whitebeard was back. This was the real Whitebeard. Whitebeard's hearty laughter echoed across the nearby seas. Marco and the others were overjoyed to tears. After all, their father's return to youth was a monumental event for them. Whitebeard removed the foredrip he had hanging and said to the Whitebeard pirates, "My dear sons, your father is back. Let's have a feast." The screen went black. In contrast to the Whitebeard pirates who received the youth-restoring pill, Kaido and Big Mom had terrifyingly dark expressions. After all, the aging Whitebeard could hardly survive for a few more years, but now that he was young again, he posed a threat to them. Doflamingo, seeing that the Whitebeard pirates received the youth-restoring pill, was very displeased. His dream was to achieve immortality. And yet the reward for this ranking was the youth-restoring pill, which he missed out on. Sengoku looked at the rejuvenated Whitebeard on the screen with trepidation, thinking that while the aging Whitebeard could still be dealt with by the Navy, how many could stand against the rejuvenated Whitebeard? This made Sengoku feel very troubled. He wouldn't be happy with any of the 4 emperors receiving rewards. After all, Whitebeard seemed to have only a few years left to live. But the youth-restoring pill brought him back to his prime. Sengoku prayed that the next QA would yield decent rewards for the Navy. Otherwise, as the pirate forces grew stronger, the Navy would weaken and be unable to protect ordinary civilians. Chat room. Kaido, wow, this reward is too good. A youth-restoring pill that makes you 20 years younger. So envious. Big Mom. Mama. I wonder if there is technology to make humans gigantic. I wonder if they will count me next. Doflamingo. So enviable. I can't believe there is such a thing. Can I make the list? Urge. What does Luffy mean? Striking the ox bell 16 times? Kid. Does it mean that Whitebeard's era is over and the new era is being created by me? Crocodile. He has words engraved on his arm. 3D2Y? The 3D has a cross over it. What does that mean? Doflamingo. Who knows? Probably trying to convey some message? Hawkins. Luffy. Straw Hat Luffy. What was your reward for making the list? Whitebeard's reward is the youth-restoring pill. Barrett's is leaving Impel Down. What about yours? Don't keep it to yourself. Share it so everyone can see. Luffy. Luffy was almost speechless. Why were they fixated on his bounty? His bounty was gone, and even if he talked about it, could they take it back? Barrett. I might know what his bounty is. As soon as Barrett said this, everyone in the chat room perked up their ears. Buggy. What exactly is the bounty? Tell us. Kaido. Let us hear it and see what it is. If it's still there. Kid, I'm curious too. Hawkins. Curiosity 1 Apo. Curiosity 2 Becky. Curiosity 10086 Barrett. It's probably a trial room with a 7-day limit. Kaido, what's that? Barrett. Outside it's 1 day, but inside it's 1 year, and it can project opponents from the next few years. You can keep challenging future enemies inside. Until you defeat them, it will automatically disappear after 7 days. It's useless for me. I negotiated with the system to exchange it for leaving Impel Down. Hawkins. Sounds interesting, but if the future enemies are too strong and you can't win, it might not be useful at all. It may just enhance your devil fruit abilities and battle experience. Drake. But it could also improve your own abilities, right? There is still some effect. But this trial room would have different effects depending on who enters. Kaido. I thought it was something miraculous, but it turns out it's just fighting future opponents. Some people you could never defeat no matter how hard you try. Moreover, it's only for a few years. Luffy. At this moment, Luffy has become a bit more mature due to his experiences in the trial room. He won't tell this guy named Kaido that he encountered him in the trial room. Rayleigh, don't underestimate Luffy. I believe his future will definitely surprise everyone. Sengoku. Rayleigh, you guy, haven't you vanished already? Why are you showing up now? You're actually helping that Straw Hat Kid appear in Marineford. Rayleigh, who knows? Rayleigh also watched the video at Sabedi Archipelago. He remembered Luffy's hat and couldn't help but wonder. Roger, could he be one of your kind? That hat Rayleigh recognized at a glance as the one Roger gave to Shanks. Shanks once said that he gave the hat to a boy. The video showed him acting alongside Luffy, indicating that he acknowledged the Straw Hat Kid. Rayleigh took a sip of his drink and couldn't help but smile. I really want to meet you, Monkey D, Luffy. After watching the video, Sengoku revoked Crocodile and Jinbei's warlord status. This made Crocodile very unhappy. He hadn't found the Dark King yet, and the warlord status was still somewhat useful to him. Now that it was suddenly revoked, he was just an ordinary pirate. He needed to carry out his plans before the Navy found him. Sengoku discussed the candidates for warlord with several admirals. In the future scenes, That clown Buggy seems to be one of the warlords. That guy named Trafalgar Law is also one of the warlords. However, he has just set sail and has a close relationship with that Straw Hat Luffy. And then there's Blackbeard. Mentioning Blackbeard made Sengoku extremely angry. He couldn't believe that he, the wise Sengoku, had been outsmarted by this guy. This absolutely must not happen. After a round of discussion, they found that there really were no suitable candidates. In the end, they discovered that the clown Buggy was actually a decent candidate. However, Sengoku looked at the information on Buggy, and it turned out that this guy was indeed an intern on Roger's ship, with a bounty of 15 million berries. Sengoku was speechless and complained. No matter which ship, there are always stains. At this time, the Straw Hat Pirates arrived at Whiskey Peak, and Vivi presented her request to them. Vivi said, "Do you know the country of Alabasta? It's one of the few peaceful countries known as a civilized nation. But that was a long time ago. Now, it is in the midst of internal chaos. In recent years, someone has begun to plan a revolution. The people have revolted continuously, and the country is becoming more and more chaotic. One day, I heard about an organization called Baroque Works. We learned that this organization has been inciting the people, but once we try to trace further information, we find that all leads are cut off, and we can't make any progress. So, I went to ask Icolum, who has taken care of me since I was a child. I was thinking if I could find a way to infiltrate Baroque Works. If I could do that, I would be able to know the identity and purpose of the mastermind behind it." Zoro said, "What a courageous princess. So, have you found out their purpose?" Vivi replied, "Their purpose is to take over the Alabasta kingdom. We must hurry back to tell everyone the truth and quell the people's uprising. If this continues. Nami said, "I see. Now we have clarified the whole story." Luffy asked, "Then who is their mastermind?" Vivi said, "Seriously? It's one of the 7 warlords, Crocodile." Luffy, after hearing that, "Crocodile? You mean Crocodile? Is he the one who saved me in the video?" Zoro, "That's right, it's him. He's also one of the 7 warlords." Luffy tilted his head. "I don't feel like he's a bad person. He saved me and Ace multiple times during that war. He really helped me a lot. I didn't expect him to be this kind of person." Vivi looked at the others with concern. She had also watched the video. She was not sure at all whether Luffy would help her deal with Crocodile. After all, in the video, Crocodile saved Luffy multiple times. But now, only the Straw Hat crew could help her, and she looked forward to Luffy and the others. Zoro said, "I think we should go take a look. We have to move forward anyway, so why not check it out?" Even though Crocodile saved Luffy in the video, that doesn't mean he is a good person. Vivi remembered something and added, "That Robin is a member of Baroque Works, codename." Sanji was shocked. "What? That beautiful sister is a member of Baroque Works? She's our future companion. Let's go bring her on board." Sanji said with longing. Usopp said, "Then let's go get her and investigate the truth about the situation." Luffy nodded. Yes, that's right. If that guy is really a bad guy, I'll knock him flying." After a discussion, they reached a consensus. They decided to investigate the truth about Alabasta and also bring their future partner Robin along. The Straw Hat Pirates set sail again, this time with Vivi on board. As they headed towards Alabasta, they looked forward to when the video would play again. After all, the rewards from their previous rankings were incredibly useful to them. Just then, the long-awaited video finally appeared. The new video was about to start, so stay tuned. As soon as the system's voice rang out, everyone hurriedly gathered in front of the screen, eagerly watching, hoping to be ranked. The rewards for being on the list were indeed tempting. Whether it was the 7 warlords, the 4 emperors, or the Revolutionary Army or Navy, everyone was eagerly watching the screen. Sengoku hoped that this time it would be their Navy on the list. After all, the more rewards pirates received, the smaller the gap between pirates and the Navy would become. Currently, the Navy appeared very powerful among the factions. However, if pirates received rewards through the system, that gap would shrink. In the end, it was very likely that pirates would surpass the Navy, and that would spell disaster. Sengoku absolutely could not allow that to happen. The pirate special, the cunning villain, Crocodile. Upon the release of this title, everyone was stunned. Crocodile, isn't he one of the 7 warlords? Another pirate. Chatroom. Kaido. Crocodile is just one of the 7 warlords. What's there to rank? Why not me? I can accept Whitebeard, since he's one of the 4 emperors, and that war with the Navy was indeed spectacular. But Crocodile? What's there to rank about a guy with a bounty of less than 100 million? Big Mom, Mama, I'm also curious. Whether it was the first ranking of the Straw Hat Kid against Barrett, or last time with Whitebeard against the Navy, both were quite interesting. But a 7 warlord with a bounty of less than 100 million? What's the point? Doflamingo. Exactly, I agree. If we're ranking the 7 warlords, I should be on the list. Sand Crocodile really has no achievements. Buggy. When will I, the great Buggy, get on the list? Kid. I should be on the list, right? Becky. When will we rank the Supernovas? Do we have a chance to be on the list? Crocodile. Hey, you guys are just jealous of me. At this moment, Crocodile was both delighted to see himself ranked and worried that the system would expose what he had done in Alabasta. However, he had already offended the Navy, so it didn't matter if something unfavorable emerged about him. What if news about the King of Hell appeared in the ranking? The main point was that the ranking would come with rewards, which made him very excited. Crocodile, also known as Sand Crocodile, Mr. Zero, one of the 7 warlords, president of Baroque Works, with a bounty of 81 million berries, a user of the Sand fruit. Everyone looked at Crocodile's profile, and there were no standout points at all. Chatroom. Big Mom. Is this it? Is this it? What's so interesting about this? He's just a 7 warlord. Kaido. He's not even a 7 warlord anymore. He's been removed. Big Mom. This is really uninteresting. Big Mom. Why not continue ranking the 4 emperors? System. Come out now. Kaido. You think calling it will make it appear? Apu. I also want to see the 4 emperors. After all, you can learn a lot of fresh news. It's pretty good to be a bystander. Becky. I also want to see the 4 emperors. I have a plan. Kid. When will we be ranked? I just want to know if I can make it. Kid. That Straw Hat Luffy is from the same era as us. If he can make it on the list, so can I. Hawkins. Don't think about it. Unless you get a bounty of 1.5 billion. Urki. That guy, why'd he get a bounty of 1.5 billion? Did he fight a 4 emperor? He was already wanted for 1.5 billion before he fought Barrett. Hawkins. Even if he challenges a 4 emperor, it wouldn't be possible to have a bounty of 1.5 billion. After all, countless people have challenged the 4 emperors over the years. Unless he did something earth-shattering or defeated some well-known big figure. Apu. Defeating a big figure? Did he defeat a 4 emperor? No. If he defeated a 4 emperor, he wouldn't be a 5 emperor. He'd directly be a 4 emperor. He probably defeated one of the 4 emperor's subordinates. Hawkins. That makes sense. I wonder if he challenged Big Mom or Kaido. Did he defeat the 3 calamities or the 4 sweet commanders? Becky, you're right up there. Red Hair definitely has a good relationship with the Straw Hat Kid. Blackbeard has 2 devil fruits and is an enemy of the Straw Hat. If the Straw Hat challenges him and loses, he might very well be killed by Blackbeard. So the most likely candidates are Big Mom or Kaido. I think Big Mom has the highest possibility. Becky. Moreover, he left unscathed, which is quite terrifying. Challenging a 4 emperor and gaining a title. The Straw Hat Kid is indeed impressive. Kaido, what the hell? He challenges me and can still leave unscathed? I'll teach him a lesson with my Thunderbagua. Big Mom, Mama. Underestimated again. This little brat is still too immature. If he wants to challenge me, he should go back and train for a few decades. Crocodile looked at the messages in the chat room and fell out of place. They were all discussing that Straw Hat Luffy. How come he, once a 7 warlord, felt so insignificant? Moreover, Crocodile angrily looked at the chat records of Big Mom and Kaido, those 2 bastards. One day, he would defeat this so-called 4 emperor. It was really infuriating. The video started playing, and before seeing the person, they heard the voice. What? Pirates causing trouble in the kingdom? Don't they know I'm in this country? A male voice came through. The screen showed a luxurious room, and then Sand Crocodile appeared. A woman casually spread her hands and said, "A nation in turmoil is a prime target for pirates, isn't it? Are you going to go?" The woman turned around, and the audience in front of the screen felt she looked somewhat familiar, as if they had seen her somewhere. Isn't that Nico Robin from the Straw Hat Pirates? Someone recognized the woman in the video. It's her. What's going on? How did she appear in the video? The person next to her must be Crocodile. Nico Robin isn't following Crocodile now, is she? Then Crocodile really has a soft spot for the Straw Hat crew. He saved Luffy during the Marineford War. And now, one of his subordinates has become Luffy's companion. This not only helps the Straw Hat Kid, but also sends people to him. In the video, Crocodile said, "Of course we have to go. The surface work must also be done well." Robin said, "Well said." Crocodile replied, "Of course. The warlords of the sea are pirates who suppress other pirates. They are also heroes in the eyes of the people." The scene shifted to a city where a group of pirates were burning, killing, and looting. They were running rampant in the city. At that moment, Crocodile suddenly appeared on top of a building in the city. The people below exclaimed in delight, "Lord Crocodile." The pirates looked puzzled and said, "Crocodile? Is he one of the 7 warlords?" Crocodile said, "Shut up, foolish people. I'm just here to take the pirate's head." The people on the ground cheered for Crocodile. They referred to Crocodile as the guardian deity of Alabasta. Long live Crocodile, the Desert King. Crocodile, Various praises were pouring in. Crocodile laughed and said, "Well, you can call me whatever you like. Just don't cause trouble in this country. Pirates." Saying this, he jumped down and directly used his powers to suck all the moisture out of the bodies of the pirates. Crocodile carried the treasures plundered by the pirates on his shoulder and left amidst the cheers of the people. This scene left the people puzzled. A pirate had become a protector of country. He was quite welcomed by the people of this country. Not only did he not plunder the country's wealth, but he also helped drive away the pirates, causing chaos here. When did pirates become so good? If all pirates were like this, wouldn't the world be at peace? Well, except for the celestial dragons. Doflamingo watched the scene and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This sand crocodile isn't planning to learn from him, is he? Doflamingo laughed, thinking that wanting to be successful like him wouldn't work out that way. At this moment, the kingdom's army arrived late. Seeing the people cheering for Crocodile, the leader of the guards returned to the palace to report to Cobra. When we arrived at La Roja, Cobra said, "Really? Anyway, as long as the citizens are fine, it's good. Thank him for the help." Such things had happened more than once. And Cobra was also unclear why this Shichibukai wanted to help Alabasta. Just then, the screen suddenly went black. Question 1. Why hasn't it rained in Alabasta for 3 years? This question is limited to Crocodile's answer. Rules. The rewards for this inventory will be determined based on the accuracy of the answers. Participants are advised to answer carefully. Note, all answers will be revealed in the video, so don't harbor any hopes of luck. During the answering, the participants will be in an absolutely safe space. Suddenly, Crocodile's figure appeared on the screen. Crocodile also heard the system's voice. He did not want to answer this question, because it was he who caused Alabasta to not rain for 3 years. If he revealed this, his plans would fail. However, even if he didn't say it, the system would expose his true purpose, so he might as well answer honestly, lest he end up without any rewards after the inventory. After all, the system stated that the rewards for this inventory would be based on the accuracy of the answers. If he had known the system would expose this matter, he wouldn't have wanted to be on a list, and this time it wasn't just about being on a list for rewards, but answering questions to get rewards. Wasn't the system directly making him expose his own secrets? Crocodile thought gloomily. His 3-year plan was about to succeed, but he didn't expect it to fall short. He hoped the system's reward would satisfy him. Otherwise, he would be furious. After pondering for a moment, Crocodile said, "I did it." Correct answer. Crocodile is the user of the sand fruit. He can absorb moisture from the air, making it impossible for rain clouds to form and thus unable to rain. He also made Baroque works use dancing powder in the capital Alyabarna, causing other cities in Alabasta to not rain for 3 years. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Crocodile on the screen in disbelief. They never expected that the Shichibukai they revered as a hero was actually the culprit behind Alabasta's 3 years of drought. Cobra was shocked to find that this Shichibukai, who had been helping Alabasta, was actually the mastermind behind the country's 3 years of drought. He looked at Crocodile with anger. The country was in civil war because of this, and how many innocent people had died because of it. Cobra clenched his fists and ordered the kingdom's guard to find Crocodile's whereabouts. The leader of the rebel army, Kusha, was also watching the live broadcast, and the system's words left him stunned. He had always thought that Alabasta's 3 years without rain were caused by King Cobra using dancing powder. He never expected it was Crocodile's conspiracy. What was his reason for doing this? Question 2. What is Crocodile's purpose? Doflamingo laughed upon seeing this question. He didn't expect this sand crocodile truly intended to learn from him. However, just because he could succeed doesn't mean this sand crocodile could succeed too. Crocodile looked at this question and, in a reckless manner, said, "To overthrow Alabasta and establish an ideal kingdom." This statement nearly made Sengoku explode with anger. This crocodile actually wanted to plot against Alabasta. Just a few years after Doflamingo's schemes for Dressrosa, another Shichibukai was plotting against Alabasta. These guys were actually using the convenience of their Shichibukai status to commit such unforgivable acts. The previous video featured Blackbeard doing the same. Unexpectedly, Crocodile was also like this. This made Sengoku extremely furious, and he ordered Kizaru to rush to Alabasta as fast as possible to capture Crocodile. This crocodile had already been stripped of his Shichibukai title. He was now just an ordinary pirate. Kizaru, despite complaining, still headed to Alabasta. Correct answer. Crocodile, in this country engulfed in civil war, played the role of a savior precisely to control Alabasta in his hands. After saying this, the screen suddenly went black, and a pirate ship appeared in the video. People looked closely and were astonished to find it was the Straw Hat Pirates. People were confused. What was going on? Wasn't this a video about Crocodile? Why did the Straw Hat Pirates appear? And this wasn't their first appearance, right? It wasn't even about them. Why would the Straw Hat crew show up in the video? At this time, the Straw Hat Pirates had just bid farewell to Uncle Hatchie and the whale Laboon, preparing to head to the next island. Brooke, who was in the magical triangle, immediately recognized the giant whale and the lighthouse keeper Coloca's beside it. Suddenly, Brooke was in tears. Laboon. He didn't expect Laboon was still waiting for them there. He looked at the pirate crew emblem on Laboon's head and immediately recognized it as the Straw Hat Pirate symbol. He had seen in previous videos that he had joined that crew. Could it be because they knew Laboon? Brooke looked forward to the video, believing that one day he would return to Laboon's side. Uncle Hatchie, watching the gradually receding Straw Hat ship, murmured, "Could they be the pirates we've been waiting for all along? What incredible man he is. Right, Roger?" People looked at this uncle, who was dressed like a flower, puzzled. What did he mean? The Straw Hat Pirates were the pirates they had been waiting for? Moreover, this guy actually knew Roger. At this moment, someone in the crowd said, "This guy seems to have appeared in the previous video." When they were counting Whitebeard, there was someone who looked very much like him beside Rayleigh. I saw it too, right next to Rayleigh. Could this guy also be a member of Roger's crew? What did he mean by that? Who was Roger waiting for? In the previous video, Whitebeard had mentioned that Roger was waiting for someone. Moreover, he had said to Blackbeard that the person Roger was waiting for was not him. Now, someone is saying, could it be that Roger and the others are the Straw Hat crew? Why would Roger wait for him? Moreover, Roger had already died 20 years ago, and this Straw Hat kid is only 17 this year. The crowd is buzzing with curiosity about who exactly Roger is waiting for. Just then the scene shifts, and Princess Vivi appears in the video, and next to her is the Straw Hat crew. Vivi tells the Straw Hat crew about the events happening in the country of Alabasta, as well as Crocodile's conspiracy. It turns out that aside from the capital Alyabarna, no rain has fallen in the rest of the country for 3 years. Under the deliberate arrangement of Baroque works, the people of Alabasta were led to believe that this drought was caused by King Cobra using the dancing powder, which triggered a civil war. The dancing powder, also known as the rain-calling powder, is prohibited by the world government because its use causes drought in downwind areas, leading people to believe it was the doing of King Cobra, resulting in many joining the rebellious army. Meanwhile, Alabasta, caught in a civil war, was attacked by pirates, and Crocodile suddenly appeared, defeating the pirates and presenting himself as a hero in Alabasta, winning the people's favor. However, Crocodile's true purpose in helping the people is to gain their trust and seize control of the country of Alabasta. The leader of the rebels, Koza, grew up alongside Princess Vivi, and she wants to reveal the truth to Koza in hopes of ending the civil war, thus preventing Crocodile from achieving his plan amidst the chaos. Only then do the people understand why Crocodile would kill the pirates. His aim was to gain the people's trust to further his ambitions for Alabasta. Vivi pleads with the Straw Hat crew to help her tell the citizens the truth and resolve the rebellion. The Straw Hat crew agrees to Vivi's request. This gives the people a favorable impression of the Straw Hat crew. However, most still harbor disdain for pirates. In the video, the Straw Hat crew, having accepted Vivi's request, appears in a stone forest in the desert where they're having a meal. An unexpected person appears on screen. It is Port Ace. How did Ace end up in Alabasta? While everyone is puzzled, the conversation between Vivi and Nami captures their attention. Vivi watches as Luffy steals Zoro's food, and the group starts to tussle, exclaiming, "Why does it always turn into chaos at mealtime?" Nami says, "Don't look at them." Vivi continues, "Look, Ace is cleaning his used fork and plate." Nami remarks, "Indeed, he is on a completely different level, having such a troublemaking brother." She adds, "It's hard to imagine from his polite demeanor." Ace's bounty is astonishing. Vivi questions, "Is Ace also a wanted criminal?" Nami explains, "I've heard it's an amount that makes bounty hunters worldwide drool." The Whitebeard pirates, Port Ace, just hearing his name makes all pirates tremble with fear. If Ace is after someone so formidable, then that pirate named Blackbeard must be quite powerful as well. Blackbeard is a traitor who harms his own crew. It seems Ace intends to chase him to the ends of the earth. Everyone is shocked to learn that Ace is here pursuing Blackbeard. So is Blackbeard still in Alabasta? Luffy and Zoro were still arguing when suddenly, 2 kids stole their meat and ran away. Luffy looked at the meat in surprise and quickly chased after them. The 2 kids shared a piece of meat, and this scene made the onlookers feel heartbroken. Ace and the others noticed them, and one of the kids pointed a gun at Ace, but Ace blocked the bullet with a rock. Seeing how impressive he was, the slightly older kid said to Ace, "I have something I want to ask you for help with." They're SA man I hope you can find and capture. Ace was puzzled, and the boy continued. If you can catch him, I'll give you 1,000,000 berries as a reward. Nami was confused. 1,000,000 berries? These kids don't look like they can come up with that kind of money. The boy shyly replied, right now, I can't give you the money, but I will definitely pay you back when I grow up. Please help me find this man. He took out a photo for Ace to see. The boy said the man was a bounty hunter, and when Nami and the others asked why they were looking for this bounty hunter, the two kids didn't reveal the reason. Ace agreed to their request and seriously said he was also looking for this person, who was called Scorpion and had defeated Blackbeard. At that moment, Luffy encountered Scorpion while searching for meat, and Scorpion took Luffy to find Ace and the others. The onlookers were puzzled. Is this guy really capable of defeating Blackbeard? What a joke. If they hadn't seen Blackbeard's performance during the Marineford War, they might have believed Ace's words. Scorpion brought Luffy to Ace and the others, claiming he wanted to defeat Fire Fist Ace. Ace quickly defeated Scorpion, revealing that Scorpion had spread the news about Blackbeard to lure Ace there. The two kids were Scorpion's sons. Scorpion wanted to prove to his two kids that he had regained his confidence by challenging Fire Fist Ace to become the world's #1. Defeated by Ace, Scorpion left with his two sons. After learning that the news of Blackbeard being in Alabasta was false, Ace decided to leave. Ace said, since Blackbeard isn't in Alabasta, I have no reason to stay in this country. Sanji asked, where are you going next? Ace replied, according to Scorpion, it seems someone saw that guy in the west. Someone check it out. Ace handed a piece of paper to Luffy and told him that they could meet again using it. The people watching recognized that the paper was the life paper that had fallen from Luffy during the Marineford War, and unexpectedly, it was given to Luffy here. Luffy and Nami continued on their journey to their destination. The scene shifted, and Nico Robin introduced the members of the Baroque Works to their behind-the-scenes boss, who turned out to be Crocodile. The members of Baroque Works were astonished that their boss was actually one of the 7 warlords. They were confused. Since the 7 warlords were recognized pirates by the government, why did he need to establish Baroque Works? Crocodile said, what I want is not money or status, but military power. Let me start from the beginning about my true purpose as well as the final battle plan of Baroque Works. Crocodile introduced their nominal purpose to a few core members, to overthrow Alabasta and establish an ideal nation. Phone Killy asked, does such a country really exist? That's why we want to take over the entire country, Mr. One added. So our task this time is a summary of that grand plan. Crocodile confirmed, that's right. Since the establishment of Baroque Works, all the tasks you have executed are related to this battle plan. And here is your final order. The day of Arabasta's disappearance has finally arrived. When each of you completes your tasks, Alabasta will collapse on its own. The rebels and citizens who lose their footing will automatically fall into our hands at Baroque Works. Overnight, this country will become our utopia. This is the final and greatest utopian operation of Baroque Works. Failure is not allowed. This scene made people furious. The crocodile they regarded as a hero was actually the mastermind behind it all, and their goal was Alabasta. People raised their weapons and shouted to eliminate Crocodile. Question 3. What is Crocodile's true intention? When this question arose, everyone looked at the screen in confusion. What does this mean? Isn't Crocodile trying to overthrow Alabasta? How could that not be his true purpose? People whispered among themselves, discussing Crocodile's real motives. At this moment, Cobra's expression changed. Could it be that he was after? Sengoku was also pondering Crocodile's true purpose. He had been plotting in Alabasta for 3 years, and it wasn't for this country. So what was his goal? After hearing this question, Crocodile cursed the system under his breath. You ruthless bastard, are you trying to expose everything about him? Crocodile gritted his teeth and said, to obtain the ancient weapon Pluton. As soon as this was said, those who didn't know what Pluton was felt bewildered. Just for such an ancient weapon, he was causing the entire Alabasta to suffer. This was too unreasonable. Upon hearing this, the Gorosei's expressions changed drastically. They had never understood why the Alabasta royal family was unwilling to move to Merigios. Could it be to protect this ancient weapon, Pluton? At this point, the Gorosei sent CP agents to Alabasta to search for the whereabouts of Pluton, and they continued to watch the video. It would be even better if the video revealed the location of Pluton. Zephyr looked at the video with a serious expression. He was very disappointed with the world government. He had gradually distanced himself from the Navy and formed a pirate guerrilla group, aiming to kill all pirates in the world. If he had this ancient weapon Pluton, his goal could be half fulfilled. Soon, he also headed to Alabasta. At this time, Dragon also rushed to Alabasta with his men. After all, they were aware of the ancient weapon Pluton. This dangerous existence must not fall into the hands of the world government. Other forces that knew about the ancient weapon, such as Kaido and Big Mom, also sent people to Alabasta. If they could obtain it, that would be best. If not, they would destroy it. Whitebeard also sent several captains to Alabasta together. As long as they ensured their own safety, they would destroy Pluton. They couldn't let the Navy obtain the ancient weapon Pluton. The answer is correct. Crocodile's true intention is indeed for Pluton. The historical text that records the location of the ancient weapon Pluton is buried underground in the Alabasta kingdom. The Nefertari family was one of the 20 royal families that established the world government 800 years ago. However, they did not follow into the Holy Land Marineford, but continued to rule the Alabasta kingdom. The ancient weapon Pluton possesses the power to destroy the world. It is a super battleship built by Water 7, capable of destroying an island with a single shot. The system's words sent chills down the spines of ordinary citizens. They never expected that such an important secret was hidden in the desert country of Alabasta. If it fell into the hands of someone with ill intentions, would there be any peace left in this world? Doflamingo was also surprised that Crocodile was not just plotting for the country, but also for such an ancient weapon. He looked at the screen with a serious expression, thinking for a long time, and decided he would not join the fray in Alabasta. After all, once the news of Pluton came out, the Gorosei would definitely send people to look for it, and the four emperors would not allow such an ancient weapon to fall into the hands of the world government. A great battle would surely ensue, and no matter who obtained it, it would be detrimental to the others. The best fate for Pluton would be to continue sleeping or to be destroyed. Crocodile felt a surge of joy in his heart. Since the historical text recording Pluton's location was in Alabasta, it was very likely that Pluton was also in Alabasta. But where exactly was it located? It seems that he could only find that piece of historical text recording Pluton's location. Crocodile thought to himself that he had Nico Robin, who could understand the historical text. As long as he found the historical text, everything would be fine. At this time, CP9, who was undercover in Water 7, saw that the ancient weapon Pluton was very likely to appear in the Alabasta kingdom, and they felt a surge of joy. Compared to Pluton, the design seemed less important. Sengoku watched the video, and he knew about Pluton. He never expected that after so many years, Pluton would reappear. They absolutely could not let the pirates or the revolutionary army obtain Pluton. Sengoku said to Akainu, Sakazuki, "You should also go to Alabasta. If Pluton appears, you must obtain it. If you cannot obtain Pluton, then destroy it. No one can have it. All right. Use that gate of justice to quickly reach the nearby Navy branch." Sengoku rubbed his head. He had just remembered that they had a gate of justice. Sengoku couldn't help but feel a bit guilty in his heart. After all, this gate of justice was obtained by Kizaru through answering questions. Akainu nodded in response, turned, and left. Question 4. Did Crocodile obtain the ancient weapon Pluton? As soon as this question was asked, Crocodile lowered his head and pondered. The others in front of the screen were also deep in thought. Did he really obtain Pluton? Suddenly, everyone remembered the previous video where Crocodile appeared alongside Luffy and the Straw Hats during the Marineford War, and at that time, there were still quite a few prisoners from Impel Down around them. Could it be that he didn't obtain Pluton and was imprisoned in Impel Down along with Luffy, then escaped when Blackbeard caused a commotion there? Crocodile recalled that in the previous video, Mr. One was wearing a prison uniform, so his plan likely failed. Crocodile said no. Clockter found a historical text recording the location of the ancient weapon Pluton in the royal tombs of Alabasta. He wanted to obtain the whereabouts of Pluton through Nico Robin, who could decipher the text. However, Nico Robin did not reveal the location of Pluton to Clockter. Furious, Clockter severely injured Nico Robin with his weapon. At this moment, Luffy, who was entrusted by Princess Vivi, also arrived in the tomb, leading to a battle between Clockter and Straw Hat Luffy. Question 5. Who won the battle between Clockter and Straw Hat Luffy? Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out that Nico Robin is still a good person, as she did not tell that warlord about the location of Pluton. Otherwise, who knows what this world would become? However, the answer to this question should be that the Straw Hat crew won. Everyone thought. After hearing the question, Clockter realized he already knew the answer. He must have lost. He said, "I lost." Correct answer. Clockter was defeated by Straw Hat Luffy and was arrested by Marine Colonel Smoker and Tashigi, who were pursuing the Straw Hat crew at the time, and was imprisoned in Impel Down. Later, Fire Fist Ace was captured, and Straw Hat Luffy single-handedly stormed into Impel Down to rescue Ace. The two reunited on the 6th level underground, and Clockter escaped from Impel Down with Straw Hat Luffy. This round of questions has ended with a total of 5 questions. Congratulations to Clockter for answering all of them correctly. Next, please continue watching the video, and the rewards will be distributed after the video ends. It turns out that the truth behind Straw Hat Luffy, Clockter, and the Revolutionary Army's appearance in the Marineford War is like this. No wonder Clockter saved Straw Hat Luffy multiple times before. This could be one reason. Chatroom, Doflamingo. Crocodile, I didn't expect you to be so clever. Thinking about the ancient weapon Pluton. Hawkins, there are already quite a few forces arriving in Alabasta, right? After all, such a powerful weapon in anyone's hands will become a nightmare for others. Urage, I hope the system can take it away. It's too dangerous to leave it in reality. A super battleship that can destroy an island in one shot. I wonder if the Sky Island at an altitude of 10,000 meters is within its range. Enel, this Pluton is amazing. If I were in the East Blue, I would definitely get my hands on it. It would be a perfect match for me. Kaido, quite good. If I had this, my first shot would be aimed at Marine headquarters. Let them taste the feeling of being bombarded. Big Mom, Mama, that's a great idea. Once I get Pluton, my first shot will be at Marine headquarters. Sengoku, what are you all thinking? How could a weapon like Pluton be allowed in the hands of you pirates? I've already sent a Marine Admiral to Alabasta. You won't be able to obtain it, so dream on. Sengoku was nearly driven to madness. This group of guys completely disregarded the Marines, casually talking about bombarding Marine headquarters, thinking they're Whitebeard, wanting a second war. Buggy, the system is really something. Why release such a video? Can't they show some treasures or something? Can a pirate be considered a pirate if they don't seek treasure? Shanks, Buggy is still as interested in treasures as ever. Whitebeard, Gurura, it's better to let such weapons sleep. Whoever obtains it will break the current balance of the world. Shanks, agreed. I hope the system can take it away. Marco, agreed. 1 Jesus Burgess, agreed. 2 Vista, agreed. 3 The video once again showed previous scenes. Mr. 3 appeared on the screen, and everyone recognized him. This guy had turned wax into a key to unlock Ace's chains in the previous video. Clockter was furious about Mr. 3 helping the Straw Hat crew escape. He drained the moisture from Mr. 3's body and threw him into the crocodile pit. After Clockter published the images of several people, Mr. 2 stated he had seen them and then transformed his face into their likenesses. Clockter had someone take a photo and dispatched 1,000,000 soldiers to pursue them. Meanwhile, the rebel army was preparing to attack Alabasta once they gathered their weapons. The commander of the guard army, Gaka, and Bell persuaded Cobra to take the initiative against the rebels. However, Cobra did not allow it. He wanted to find out who was behind the scenes. He would not act against the rebel army made up of citizens until he clarified who the mastermind was. He told Gaka and Bell, the country is the people. He would not act without understanding the situation. Unable to persuade the king, the two were about to leave when a soldier reported that the fast runner had returned. They hurriedly went to Cobra, who showed them the letter. The 3 finally understood that everything was Clockter's doing. Cobra ordered Gaka to lead the royal army to the Rainland where Clockter was, but Bell expressed his concerns. If the royal army left for the Rainland, the rebel army would take the opportunity to attack the palace. Besides, Clockter was currently more beloved by the people than the king. Cobra said, even if the rebel army captures this palace, so what? I should have said that the country is the people. Even if our royal army is destroyed, as long as we defeat Clockter, the country can be reborn through the people. But if we confront the rebel army head-on, then the one who laughs last will be Clockter alone. Even if the rebel army does not stop, as long as we defeat Clockter, that will suffice. He is one of the 7 warlords, and we cannot underestimate Clockter. It is no longer possible to end this war without sacrifices. People watched the video of King Cobra of Alabasta. He truly was a good king who thought of his people. Even as the rebel army was about to attack the palace, he insisted on fighting Clockter, refusing to harm the rebel army composed of ordinary people. At this moment, Smoker, who was pursuing Luffy and the others, also arrived in the Rainland. Smoker and Tashigi were discussing whether the Straw Hat crew would come to the Rainland in a shop. Just then, Luffy and Usopp, who were about to die of thirst, burst in loudly asking for water and sat down with Smoker. Meanwhile, Smoker was still discussing the Straw Hat Kid with Tashigi, unaware that the person they were talking about was right beside them, loudly asking for water. Seeing the scene, everyone burst into laughter. This Straw Hat is too funny, and Smoker is too, discussing the Straw Hat crew so seriously while the person is right in front of them. The Whitebeard pirates laughed at Luffy's antics. Ace found his brother too amusing. Ace facepalmed. He felt helpless about his brother's lack of awareness. He had been like this since childhood. Finally, Smoker could no longer tolerate the noise beside him. He turned his head, and, at that moment, Luffy also looked at him, their eyes meeting in silence. The air was thick with awkwardness. Luffy stared blankly at Smoker, and the water in his mouth was directly spat onto Smoker's face. The two quickly grabbed the bucket and ran out. Smoker told Shiji to gather the Marines, and he went straight to chase after the Straw Hat Kid, Luffy. The people in front of the screen were almost dying from laughter. They really are a pair of happy rivals. During the first recap video, Smoker also wouldn't let go of Luffy, and it was unexpected that it had already started at this moment. Luffy and the others escaped from the Navy's pursuit, but Smoker was still relentlessly chasing them. Luffy and his crew directly broke into Crocodile's territory. Luffy and his crew shouted the names of Vivi and Crocodile in a casino called Rain Banquet, hoping that Crocodile would come out himself. Everyone looked at Luffy and the others as if they were fools. At that moment, Nico Robin asked the assistant manager to invite Luffy and the others to the VIP room. The Straw Hat crew didn't understand the meaning of VIP and interpreted it as a provocation from Crocodile. They barged in directly, and Smoker followed them in. Just then, they came to a fork in the road. One side was marked VIP, and the other side was marked Pirates. Luffy believes that since they are pirates, they should head in the direction of pirates. A few people followed Luffy and ran towards the direction marked Barrett. In no time, they reached the end and found it to be a trap, falling into a cage made of sea stone. Sengoku looked at Smoker speechlessly, wondering if this guy had been so foolish in chasing after the Straw Hat crew that he fell for such a simple trap. Smoker was trapped in the cage along with the Straw Hat crew. Just as a battle was about to break out between the two sides, Crocodile's voice suddenly came through, saying, "Are you partners going to the underworld together, or are you going to get along?" Smoker sarcastically replied, "You have an even more disgusting face than I imagined." Crocodile retorted without backing down, "Just like the rumors, a wild dog, Smoker. It seems you haven't considered me one of your own for a long time. But you're right. Smoker, let us just say you're going to die unexpectedly. You've already done your best fighting alongside that little pirate. I will report this to the world government. I don't know why you came to this country, but it's all your own decision, right? The government wouldn't send anyone here because they trust me, the warlord of the sea." This statement angered many people watching on the screen. They never expected that a warlord protected by the world government could be like this. Crocodile was scheming against the country of Alabasta. And what about the others? Were they also running amok under the name of the warlords of the sea? When Luffy heard that he was Crocodile, he directly shouted at him, "Hey, you bastard, let's settle this once and for all." As a result, his hand inadvertently touched the cage made of sea prism stone. Usopp, speechless, said, "I told you not to touch that fence." Crocodile replied, "Straw Hat Kid Luffy, I can't believe you actually made it here. I'll take my time to deal with you. Just wait a little. The main guest hasn't arrived yet. My partner has gone to fetch her." At that moment, Vivi was being attacked by several Baroque Works members. Just then, Bell fell from the sky and rescued Vivi, defeating the Baroque Works members. Meanwhile, Nico Robin appeared in front of Vivi. She directly knocked Bell down and took Vivi away. Everyone started to understand a bit about Nico Robin's abilities. In the cage, Luffy and the others had nothing to do. Luffy was performing an imitation show for Usopp, while Zoro leisurely fell asleep nearby. Everyone was speechless, wondering if they understood they had been captured and were still so relaxed. Nami directly hit each of them on the head to wake them up. At this moment, Vivi also came before Crocodile, using her weapon to directly behead him. But before the few could cheer, Crocodile transformed into sand and dissipated into the air. The reappearing Crocodile immediately grabbed Vivi, saying to everyone, "I will make Alabasta disappear from this world. I want the citizens struggling to survive to fall in pain, swallowed by eternal darkness. The Utopia battle plan has begun." Crocodile's words shocked everyone watching the screen. What exactly was he planning? Was he really going to use the ancient weapon Pluton to erase Alabasta from the world? At this moment, King Cobra suddenly disappeared, and the King's Guard received news that Cobra had appeared in Narahara. In Narahara, Cobra appeared on the streets, addressing the people of the city. "The one who took away this country's water is me. It's me, King Cobra of Alabasta." The people, confused, asked, "King Cobra, why are you joking like this?" Cobra replied, "This is not a joke. I used dance powder to make it rain continuously in Alyabarna. I can't let a king go hungry, right? No, I can't let myself, as the king, go hungry." Someone countered, "Although what you said is true, many people have died because of the lack of water and food." "Your Majesty, you..." Cobra interrupted, "Of course I know, and I also know that many oases have dried up. But to protect the country, small sacrifices are inevitable. The people, not believing him, said, "How could that be? You know there have been such tragic situations, yet you still think of yourself. This is too selfish, King." The people watching the screen looked at Cobra, finding his reaction too different from before. The previous Cobra even preferred the palace to fall into the hands of the rebels rather than harm the rebels made up of the people of this country. Now he publicly announced that it was he who used dance powder to make the people despise him. The system had previously exposed that it was Crocodile who caused the 3-year drought in Alabasta. And now, this Cobra voluntarily spoke of the dance powder incident as something he had done. This couldn't be Crocodile's conspiracy, could it? At this moment, someone suddenly remembered that one of Crocodile's subordinates was a mimic. Could this king be transformed by that guy? Now, in the video, Cobra continued, "You foolish people. Do you have objections to me as your king? That's why I came to Narahara to apologize. What else do you expect?" A person in the crowd angrily said, "My brother died in Yuba." Cobra said, "I actually have other purposes for coming here. As you can see, dance powder is something banned by the world government. If this matter gets leaked, the Navy headquarters will also intervene, and that country will be destroyed. This must be avoided. But 2 years ago, you should remember that this city was discovered to have a large amount of dance powder smuggled, right? That matter must be erased. Do you understand what I mean?" The people listened to his words, shocked at what was happening in front of them. Cobra continued, "That's right. To forever bury that detestable incident, I will eliminate you together with this city." As soon as this was said, the people of Narahara became furious. "What did you say? Even if it's the king's order, we cannot accept it." Just then, a little kid ran out with a weapon. "Hey, king, it's all your fault. It's because of you. Because of you. It's all because you took away the rain that the city dried up. You bastard." Saying this, he charged forward with his weapon, only to be kicked away by Cobra. Cobra then ordered, "All troops, burn Narahara to ashes." This foot directly angered everyone in Narahara. At this time, the leader of the rebels, Kusha, appeared before Cobra. Hearing Cobra's words, Kusha angrily told him to shut up. "Do you know how the people who fell in the dry land died? They do not hate you or blame you. It's not the king's fault. He is a good king, and they all died believing in you. But you, however, are like this. Even if it's a lie, you should say you are innocent. How can you let them rest in peace in the underworld?" A member of the king's guard shot at Kusha, and he fell to the ground. The guards and ordinary citizens began to fight. Just then, a ship arrived directly from the sea to the streets of Narahara. It was indeed several high-ranking agents from Baroque Works, and the chaos on the street caused by Cobra transformed into the high-ranking Baroque Works agent Mr. 2. The other members of the King's Guard also transformed into Baroque agents. The people watching the screen angrily exclaimed, "It really is that guy." Doflamingo laughed heartily. "You really are something, Crocodile." This method is not unrelated to the one I used to deal with the Riku royal family. It's almost identical. The difference is that I succeeded and sat on the Dressrosa throne, while you failed and became a captive. That's the difference between you and me. A child hiding in the dark discovered this entire conspiracy. When he wanted to tell everyone about it, Mr. 1 and his partner found the child and seriously injured him. The armed rebels decided to launch an attack on the palace. At this time, the people also understood Crocodile's battle plan. If no one stopped him, it was only a matter of time before Alabasta fell into Crocodile's hands, and the Straw Hat crew, who were expected by everyone, were locked in a cage made of sea prism stone. What will happen to all this? People couldn't help but worry that Crocodile might really succeed in his plot. The rebels wouldn't fight against the king's army, would they? Previously, it was only said that he hadn't obtained the ancient weapon Pluton and was later defeated by Luffy. But it didn't say his battle plan had failed. The Alabastans watching the video couldn't help but place their hopes on Luffy and his crew on the screen. They already know the truth of the matter and do not wish for a battle between the rebel army and the king's army. Neither victory nor defeat is what they want to see. Crocodile said to the bound Vivi, "What a coincidence. We're just on our way to Alabasta. If you want to come along, feel free. Or do you want to save this group of guys?" Crocodile raised the key in his hand for the Straw Hat crew to see. Luffy shouted, "Is that the key to this cage? Hurry, give me the key." Crocodile raised the key in his hand and slowly let go, a smug smile on his face. Just as the key was about to fall to the ground, Crocodile activated a mechanism. The floor opened up, and the key fell directly into the banana crocodile pool, where it was eaten by an enormous banana crocodile. The banana crocodile that ate the key mixed in with the other crocodiles. After doing all this, Crocodile prepared to leave for Alabasta, telling Luffy and the others that this room would automatically be destroyed in an hour, and water would fill the place up. This secret base would also sink into the Lake of Rain base. Crocodile said to Vivi, "It's either the innocent million citizens or the futureless pirate crew of 4. You can only save one side. However, no matter which side, the chances of being saved are very slim. It all comes down to which side you're willing to gamble on." Miss Wednesday. Crocodile released the banana crocodile and prepared to take Nico Robin away. At that moment, his den mushy suddenly rang, and Sanji's voice came through. It turned out that Sanji's appearance had not been revealed, and Crocodile was unaware that one member of the Straw Hat crew had not been captured. Luffy and the others urged Sanji to hurry and save them. Crocodile asked with a grim expression, "Who exactly are you?" Sanji's voice came through. "Me? I'm Mr. Prince." "Oh really? Where are you now, Mr. Prince?" "I can't say that. Can I? If I did, you'd definitely come to kill me, right?" "Well, whether you can actually kill me is another matter. But I'm not foolish enough to easily reveal my location to you. I'm not like you, Mr. Zero." Usopp shouted from the cage, "Prince, hurry and save us. We've been captured, there's no time." Luffy also cried out, "Hurry up and save us." Sanji, hearing the energetic shouts of Luffy and the others, laughed and said, "It seems my crew is by your side." Before Sanji could finish his sentence, a gunshot rang out. Everyone was startled by the gunfire and stopped. At that moment, the voice of the $1 million captain from Baroque Works came through the transponder snail. "Hello, I've caught him. What should I do with this strange man?" Everyone was caught off guard by this turn of events. The hope that had just ignited was extinguished again. Crocodile said, "Where are you? Hurry up and tell me the location." The voice on the other end of the transponder snail replied, "We are at the entrance of a casino called Rain Banquet in Rainy Land." Crocodile decided to go check it out. Upon arriving at the casino entrance, Crocodile discovered that everyone from Baroque Works had been defeated. At that moment, Crocodile spotted someone who resembled Mr. Prince and hurriedly chased after him. That person was Chopper, who was responsible for distracting Crocodile. At the same time, Vivi had also escaped. She was going to find Sanji. Just then, the road connecting to the casino suddenly broke apart, causing panic among the casino goers. A person appeared in front of Vivi. It was Sanji. It turned out that everything was part of a plan devised by Sanji and Chopper. Chopper was responsible for drawing Crocodile away, while Sanji took the opportunity to destroy the only road in front of the casino, isolating Baroque Works agents from the casino. People watching on the screen couldn't help but applaud Sanji's intelligence. Well done. And it was surprising that Crocodile fell for it so easily. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat crew, trapped in a cage, was trying to attract the attention of the banana crocodile, hoping it would bite through the cage. The cage's sturdiness exceeded their expectations, and the banana crocodile was unable to break it. At that moment, Sanji suddenly appeared, delivering a handsome kick that knocked the banana crocodile unconscious. Before people could praise him, Sanji immediately revealed his true form, returning to his chef nature. Nami was speechless and urged Sanji to hurry and find the key. Smoker, with his eyes closed, said to Sanji, "Take out the third crocodile that pops up." Luffy was puzzled. "What? You can tell the difference?" Smoker opened his eyes. "Are your ears just for decoration? The sound is the same as the guy who just swallowed the key." Usopp and Luffy looked at Smoker in shock, unable to tell the difference at all. Sanji, following Smoker's words, kicked Crocodile in the stomach, and a white ball was knocked out. It turned out to be Mr. 3. He wasn't eaten by Crocodile after all. At that moment, Mr. 3 also noticed the key to the cage, and with a flash of inspiration, realized the situation, directly throwing the key out with a long toss. This reckless act made Sanji very angry. At this moment, Crocodile, noticing something was off, finally returned. Robin asked him, "What if that group correctly guesses which crocodile swallowed the key?" Crocodile replied, "It's useless. Even if they are lucky enough to find the key, the real key is with me. Let them struggle to their death." Upon hearing this, people angrily glared at Crocodile, realizing that this guy had been deceiving the Straw Hat crew from the start. Even if they got the key, it wouldn't matter. However, Crocodile didn't expect that there was still someone who could create a key. They could only imagine what Crocodile's expression would be. People suddenly looked forward to what would happen next. Mr. 3's act of throwing the key directly infuriated the Straw Hat crew. Usopp had a flash of inspiration and thought of how this guy could make a key. He quickly said, "Wait, Sanji, can he use his melting power to make a key for this cage?" As soon as Usopp said this, everyone remembered that this guy could indeed make a key. Sanji beat up Mr. 3, who obediently made a key out of wax and opened the cage door. After using up his strength, Mr. 3 was sent flying by Sanji. Luffy and Zoro emerged and defeated all the banana crocodiles. At that moment, the underwater secret base finally couldn't hold up, and was submerged by water. The Straw Hat crew was swept underwater. At this moment, Crocodile finally arrived here, only to find no trace of the Straw Hat crew. He only saw Mr. 3 floating on a plank. Crocodile, with a grim expression, said, "I will never forgive that group of scum. I will personally slaughter them all." Meanwhile, outside the casino, in the lake, Sanji brought up Luffy, who had drunk his fill of water. The others also crawled ashore. Usopp, as usual, lagged behind. He had been knocked out by a rock in the water, and Vivi pulled him up by his nose. Zoro also helped Smoker climb ashore. Sanji, seeing this, asked in confusion, "Hey Zoro, why did you bring the enemy with you?" Zoro replied impatiently, "It's annoying. I didn't do it willingly. Anyway, he's half dead." Sanji said, "Forget it, let's get going. We've wasted too much time." Sanji told Nami to spray the perfume they bought earlier on themselves, so Chopper could track them by the scent. At this moment, the now-recovered Smoker raised his weapon and aimed it at Zoro. This scene angered the onlookers. What was wrong with this Marine? That swordsman saved you, and instead of saying thank you, you repay kindness with enmity. Before anyone could voice their complaints, Smoker said, "Why did you save me?" At this time, a scene flashed on the screen showing Luffy asking Zoro to save Smoker, revealing that Luffy was worried Smoker would die and wanted Zoro to rescue him. People couldn't help but give Luffy a thumbs up. As a pirate, he could set aside past grievances to save Smoker, who had been chasing them. Truly a good person. If only he were a Marine. Zoro said, "I just followed the captain's orders. I don't think you need to thank him. He was just acting on a whim. Don't take it to heart." Luffy also noticed that Smoker had awakened. He raised his fist and said, "Smoky man, do you want to fight?" Smoker looked at Luffy in shock and said, "You guys can go, but only this time. I'll let you off the hook. Next time we meet, you won't be so lucky." Hearing this, the Straw Hat crew happily prepared to head to Alabasta. Luffy smiled and said to Smoker, "I don't hate you." Hearing this, Smoker's face turned red as he raised his weapon and shouted, "Get out of here." Luffy was startled and hurriedly ran away. Smoker stopped the Navy from continuing the pursuit. This scene greatly improved people's impression of Smoker. This guy isn't so bad after all. He knows how to distinguish between friends and foes. Although he let the pirates go, the Straw Hat crew he spared isn't made up of bad people. In fact, they are working hard to save this country. Sengoku watched the video of Straw Hat Luffy and sighed, thinking how great it would be if this guy were a Navy. The actions of the Straw Hat crew currently don't seem like those of pirates at all. If he could become a Navy, Sengoku would definitely train him to be a Navy admiral. Smoker ordered all the warships stationed near Alabasta to head to this country. His subordinates were puzzled, wondering if the higher-ups were really willing to deploy warships for such a small number of pirates. Smoker replied, "When have I ever listened to their opinions? Yes, I'll take care of it right away." Meanwhile, Luffy and the others had already reached the edge of the city, where Chopper was there to meet them with the moving crab. The group boarded the moving crab and headed towards Alyabarna. Just then, Crocodile's golden hook grabbed Vivi. Luffy charged forward and rescued Vivi, but he himself was caught by the golden hook. Luffy said, "You guys go ahead. I'm enough on my own. Make sure to escort Vivi safely. Bring her home without a scratch." Luffy repeated, "Without a scratch." Zoro understood Luffy's meaning and said, "Hey, let's go, Chopper. Let's head towards Alabasta." Chopper shouted to the moving crab, "Set off." Zoro and the others trusted Luffy. He would definitely succeed in defeating Crocodile and meet them in Alabasta. Their current mission was to stop the rebel army and the royal army from going to war. Crocodile and Nico Robin appeared before Luffy. Robin let out a light laugh and said to Crocodile, "Let her escape." "Princess Vivi," Crocodile replied, "No matter how they escape, the agents have already gathered in Alabasta. You should contact them." He then said to Luffy, "You've gone a bit too far, Straw Hat Luffy." Luffy pulled his head out of the sand. That guy, even though he's incredibly weak, still thinks about saving everyone he sees. It's precisely because he can't abandon anything that he suffers so much. "I hope no one dies in this rebellion." Crocodile said, "No one should die? That's quite a statement. That naive, peace-loving fool. It's because she doesn't know what a real battle is. You think the same way, don't you?" Luffy definitely nodded and continued, "But that guy, as long as you're still around, she will fight you even if she dies. That's why I have to take you out here. It's so boring. It seems the hopeless fool is you." This is a good example, because I've seen many people who sacrifice themselves for being overly close to others. Luffy replied, "Aren't you an idiot too?" Robin chuckled softly at Luffy's words. Crocodile asked, "What's so funny? Do you want to die too, Nico Robin?" Robin said, "If you want to, go ahead. And didn't we agree not to call me that?" After saying that, she turned to leave. "Where are you going?" "I'm going to Alabasta first." What a useless woman. After saying that, Crocodile took out an hourglass from his pocket and threw it on the ground. I'll give you 3 minutes. If it takes longer, I won't have the patience to play with you anymore. Do you have any objections? Luffy said, no, let's leave it at that. After saying this, he directly attacked Crocodile. But Luffy didn't expect his attack to fail. Crocodile transformed his body into sand, making Luffy's punch ineffective against him. Crocodile said to Luffy, let me give you a piece of advice, Straw Hat Kid Luffy. No matter how much you struggle, you won't be able to hurt me at all. Luffy angrily punched towards Crocodile, his fist passing straight through Crocodile's body. Crocodile said, listen up, Straw Hat Kid Luffy. No matter how long you keep up this useless attack, you can't win. Luffy, undeterred, fired a rubber rocket launcher, but just like before, it was of no use. Crocodile directly elementalized and disappeared from spot. The audience on the screen was shocked by Crocodile's abilities. How could Luffy, facing such a devil fruit user, defeat him? Luffy's punches were completely ineffective against him. Everyone was anxiously watching the video of Straw Hat Luffy, hoping for his victory. But given the situation, Luffy's chances of winning seemed very slim. Crocodile appeared behind Luffy and said, a rubber man like you, no matter how much you struggle, there's absolutely no way you can defeat me. Luffy asked in confusion, when? What have you been saying since just now? Crocodile was almost furious at Luffy's words. It seemed that the Straw Hat Kid hadn't listened to a single thing he said. What's in the game here, Straw Hat Kid Luffy? I've been serious about fighting all along, but now it's troublesome. I can't hit that guy at all. He keeps turning into a pile of sand, Luffy said. Crocodile replied, I'm not on the same level as you pirates. After saying that, he directly launched a desert sword attack towards Luffy. Luffy dodged, only to see the spot where he had just stood split apart. Crocodile continued, the power of the fruit can become a powerful combat tool, depending on how it is used and the level of training. I am different from you fools who only rely on your abilities. I will make you regret going against me. Crocodile used Desert Sunflower, causing the sand to flow and form a quicksand vortex, directly trapping Luffy in the desert whirlpool. No one in this world can defeat me in the desert, Crocodile said proudly. Luffy desperately ran towards the sand dune, trying to escape the pull of the quicksand vortex. Luffy used his rubber rocket launcher to propel himself into the air, then prepared to catch Crocodile with a rubber net. Crocodile, speechless, said, you idiot, won't you learn your lesson? I've already told you it's useless. Do you want to repeat the same mistake? Crocodile directly used his ability to pull Luffy in front of him. With a crescent-shaped sand dune attack, he knocked Luffy to the ground. Luffy's arm was directly turned into a mummy by Crocodile's ability. Luffy painfully covered his arm, and Crocodile explained to him, because I'm a sand user, I drained all the moisture from your hand. It wouldn't be bad to just suck all the moisture out of your body and let you wither away and die. That would fit the desert theme better. Luffy had a sudden inspiration and remembered that he had a bucket of water, so he hurried to find it. After drinking the water, Luffy's arm instantly recovered. Crocodile watched Luffy's actions and said, so boring. Luffy said, it's not boring at all. This water was something Uncle Yuba spent all night getting. Uncle, he said it. Yuba will never lose to sand. After saying that, Luffy immediately inflated his head and swallowed Crocodile in one bite. This scene left everyone speechless. Is this Straw Hat Luffy here to be funny? Doflamingo laughed heartily, finding the Straw Hat Kid incredibly amusing. He never expected that this sand crocodile would encounter such a silly opponent. The funniest part is that he actually lost to Straw Hat Luffy. One must say this is truly fate. If the heavens want to take Crocodile down, no one can stop it. Crocodile looked at this scene in disbelief. From this kid's performance, he clearly wasn't his opponent at all. He couldn't understand how he lost. And what else with this guy? Is he here to be funny? He made him lose face as well. Crocodile's face turned purple with anger. Just like this, he couldn't even defeat a rookie who just set sail. Moreover, the Straw Hat Kid Luffy in the video clearly didn't have the same strength as he did before. He lost to this. All his years of planning in Alabasta went to waste. He had become too complacent after becoming a warlord over the years. Crocodile clenched his fists. That damn Straw Hat Kid Luffy. He used Sandstorm, directly creating a sandstorm that would grow stronger as it moved, ultimately becoming uncontrollable. Crocodile directed it towards Yuba. Luffy stepped forward to stop him, but was pierced through the body by Crocodile's golden hook, blood flowing down along the hook. Crocodile said, Yuba will die, perishing in that last sandstorm, and then the rebel army will become even angrier. Thinking of others, that kind of outdated notion will lead this country to ruin. You too, Straw Hat Luffy, if you were to discard those boring feelings, you might live a little longer. At that moment, the water from the canteen, pierced by Luffy, flowed along the golden hook towards Crocodile. Crocodile said, there's no need to feel grateful for this little water. Severely injured, Luffy grabbed Crocodile's arm. Crocodile, shocked, exclaimed, "Are you still alive?" Saying this, he threw Luffy into the quicksand vortex. Luffy's body sinking little by little into the sand. Everyone looked on in disbelief at this scene. How could this happen? Wasn't he supposed to defeat Crocodile? How could he fall here? Everyone in Alabasta silently prayed for Luffy, hoping he would be okay. Everything the Straw Hat Kid did was for Alabasta. "Luffy," Ace shouted worriedly. Marco comforted him, saying, "It's okay, believe in him. He'll become one of the 4 emperors later." Ace knew what would happen afterward, but seeing Luffy's body injured by Crocodile, he couldn't help but worry, especially since he was now lying in the quicksand. Crocodile stared at the video. Clearly, this Straw Hat Kid was not his opponent. The Paramecia-type Devil Fruit of the Straw Hat Kid was completely useless against his Logia-type Devil Fruit. And with this, his plan had not succeeded. Who exactly stopped him? Crocodile was puzzled. The few people on the Mary also looked at the video with concern, not knowing how the severely injured Luffy would escape from the quicksand. At this moment, Luffy was completely buried in the sand, with only his head sticking out. Luffy struggled to get out, but instead sank deeper. At that moment, a figure appeared above, and it was none other than Nico Robin. Crocodile looked at this scene with anger, thinking, is this guy going to be saved by that Straw Hat Kid? After all, she later became a member of the Straw Hat crew. A fierce glint flashed in Crocodile's eyes. If that's the case. At this moment, Nico Robin in the video used her powers to pull Luffy out of the sand. Unexpectedly, it was indeed Nico Robin who rescued Straw Hat Luffy. And this guy later became a partner of the Straw Hats, which seems to be one of the reasons. However, her next question left everyone curious. She looked at the severely injured Luffy and asked, "Why do you fight? We're people like you, with a in your name, really?" This question intrigued the audience in front of the screen. What does the drilling mean? Previously, Whitebeard and Roger had also discussed it. It seems that those who have a dare all extraordinary people. For example, GOLD, Roger, Port Gas D Ace. His name was inherited from his mother and also contains AD. Then there was Marshal D, Teach, and the Marine Vice Admiral Hero Garp, whose full name seems to be Monkey D, Garp, and the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D Dragon. Some people also know about the infamous Pirate Rocks, whose name also contains AD. What does this drilling mean? Everyone eagerly watched the video, hoping Luffy could provide an answer. Luffy didn't answer. Robin murmured, "It seems I asked a useless question." She then picked up Luffy's straw hat. Just then, the injured Belle came before the two of them and asked, "What happened to Princess Vivi?" Robin replied, "Are you awake now?" Belle, covering his wound, said, "Now that I've grasped your ability, I won't be like before." Robin returned Luffy's straw hat to him and said to Belle, "Don't push yourself. You must be seriously injured." After saying that, she turned to leave, adding as she walked away, "You came at just the right time. How about saving that child? He is the brave knight who escorted your noble princess to this country. And the princess is fine. She is currently on her way to Alabasta. But I don't know what will happen in the future. It all depends on how things develop." Nico Robin's figure gradually disappeared into the vast yellow sands. Luffy grabbed Belle's clothes. Meat. Belle said with concern, "Hey, are you okay?" Luffy grabbed his meat. Belle was confused. "With your body in this state? What are you talking about?" "Just wait. I'm going to find a doctor right now." Luffy said, "I will never let that crocodile guy off. How dare he treat Vivi and the uncle like fools. I will never forgive him. I will knock him out." People looked at Luffy like this. Without a doubt about the truth of his words, they believed that the Straw Hat Kid could definitely do it. At this moment, the scene flashed and the King Cobra, who should have been in the palace, was kidnapped by a senior agent of Baroque Works. People have been wondering where the missing Cobra had gone, and it turned out to be like this. So that fake Cobra could appear so unscrupulously on the streets of Raha. On the other side, the rebel army led by Kusha was heading to Alabasta, ready to engage in a deadly battle with the royal army led by Gaka. Meanwhile, at the west gate of Alabasta, senior agents of Baroque Works were gathering there. Mr. Two excitedly said, "Look over there, we can already see the rebel army. Such an amazing number. They actually want to stop them. That princess is really a crazy clown. But will that crazy clown really come? Will she not come? Will she come? Or will she not come?" Mr. Two asked and answered himself. The others were also puzzled. Will she come or not? Just then, one person spotted them. Zoro and the other strategy was to all dress the same and enter the city separately, attracting Baroque Works agents to create an opportunity for Vivi. Even the Camel Eyelash was brought in to help with the numbers. Vivi stood at the city gate, wanting to stop the rebel army. She wanted to tell Kusha the truth. Just then, a cannonball came, and Vivi's voice and figure were completely covered by the cannonball. She couldn't convey the truth to Kusha. The rebel army rushed past her, and she was swept under the hooves of the galloping warhorses. But fortunately, they ran fast enough to protect her. The rebel army engaged in battle with the royal army. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat crew split up to deal with Baroque Work senior agents. At this moment, Mr. 2 spotted Vivi and quickly ran away with her. Mr. 2 pursued closely behind. Sanji finally spotted the few people and blocked Mr. 2's way. He told Vivi to hurry and stop this war while he dealt with Mr. 2. In the end, the Straw Hat crew overcame great difficulties and finally defeated Baroque Work senior agents. But each of them was also seriously injured. Chat room. Doflamingo. This Straw Hat crew is way too weak now. Is this it? Any one of our Don Quixote family can take them on. It's really sad that Crocodile lost to such a group. Doflamingo gleefully mocked Crocodile in the chat room. Crocodile. Hey, what do you mean by that, Birdman? Doflamingo. Crocodile. Are you still in Alabasta? The Navy Admiral has gone to catch you. Ha, don't get caught and end up in Impel Down if it really happens. I can take you in, ha ha ha. Crocodile, you bastard. Doflamingo, Kaido, or a ho-ho. To be honest, they are indeed too weak to pique interest. The last time I saw Luffy against Barrett, at least he was worth a look. But now, TSK. Big M-Om. Mama Mama, when will that ancient weapon Pluton come out? I can hardly watch anymore. Kid, I can't see how Straw Hat Luffy could become such a powerful figure in the future. Becky, for such an ordinary and funny fruit. It's impressive that Straw Hat Luffy can develop it to be so strong. Urky agreed. Shanks. Fuzz was speechless. What does that mean? The rubber fruit is ordinary? If it were really ordinary, he wouldn't have been imprisoned in Impel Down. He didn't know whether the rubber fruit was ordinary or not. But the rubber fruit he transported was stolen by Red-Haired, and he was directly imprisoned in Impel Down. And judging by the attitude of the Gorosei, that fruit is definitely not simple. Hawkins, there are no useless fruits, only useless people. Doflamingo, I agree with you on that. Queen, that coward named Usopp is too weak. But he can take a beating. Is that guy named Sanji and that she-male here to be funny? I'm about to die laughing. Jack, they provided all my laughs for today. Luffy, what are you bastards laughing at? Don't mock my friends. Jack, so you're the Straw Hat Kid, Luffy. The future Emperor of the Sea. Huh? What a big title. I wonder if you can hold on until that day. Queen, agreed, his combat power is too weak. And the Navy 1T let him grow. Marco, shut up. You guys upstairs don't even deserve to talk about Ace's brother. He will definitely become one of the emperors in the future. And who knows, he might even defeat the Beast Pirates. Queen, Marco, what do you mean? Him? He wants to defeat us? That's just a pipe dream. Ace, Luffy can definitely beat you guys. Don't get too cocky. Izo, we believe in Ace's brother too. Kaido, oh ho ho, you Whitebeard pirates trust him that much? Now I'll have to see what kind of waves he can make. Whitebeard, Straw Hat Luffy. The courage and charisma he possesses are what everyone lacks in this sea. One day, Straw Hat Luffy will astonish the world. Sengoku, Whitebeard. I didn't expect you to hold the Straw Hat Kid in such high regard. Whitebeard. He has the power to change the world. Sengoku. Do you really believe in this kid? What do you know about him, Whitebeard? Whitebeard. Gura. Sengoku. If you want to know, just keep watching. Big Mom. Mama Mama. I want to see how he plans to change the world. Akainu. This dangerous guy must not be let go. We need to deal with him in Alabasta. Sabo. Navy. We want to let you succeed while we are here. Akainu. The Revolutionary Army. Huh? So you guys also plan to intervene in Alabasta? Perfect. I can catch you all at once. Kaido. Now, this is going to be interesting. A lot of forces are heading to Alabasta. Big Mom. Have you sent anyone over? Big Mom. Mama Mama, of course, I have to get involved in this. The Pluton must not fall into the hands of the Navy, even if I have to destroy it. I want to let it fall into anyone else's hands. Sengoku. We feel the same. Seeing Big Mom's words. Sengoku became uneasy and sent Garp and Tsuru with a few vice admirals to go. The Gorosei will probably send CP as well. Kid, hey, are we going to reenact the Marineford War? How many forces will be involved this time? Haha, I can't wait. Hawkins, is there a possibility that it won't escalate into a fight at all? Becky, if Pluton appears, it will definitely lead to a fight. But no one knows where Pluton is. Drake, the video will reveal it, right? Hawkins, it doesn't feel that simple. At this moment, Princess Vivi ordered the royal army to destroy the palace to attract everyone's attention, so she could reveal the truth and achieve her goal of stopping the war. Just as they were about to set fire, a sandstorm suddenly extinguished the flames. The guards responsible for igniting it were also severely injured. Then Crocodile appeared above the palace. He was holding a fainted person, who was none other than the king of Alabasta, Cobra. They entered the palace and closed the doors. Crocodile nailed Cobra to the wall. The pain woke Cobra up. Crocodile said directly, "Cobra, where's Pluton?" Cobra, unable to hide his shock, said, "You bastard, how do you know that name?" Crocodile said, "Pluton. I heard that just one shot can make the entire island disappear. It is the most evil ancient weapon in the world, known as the weapon of the gods. It should be sleeping somewhere in this country." Vivi, in disbelief, said, "Ancient weapon? How could such a thing exist in this country? Did my father already know about this?" Gaka, shocked, asked, "Is it a secret inherited along with the throne?" Crocodile said, "My goal from the beginning was it. As long as I have it, I can build the strongest military nation here." Gaka angrily said, "Just for this, you Crocodile continued. As long as I become the king of this country, it will be easy to bring those pirates under my umbrella. Strengthening my power, one day I can obtain a force that surpasses the world government. A dreamlike nation." Cobra said, "The world government will never allow such a thing." Crocodile said, "True. That is why I need it. The powerful Pluton." This made the Gorosei sneer. "What do you mean? Do you think you, Crocodile, can surpass the world government? Do you think the world government is made of paper? Thinking that just because of an elusive Pluton, you could become an existence that surpasses the world government is simply wishful thinking." Chatroom. Kaido ohoho. This Crocodile thinks too much. Even if he gets Pluton, his own strength is not enough to protect it. Crocodile. How do you know I can't protect it? Sengoku. That's right, Pluton is indeed powerful, but it's not something you should meddle in. To occupy something you can't possess is a tragedy. Pluton is not something you should covet. Akainu. As long as the location of Pluton appears in a video, I will take action immediately. Crocodile. You 1T have the chance to get it. If you can't get it in the video, you 1T get it in reality either. Becky. This Crocodile has some decent strategies. If it weren't for the Straw Hat Kid getting involved, Alabasta might really change hands. Hawkins. The world government 1T just watch Alabasta fall into the hands of pirates. They will definitely take action. Drake. That's right. Becky. Not necessarily. ISNT that Doflamingo, a pirate who usurped a country, and he succeeded. Doflamingo. Ha 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 ha. Do you think everyone can succeed like me? That's impossible. My success is not replicable. Inel. I'm not interested in Crocodile as plans for the country, but that Pluton is quite interesting. It's a pity I'm not in the blue sea. Otherwise, Big Mom. Mama. This Inel. You're quite arrogant. What can you do even if you're in the blue sea? Can you turn the world upside down? Akainu. This Inel seems to be a sky islander. Just a small fry hiding at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Inel, you should be grateful the blue sea ISNT my target. Or with your kind of blasphemy against the gods, be careful of divine retribution. A kind of god? You dare to call yourself a god? Aren't you afraid of laughing your teeth out? Inel, pitiful blue sea people. One day I will let you know the power of thunder, God Inel. Akainu, if you're the thunder god, then I'm the fire god. I want to see what tricks you have. At this moment, Cobra said, I don't know where you heard that name from, but even I don't know where it is. I don't even dare to confirm if it exists in this country at all. Crocodile said, I see. It seems you're not lying. I had considered this possibility before. This kind of thing might really not exist. Upon hearing that Cobra was unaware of the location of Pluton's whereabouts, Crocodile confidently revealed his battle plan, stating that they could not be stopped anyway. At 4:30 in the afternoon, the square where the two sides were fighting would be bombarded by a powerful cannonball. No one would survive from either the rebel army or the royal army. Meanwhile, the war would come to an end forever. This statement caused the expressions of the people present to change drastically. Crocodile then asked, So, Mr. Cobra, where's the location of the historical text? Vivi, in disbelief, exclaimed, The historical text? How do you know about this? Cobra replied, If I tell you this place. Cobra wanted to make another request, but swallowed it down under Crocodile's cold laugh. Never mind. I'll take you there. Crocodile laughed heartily. What a sensible man. At that moment, Koza approached the group and learned the truth from them. He returned to the square to tell both sides the truth. However, Crocodile had set up spies in advance, and Koza fell to the ground under the spy's gun. Vivi was directly thrown down by Crocodile. Just then, Belle arrived at the palace with Luffy and caught Vivi as she fell. Crocodile looked at Luffy in disbelief. How did you manage to crawl out of the quicksand after being so badly injured? The Straw Hat crew had also regrouped. Luffy promised everyone that he would definitely defeat Crocodile. He then charged forward. Crocodile said, No matter how many times, you can't even touch me. It seems you want to be a meat skewer again. Crocodile confidently stood there as his body started to elementalize. Next, no one expected that Luffy would knock Crocodile down to the ground with a single punch. The onlookers were amazed, wondering how this guy did it. Then Luffy's words made everyone realize that Straw Hat Luffy had submerged his body in water, which rendered Crocodile's sand powers ineffective. At that moment, Vivi also informed a few people about Crocodile's plan to bombard the square. The Straw Hat crew split up to search for the cannonball. Luffy and Crocodile are fighting above the palace. Luffy drank all the water from the bucket he brought to defeat Crocodile, turning into Water Luffy. Everyone burst into laughter at this scene. Luffy is so amusing. Crocodile charged forward, and Luffy spat the water at him, drenching Crocodile and turning him into a drowned rat. Luffy seized the opportunity and was sent flying by a rubber rocket launcher. Robin then took Cobra directly to the location of the historical text. An exasperated Crocodile used the dry ground to suck up all the moisture around him. The ground also began to crack due to the loss of moisture. Luffy spat water at Crocodile, but unexpectedly, Crocodile directly absorbed it. Luffy looked at Crocodile's actions with suspicion. Just then, Crocodile used his desertification technique to alter the terrain, turning the surrounding area into sand. The area around the palace transformed into a desert. People watching this were astonished. This guy truly deserved to be one of the 7 warlords. He was incredibly powerful. He could actually change the terrain. With this move, could he defeat anyone? Even with water, this guy could absorb moisture directly. People were genuinely curious how this Straw Hat Luffy would defeat him. At this moment, Nico Robin was taking Cobra to the location of the poneglyph, and they encountered the Navy along the way. Cobra informed the Navy that there would be an explosion at 4:30 p.m., with a cannonball set to explode within a 5-kilometer radius. Tashigi sent other Navy personnel to find the bomb while she handled Nico Robin. Robin immediately used her ability to knock Tashigi to the ground. At this time, Luffy had just climbed up the city wall when he suddenly saw the sand-formed Crocodile in front of him. Crocodile grabbed Luffy by the neck. Luffy spat a few water bullets at him, but Crocodile dodged to the side. Then, Crocodile used his desert prison to absorb the moisture from Luffy's body. Deprived of moisture, Luffy gradually lost consciousness, his life in jeopardy. Crocodile directly threw the unconscious Luffy down and said to him, "In 6 minutes, the square and this courtyard will be blown away. I'm really sorry. I'm in a hurry. You just stay here and celebrate for me. Celebrate the birth of the new king of the Sand Kingdom. Next, I have to go." After saying that, Crocodile transformed into sand and disappeared into the air. Everyone stared blankly at this scene. Did the Straw Hat Kid lose? How could that be possible? But given the current situation, who could save him? Crocodile sneered as he watched the video, not believing that the Straw Hat Kid Luffy would be so lucky. He had been saved by Nico Robin before. Now, who could save him again? The next scene left everyone stunned. They saw several water droplets that Luffy had spat out earlier falling from the sky, landing directly on Luffy's nearly lifeless body, instantly reviving him. Everyone looked at this scene in disbelief. No way. Is this even possible? Could this be the legendary Chosen One? This kid's vitality is too tenacious. Crocodile was shocked to the point of his eyes popping out. Is it possible to operate like this? He slumped back into his chair, helplessly watching the fully revived Luffy. Speechlessly, he said, "Is this fate? Damn it. If you want me to lose, just give me a quick end. Why play with me like this? This guy is already revived for the 2nd time, right?" The other Baroque Works members were also stunned by this scene. They never expected that this Straw Hat Kid would revive in such a way. They couldn't help but look at Crocodile, feeling very sympathetic towards their boss. It was as if fate was out to get Crocodile. If the Straw Hat Kid could revive like this, Doflamingo laughed heartily at this scene, thinking that the Straw Hat Kid was indeed quite lucky. In a previous video, this Straw Hat always had someone come to help him, no matter what danger he encountered. Unexpectedly, it was the same in this video with Crocodile. How interesting. Crocodile wouldn't really lose to him, would he? Doflamingo speculated maliciously. Cobra brought Nico Robin to the royal tomb, and as he turned beside a sculpture, a passageway leading underground appeared before the world. Nico Robin and Cobra directly descended into the underground tomb. The two arrived in front of a door, and Cobra said to her, "The poneglyph is behind that door." Nico Robin pulled open the large door and happily exclaimed. Indeed, they saw a huge stone slab inscribed with some text, and the people in front of the screen widened their eyes, eager to see what was written, but when they saw the characters, they didn't understand what they meant. Cobra asked, "Is there anything recorded that you want to see?" Nico Robin looked at the text in silence. Then she said, "Is there nothing else?" Is this everything that this country has hidden? Cobra replied, aren't you satisfied? I have kept my promise. At this moment, Crocodile also arrived here. Truly a state secret. No matter how hard one tries to find it, if they don't know the mechanism, they really wouldn't be able to find it here. Is this the Poneglyph? Nico Robin. Robin said, you came really quickly. Crocodile said, because I felt an indescribable, wonderful feeling. Have you deciphered it? Robin responded with a sound, and Crocodile said, good. Then read it to me. What is recorded on this Poneglyph? People watched this scene nervously, all ears perked up, wanted to hear what was recorded. Robin told Crocodile the history of Alabasta, as inscribed on the stone. Crocodile angrily said, hey, wait a minute. Is this what we wanted to know? I don't care what this country's history is. Quickly tell me where the world's most notorious military force lies hidden on this land. Where's the Pluton? Robin replied. It is not recorded here. It only contains history. The term Pluton doesn't even appear. Cobra looked at Nico Robin in shock. Chatroom, Big Mom, Mama, Crocodile has planned quite well. What a pity. Nico Robin never intended to tell you about Pluton. Kaido, Ora ho ho. I didn't expect Nico Robin to be able to understand the Poneglyph. I wonder if she would be interested in coming to my place? Sengoku, Kaido, don't even think about it. I've already sent Navy admirals to Alabasta. I didn't expect Crocodile to dare harbor a wanted criminal by the world government. Sengoku saw Kaido trying to invite Nico Robin to his Onigashima, and that just wouldn't do. The fact that Nico Robin can decipher the Poneglyph means she cannot join any of the four emperors. The significance of capturing Nico Robin is not just that she is a wanted criminal by the world government. The main reason is that she could decipher the Poneglyph. The five elders also looked at Kaido with disapproval. What did this guy want? Inviting Nico Robin to join his beast pirates. Crocodile, I'm not even a warlord anymore. Can you control what I want to do? Crocodile was speechless. This Kaido was actually poaching under his nose. Although Nico Robin had betrayed him, she was still his partner. And Nico Robin really did not tell him the location of Pluton. Now that the Navy Admiral was about to arrive, Alabasta had to be abandoned. What a pity for all those years of planning. But how to deal with Nico Robin now? Doflamingo. Crocodile must be feeling quite upset right now. Pluton is right in front of him, yet he can't get it. Ha ha ha. Inaru. Nico Robin did well, pulling one over on Crocodile. But what do those words on the stone mean? Inaru curiously looked at the so-called Poneglyph. There was also a stone inscribed with similar text on his god's island. But no one could understand its meaning. It seemed that there were very few people from the Blue Sea who could understand it. Kid, at this point, Crocodile must be furious. Becky, I can imagine Crocodile's expression at this moment. In the video, Crocodile says to Nico Robin, although you were once an excellent partner, I will still kill you here. The agreement we reached 4 years ago is now fulfilled here. Your condition was that as long as I brought you to the location of the historical text, you would transfer the information about the weapons to me. During these 4 years at Baroque Works, your intellect and leadership abilities have been outstanding. That is enough for me. You could be considered a woman of value. But in the end, you failed to uphold the agreement. After saying this, Crocodile directly attacked Nico Robin. While attacking, he said, there are no records of the clues to the Pluton in this country's historical texts, or did you never intend to tell me, even if there were records? He continued, but I won't be angry with you. Do you know why? Nico Robin. Robin replied, how foolish. We've been cooperating for 4 years. I knew you would do this. After saying that, Nico Robin took out a bottle of water from her pocket and threw it at Crocodile. Crocodile dodged by tilting his head, but a hand reached out from behind him and caught the bottle. Crocodile turned into sand and disappeared from the spot. Robin nervously looked around, and at that moment, a golden hook pierced through her body. Crocodile appeared behind her. Crocodile said, I will forgive you for everything, Nico Robin, because I have never trusted anyone from the beginning. I already knew whether Pluton truly exists from Cobra's reaction. Even without relying on any historical texts, I will find it with my own power. It is only a matter of time before this country falls into my hands. Just then, an earthquake occurred, and Crocodile asked suspiciously, what happened? The cannon fire at the square should still be early, right? He walked up to Cobra and said, was it you? What did you do? Cobra replied, don't worry, it's nothing serious. I just removed a small column from this underground sanctuary. Everything has lost its balance, and this place is about to collapse. You will all sleep here with me permanently. I bet on the name of the 12th king of the Nefertari royal family. I will not hand this land of sand over to you. At this moment, Luffy had woken up outside and ran over. Crocodile said to Cobra, you really are the model of a king. Do you want me to be buried alive and help you in death? For the country, But you can't kill me. As long as I turn all the rocks into sand, I will escape. You are just dying in vain, Cobra. In less than 3 minutes. With the collapse of this sanctuary and the explosion at the square, all those who obstruct me will disappear in an instant. And at that moment this land will become a new country. At this time, Luffy also arrived at the underground palace. Crocodile stared at Luffy in disbelief. You brat. I caught up with you, Sand Crocodile. Crocodile broke down and said, Why are you still alive? Why do you keep standing up to fight me after I've killed you so many times? Speak up. Shtalhakit. Cobra was also shocked. Why could he survive and come here? Who exactly is he? Crocodile roared in a loss of composure. How many times do you have to be killed by me before you give up? Luffy replied, Because you haven't returned what you took from me. Crocodile, questioning his life, said, What did I take? Wealth? Fame? Trust? Life? Reign? What do you want me to return to you? I've taken countless things. People watching the video of Crocodile saw that this guy has lost his mind after being worn down by the Straw Hat Kid. Luffy replied, It's a country. A country? What a guy with a sense of humor. I'm just about to start taking it. By becoming the king of this land and ruling it. Luffy calmly said, When we arrived on this island, it was no longer a country. It belonged to her country. Luffy punched upwards directly after speaking, and Crocodile was sent flying. He looked at Luffy in disbelief and said, How is that possible? You can hit me without water? People in front of the screen were also curiously watching Luffy's actions. How did Luffy defeat Crocodile without water? At that moment, Luffy threw another punch, and Crocodile looked at Luffy in shock, incredulously saying, How is that possible? Could it be blood? Luffy said, Blood can also solidify sand. Crocodile struggled to stand up, saying, You've been to hell twice already, the rain, the palace, and now the underground palace, and you still dare to challenge me one-on-one. Let me repay your determination. Crocodile removed the hook S cover, revealing the poison needle inside. As a pirate, it seems you are determined to defeat me no matter what. Then I will acknowledge that you are a thorn in my side. As a pirate who can stand on his own, it seems you've understood that battles between pirates are life and death struggles. There is no such thing as despicable or not. At this moment, the Straw Hat crew was still trying to stop the explosions outside. Zoro, lost as usual, fortunately received directions from the Navy and smoothly found the correct path. Meanwhile, Usopp and Vivi also received assistance from Dasky. Dasky instructed the Navy to do everything possible to protect the Straw Hat crew, allowing them to quickly locate the bomb that was about to explode. Sengoku watched this scene with satisfaction. Although the Navy and pirates are natural opposites, under the current circumstances, this notion could be set aside. Moreover, the Straw Hat crew was also there to protect everyone in Alabasta. This situation could be treated as exceptional. With the help of the Navy, the Straw Hat crew finally gathered together, with less than a minute left until the cannon fired at the square. People in front of the screen anxiously watched everything unfold, praying that they would make it in time. At this moment, Luffy was still in fierce battle with Crocodile, whose abilities had lost effect on Luffy. He continuously stabbed at Luffy with the poison needle, and the two began a physical brawl. The Straw Hat crew was still discussing how to reach the clock tower to stop the cannon from firing at the square. As the countdown to the cannon firing approached, Nami suggested a plan to send Vivi to the top of the clock tower. Finally, through teamwork, Vivi successfully climbed to the top of the tower. Upon reaching the clock tower, Vivi used her weapon to cut the ignited fuse, but the bomb had already been fitted with a timer. They could not stop the bomb from exploding. Just then, Bell arrived at the clock tower with the bomb, launching it into the sky, followed by a massive explosion that echoed across the heavens, and Bell disappeared into the sky, having saved the country. The rebel army and the king's army, affected by the explosion, picked up their weapons and continued to fight. Hearing the explosion, Crocodile happily declared, This country is mine now. At this moment, Luffy stood up again, saying, You can't defeat me. Crocodile looked at the disheveled Luffy and said, Is that the best you can do? For a dying stray dog. Even the bluster is not suitable. Luffy said, I'm a man who will become the pirate king of the East Sea. Crocodile sneered at Luffy's words and said, Listen well, kid. Anyone who truly understands this sea won't easily say such things. I should have mentioned that there are plenty of rookies like you in this sea. The more you learn about this sea, the less you'll dream like that. Saying this, he directly attacked with his poison needle, but Luffy stepped on it, and the needle broke with a sound. Crocodile looked at him in shock. Luffy declared, I am the man who will surpass you. After saying this, Luffy erupted with power, continuously beating Crocodile until he spat blood. Crocodile muttered in disbelief, The scorpion poison should have taken effect. How does this kid still have such strength? Frustrated, he shouted at Luffy, "You mysterious little brat. Do you have any idea who I am?" Luffy shouted loudly, "No matter who you are, I will surpass you." After saying that, he kicked Crocodile directly towards the top of the palace. Crocodile stopped in midair and used a sandstorm attack against Luffy. Luffy blew a breath and propelled himself towards Crocodile, using his rubber machine gun to continuously strike Crocodile, sending him flying from the underground palace into the sky. Crocodile hit into the air, lost consciousness. He lost. As Crocodile was defeated, rain gradually began to fall from the sky. And this country that hadn't seen rain for 3 years finally welcomed rainfall again with Crocodile's defeat. Both sides in the battle were also captivated by this timely rain and gradually stopped fighting. At this moment, Princess Vivi's voice finally reached both the rebel army and the royal army. At the same time, the child who saw Mr. 2 disguised as the king also stood up and revealed the truth to both sides in conflict. Everyone finally understood that all of this was Crocodile's conspiracy. Upon seeing this, all the people of Alabasta cheered. This country that hadn't seen rain for 3 years finally welcomed a timely rain again. Chat room, Doflamingo. Crocodile was actually defeated by a little brat who just set sail. This is truly embarrassing for the entire sea. Kid, that Straw Hat Kid is really impressive. Defeating the infamous warlord right after arriving in the Grand Line, not bad. Law, if only that person inside was Doflamingo. Doflamingo, can he defeat me now? There should be a limit to jokes, Law. Doflamingo, one day I will personally kill you. That day is not far off. Doflamingo, I'm waiting for you, Law. Doflamingo has already sent someone to investigate Law's situation. Even if Law doesn't come to the New World, Doflamingo will still go after him. Sengoku watched the man named Law in the chat room silently, holding a report about Law in his hand. Sengoku thought to himself, "Are you the child protected by Razanani? Kaido, what a pity there was no news of the king of the underworld in the end. Big Mom, Mama, what does it matter? Even if the king of the underworld doesn't appear, as long as that king knows the location of the king of the underworld, we can still find it." Kaido, oh. Well said. The video continued, and the defeated Crocodile was arrested by the Navy. When the Navy was about to capture the exhausted Straw Hat crew, the people watching the video became furious. This group of Navy really can't do anything right. They're the champions at picking up scraps. But at that moment, Tashigi stepped in to stop them, saying that if they dared to lay a hand on them, she would not forgive them. A Navy officer asked, "Why?" "This is the best opportunity to catch them all." Tashigi looked at the Straw Hat crew, feeling sad about her own helplessness. All the work had to be done by those pirates. In the end, the Navy still did not capture the Straw Hat crew. People praised this Navy captain, saying he was quite good, and previously that Smoker was also quite good, clearly distinguishing between grievances. The scene shifted, and Smoker, who was escorting Crocodile, suddenly received a call from the Navy headquarters. "This is the Navy headquarters. Is this Colonel Smoker?" Smoker replied, "Yes, that's me. Regarding the operation to defeat Crocodile, the government has decided to award you and Captain Tashigi medals." Smoker was puzzled. Defeat? Then Smoker realized what it meant, and his expression changed. "Hey, wait a minute. It wasn't us who defeated Crocodile. Did you listen to my report properly?" The snail on the other end continued, "And it has been decided to promote both of you by 1 rank in addition." Smoker's expression darkened. "Hey, listen carefully. It's the Straw Hat Kid and his crew who have been fighting against Crocodile's Baroque works until now." Tina beside him said, "It's no use, Smoker. The government intends to cover this up. Do you think government officials will announce to the world that the crisis of Alabasta's destruction was actually saved by pirates?" Smoker directly exclaimed, "Are you kidding me?" Tina stopped him. "Smoker, just accept it quickly. If you disobey the higher-ups, do you know what the consequences will be?" Smoker said, "We captured Crocodile, and it's because we couldn't do it that my subordinates cried. Hey, can you help me convey a message to those old men in the government?" Tina beside him stopped him. "Smoker, go eat shit." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent and then burst into laughter. This Smoker is really awesome, not accepting credit that doesn't belong to him. I thought he was pretty good before, but I didn't expect him to be so tough. Quite a good Navy, not afraid of power. At this moment, the 5 elders were so enraged by these words that their faces turned dark. They never expected that someone would insult them like this. Sengoku looked at Smoker in the video with a headache. This guy is still the same as before. No wonder he has remained a colonel for so many years. After all those years of training in Lowtown, he hasn't changed at all. Chat room, Doflamingo. Haha. Interesting, really too interesting. This Colonel Smoker is quite good. Those old men must have very ugly expressions. Crocodile. Although I lost, seeing the sentence makes me very happy. Let those guys eat shit. Whitebeard, Gurara. The Navy still has capable people. I hope this Navy colonel does not stop here. Otherwise, I would look down on you, Sengoku. Marco. This colonel can be seen to be quite good from the first video, clearly distinguishing between grievances. I wonder if there will be more videos of him in the future? The video continued, and the Straw Hat crew, who saved Alabasta, received a warm welcome from King Cobra, and everyone held a banquet in the palace. Everyone happily watched the video. The Straw Hat crew saved Alabasta. It was truly amazing. At this moment, the video came to an end. Everyone began to look forward to what kind of reward Crocodile would receive for being ranked. Just then, the system's voice came. This video ends here. Congratulations to Crocodile for being ranked, with a 100 accuracy rate on this round of 5 questions. The following rewards are to choose 1 from 3. Please choose wisely. 1. Conqueror's Haki. Note: mastery and usage of basic Conqueror's Haki. As soon as this reward was announced, everyone in front of the screen lit up with excitement. They never expected the system would even have this. Conqueror's Haki is the pinnacle of the 3 types of Haki, appearing in almost 1 in 100,000 people. Every one of the current 4 emperors possesses Conqueror's Haki. Moreover, Conqueror's Haki is the only type of Haki that cannot be cultivated later in life. This ability can only be innate, and every owner of Conqueror's Haki has the potential to become a king. Crocodile looked at this reward, which was truly beyond his expectations. Conqueror's Haki is indeed extremely rare, but he wanted to see what other rewards were available next. 2. 10 uses of the warp door. Note: only to places that have been visited. Can refer to the Navy. A warp door. It's actually a warp door. Crocodile did not expect the second reward to be this. The Navy had previously demonstrated the usefulness of this item, so he was very eager for this warp door. However, like the Navy's, this reward only has 10 uses. Just as Crocodile was still thinking, the system's voice sounded. 3. Bamboo Dragonfly. Note: wear it on your head to control flight with your mind. No distance limit. A bamboo dragonfly? This reward has never appeared before. It's actually a flying artifact. With the 3 rewards presented, Crocodile felt a bit troubled. Why did it have to be a choice of one? Can't he have them all? This damn system. Crocodile silently cursed in his heart. Sengoku stared at the rewards above, surprised to see that even Conqueror's Haki was included. This kind of thing is innate. He didn't expect it to be part of the system rewards. What choice would Crocodile make? The 3rd reward was also an unfamiliar flying artifact. Sengoku thought that their Navy's 6 powers included the moonwalk, which also allows flight. But this one has no distance limit. Crocodile looked at the rewards above and carefully analyzed them. Conqueror's Haki is a mark of the strong. Anyone who possesses it will not be a simple character in the future. Currently, all 4 Emperors of the Sea possess Conqueror's Haki. The second reward, the Anywhere Door, is great, but it only has 10 uses, which is too few. The 3rd Bamboo Dragonfly. It hasn't appeared before, and a flying artifact is indeed quite good. After much thought, Crocodile made his choice. I choose the 1st, Conqueror's Haki. Just as Crocodile made his choice, a beam of light suddenly drilled into his body. Crocodile closed his eyes to feel this power. When he opened his eyes again, his aura had changed once more. Crocodile said to the senior agent of Baroque Works beside him. Now he set off to the New World. At this moment, Alabasta was no longer suitable for him to stay. His plans had been exposed, and now a Marine Admiral was coming to find the king of the underworld. He could not continue here. As for Nico Robin, he did not kill her, but he didn't let her off easily either. Crocodile used a poisonous needle to stab into Nico Robin's body. Whether she could survive now depended on her luck. After doing all this, Crocodile headed to the New World with the senior agent of Baroque Works. At this time, Kizaru was still on the way, while Akainu, who had arrived earlier, had already reached Alabasta. The Straw Hat crew had also arrived in the Rain Base, and when they entered Crocodile's secret base, it was already empty. Only a Nico Robin, whose life or death was unknown, lay on the ground. Luffy stepped forward and hugged Robin, urging Chopper to treat her. Everyone had seen in the previous video that Nico Robin saved Luffy. Even in the end, she didn't tell Crocodile the location of the Pluton, and everyone had a good impression of her. The group took Robin back to the Going Merry and continued their journey to the capital, Alabasta. The crisis in the country had been resolved, Crocodile had already left, and now their mission was to return Princess Vivi to Alabasta. Soon, they delivered Vivi back to Alabasta and parted ways, taking Robin with them once again. They were not interested in the Pluton hidden in Alabasta, and they had already spotted the Navy's warships, meaning a Navy admiral might be nearby. Although their strength had significantly increased, they didn't want to conflict with an admiral. At this time, Admiral Akainu had arrived at the palace and demanded that King Cobra tell him the location of the Pluton. However, Cobra stated that he had no idea where the Pluton was. Furious, Akainu found himself at a loss. As the Nefertari family was one of the 20 royal families that founded the world government 800 years ago. Just because they hadn't moved to Mary Geos didn't mean the Navy could interrogate the Nefertari family at will. Akainu ordered Cobra to take him to the Poneglyph's location, and he had a copy made, planning to take it back to the Navy headquarters for detailed study. Akainu stayed there for a long time, searching all over Alabasta, but finding no leads about the Pluton. He began to doubt whether the Pluton really existed. Other major forces also arrived in Alabasta and secretly went to the location of the Poneglyph, making a rubbing of it. After finding no results in Alabasta, they moved on to several other cities. But Alabasta was so vast that no one knew for sure where the Pluton was hidden. Now, the only one who could read the Poneglyph, Nico Robin, had gone missing. At this moment, Kizaru encountered Jack of the Beast Pirates and Katakuri of the Big Mom Pirates at sea, leading to a naval battle that ended with Katakuri and Jack retreating. The struggle over the Pluton continued, with Sengoku ordering someone to guard the Den Den Mushi and not let it close, so they could rush to Alabasta at the first sign of trouble. The Revolutionary Army, after searching in vain, chose to leave Alabasta, leaving only a few members who had never shown themselves in front of the Navy to monitor the Navy's every move. If there was any information about the Pluton, they would report it to them immediately. The other forces also left Alabasta. At this time, Nico Robin finally woke up after several days of unconsciousness, and upon discovering that her saviors were the Straw Hat crew, she chose to stay and travel with Luffy and the others as a historian. Crocodile was also sailing with the Baroque Works agents towards the New World. A long time had passed since the last video, and the lack of updates had many people cursing the system. Chat room, Doflamingo. This damn system still hasn't updated. Did it evaporate? Crocodile, what? You Birdman want to be on the list? You might end up having your underwear exposed by the system. Doflamingo, I don't want to be on the list, but can I watch others? More information means more paths. Crocodile, I'm quite curious to see what secrets you have. Becky, it's really enviable, Crocodile's reward. The Conqueror's Haki that only one in a million can possess. Hawkins, if you're envious, strive to be on the list yourself. Maybe you will be. Urage, I really like that bamboo helicopter. I wonder if I'll be on the list. Kid, maybe I'll be next. Apo, I'm also quite interested in that. If I make the list, I will choose that bamboo helicopter. Drake, you guys are thinking too much. At this moment, the screen that had been silent for a long time finally lit up again. Pirate Special, Gathering at Sabaody, the 11 Supernovas and the Celestial Dragons incident. Description: Supernovas refer to new pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million berries who rapidly developed in a short time. Additionally, the 11 Supernovas and the newly appointed warlord Blackbeard later became known as the Worst Generation. Eustace Kid, 315 million berries. Monkey D. Luffy, 300 million berries. Basil Hawkins, 249 million berries. X. Drake, 222 million berries. Trafalgar Law, 200 million berries. Scratchman Apo, 198 million berries. Killer, 162 million berries. Jewelry Bonnie, 140 million berries. Capone Beach, 130 million berries. Rorinoa Zoro, 120 million berries. Urage, 180 million berries. Note: this list of supernovas is limited to the 11 new pirates who landed on Sabaody this year. On the Going Merry, Zoro and Luffy happily looked at the list, surprised to see themselves on it. In the corner, Sanji was in a bad mood. He wasn't T on the list. Clearly, in the previous video, his bounty was 10 million berries higher than that green algae head. Yet he didn't team make the list. Usopp comforted Sanji, saying, "Well, it doesn't matter. You will definitely have your turn in the future. I'm not on there either." Sanji looked gloomily at Usopp. Usopp, chat room. Kid, it's here, it's finally here. Cavendish, what do you mean? I'm a supernova too. Why am I not on there? Drake, did you not read note below? It says it's only for new pirates who landed on Sabaody this year. This year. Your past years don't count. Cavendish, when will I be listed? I want to be on the list too. Damn it. You guys have completely stolen my popularity. It's unforgivable. Especially that Straw Hat Luffy. Cavendish was extremely angry. He had finally waited for the supernova count, only to find he wasn't T included. He was a supernova too, okay. And those guys' popularity was almost catching up to him, especially the Straw Hat Kid Luffy. Almost everyone was talking about him. This made Cavendish unable to accept. He was supposed to be the center of attention. Doflamingo. They are all people who appeared in the first video. TSK, TSK. Be careful not to be targeted. Crocodile, what? Are you jealous? Doflamingo, hee hee. Would I care about that? Without corresponding strength, fame will only become their burden. Kaido, oh ho ho. Leaving Sabaody through Fishman Island leads to the new world. I look forward to your challenges. Kid, although you're not my target, I will definitely come after defeating Shanks. Kaido, Shanks. Shanks, I welcome your challenge. It's good for young people to be confident, but don't be overconfident. Shanks looked at this supernova coming to challenge him and couldn't help but feel speechless. The supernova was indeed impressive, but he wasn't that weak. Why did these supernovas all think they could defeat him? Luffy, Shanks, I want to defeat you too. Shanks, Joe, Luffy, come on, kid. I'm challenging you out of overconfidence, and that Luffy is welcoming? Can you be so double standard? At this moment, the video starts playing. A pirate ship is sailing on the sea, and the iconic Straw Hat is easily recognizable. This ship is indeed the Straw Hat cruise ship. Next to it is a small pink boat. A fisherman appears in the video, making takoyaki, while the Straw Hat crew is happily eating beside him. The viewers can't help but be infected by their eating and swallow their saliva. At this moment on Fishman Island, Neptune watches the video showing Fishman Chopper and humans coexisting peacefully, and he feels it is incredible. After all, both mermaids and fishmen are discriminated against on human territory. Even now, they are a member of the world government, but the discrimination against fishmen has not improved. Instead, it has worsened. Therefore, he finds it unbelievable that Fishman Chopper can get along so peacefully with humans. He recognizes these people, as they have appeared multiple times in previous videos. And Jinbei even saved that Straw Hat Luffy. In previous videos, this Straw Hat crew defeated Crocodile, who wanted to take over Alabasta. His impression of these people is slightly better than other humans. He never expected that the fishmen would be involved with them. He just hopes that the next video won't show the kind of scenes he fears. Neptune thinks, after all, the Sabaody archipelago has the celestial dragons. On the Mary, Luffy and the others are nervously watching Nami, knowing about her grievances with Fishman Chopper. Nami notices their gazes. What's wrong? Usopp, seeing that Nami isn't angry, breathes a sigh of relief. It's nothing. Nami also understands their concerns, but since they seem to get along well in the video, it proves that she has forgiven Fishman Chopper, so there's no need for her to be angry. Moreover, the mastermind behind Kokoyashi Village is Fishman Arlong. She hates Arlong. Sanji gazes dreamily at the mermaid Cammy in the video. A mermaid? She's a real mermaid. I want to meet her. Luffy and the others were also amazed. They had never seen a mermaid before. In the video, the group arrived at Sabaody, and the Straw Hat crew split into two groups. Cammy and Chobro took Luffy and the others to the coating shop, while Sanji and the others stayed behind to watch the ship. At that moment, Zoro jumped off the ship and walked off into the distance. Usopp and Sanji, noticing Zoro leaving, called out, "Zoro, where are you going alone?" Zoro stopped and looked at them, puzzled. "Just taking a walk, what's wrong?" Hearing this, the two quickly tried to stop him. "Don't go. You're terrible with directions. This is Sabaody. If you get lost, it will be a hassle to find you." Zoro, hearing this, was speechless. Who would get lost? Who would get lost on such an easy path? Isn't there a number on every tree? I could just ask someone if I need to. Even a kid can find their way back. Usopp and Sanji, who stayed on the ship, were surprised to see Zoro's sudden display of intelligence. "You actually have that kind of smarts? We underestimated you. Be careful on the way. Make sure to ask for directions. Don't trust yourself." Zoro looked at them, speechless. "Seriously? Just remember those numbers. How could they look down on me like this? Who would get lost in a place like this? They make it sound like I'm directionally challenged." Zoro looked at the number 1, then confidently turned to leave. After he left, the number that was blocked by bubbles was completely revealed, and it clearly read number 41. Seeing this scene, Zoro turned pale. 1 second he confidently claimed it was number 1, and the next second it was 41. Wouldn't he really get lost? Would he? This was going to be embarrassing on a global scale. Ha ha ha. The crew on the Mary laughed so hard they couldn't stand up. Zoro's lack of direction was truly hopeless. They could guarantee Zoro would absolutely get lost. This guy could get lost just running straight. Other supernovas were also in stitches, not expecting Zoro, who looked quite serious, to be directionally challenged. In the previous video, they thought he accidentally ran past the forest outside the town, but it turned out this guy was just directionally challenged. Even his companions didn't let him trust his judgment. It was just too funny. In the video, The octopus, Chobro, introduced the things to pay attention to while in Sabaody, especially not to get into conflict with the celestial dragons. Think twice before acting. Otherwise, a marine admiral could be dispatched. It's very close to marine headquarters, and it wouldn't take long for an admiral to arrive here. Chobro took the group to leisurely stroll around Sabaody. People watching on the screen followed their perspective and got a general understanding of Sabaody. Many had never seen such a strange island and were very amazed. Luffy and the others were carrying a lot of items wrapped in bubbles, which were the specialties of Sabaody. Robin and Nami went shopping together on the shopping street, while Luffy and the others continued their search for the coding craftsman. They rode in bubble cars along the way and had a Sabaody car race. Just then, the noise caught Luffy's attention, and they headed towards the sound, where they saw a man wearing a collar around his neck desperately seeking help from those around him, wanting them to assist him in removing the collar. Luffy was curious and wanted to move forward, but Little 8 stopped him, looking a bit pale, and said, "That guy is probably a pirate who was captured by a kidnapping group and then sold. After being brought to this island by the buyer, he wants to escape. You must know he can't get away." Luffy was a bit confused after hearing this, and before he could ask, he saw the collar around the man's neck suddenly explode. Cammy couldn't bear to watch and closed her eyes as the smoke cleared. The man wearing the collar fell to the ground, and Luffy was shocked by the scene. Shachi, with a grim expression, explained, "Slaves are usually chained by the neck, and if they try to break free from the collar to escape, it will explode." The slave looked at his bloodied hands and murmured, "I just wanted to buy some gift to take home. I will never be a pirate again." After saying that, he collapsed on the ground. The people around watched this scene and quickly moved away, not wanting to get involved with this guy, because this person was a slave of the celestial dragons, who should be nearby. Brooke said, "Shouldn't we go save him?" At that moment, the fisherman Papagu, who was hiding behind him, nervously stopped him. "Idiot, didn't we agree that no matter what happens, we won't interfere?" Chopper looked panicked. What on earth was happening in this town? Cammy anxiously asked, "Shachi, what should we do? The celestial dragons are nearby." Shachi comforted her. "It's okay, stay calm." Cammy. Then he turned to Luffy and said, "Straw Hat Kid, you should get off the bubble car first." Luffy was puzzled, and Xiaoba anxiously said, "Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up." At that moment, a dog approached, and everyone nearby knelt down. Xiaoba pressed Luffy's head down to make him kneel as well, then instructed the others behind them to do the same. The dog walked up to the slave and urinated right in front of him. Then a voice came from nearby. "What a shame. Monkey." Not far away, two people wearing bubble helmets were followed by a slave. The woman with the bubble helmet walked up to the fallen slave and said, "Ugh." Another one ruined. An older man beside her said, "Do you give him sedatives on time, every day?" The woman replied, "Yes. But it doesn't work on such an idiot. Please buy me a new one. You really don't know how to train people, ruining my captain's collectibles one after another." The woman kicked the slave lying on the ground hard, saying, "It's all this guy's fault for being useless. Family, family." A grown man crying out for a wife and kids. Just a mere human, really. After saying that, she picked up the gun in her hand and shot a few times at the slave lying on the ground. Luffy angrily wanted to step forward upon seeing this scene, but was stopped by the nearby Little Ba. "Please, don't be impulsive." After the woman fired her gun, she turned to leave, saying as she walked, "Next time I want to buy a giant human." The man beside her said, "You should start by raising human children." The two discussed how to raise slaves and gradually walked away. The people in front of the screen watched this scene, and their desire to go to the Sabaody archipelago immediately faded. Many looked angrily at the two in the video. Someone said, "Why should we pay high heavenly gold? Even if we pay heavenly gold, they won't treat us as humans. My country was destroyed because we couldn't afford heavenly gold." A cry was heard from the crowd. "Even if we become a member country, what difference does it make? Does the Navy protect them?" Even the Alabasta royal family, one of the founders of the world government, was almost overthrown by pirates. How can we ordinary people expect protection from the Navy? If the Navy can't protect Alabasta, how can they protect other countries? They only protect those nobles. The Navy is a joke. In the previous video, without the protection of the Whitebeard pirates, that island became a paradise, and we didn't see the Navy come to eliminate the pirates. Many in the crowd were discussing fervently. Those from non-member countries were particularly eager to kill the celestial dragons in the video. It is these guys who lead to the destruction of their countries. Their nations are in their current plight because of them. At this moment, at Navy headquarters, Laculova's expression was extremely grim. He is a giant vice admiral in the Navy and did not expect the celestial dragons to still think about buying giants as slaves. He stared at the video with a dark expression, and the other giants also looked very bad. The leader of the giants was also watching the video. He had no good feelings toward the celestial dragons. The reason the giant race is in the Navy now is entirely due to an incident many years ago. If it weren't for that person, giants and humans might have become enemies. It was that person who resolved the conflict between giants and humans. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have allowed the giants to serve as soldiers. Chat room. Kid, these people's true colors are really disgusting. Kira agreed. Marco, the existence of the Navy is a joke. The current Navy is just a tool for the celestial dragons. Oh, not even a tool. They're slightly better than those CP agents. Kid, haha. It's well known that CP is just a loyal dog of the celestial dragons. This Navy is just slightly better than a dog. Becky, the propaganda is really good. Hawkins, wasn't the achievement of Straw Hat defeating Crocodile just attributed to that Navy Colonel Smoker? I quite like him, especially for that one line. Kid, is it that line go eat shit? I like it too. Ha ha ha. Among this group of Navy, I like Smoker the most. He's really good. Gene, the Navy thinks about capturing pirates every day, unaware that the celestial dragons are the most despicable people in this world. Boa Hancock agreed. Those people are the ones who should disappear from this world. Sabo, the so-called Navy, the so-called world government, exists to serve the celestial dragons. They don't treat people as humans at all. Ivankov, these people are parasites of humanity. Only by overthrowing the world government can this world achieve true peace. Sengoku watched as the people in the chat room mocked the Navy, feeling helpless. Those celestial dragons cause trouble every day and make the Navy clean up after them. He wondered how the outside world would discuss the Navy now, but there was nothing he could do. In this position, no matter how many thoughts he had, he couldn't implement them. In the video, Luffy struggled to step forward but was firmly held back by Little Ba. To prevent Luffy from doing something unpredictable, he took Luffy away from the scene. The few of them arrived at an open space, and Luffy worriedly said, "Is that guy going to be okay?" Little Ba replied, "He's a pirate. Even if he gets saved, he can't escape imprisonment." Chopper asked from his side, "That pirate should be able to handle that old man and woman, right?" "But why?" Papagu said, "If he harms a celestial dragon, a general from Navy headquarters will come with troops." This directly stunned the 3 members of the Straw Hat crew. "A general? Is it Akiji?" Papagu continued, "Whether it's a Kainu or Kizaru, it could be anyone, because headquarters is nearby." Chopper asked in confusion, "Why are they so formidable?" Papagu replied, "Because they inherit the bloodline of the Creator." The Creator? 800 years ago, 20 kings founded the world government. The celestial dragons are their descendants. Over the long years, their power slowly expanded, eventually evolving into the current situation. Luffy and the others are discussing the celestial dragons when the scene shifts to a group of people looking at them with malice. Luffy and the others quickly dealt with that group of people, but they didn't know that the identity of the mermaid, Cammy, had already been discovered by those individuals. Chopper led a few people to the coding shop, introducing them to the distribution of islands in Sabaody along the way. They also learned why there were so many bounty hunters here. It turns out that from levels 1 to 29, they're basically in lawless zones. With so many pirates and bounty hunters around, it's no wonder they were targeted. Before long, they arrived at number 13, where the shop they were looking for was located. The group came to a rundown shop, knocked on the door, and walked in. Inside was Shaki, who had dealt with a few pirates who had run up tabs in the shop and invited the group to sit down. Luffy and the others casually rummaged through the fridge in the store and started eating. This scene completely shocked Chopper, as he thought Shaki would definitely hit Luffy, but instead, Shaki generously said it was fine and that they could help themselves. Shaki then asked Luffy what his relationship was with the Navy hero Garp, since their names were quite similar. Luffy sipped his coffee and said, "That's my grandpa." Shaki replied, "I knew it. I used to be chased all over the world by Garp." Little 8, seeing Luffy's confusion, explained, "Shaki used to be a pirate." Luffy suddenly realized, and Shaki said, "I stopped doing that over 40 years ago. I'm more than happy to cheer for you kids." Little 8 wanted to mention the matter of coding the ship, and Shaki directly said, I understand. Little 8 and Kimmy must have come to land to help those who need to code their ships, right? They must be planning to ask Rayleigh for the coding. But he isn't here now. Sengoku watched Shaki in the video, feeling that she looked very familiar, and then hearing her mention the coding craftsman Rayleigh. He couldn't help but think that this coding craftsman Rayleigh couldn't possibly be the Dark King Rayleigh. Could he? It turns out he's been right under the Navy's nose. Chat room. Kid, this coding craftsman Rayleigh couldn't be the Dark King Rayleigh, right? Hawkins, it should be him. This video must be from before the Paramount War. They don't know Dark King Rayleigh yet. Becky, I didn't expect them to meet Rayleigh here. Does this mean Dark King Rayleigh is currently on Sabaody Archipelago? Apu, the Straw Hat Kid is really lucky to run into Dark King Rayleigh like this. Drake, I smell something sour. Hawkins, I have to say, the Straw Hat Kid is really lucky. Even the random fishman he meets know Rayleigh. Doflamingo, so what if they know him? Can they become his apprentice? Crocodile, that's not so certain. Rayleigh has been in seclusion for 20 years, but he exposed himself for a mere Straw Hat Kid. Do you believe that there's nothing to it? Crocodile, there are so many pirates on Sabaody Archipelago every year, and even supernovas are common. Yet he exposed his identity for the Straw Hat. Doesn't that say something? Hawkins, it's very possible. This time there are 11 supernovas. Yet he specifically chose the Straw Hat Kid Luffy. There must be a reason. Kid, no way. Dark King Rayleigh is the first mate of Pirate King Roger. Would he take the Straw Hat Kid as his apprentice? You all have wild imaginations. Crocodile, who knows? No one can say for sure. In the video, Luffy, hearing this, asked in confusion, "Isn't he here? We're in a hurry to go to Fishman Island." Shaki comforted him. "It's okay. He shouldn't have left this island. Why don't you check out the hotel or the casino?" Luffy said, "Then let's wait for him to come back." Shaki replied, "Yes, he'll come back eventually, but he hasn't returned for 6 months." This statement shocked several people. Shaki explained to them that this might be a habit he developed from being a pirate. Shaki advised Luffy and the others to search at 1 to 29 GR. If he is not there, he might be at Sabaody Park. As soon as Luffy and the others heard they were at the amusement park, they became excited. They had wanted to visit the park when they arrived. However, that uncle turned out to be a pirate, which surprised them. Shaki warned them to be careful no matter where they went, especially since there were 11 pirates with bounties over 100 million gathered in the Sabaody Archipelago, including Luffy and Zoro. Everyone was taken aback by this news. They thought Luffy's bounty was already high enough, but it turned out there were other notorious pirates with bounties over 100 million besides Luffy and Zoro. The video switched, and other supernovas appeared one after another. At 24 GR, the big eater Bonnie was devouring food wildly. Next to her, Capone Beej lost his appetite watching her eat. He ordered his subordinates to shut that woman's mouth, but they told him that this town and the Navy headquarters were right under their noses, and they couldn't cause trouble. Capone Beej directly used a knife and fork to take down that subordinate. At that moment, the big eater Bonnie finished all the food on the table. And as the restaurant staff hurried to serve more dishes, one of them bumped into a pirate. That pirate, furious, wanted to take down the waiter. Just as he raised his sword, a person next to him stopped him. It was Hawkins, the captain of the Hawkins pirates. Meanwhile, in a dim bar, Apo was drinking and provoking Kid. Kid glared at him and immediately attacked, creating a hole in the bar. Apo flew out from inside. He taunted, "If you want to fight, come out and face me. You don't know how powerful I am." Kid emerged from the smoke, then stopped staring at me. Kid's crew tried to stop him. "Boss, don't engage." Kid replied, "A guy who makes people want to vomit just by looking at him. I could take you out right now." At that moment, explosions sounded, revealing that the strange monk Urki was causing trouble. He swung a pillar at Killer. The earlier commotion was caused by the two of them. Killer charged in to fight Urki. Just then, a man appeared between them to stop the fight. It was Drake. He said to the two, "If you want to cause a ruckus, go to the New World." Urki, seeing his attack blocked and recognizing the newcomer, said, "I see. It's the fallen Marine Vice Admiral Drake. You've saved your life, masked man." At this time, Trafalgar Law appeared next to Drake and asked Drake, "How many have you taken down?" The viewers watching the video tensed up as they saw these supernovas. These guys were all more ruthless than the last. Just look at their actions. They start fighting at the slightest disagreement. Compared to them, the Straw Hat Kid Luffy seemed like a saint, at least in the previous video. That Straw Hat was still doing good deeds. He and T killed anyone. Even Crocodile was captured by the Navy and sent to Impel Down. However, most pirates in this world are as evil as the other supernovas. Pirates like the Straw Hat crew are truly a rare find. In the video, Luffy and the others prepare to find Rayleigh, and Shaki told them that the Navy was already aware that this group of supernovas had landed on the island. Brooke nervously said, "Oh no, that means we don't know when they might attack." Shaki reassured them, "It's okay, don't worry. Maybe you supernovas are lucky. The Navy headquarters should be too busy with other matters right now, as long as you don't cause too much trouble. The Navy shouldn't deploy too much combat power here." Luffy happily said, "I see. Got it, thanks." After that, the few of them cheerfully went to find the coding craftsman Rayleigh. People, hearing Shaki's words, speculated that the reason the Navy couldn't come to Sabaody at this time was probably because of the capture of Fire Fist Ace. They looked at Luffy in the video, who at that moment probably still didn't know that his older brother was about to be publicly executed. Luffy and his friends set off in a bubble car to the amusement park to find the coding master. They arrived at Sabaody Park, where they excitedly looked at the attractions and expressed their desire to try them out. Papa couldn't stop them at all and ultimately joined in. They enjoyed the thrill of the roller coaster and then experienced other entertainment projects. The fun at Sabaody Park made the fishmen and mermaids from Fishman Island envious. Although they lived just below, they had never been to the Sabaody archipelago, and playing at Sabaody Park was a childhood dream for them. However, that wish had never been fulfilled. As soon as they came ashore, if they were discovered, they would be sold into slavery. Both fishmen and mermaids were considered rare in human shops. So many wanted to capture them. Almost all the humans on the island were their enemies. Neptune watched the video with some concern. If the mermaid on the shore was discovered, it would definitely be a disaster for the mermaids. After playing, the group decided to buy something nearby, and Kami stayed behind in the car. At that moment, a person dressed in a pink bear costume approached, and Kami turned to look at the bear, her eyes filled with confusion. Meanwhile, in another place, a slave was crawling on his knees, with a celestial dragon riding on his back, holding 2 iron chains, which are tied to 2 young women at the ends. The people by the roadside all knelt down, not daring to look directly at the celestial dragon. Just then, a group of medical personnel hurriedly carried a patient past the celestial dragon. St. Charlos saw someone daring to pass in front of him and angrily shouted, "Hey, you lot, stop right there. A mere human is actually moving in front of me." The onlookers couldn't help but worry for the group. These celestial dragons were truly inhumane. St. Charlos got off the back of a slave and walked straight towards the medical team. Someone in the medical team pleaded, "Sorry, please spare us. We have a critically injured patient with severe bleeding. We need to hurry. The hospital is right ahead." St. Charlos looked at the patient and pretended to be concerned, saying, "Oh no, this won't do. We need to hurry. Help him out." Saying this, he lifted his right foot and kicked over the medical stretcher. The nearby Supernovas hid away, watching this scene from the shadows. Urki from Sky Island remarked, "This is truly reckless." St. Charlos looked at his handiwork and thought, which is more important, my dignity or the life of a commoner? A subordinate nearby flattered him. Without celestial dragons, there are no commoners. Just then, St. Charlos's gaze suddenly fell on the nurse, and he shamelessly assessed her looks and figure, as if she were an item for sale. After a moment, he finally looked up and seemed very satisfied, saying, "All right, you can be my wife." A subordinate said, "Then I'll immediately arrange the procedures for the 13th wife to move into the Holy Land." Upon hearing this, St. Charlos said, "I've grown tired of wives 1 to 5. Let them be commoners again." The nurse interrupted, "Please wait." Before she could finish, a man rushed out from a nearby shop. "Wait, that's my fiancé." Before he could reach the nurse, St. Charlos pulled out a gun and shot the man directly. The man fell to the ground, bleeding profusely. The nurse saw this scene and burst into tears. Outright murder. What is going on? Who will save him? Hearing this, the onlookers lowered their heads, not daring to look at the nurse. People looked at this scene in anger. This guy is inhumane. He robbed someone of their fiancé and shot that person dead. Is this what it means to be a celestial dragon? Is there no one who can stop them? Just then, a figure swaggered over from a distance, drinking while looking around. Everyone focused their attention, and it was none other than Roronoa Zoro from the Straw Hat crew. The Supernovas watched in shock as Zoro swaggered past the celestial dragon. Zoro approached St. Charlos. St. Charlos looked at him in shock. No one had ever dared to walk back and forth in front of him. Zoro looked at the person before him and said, "What? Are you looking for directions?" This statement surprised everyone. Luffy and the others in front of the screen were about to laugh uncontrollably. This guy actually thinks someone would ask him for directions. He's such a directionally challenged fool. Doesn't he have any awareness? People nervously watched the development of this scene. St. Charlos raised his gun and shot directly at Zoro. Zoro sidestepped and drew his sword, preparing to slash at the celestial dragon. People widened their eyes, afraid of missing a moment. They never expected someone would actually try to attack a celestial dragon. Many were even hoping he would hit. Just as Zoro drew his sword, a child rushed out to stop him. The child was Bonnie, who had used her powers to become a little kid. She splattered ketchup on Zoro's head, making him play dead. St. Charlos thought his shot had hit him and left with his entourage. Many people in front of the screen felt disappointed. It would have been great if he had hit. Once St. Charlos left, Zoro touched the ketchup on his head and complained, "Why did you stop me?" Bonnie replied, "What? Who stopped you? Idiot. What do you even want to do? Do you want to attract the Admiral to this island?" Pirates have rules they should follow too. Don't cause us trouble. Zoro responded, trouble? Then he looked at Bonnie and said, aren't you a kid? Bonnie angrily replied, are you even listening? Is your brain broken? Zoro retorted, I'm not hurt. Bonnie, speechless, said, idiot. I was asking about your brain. You're such a fool. Chat room. Bonnie, this Roronoa is really brave. He is not afraid of attracting the Navy. Urki, this pirate hunter, Roronoa Zoro, doesn't he really want to kill that celestial dragon? Does he? Becky, he is quite impressive. Roronoa Zoro, if that crude woman hadn't stopped him, that celestial dragon would probably be bleeding out by now. Hawkins, this Straw Hat crew is quite reckless. That Straw Hat kid is too. And so is Roronoa. Kid, not bad. No wonder they are supernovas on par with us. Jack, what is there to be afraid of? If I encountered those celestial dragons, I'd just kill them. Kaido, oh, what a pity. Otherwise, it would have been another good show to watch. Shin, I like everyone who takes action against the celestial dragons. They're truly garbage. Shin, no, they're even worse than garbage. Just a waste of air. Boa Hancock, the person above is right. I support you. Boa Hancock watched the scene before her, furious enough to smash everything around her. How are these celestial dragons still alive? How long will they remain arrogant? This Roronoa Zoro is a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. I didn't expect their crew to be so tough. Boa Hancock was somewhat looking forward to meeting them. Tozolo, ISNT, the Revolutionary Army, trying to overthrow the world government? I'm looking forward to their actions. I hope they succeed. Tozolo watched this scene, and when Zoro drew his sword, he was very much hoping that the celestial dragon would meet his end on the spot. Unfortunately, things didn't go as he wished. Buggy, thank goodness it's Roronoa. Otherwise, their captain would be even more dangerous. As soon as this was said, everyone on the Mary looked at Luffy, who was staring blankly at them. Seeing Luffy like this, they collectively nodded in agreement. Luffy, are you talking about me, Buggy? Buggy, Straw Hat Kid. You. One day I'll knock you away. In the video, Zoro is carrying the injured patient and asks, hey, where's the hospital? We need to get this guy to the hospital. He is hurt. Bonnie looks shocked. What? This complete stranger. I can't stand it. Pirates saving people. Never heard of that. Zoro ignores her and turns to leave with the injured person, ready to take him to the hospital. The people watching the screen are moved by Zoro in the video, not expecting the Straw Hat crew to be so nice. But can he even find a hospital? People look at the video with some doubt. Meanwhile, the three left on the Sunny are happily chatting. Just then, their transponder snail rings. Sanji gets up to answer the call. Hello, this is Chopper. Sanji, things are bad. Chopper on the other end starts crying. Sanji comforts him. Don't yell, calm down. What happened? Cammy has been kidnapped. It's probably a kidnapping group. I don't know why, but even if they're not human, trading mermaids and fishmen is tolerated. Cammy will be sold. She'll become a lifelong slave. Then we'll be the sinners. There are several human trafficking shops on the island, and we don't even know which one she'll be taken to. Who took her, we don't know. The archipelago is too big. Anyway, let's split up and search. Sanji says, tell me your exact location. Then stay put. Whatever you need to handle, use whatever method. Call the Flying Fish Riders. Neptune watches the video in shock, worried that his fears have come true. If the Straw Hat crew can't save Cammy, she will end up a slave to the celestial dragons. Sanji calls the Flying Fish Riders. He asks them to help find the whereabouts of mermaid Cammy. The Flying Fish Riders, along with Sanji and the others, head to the Sabiti archipelago to gather their scattered friends before searching for Cammy. At this time, Zoro successfully finds the hospital and delivers the patient to the emergency room. Watching the island's doctors treat the patient with indifference, Zoro is speechless. What a disgusting island. Today's experience completely kills his mood to continue exploring. So he decides to return to the ship. People also agree with Zoro's words. The people on this island make them feel uncomfortable from top to bottom. At this time, Luffy, who is searching for Cammy, learns from Papagu the reason why mermaids don't dare to appear on the island. It turns out that Hachi and Cammy's enemies are not human traffickers at all. All the humans living on this island are their enemies. 200 years ago, the merfolk and fishmen were classified as fish and suffered persecution from humans all over the world. Everyone looked down on them, no matter how powerful a race is. They can't withstand the sheer numbers of humans. The persecution continued until the world government announced friendly relations with the fishmen. But in reality, discrimination against fishmen and mermaids still exists on this island, especially on the Sabiti archipelago, where human trafficking is legal. Mermaids basically become commodities in the eyes of humans as soon as they appear. Hachi feels guilty. I'm sorry. Straw Hat Kid, I wanted to help you, but I ended up causing you trouble. Luffy said, What are you guys talking about? I have never thought there was anything wrong with you. You three are all my friends. No matter what happens, I will rescue Cammy. Just then, the flying fish riders came over. And Luffy jumped on the flying fish with Papagu. They were going to save Cammy. At the human trafficking shop number 1 GR, several celestial dragons appeared. Kid looked at the celestial dragons and sneered. Compared to the greed-driven methods of power-hungry rulers, the villains in this world seem more humane. It's because scum controls the world that more and more scum is produced. This logic is beyond their understanding. Our ugliness is almost adorable in a way. Chat room. Marco. Kid is absolutely right. Becky. Compared to the celestial dragons, the pirate's evil is nothing. Kira. The darkness of celestial dragon rule is vividly reflected on this island. Sabo. One day, the celestial dragons will be pulled down from their so-called pedestal. At this moment, Cammy was also brought to the human trafficking shop number 1, where the host Disco was preparing to put a collar on her. Everyone on Fishman Island watched this scene with anger. Mermaids and fishmen were highly sought-after goods in human trafficking shops. Once captured, they had almost no chance of escape because their buyers were usually celestial dragons. To avoid being captured by humans, they rarely appear before them. But knowing is different from seeing it with one's own eyes. Neptune watched this scene with a gloomy expression. If the sale of mermaids really happened, he would be completely helpless. Just as Disco was about to put the collar around Cammy's neck, a powerful hockey struck Disco accurately, knocking him straight to the ground. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. Who did this? At that moment, the screen suddenly darkened, and a question appeared. Who used hockey to stop Disco? Rules. Everyone can answer this question. There is no penalty for wrong answers. The answer session will start in 1 minute. Once this question was posed, everyone pondered who it could be. Hockey of the Conqueror is not something just anyone possesses. Very few in this world have it. Sengoku was also thinking about who it could be. A nearby vice admiral said, "Could be Straw Hat Luffy? He also has hockey." Sengoku replied, "Impossible to hit only one person so accurately. Straw Hat Luffy can't do that yet." Kizaru said, "The only one connected to the Straw Hat crew on Sabaody Archipelago is one person. Akiji." "That's right, only him." Garp. "Silver's Rayleigh? This guy wouldn't have sold himself out of gambling debt, would he?" Garp had previously received multiple reports of sightings of Silver's Rayleigh on Sabaody. The guy in the video who was a coding craftsman must be Silver's Rayleigh. That octopus Hachi knows Rayleigh, and this fishwoman Cammy is a friend of Hachi. So it must be Rayleigh who intervened. After discussing, Sengoku and the others concluded it was indeed Rayleigh. Other factions also came to the conclusion that the most likely candidate was Silver's Rayleigh. At this moment, a minute had passed, and the system's voice rang out. "A minute has passed. Please answer quickly." Everyone stared nervously at the screen, and congratulations to Silver's Rayleigh for answering correctly and ranking first. Congratulations to Sengoku for answering correctly and ranking second. The screen displayed Rayleigh's figure. Sengoku stared at Rayleigh on the screen, wondering why he suddenly appeared. Rayleigh directly said, "Silver's Rayleigh. Congratulations to Rayleigh for answering correctly. Please choose one of the following rewards. Reward 1, a bamboo dragonfly. Note, we're on your head to control flight by thought. No distance limit. Reward 2, unlimited top-quality wine. Can be shared. Note, experience a drunken stupor. Reward 3, a pet egg. Note, the system doesn't know what's inside. Please hatch it with love. Reward 4, observation hockey. Reward 5, a universal navigator. Note, Mom no longer has to worry about me getting lost." Everyone stared at the rewards on the screen, aside from the first one. The other 4 had never appeared before. The second reward was unlimited top-quality wine, and many alcoholics couldn't help but swallow hard at this reward. They really wanted it. The third pet egg? What is this? What can it hatch into? Or is it random? The system is too unreliable. The fourth observation hockey. That's also a pretty good reward. The fifth universal navigator? At the mention of this, everyone couldn't help but think of one person. On the Mary. Luffy laughed so hard at the fifth reward that he rolled on the ground. The others couldn't help but chuckle too. They never expected such a thing would appear in the system's rewards. A universal navigator. This is just too suitable for Zoro. It's simply tailor-made for him. Zoro rolled his eyes, looking at the others in silence, thinking to himself, "I'm not that bad with directions." He then looked at the screen with a hint of disappointment. Wine. Top-quality wine. Zoro couldn't help but lick his lips. I wonder if Silver's Rayleigh will choose the wine. If he chooses reward 2, I might get to mooch some later. Rayleigh's eyes lit up at the second reward. This reward was simply perfect for him. Rayleigh himself was an alcoholic. the kind that never leaves home without alcohol. As for the other rewards, he had no interest at all. He said to the system, "I choose reward 2. As soon as he finished speaking, a wine gourd appeared in front of Silver's Rayleigh. Not too big or too small, just perfect for carrying. Rayleigh curiously picked it up to examine it. It felt light in his hand. Rayleigh was a bit puzzled this. Then he opened the gourd, and before he could taste it, a strong aroma instantly wafted over. Rayleigh inhaled deeply, savoring it. The alcoholics in front of the screen watched Rayleigh almost getting drunk without even drinking, and couldn't help but sniff. As if they could smell the fragrance of the wine through the screen. Rayleigh couldn't help but take a sip. The rich flavor filled his mouth, and his eyes widened in surprise. Feeling the wine slide down his throat, he couldn't help but swallow again. As if he hadn't drunk enough, he swallowed again. Then Rayleigh burst into laughter, exclaiming, "What a good wine." He began to drink heartily. "Chat room kid, it looks so good. Zoro, I'm really envious." "Shanks, Mr. Rayleigh, I have a request." "Rayleigh, Shanks, when we have a chance, let's have a drink." "Sengoku, Rayleigh, what are you doing suddenly appearing?" "Rayleigh, oh dear Sengoku. That's not fair. The system's question can be answered by everyone." "Whitebeard, this reward is indeed not bad." "Kaido, unlimited top-quality wine. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water." "Akainu, Silver's Rayleigh, be careful not to fall into the hands of our navy." Akainu was also a wine lover. Who wouldn't love top-quality wine? If an ordinary pirate got it. "Rayleigh, haha, that's quite an interesting remark." "Shaki, Rayleigh, when are you coming back?" Shaki looked at Rayleigh with envy, eyeing the wine in his hands. Shaki is also a drunkard, so it's impossible for him to miss out on such top-notch wine. "Rayleigh." The video continues, and a giant appears in the cage, also wearing a collar around his neck. He looks to the side and says, "Hey, old man, don't pretend you don't know. It's you, right? That imposing presence just now. Who exactly are you?" A light laugh comes from beside him. "Just an old man doing a coding business." He pulls out a drink from his pocket and takes a few sips. People finally see the face of this person, an old man with a full head of white hair. When the subtitle former vice captain of the Roger Pirates, Rayleigh appears. The ordinary people can't believe that this seemingly ordinary old man is actually the infamous Dark King Rayleigh. Why was Dark King Rayleigh locked up in a human trafficking shop? Someone in the crowd asks this question. Others are also curious. After all, Rayleigh is the vice captain of the Roger Pirates. It can be said that very few in this world can capture Rayleigh. So what is going on with this Rayleigh? The Dark King Rayleigh in the video is wearing a collar, which indicates that Rayleigh is also one of the auction goods. This human shop is really impressive. Daring to sell the Dark King. Someone in the crowd comments, "I have a feeling this shop is going to be finished. The Straw Hat Kid will come here too, right? Isn't that fisherman's friend? Those two celestial dragons are also here. They won tea by that fisherman, will they?" People in front of the screen are discussing, curious about how things will develop next. Doflamingo watches the video, and he has a curse he doesn't know whether to say or not. He immediately recognizes that this human trafficking shop is his. The video features Dark King Rayleigh, and there are 2 Supernovas, kid-in-law. That Straw Hat crew will definitely come. He estimates that this shop won T survive. In the video, the auction has already begun. 2 buyers are chatting below the stage, and their conversation is making people's scalps tingle. An older man says, "What do you want to buy this time?" The woman beside him replies, "The last human slave I bought didn't last even 10 days. So today I want to buy a young and strong fisherman male." Hearing this, the man happily says, "I want to buy 2 or 3 young women to enjoy the view." The woman beside him covers her mouth and laughs. "You really like young women, don't you?" The man excitedly says, "What kind of cute girls will come out? I'm really looking forward to it." Saying this, the 2 laugh excitedly. The humans being auctioned on stage look despairingly at the excited audience below who are bidding. People in front of the screen can't believe that a normal human is being sold as a slave for hundreds of thousands of berries. At this moment, Sanji gets a promotional flyer from the human shop, and the prices of various racial products on it make many people extremely angry. It includes humans, dwarves, long-armed people, long-legged people, giants, fishmen, mermaids, and even those with abilities. The lowest price is for humans, and the starting bid for mermaid women is 70 million berries. All the mermaids and fishmen who see this scene are extremely enraged. They're being openly priced for sale. The other races are also furious, as they see the prices for their races listed. Sanji, seeing the list, is filled with rage. He tells Dabaru to hurry and find out which human trafficking shop Kemi has been taken to. Meanwhile, Usopp learns from a trafficker that the number 1 GR human trafficking shop has fishmen for sale today. He immediately reports this news to the other partners. The one trafficking the fishman Kemi is Peterman at the number 1 GR auction house. Everyone rushes to number 1 GR. At this moment, Zoro is still asking for directions to number 1 GR, but he is targeted by a group of bounty hunters. With just a glance, he scares those bounty hunters into telling him the way to number 1 GR. At this time, Sanji, Nami, and Chopper finally meet at number 1 GR. A few of them head to the human trafficking shop to bring back Kemi, but are met with refusal. The staff at the human trafficking shop warns them that if they interfere again, they will take legal action. They will accuse them of obstructing business. Sanji angrily questions, "What business? Bastard, how can there be such a business in the world?" The staff of the human trafficking shop responds, "How can lawless pirates talk to me about humanity?" Nami interjects, "Human trafficking is prohibited in the world. How much did you give the government?" The staff replies, "Your words are really unpleasant, but it's true. Even when government and military personnel talk to us, it's hard to hear the term human trafficking. It's as if they have no idea this business exists." Sanji's face turns extremely ugly. Ridiculous. They are indeed birds of a feather. Nami says, "The government is actually complicit." The staff mocks, "This is how reality is. There's nothing we can do." The audience in front of the screen listens to their conversation, feeling helpless. What on earth is going on with the world government? What kind of garbage do they choose to believe in? Is this your justice? The previous Impel Down incident, now human trafficking, and the self-righteous celestial dragons. The revolutionary army wants to overthrow the world government for a reason. This kind of garbage they simply cannot accept. At this moment, Frankie can't take it anymore. He raises his weapon, ready to blow up the wall and charge in. At this time, Chopper stops him. "No, there are celestial dragons inside. If Kemi has already belonged to this shop, she should already be wearing a collar." Everyone is shocked. They all know about that collar, and once it is forcibly removed, it will explode. Sanji grabs the staff as clothes, wanting to beat him up. Chopper stops him. Nami decides to use the rules here to bring back Kemi. They had obtained a lot of gold during their previous travels. About 200 million berries, which should be enough to buy back Kemi. A few of them walk into the human trafficking shop, where the auction is still ongoing. A human woman is brought up. The buyers below are bidding excitedly. 700,000 berries. 900,000 berries. 200,000 berries. 500,000 berries. 200,000 berries. 300,000 berries. Nami and the others listen to the buyer's bids and are extremely furious. They are determined to get Kemi back. Nami tells Sanji and the others about the gold being worth about 200 million berries, and everyone suddenly feels confident. But Chopper expresses that he can't afford it. Nami, who usually loves money, says that it doesn't matter how much it costs to get their friend back. Chopper and Papaga look at Nami, touched. The fishmen and mermaids on Fishman Island are also moved as they look at Nami in the video. This Nami from the Straw Hat crew is indeed admirable. They saw in previous videos how much this lady loves money. Unexpectedly, she would take out all their money to save Kemi. This is not pocket change. It's hundreds of millions of berries, an amount that ordinary people would never earn in a lifetime. Everyone on the Merry looks at Nami. Nami gives him a slap. Nami states that a gentleman loves wealth obtained legitimately. Moreover, it's for a friend. Isn't that Fishman our friend? At that moment, the video changed again, and people began to discuss the newspapers in their hands. This made those in front of the screen curious. What exactly happened? Drake looked at the newspaper and suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Why is the military presence so weak on this island, so close to the Navy headquarters? Captain Fire Fist Ace of the Whitebeard 2nd Division is to be publicly executed. War is about to break out. Many people suddenly realized that this was a video from before the Marineford War. Some had already discovered this fact. After all, after the Marineford War, that Straw Hat Kid Luffy appeared alongside the Dark King Rayleigh in Marineford. At this moment, Luffy, Robin, Usopp, and Brook were still on their way, while Zoro was still lost. As the auction continued, the audience was filled with enthusiasm. Another celestial dragon, St. Charlos, arrived at the auction. A pirate captain being auctioned bit his tongue and committed suicide on stage. The audience watching this scene felt that his action was very correct. If he was really going to be auctioned off, it would be better to bite his tongue and die. Zoro got lost again on his way to GR number 1. Luffy discovered him and directly grabbed Zoro by the nape of his neck, bringing him onto the flying fish. Meanwhile, Kami was finally brought onto the auction stage. The audience below cheered. Nami raised her bidding paddle, confident that she could buy Cammy, while Disco on stage was still promoting this hot item. That celestial dragon below directly bid 500 million. This price left everyone dumbfounded. They never expected that a celestial dragon would bid 500 million to buy a mermaid. Nami looked at all this in disbelief. What she thought was a sure thing turned out to be unexpected. The celestial dragon in the venue actually bid 500 million. This was a price Nami could never afford. Just as the host Disco announced that the mermaid Cammy was bought by the world noble St. Charlos, an unexpected event occurred. Luffy charged directly into the venue, riding the flying fish. The buyers inside the venue were knocked away. Everyone was astonished as they looked at Luffy descending from the sky. This entrance was truly unique. Law watched the Straw Hat Kid and couldn't help but chuckle. He truly was the recent sensation, Straw Hat Luffy. This entrance was indeed distinctive. At that moment, Luffy also spotted Cammy and rushed over. Octopus Hachi tried to stop Luffy from being impulsive. To prevent Luffy from running forward, he exposed all his hands. A woman's sharp voice rang out, hands. Hands, it's a fishman. Hachi looked down and saw that all his hands were exposed. Others also noticed Hachi's identity as a fishman and yelled monster. They threw things at Hachi and shouted for him to go back to the sea. Hachi, helpless, watched all of this unfold. He wanted to save Cammy, but now his identity was exposed. Just then, a gunshot rang out. Hachi was shot. A celestial dragon excitedly jumped up, holding a smoking gun. He jumped around like a fool, shouting, "Father, look, I caught a fishman. I caught it myself. No money needed. No money needed for the octopus." The buyers next to him watched happily as Octopus Hachi fell. They were worried about catching some disease from this fishman. Everyone looked at Octopus Hachi with disgust, talking shamelessly about the grossness of fishmen. Those people looked glamorous on the outside, but their words sent chills down one's spine. Their appearances could not hide their ugly hearts. Everyone from Fishman Island watched in silence. Is this really the humans that Princess Otoheim wanted them to coexist with? Is this humanity? Could these really not be demons that look like humans? Jinbei watched this scene, knowing the humans' disdain for fishmen, but he never expected it to reach such a level. Most people he interacted with were pirates, and he had never dealt with civilians. So he didn't know that humans' attitudes toward fishmen had reached this extent. He had also been following this video and greatly admired Straw Hat Luffy, not just because he was Ace's brother, but more for Luffy himself. He had a charm that no one else possessed. This charm deeply attracted those around him. Jinbei watched Luffy in the video and thought, "What will you do?" Question: what will Straw Hat Luffy do after seeing Octopus Hachi get injured by the Celestial Dragon? Rules: everyone can answer this question. Correct answers will reward a one-time experience card for the time machine, while incorrect answers will result in a penalty of losing 20 years of life. Time machine: do you have any regrets you want to change? Then come for time travel. Note: only parallel worlds can be traversed. The current world will not be affected. Non-transferable. Only the answerer can use it. As soon as this reward was announced, everyone stared at the video in astonishment. Time travel? Can this really be done? Everyone has regrets to some extent, and if they could change them, who would refuse? Seeing this reward, many were eager to try. But if they answered incorrectly, the penalty was terrifying. 20 years of life. This isn't just 1 or 2 years, but 20 years. Trafalgar Law looked at this reward and couldn't help but think of Mr. Crawlin. If he could obtain it, could he go back in time and save Mr. Crawlin? Even if it was in another world. At this moment, Luffy saw Octopus Hachi being hit in the video, lying on the ground with an unknown fate. Luffy was so angry that he wished he could charge into the video and beat that so-called Celestial Dragon. The others on the Mary were also furious. Octopus Hachi and the mermaid Cammy were their friends, and they couldn't believe they were treated this way. Once this question came out, they all knew what Luffy would do next. Given Luffy's personality, he would definitely not sit idly by. It was highly likely he would directly knock that Celestial Dragon away. Chat room: Enel, what does this system have everything? Can this time machine really travel to the past and future? Kid, didn't the note above say it can only go to parallel worlds? The current world won't be affected, even if we obtain this so-called time machine. Our world wouldn't change at all. Becky, the person above is right. But being able to prevent regrets in another world is pretty good too. Drake, after all, no one's life is smooth sailing. There will always be some regrets they want to change. Even if there aren't any now, it doesn't mean there won't be in the future. Ace, the futures reviewed in the video, have they already happened in another world? Ace wanted to know the answer. If that future has already occurred in another world, He wanted this time travel card to go back to before the Marineford War and stop himself from chasing Blackbeard. So he wouldn't be captured, and Dad wouldn't die in the Marineford War. Drake, it's likely. The videos reviewed by the system are all events that have already happened in the future, and this future truly exists in another time and space. This means that if the system hadn't appeared soon after, this world would develop according to what was shown in the video. Doflamingo, does that mean the Fire Fist Ace from another world actually died in the Marineford War? Hawkins, if someone travels to that parallel world and prevents the Marineford War from happening, wouldn't everything change? Becky, I think if someone prevents the Marineford War, then a brand new parallel world would be created at that historical node, just like this world, and the future would change. Luffy, what are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Luffy, so can it really be changed? Becky, it has changed, but not completely. The changed world has formed a brand new parallel world, and the original world will continue according to the original history. Hawkins, to put bluntly, this time machine is actually useless, although it can change the past. What has already happened still happened. It's just that the changed world has formed a brand new world. Hawkins, isn't our current world a changed parallel universe? Hawkins, after all, according to historical development, that Crocodile should have already been imprisoned in Impel Down. Crocodile, so should I thank the system? Doflamingo, isn't that right? Otherwise, where would you get your conqueror's hockey? Crocodile, okay, so what is the answer to this question? Hawkins, what do you think it would be? Okay, if I knew, would I ask you? Becky, from the perspective of the Straw Hat Kid, the answer is obvious. Kid, what would you do if it were you? Okay, it wouldn't be. 1 minute has passed. Please buzz in. Congratulations to Straw Hat Luffy for buzzing in successfully. He is in first place. Congratulations to Trafalgar Law for buzzing in successfully. He is in second place. Chatroom, Kid, how does that Straw Hat Kid Luffy have such fast reflexes? And that Trafalgar Law? Hawkins, anyway, it doesn't matter to me. Who buzzes in successfully has nothing to do with me. Drake, these two guys aren't just staring at the buzzer, right? Such fast reflexes. Apu, I won't tell you, but I am too. I haven't buzzed in before them. Becky, alright, this time machine belongs to the Straw Hat Kid. Apu, are you that sure? Becky, he is the protagonist of the problem. How could he not know what to do? Kid, that's right. Please, Straw Hat Luffy, state your answer. Luffy said, in the video, I will punch directly. Congratulations to Monkey D. Luffy for answering correctly. You have received a time machine experience card. As soon as the system's voice fell, a thin card appeared in front of Luffy, identical to the fourth gear card he had obtained before. The only difference was the text and pattern on it. Luffy carefully put the card away. This experience card can only be used by him. Even if it falls into someone else's hands, it cannot be used. Zoro looked at Luffy's reward with envy. He also has a past he wants to change, even if that person lives in another world. For him, this is also a kind of comfort. When Luffy saw the Marineford War, he hated himself for being too weak to prevent Ace's death. If he had been stronger, could he have saved Ace? Now, after the enhancements from the training house, he is no longer the same person he used to be. If he could go back to Marineford, he would definitely save Ace. Therefore, Luffy has always been looking forward to the reward that could change history. This time machine is exactly what he needs. At this moment, Ace on the Whitebeard pirate's ship, seeing Luffy receive the reward, felt his eyes redden. Ace understands Luffy's thoughts. The unwillingness from the Marineford War is not only his, but many others also hope to change the outcome of the battle. After the question ends, the video continues to play. In the video, an extremely angry Luffy silently walks toward the celestial dragon. At that moment, the fallen octopus Hachi struggles to grab Luffy's hand, not wanting to bring trouble to the Straw Hat Pirates because of himself. Straw Hat Kid, no, don't get angry. It's my fault, no matter who it is. Even if they are killed right in front of you, you cannot lay a hand on the celestial dragons. Didn't you promise me that? Anyway, I'm a pirate. This is the retribution for my misdeeds. I'm sorry. I didn't intend for it to end up like this. To atone to Nami, I really want to help you guys, but I always mess things up no matter what I do. I'm such a useless person. In the end, I can only cause you trouble. I'm sorry. The celestial dragon pointed his gun at Hachi again. Everyone nervously watched the unfolding situation. Will Straw Hat Luffy really punch the celestial dragon for his friend? That is a celestial dragon, and if he attacks them, the Admiral will definitely not let the Straw Hats go. In the video, St. Charlos continuously provokes Luffy. Luffy silently walked towards him step by step. Everyone could see that Luffy's anger had reached its limit. He directly approached St. Charlos and punched the celestial dragon, sending him flying. The entire venue fell into silence. They stared in shock at the infamous Straw Hat Luffy. They never expected him to actually hit a celestial dragon. After a moment of silence, the audience in front of the screen erupted with excitement. Everyone was applauding the Straw Hat crew. The few celestial dragons were infuriated by this. The status of the celestial dragons is unshakable. Not to mention hitting them. Even speaking ill of them would likely not be tolerated by the Navy or CP. However, while they dared not attack the celestial dragons, the Straw Hat Kid in the video had given them a sense of relief. Just look at their arrogant faces. Now they've been beaten. Let the celestial dragons experience what it feels like to be hit. The Gorosei looked pale as they watched the video. This Straw Hat Kid not only disrespected them, but practically stomped their faces into the ground. The Gorosei immediately ordered CP and the Navy to capture the Straw Hat crew. As long as the Straw Hat is alive, their resentment cannot be resolved. After receiving the order, Sengoku symbolically sent a few vice admirals to capture the Straw Hats. Sengoku watched the beaten celestial dragon in the video, feeling a bit of a headache as he looked at the Straw Hat Kid Luffy. This guy has caused him trouble again. However, Sengoku secretly muttered to himself that it was a good hit. He had long been displeased with them. How many troubles have these guys caused? And it was always the Navy cleaning up after them. He had long been fed up with these people. Jinbei was both happy that the Straw Hat Kid didn't let him down and worried that the Straw Hat crew, having hit a celestial dragon, would definitely face tough times ahead. Chat room. Kid, this Straw Hat is not bad. I like him. Umerges, this guy's a bit crazy. For a fisherman, he caused such a big fuss right before entering the new world. It's not worth it. Luffy, what did you say, you bastard? Chopper is my friend, and I will never let my friends get hurt. Chopper, Luffy, you guys are really great. I brought so much harm to Nami in the past. I'm really sorry. Nami, what are you talking about? Since I've already forgiven you in the video, you're our friend. But I won't forget what you did before. Chopper, Nami. Chopper, when you guys come to Fishman Island, I'll make you takoyaki. My takoyaki is the best. Luffy, really? That's awesome. Luffy has been wanting to eat that takoyaki for a long time. When he watched the video, he drooled all over the place. Jinbei, I hope you come soon. I've been wanting to meet you for a long time. Luffy, Jinbei. Luffy, thank you for saving me multiple times in the previous videos. Luffy, I'm so grateful. Doflamingo, that sand crocodile saved you too. Why don't you thank him? Luffy, I'm grateful to him too, but that doesn't stop me from wanting to knock him away. Crocodile, do you think I'm still the same me as before? Luffy, do you think I'm still the old me? Apu, you two are guessing riddles here. Crocodile, I'll be waiting for you in the new world. We'll have our battle then. I won't hold back. Luffy, me too. Becky, after hitting a celestial dragon, whether this Straw Hat can smoothly reach the new world is another matter. Hawkins, that's true. The Navy headquarters is near Sabaody, so an admiral will definitely come to capture the Straw Hat crew. Becky, that admiral definitely won't let him go easily. Law, hey up there. Did you forget that the Straw Hat appeared at Marineford? That admiral couldn't catch him at all. Everyone suddenly froze at this statement. That's right. The Straw Hat was lively and appeared in the Marineford War. But how could an admiral not catch a group of rookie pirates who just set sail? Even if he is a supernova, he is still just a rookie who hasn't been at sea for long. An admiral should have no difficulty dealing with a rookie. Umerges, so who is that admiral? Law, who else could it be? Hawkins, which of the three, Aokiji, Akainu, or Kizaru, would you think went, allowing the Straw Hat to escape? Akainu. If I went, not to mention the Straw Hat Kid, even you guys would end up in Impel Down with him. Hawkins, all right, that's one ruled out. Hawkins, the remaining two, you don't need to guess to know who they are. As soon as this was said, everyone's mind conjured up the ridiculous face of Kizaru. Everyone unanimously confirmed it could only be him. At Marineford, this guy was extremely lenient toward the Straw Hat. He was worried that the Straw Hat would fall during the Marineford War. He took better care of Luffy than his own grandfather, Garp. It seems that the leniency started from here, so adding a bit more during the war actually isn't a big deal. After all, letting go once is letting go. Letting go a few more times doesn't matter. I'll put Kizaru, huh? Sengoku. Sengoku looked at Kizaru, who seemed oblivious to Sengoku's gaze, continuing to do whatever he was doing. Garp was munching on Sengoku Senbei while winking at Kizaru. Aokiji looked at the few with a twitching expression. Akainu angrily glared at the indifferent Borsalino. These guys really. Doflamingo, ha ha ha. No wonder it's him. Kizaru should change his name to Monkey D. Kizaru for now on. Becky, this Straw Hat is probably Kizaru's nephew. Otherwise, I can't understand this series of actions. Apu, I don't understand either. Kizaru. Luffy. Garp. Dragon. At this moment, everyone on the Mary was staring dumbfounded at the pirates' guesses in the chat room. You guys really have some wild imaginations. Luffy suddenly has a relative who's a marine admiral. Luffy is also speechless. Kaido. Oh ho ho, Monkey D, Kizuru. Quite a catchy name. Much easier to remember than Borsalino. Bigamom, Mamamama. I have to say the Straw Hat is really lucky. Jin. Is this the legendary chosen one? Apu. I'm so envious. Jack. What's there to be envious about? When that Straw Hat comes to the New World, let's see who can protect him. Jack. Just because he has a grandpa named Garp. I fought so many that even his grandpa wouldn't recognize me. Kid. Is the guy upstairs that arrogant? Luffy, who are you? Jack. You actually don't recognize me? Luffy. Should I know you? Usopp. I don't know you either. Jack. I'm Jack. One of the 3 disasters of the Beast Pirates. Don't you recognize me? Luffy, I don't know you. Jack. Jack was about to go crazy. This bastard in the straw hat actually didn't recognize him. He was one of the 3 disasters, someone who could walk with confidence in a new world. How dare this straw hat say he didn't know him? When he comes to the new world, he will definitely teach this straw hat a lesson. At this moment, the video showed Luffy putting his hat on and apologizing to his companions. Sorry, everyone. I heard that beating this guy will attract the Navy Admiral and warships. Zoro sheathed his sword and said, "It's all because you sent him flying that I missed my shot." The people in front of the screen had no doubt about Roronoa's Zoro's words. After all, this guy had previously drawn his sword against a celestial dragon. If it weren't for that Supernova's intervention, who knows if that celestial dragon would still be alive. The Straw Hat crew was indeed crazy, but suited their style. Nami stepped forward to check on the injured Shachi. Shachi said, "You've caused a big mess." Nami smiled, "What can we do? He's Luffy." The others also agreed with Luffy's actions. The older celestial dragon, Saint Roseward, pointed his gun at the Straw Hat crew, saying, "Let me show you what happens when you lay a hand on the descendants of the creators of this world." Sanji jumped down from above and kicked Rosward's gun, sending his sidearm flying. Sanji shouted at the celestial dragon, "What does that have to do with us, you bastard?" He quickly took down the soldiers coming to rescue Roseward. The others joined the battle as well. Sanji told Frankie to find the key to the collar around Cammy's neck. At this point, the venue was already in chaos. But Sanji still reminded Frankie to look for the key, which raised the Straw Hat crew's favorability among the fishmen and mermaids on Fishman Island. Certainly, there were human races like those buyers and celestial dragons. But there were also humans like the Straw Hat crew who genuinely treated them as friends. Chatroom, Apu. The Straw Hat crew is really brave. Beiji, I could tell before that these guys were not to be underestimated. No wonder they can become one of the 4 emperors. There's no reason for it. Urki, they are indeed arrogant. None of this crew is good. Hawkins, their bounties may only be over 100 million for Roronoa and the Straw Hat Kid right now, but in previous videos, this group had 5 members with bounties over 100 million. Although it's not obvious yet, the upcoming videos will surely reveal the Straw Hat crew's deeds in a new world. Apu, that's right. They must have done something earth-shattering. Otherwise, their bounties wouldn't be so high. Beiji, however, this pirate emblem in the auction house looks a bit familiar. I feel like I've seen it somewhere. Crocodile, how could it not be familiar? Isn't this the emblem of that Birdman's pirate crew? Don Quixote Doflamingo. Sand Crocodile, you really know me well. Crocodile. In no time, the Straw Hat crew had taken down all the soldiers brought by the Celestial Dragon. Roseward ordered his men to call for the Admiral and warships. He wanted to teach the Straw Hat crew a lesson and make them understand the price of attacking a Celestial Dragon. The commotion caused by the Straw Hat crew made the buyers in the auction house flee in panic. At that moment, an old man walked against the flow towards the auction house. He casually took a buyer's money bag. Using money to buy humans is such a waste. Let me use it for something more meaningful. The people in front of the screen recognized who he was. Garp laughed, saying, "This guy's so-called meaningful act is probably going to gamble, but it's much better than those people using it to buy slaves." Meanwhile, Brook and Robin returned to the auction house. Usopp fell onto the roof. He looked at the height inside and got so scared that his legs went weak. He took 2 steps back, and before he could react, he was bumped off the roof by a flying fish. Usopp on the Mary looked at his comical appearance and felt helpless. Now he was embarrassed in front of the entire world. Falling from the roof, Usopp fortuitously landed directly on the Celestial Dragon Roseward. The Celestial Dragon was knocked unconscious. Everyone who saw this exclaimed, "Nice job." Now, 2 out of the 3 were taken down, leaving only the female Celestial Dragon. At this moment, Luffy also noticed the other 2 supernovas in the auction house. Compared to those two supernovas, his attention was entirely on that white bear, Bepo. Trafalgar Law informed Luffy and the others that the Navy had already arrived. They had surrounded the auction house even before the auction started. Just then, the female celestial dragon, St. Charlos, pointed her gun at Cammy. Sanji and the others noticed Cammy's danger, but they were too late to save her. Everyone looked anxiously at Cammy when a powerful aura erupted, and the female celestial dragon was knocked unconscious. With that, all three celestial dragons were down. Everyone stared in amazement at this scene, wondering who did it. The scene shifted, and the wall of the auction house was blasted open, revealing a figure walking through. He approached the mermaid Cammy and looked at the chaotic auction house, saying, "Look, Mr. Giant, the scene is in disarray. The auction must be over. The money has been stolen, so let's head back to the casino." The giant following him said, "You truly are a morally reprehensible old man. You came to steal money, didn't you?" The man replied, "If I'm lucky, I was planning to rob my buyers too, but there's no chance now. After all, no one would want an old man as a slave." Everyone recognized him. It was the pirate king Rayleigh, and surprisingly, he had sold himself. Shachi recognized the newcomer and exclaimed, "Rayleigh." Rayleigh also spotted Shachi and joyfully said, "Shachi, long time no see. What are you doing here?" After speaking, Rayleigh's expression darkened. "What happened to your injury?" He surveyed the surroundings, assessed the situation, and ultimately Detective Rayleigh deduced the result. He told Shachi, "You've suffered quite a bit, Shachi." Then he looked at Luffy and the others. "Did you save him?" Following that, Rayleigh used his haki to knock out all the soldiers present. He looked at Luffy and said, "That straw hat is very suitable for a tough man. I wanted to meet you for a long time." Monkey D. Luffy. This statement shocked everyone. Rayleigh actually knew the Straw Hat Kid and recognized that hat. But thinking back to how that straw hat was given to Luffy by Shanks, and that Shanks and Rayleigh had been on the same ship, it wasn't surprising that Rayleigh knew about the straw hat. At this moment, the other supernovas, upon learning that the Straw Hat crew had attacked the celestial dragons, all prepared to set off. After all, attacking a celestial dragon would definitely provoke the Navy Admiral. Even if they weren't coming for them, they couldn't handle it. Question: which admiral did the Navy headquarters send to capture the Straw Hat crew? Rules: everyone can answer this question, but those who answer incorrectly will lose their devil fruit powers. Without a devil fruit, they will lose a year of their lifespan. Please answer carefully. The answering will start in 1 minute. This question is limited to the first person to answer. Chatroom. Apu. Didn't someone analyze this question before? It's Kizaru. Hawkins, that's right. No doubt about it. AP. So this is a welfare question from the system? Hawkins. Didn't you see there's no reward for this? Kid, I'm curious too. Why didn't they say what the reward is? Could it be that there's no reward at all? Only punishment? Becky, no way. So far, there hasn't been a situation without a reward. Becky, so, are you going to answer or not? Answering incorrectly could lead to losing your devil fruit. Kid, of course we'll answer. This is obviously Kizaru. Jack, don't be timid. Let's all go for it. What are we afraid of? It's just a devil fruit. Everyone focus their attention on the buzzer. A minute has passed. Please buzz in. Congratulations to Rob Lucci for buzzing in successfully. At this moment, Rob Lucci is still in Water 7, and his face wasn't revealed in the previous videos, plus the Underworld King hasn't appeared. So he is still carrying out his mission in Water 7. Regarding the answer to this question, he saw them analyzing in the chat that the likely admiral is Kizaru, but he also believes it is Kizaru. After all, in the previous videos, Kizaru was extremely lenient towards Straw Hat Luffy. As for whether there is a reward for this question, he is not worried. After all, the system hasn't had a situation without rewards. Rob Lucci said, "It's Kizaru Borsellino." Congratulations to Rob Lucci for answering correctly. Reward: 1 pet egg. Note: this egg is delicate. Please hatch it with love. As soon as the system's voice fell, a round pet egg appeared in front of Rob Lucci in the video, with strange patterns that looked like feathers. And the people next to him were amazed at this magical scene. Lucy reached out and picked up the egg. He weighed it in his hand. It was quite heavy. Beside him, Barry touched it and felt that the temperature was very high, unlike a regular egg. Lucci knocked off Barry's hand and found something to put the pet egg into. Barry pouted, "It's just an egg. I'll try answering questions next time too." Kaku beside him comfortingly patted Barry on the shoulder. Lucci looked at the egg, pondering how to hatch it. He glanced at Hidoli. Suddenly, Hidoli felt uneasy under Lucci's gaze and flapped its wings to take off into the air. Lucci was speechless. "I was just thinking about it, not really planning to implement it. What is there to be afraid of?" Chatroom. Kid, who is this Rob Lucci? His hand speed is so fast. I couldn't even. AP. I'm curious too. Who is this person? I've never seen him. Becky, is this the so-called pet egg? It doesn't he look special? What can hatch from it? AP, is the system afraid that no one will answer the questions if the rewards are mentioned? So it hasn't T said anything about the rewards? Becky, you're overthinking it. As long as there are rewards, plenty of people will want it. AP, this punishment is pretty harsh. This pet egg should be good, right? Hawkins, when Rayleigh's reward appeared before, there was also a pet egg. Didn't the system say it didn't know what was inside? Becky, do you really believe what the system says? You're too naive. Hawkins, what is there not to believe? Besides, the system has no reason to deceive us. AP, I always feel like the system is hiding something bad. System. Ulky, there is no need for that. Besides, the rewards are indeed in hand. Kid, who cares? As long as there are rewards. It doesn't matter how we get them. At this time, the 5 elders also saw that Lucci had received a reward. They originally wanted Lucci to hand over the pet egg, but one of them stopped and said, no rush, if we send someone to take it now. It will only expose CP9's identity. Let him keep it for now. We don't know how to hatch it. And we don't know what will hatch from it. It's better to let him try. The others nodded in agreement. The video continued, showing Mary Geos, where Sengoku was listening to his subordinate's report with a headache, while Kizaru leisurely drank tea beside him. After hearing the report, Kizaru took a sip of tea. No matter what, we can't just sit back and watch the world nobles being attacked. We have to take action, right, Mr. Sengoku? Let me take action. I'll be back soon. Rest assured. After saying this, Kizaru got up and left. At this moment, the auction house host Disco was pleading for help from the true owner of the store, Doflamingo. Doflamingo over there said, this store is yours now. Stop calling me. Everyone now knew the true owner of this store. No wonder Disco was so arrogant. It turns out that the 7 warlords Doflamingo was backing him. This guy's not a good person either. He is the king of Dressrosa, and the former king was from the Riku royal family. They are now a bit curious whether Doflamingo's throne was also plotted. After all, they heard that 8 years ago, the Riku kings suddenly went mad and attacked the citizens, and the king's army killed innocents. Doflamingo protected the country as a hero and succeeded the throne amid the people's calls. This is almost identical to the former 7 warlords Crocodile's coup. So, Doflamingo is very likely to have stolen Dressrosa. These 7 warlords really do nothing serious, and all of them are thinking about plotting. At this time, Rayleigh had removed the collar from Kami, and Frankie handed the keys he found to the slaves who were sold. Outside, the Navy surrounded the entire auction house tightly, and Rayleigh said he would not take action. This was just what Kid and the others wanted. They didn't want to be protected by the old man. The 3 of them argued and left the auction house. Just then, the system's voice sounded. Question. 2 years later, Luffy Law and Kid formed an alliance and created an event that shocked the entire sea. An event no less influential than the Marineford War. What is this event? Rules. Each faction has only one opportunity to answer this question. A correct answer rewards 1 resurrection card. An incorrect answer results in annihilation. Please answer cautiously. The countdown will start in 1 minute. Note, this resurrection card can revive any one person, with no time limit. As soon as this question was announced, everyone in the entire sea was shocked. What does this mean? These 3 formed an alliance and created an event that shocked the entire sea? What event could compare to the Marineford War? The Marineford War gathered all the elites of the Marine headquarters and had a century-long battle with the Whitebeard pirates. The result of this war was Whitebeard's death. The Whitebeard pirates were thus shattered. Marine headquarters Marineford was destroyed, and it also created an even more terrifying new emperor, Blackbeard. The impact of this war was unprecedented. This war is destined to be recorded in history. Yet 2 years later, there is another event that could rival the Marineford War. This is too crazy. In just 2 short years, one event crazier than the last. Their hearts could hardly take it. This couldn't be the giant battle that Whitebeard mentioned in the previous video that would pull the entire world into it, right? Chat room. Sengoku, what does it mean? An event comparable to the Marineford War? Kaido. Oh, are you all scared? I'm quite curious about what this event is. Big Mom, Mama, what big event can these 3 even create? The result of the Marineford War was just the death of one emperor, creating a new emperor. Plus, Marineford was destroyed, and that is nothing much. Sengoku, what is up with this Big Mom? She has been a bit arrogant lately. The death of one emperor and the creation of a new one, and the Marine headquarters being destroyed, is that not a big deal? I can't believe this. AP, no way. Are these guys really that powerful? I'm actually a fellow supernova from the same generation as them. Hawkins, what exactly is this big event? An event that can rival the Marineford War? I can't think of anything. Becky, aren't you afraid to think in that direction? Hawkins, why? Do you think it's possible? Becky, who says it's not? Life is unpredictable. It's common for a new generation to replace the old. Hawkins, is that so? Unfortunately, it's not common in reality. Becky, I actually hope it's true. After all, we're also fellow supernovas. Jack, so what is it about? What are you guys playing at? Okay, I'm curious too. Jean, you upstairs, don't you understand what they mean? Are your heads filled with water? Jack, as a younger brother being scolded by the older brother for being stupid, what should I do? I'm waiting online. It's urgent. Okay. Kaido, what? You think those little brats can do anything to me? Kaido understood what those two meant. Their words were saying that the three defeated a certain emperor. AP, impossible. Could it be that the big event is the origin of the Straw Hat Kid becoming the fifth emperor? Akainu, you're overthinking it. That Straw Hat bounty 2 years later is only 1.5 billion, and Kid is only 470 million. That Trafalgar Law hasn't been revealed. But it can't be too high. Akainu, the so-called fifth emperor title is just to give him face. Akiji, just a fifth emperor. That influence cannot compare to the Marineford War. If that so-called big event is what I think it is, could it really be possible? At this moment, Sengoku and the high-ranking Navy were also discussing what this so-called big event was. They had some vague guesses in their hearts, but felt it was impossible. After all, in just 2 years, it was impossible to achieve. They dismissed this conclusion. The Whitebeard pirates were also discussing this matter, and they felt it was very likely that someone had taken down a certain emperor. According to the original progression in the video, the old man has already died in the Marineford War. 2 years later, the 4 emperors of the New World have become Blackbeard, Kaido, Big Mom, and red-haired Shanks. Luffy has a good relationship with Shanks, so it shouldn't be him. Blackbeard possesses 2 devil fruits, and after 2 years, he has already mastered the abilities of those 2 devil fruits. Challenging Blackbeard is quite difficult. Kaido is called the strongest creature on land, sea, and air for a reason. His devil fruit ability is also very abnormal, and for Luffy and the others to defeat Kaido, the difficulty is hellish. As for Big Mom, she is inherently strong, known as the Natural Destroyer, and is a user of the Soul fruit. After some discussion, they believe that the so-called big event is likely that Big Mom was defeated by the Straw Hat Trio Alliance. However, this is just their speculation, and they're not sure. After all, the punishment for a wrong answer is death. They plan to give up this question. As for the reward, they don't need it for now. After hearing his companion's speculation, Ace also thinks there is a possibility. He never expected that Luffy would undergo such a significant change 2 years later. Perhaps he really can become the Pirate King. Ace feels emotional, watching his younger brother grow up to a height that even he has to look up to. The others are also very happy for Luffy. They had a good impression of him during the Marineford War. No matter what that so-called big event is 2 years later, they will support the Straw Hat Kid. Meanwhile, Big Mom is also pondering who was defeated. She really wants that reward, and there is one person she hopes can be revived. At this moment, the 5 elders discussed and decided to find a low-ranking soldier to answer this question. After all, other forces probably wouldn't rush to answer, and they had informed Sengoku in advance. When Sengoku received the notice, his expression was very bad. These guys actually sacrificed a Navy life for an uncertain answer. It's just a revival card. There's no need to risk a living life. 1 minute has passed. Please rush to answer. Congratulations to the Navy for getting the opportunity to answer. Please state your answer. The Navy soldier who was pushed out trembled and said, "The Emperor Big Mom has been defeated." Sengoku stared nervously at the screen, hoping that the Navy's answer would be correct. Otherwise, an innocent life would be taken away. This is something he does not want to see. He originally didn't want to answer. It's just a revival card, and they don't know the correct answer, so there's no need to gamble with lives. Yet those guys are treating lives like a joke. Unfortunately, the answer is wrong. As soon as the system's voice fell, the Navy soldier's body disappeared into thin air. Sengoku looked angrily at the screen, but unfortunately, he was powerless. Whoever wants to take the position of Fleet Admiral can do so. He doesn't want to accompany them anymore. Big Mom looked grimly at the video. That soldier was clearly pushed out to answer. What did he mean by saying that? In the Navy's eyes, is she Big Mom the weakest? ISNT, that looking down on her? They truly don't take her seriously at all. While eating cake, Big Mom directly mocked the Navy in the chat room. Chat room. Big Mom. Sengoku, is this your answer? Huh, I thought you had some insights, but this? It's still wrong. You actually think I would be defeated by those little brats. Do you think I'm like you? Big Mom, you really dare to guess. Why not say that I was defeated together with Kaido? Wouldn't that be better? Big Emon. The Marineford War lost so miserably. I am embarrassed to say. A group of people was played around by Blackbeard. Big Emon. The entire upper echelon of the Navy, aside from the hard-headed Akainu. Look at who isn't slacking off. You all can defeat Whitebeard. That is only because Whitebeard was already riddled with illness, and you still did a sneak attack. Big Emon. I really didn't expect that you guys in the Navy have no face at all. Big Emon. You even shamelessly say it was a victory for the Navy. Ridiculous. The chat room fell silent. The Navy has truly angered Big Mom this time. Look at how much she has to say. Kaido. Oro. There's no need to be so angry. After all, it's clearly the operation of those old guys. Kaido. However, the answer turned out to be wrong. This is really beyond my expectations. Kaido's words just added fuel to the fire. Kaido speculates that it's either Blackbeard or Big Mom, since they're the only two most likely. Big Mom, Kaido. Oro. It's very possible that so-called big event is not this at all. Perhaps we've all guessed in the wrong direction. Big Mom, shut up. Shanks, is that so? I feel it's not. The Navy's answer seems to be close. Kaido, what? Do you still think that the Straw Hat Trio defeated the 4 Emperors? Shanks, who knows? Perhaps the next video will give us the answer. Kaido, system. Dog system. Come out quickly. System. Kaido. The system should know what it is, right? System. This system refuses to spoil. Please look forward to the next video. Doflamingo. The system really is stingy, not saying a word. System. Life needs to have a sense of expectation. Otherwise, isn't it very boring? System. And I consider myself a great benefactor. System. A generous system like me is rare. After all, I rarely give punishments. Doflamingo. Great benefactor. Yet you have questions where wrong answers mean death? System. If you're not satisfied, how about all the next questions being wrong answers mean death? Doflamingo. Crocodile. Shut up. Doflamingo. I was wrong. Please forgive me. You're the boss. Continue. Jack. Why be scared? Just go for it. After all, we haven't gotten any rewards. Queen, you're right. System. The system is speechless. This iron-headed kid really can't do anything about him. Detecting no one answering, this question is passed. The answer will be announced in future videos. Please look forward to it. Kaido, why is everyone so timid? Aside from the Navy, no one answered? Big Mom. Didn't you also not answer? Kaido, I'm not interested in that revival card. Apo, why not just announce the answer directly? I'm quite looking forward to it. Beiji, didn't the system say, life needs a sense of expectation, otherwise, it's very boring. System, I give you a thumbs up, but there's no reward. Hawkins, so will there still be videos of the 3 of them next? Beiji, I don't know about the other 2, but the Straw Hat will definitely have one. After all, up to now, he has basically been in every video, whether as the main character or a participant. Beiji, the system truly loves the Straw Hat. We're just extras. Look at how almost all the shots are of them. Don't we other Supernovas have any presents? Hawkins, that is true. Hawkins, so, is there any relationship between the Straw Hat and the system? Apo, I also want to be the main character. Apo, why don't you spotlight me? Hawkins, what is so special about you to spotlight? Defeated a warlord? Participated in the Marineford War? Or are you on the 5 Emperors? System, you said what I wanted to say. Apo. The video continues as the Straw Hat Trio exits the auction house, only to find themselves surrounded by the Navy. Law and his companions attract the attention of the entire Navy. Zoro and the others break through from the side with the incapacitated Kami and Shachi, while the giants provide an escape route for the freed slaves. Watching the slaves express their gratitude towards the Straw Hat crew, some silently thank them as well, having once been slaves of the celestial dragons themselves. They can empathize with those in the video. Back then, they lived in hell, and in their moment of despair, a fishman caused a ruckus in Marineford, freeing all the slaves who were oppressed by the celestial dragons from that dark hell. He was the hero for all of them. What the Straw Hat crew is doing now is just like what that man did. So when they saw the Straw Hat crew strike against the celestial dragons, they were among the happiest people. Boa Hancock watches the video, softly murmuring Luffy's name in her heart, hoping to meet you someday. Luffy. At this moment, the 3 outside clash with the Navy. The Navy fires cannonballs at the 3, who each show their abilities to respond. Luffy directly knocked the cannonballs away with his body, while Kid used repulsion to bounce them back. Trafalgar Law's technique was even more eye-opening. He created a circular barrier with room and swapped a Navy soldier's head with a cannonball. The most surprising part was that the Navy soldier was still alive. This scene made people feel a chill down their spines. Indeed, as expected from the Supernovas, the Straw Hat Kid's ability seemed the most ordinary among them. At that moment, the Navy formed a line and concentrated their fire, launching all the cannonballs at the three of them. Luffy charged forward and formed a large net with his fingers, catching all the cannonballs and throwing them back at the Navy. Kid, not to be outdone, absorbed all the Navy's weapons towards him, and with a gentle push, all the weapons flew back to the Navy's side. The Navy soldiers fell to the ground one after another. Law quickly followed by expanding the range of room, dismembering all the Navy soldiers within it. Luffy and his two companions defeated the Navy soldiers in front of them, and at that moment, their other companions also arrived outside. Reinforcements for the Navy had also arrived near the auction house. Kid said to Luffy, "Goodbye, Straw Hat. It's really great to see you, but next time we meet, I won't let you go." Luffy said with a grin, "But I'll be the one to find One Piece first." Hearing this, Kid looked at Luffy seriously for a while, seemingly trying to confirm if he was serious, until Killer arrived. "Hey Kid, what are you daydreaming about?" Kid replied, "Killer. Back when we were sailing before, anyone who said they wanted to get One Piece would be laughed at. So every time, we would kill those who laughed at us. But after that, on our journey, if you don't have the courage to say it out loud, you won't be able to survive. See you in the New World." After saying this to Luffy and the others, Kid prepared to leave with his crew. At this moment, the Flying Fish Riders also arrived at the auction house. They were there to pick up Luffy and the others. Luffy and the others successfully escaped the Navy's pursuit on the Flying Fish. At this moment, Kid and his crew, who were also fleeing, encountered an unexpected enemy. Meanwhile, Law, who had freed Strong Pal, also escaped the Navy's chase with his crew, and they met up again with Kid and the others who had left earlier. However, a surprising figure appeared in front of Kid, catching Law off guard. Law recognized him. It was none other than the warlord Bartholomew Kuma. Those who witnessed this scene were not surprised. During the previous Marineford War, that warlord Kuma had already been modified. So, the Kuma appearing in Sabeti Archipelago was likely a pacifist after being transformed. At this moment, Kuma also noticed Trafalgar Law open his mouth and shot a laser at him. After a series of explosions, Law emerged unharmed from the smoke. On the other side, Luffy and the others returned safely to Shaki's bar, where Rayleigh revealed that he was the vice captain of the Roger Pirates. The Straw Hat crew stared in shock at Rayleigh, completely unaware that this old man before them was actually the famous vice captain of the Roger Pirates. They had heard of this name, but no one connected it to the Roger Pirates. Brooke, while eating, recalled, "Joe LD. Roger? There seems to have been a rookie by that name, but maybe not." People in front of the screen looked curiously at this skeleton, wondering who he was to dare call Roger a rookie. They suddenly became curious about his background. After all, there are almost no skeletons alive in this world. They couldn't help but feel that the Straw Hat Pirates really had all kinds of people: a skeleton, a raccoon, a swordsman, a historian, a cook, that girl named Nami who seemed to be a navigator, and that coward named Usopp. Oh, and a pervert. Their captain, the Straw Hat Kid, certainly has unique tastes. They wondered if there were other crew members who had boarded. Zoro asked, "Why would a big shot like you know that octopus?" Rayleigh replied, "Little Hachi saved me over 20 years ago when I encountered shipwreck. We had a good relationship until he joined the Sun Pirates." Luffy, who was eating, said, "It's that Arlong, right?" Sanji lit a cigarette and said, "But Joe LD. Roger was executed 22 years ago. How come you, as the vice captain, weren't beheaded? The Pirate King's crew should have all been captured by the Navy." Sanji's words were also a curiosity for the people in front of the screen. How could a vice captain of a pirate be allowed to roam free by the Navy? The others also looked curiously at Rayleigh, hoping he could answer this question. Rayleigh said, "He wasn't captured. Roger turned himself in. The government claimed they captured him to show off their capabilities." This statement shocked everyone. And what was going on? People in front of the screen discussed it among themselves. Wasn't it said that Roger was captured by the Navy? How could Rayleigh say he turned himself in? They stared intently at the video, afraid of missing any important content. In the video, Nami exclaimed, "The Pirate King turned himself in? Why?" Rayleigh took a sip of wine and said, "Because our journey had come to an end. About 4 years before the public execution, Roger fell ill with an incurable disease. Faced with a disease that no one could treat, even Roger was in great pain. At that time, there was a person named Crocus at Twin Cape, who was also the lighthouse keeper and the best doctor. Only he could alleviate Roger's pain, and we repeatedly begged him to join us as the ship's doctor for our final voyage. Roger held on for over 3 more years and conquered the Grand Line, which was considered impossible." Upon hearing this, people suddenly remembered the lighthouse keeper in the previous video. realizing that he was indeed Roger's crew member and had helped extend Roger's life for 4 years. They hadn't misjudged in the earlier video. Speaking of which, Pirate King Roger was truly formidable. Despite being plagued by illness, he could still match the peak Whitebeard. If he had been in perfect health, wouldn't he have been invincible? In the video, Brook was moved to tears when he heard Rayleigh mention Crocus. He remembered Laboon, who had been waiting for him at Twin Cape. Usopp exclaimed, "That old man stayed at Twin Cape for 50 years? He was once a crew member of the Pirate King." Nami added, "So, he did say he had been a ship's doctor for a few years, which means during those 3 years, he was a pirate?" Rayleigh replied, "You met him, which means he has been doing well. Crocus seems to have agreed to join us because he was looking for a pirate crew." Usopp said in shock, "Brook, wasn't he out at sea to find you guys?" Brook cried, "Dr. Crocus went to such lengths for us." Brook had never expected that Mr. Crocus had gone searching for them. Rayleigh continued to tell them stories about Roger's adventures. After that, Roger began to be known as the Pirate King. He wasn't always the Pirate King. For someone who was about to die, titles held no meaning. Yet, Roger was still very happy. He liked to make a grand show of everything he did, whether it was a party or a battle. He had already made plans for a future without prospects, and he seemed to enjoy it. Soon, at the captain's command, the Roger pirates quietly disbanded, and the crew members vanished one by one. A year after the disbandment, Roger turned himself in and was captured. The public execution was announced in Lowtown, where he was born. It is said that the outstanding young people who gathered in the square that day are still ruling the seas today. The whole world was watching the execution of the Pirate King, but I did not go. His last words were, "I will not die." Brothers, the world government and the Navy must have been shocked. The public execution, intended to deter other pirates, instead opened the curtain on the great pirate era due to his last words before execution. In those few seconds of life left, he ignited a blazing fire across the world. I never expected to be so happy that night, and I had never been so pained as that night. I had never drunk so freely as that night. Our captain's life was truly extraordinary. After hearing this story, the Straw Hat crew was shocked. This was completely different from what they had thought. Who would have imagined that Roger actually turned himself in? Usopp said, "So, the current great pirate era was entirely opened by Roger?" Rayleigh replied, "I can't answer that yet. Roger is dead. Only those alive in this era can create this era." On that day in the square, someone did receive Roger's legacy. One of them is the Shanks you know. Luffy, while eating, asked, "Uncle, do you know Shanks?" Rayleigh looked at Luffy and said, "Don't you know that pirate from the East Blue named Buggy?" This immediately reminded everyone in the Straw Hat crew of Buggy's face. They never expected that such a weakling like Buggy was also a former crewmate of the Pirate King. Rayleigh continued, "Those two were once interns on our ship." People watching the video also recalled the clown Buggy. To be honest, he seemed very weak, and it was surprising that he really was an intern on Roger's pirate ship. Truly unbelievable. However, the other intern has already become one of the 4 emperors, so perhaps he was just hiding his strength. After all, he later became a warlord of the sea. Hearing this, Luffy was shocked and looked at Rayleigh. "What? Shanks was also on the Pirate King's ship?" Rayleigh looked at Luffy in surprise. "What? You haven't heard of this? About 10 years ago, I ran into him on this island. At that time, he had lost his straw hat and left hand. When I asked him why, he happily told me about you. Ever since then, I've really wanted to meet you. Monkey D. Luffy." Luffy looked at Rayleigh happily, recalling the moment when Shanks saved him. Rayleigh said, "Since Shanks hasn't told you, I won't nag you anymore. Anyway, now that you've come this far, he must be anxiously waiting for you in the new world." Luffy happily said, "Yeah, I really want to see him too." Rayleigh brought up the topic of the coding, and everyone remembered that this was their purpose for the trip. Chopper said that coding is very expensive, but Rayleigh assured that he wouldn't charge Chopper's friends. Everyone cheered. It was completely an unexpected joy. Just then, Robin stood up and said to Rayleigh, "Mr. Rayleigh, I have a question." "What does it mean?" "I saw Roger's name carved in ancient characters in the historical text of Skypiea. Why do you use that kind of writing? Do you know what happened in the world during the 100 years of blank history that started 900 years ago?" As soon as Robin finished speaking, everyone held their breath and stared at Rayleigh in the video. This question was not only what Nico Robin wanted to know in the video, but also what everyone outside the video wanted to know. What does it mean? And what about that blank 100 years of history? People stared at the video, nervously swallowing their saliva. Meanwhile, in Mary Geos, the Gorosei looked very displeased. They did not expect Nico Robin to ask such a question. For Rayleigh, who had been to Raftel, he surely knew. This blank 100 years of history is a history that the Celestial Dragons absolutely do not want anyone to know. Rayleigh wouldn't really reveal it, would he? Rayleigh looked at Robin. Yes, we know. This sentence directly sent the people in front of the screen into a frenzy. The Pirate King Rayleigh really knew. We know all the history, but miss, don't be too anxious. Use your ship to approach the truth step by step. Perhaps we were a bit hasty after what happened in O'Hara. Even if I tell you everything about history now, with your current strength, you would still be powerless. The answers you derive after traveling the world may not necessarily be the same as ours. Even so, if you still want to know, I can tell you everything in this world right now. After hearing Rayleigh's words, Robin said, No need, I want to continue my journey. This made the people in front of the video very disappointed. They did not expect the truth to be so close, and that Nico Robin would give up, which made people feel very regretful. The Gorosei also breathed a sigh of relief. This guy was smart enough not to say anything. Otherwise, in the video, Rayleigh said, You will know everything sooner or later. I'm also deeply saddened by what happened in your hometown of O'Hara. But Roger would not interpret those characters. We are pirates and cannot be compared to the genius Clover and the scholars of O'Hara. That guy only heard the voice of all things, that's all. At this time, Usopp asked Rayleigh, just one question. Is the great treasure One Piece really? Usopp, Luffy shouted, stopping him from continuing. I don't want to know where the treasure is. I don't want to know if there is a treasure or not. Even though I know nothing, we are all risking our lives to go to sea. If I hear something from this old man, I won't be a pirate anymore. I don't want to experience boring adventures. This directly startled Usopp, and he said he would never ask again. Rayleigh looked at Luffy with relief. Can you handle it? The Grand Line is far beyond your imagination, and the enemies are very strong. Can you rule this sea? Luffy said, I never thought about ruling. The freest on this sea is the Pirate King. Rayleigh looked at Luffy and seemed to see Roger in a flash. Chat room. Kid. As expected of the Straw Hat Kid, I really agree with that statement. Apuh. What a pity. So close to knowing the truth. Kid. Knowing the truth. What difference does it make? Once the anticipation is gone, this sea isn't fun anymore. Beiji. That's right. The historical truth is something you have to seek out yourself. That blank 100 years is very likely located in Raftel. As long as we reach that place, all truths will be revealed. Beiji. The world government doesn't know how many dark secrets have not been exposed. I've heard a bit about the O'Hara incident. I wonder if this incident will be exposed next. Hawkins, what exactly is the so-called D? It's really intriguing. Urki, so what did red-haired Shanks receive? I'm very curious. At this moment, Rayleigh in the video was going to coat the Straw Hat cruise ship. They agreed to meet again 3 days later in the evening, and Rayleigh gave his life card to the Straw Hat crew, instructing them to follow the direction indicated by the life card to find him 3 days later. Meanwhile, Admiral Kizaru finally arrived at Sabati Archipelago. He kept calling out to Senamaru with a transponder snail, but there was no response. People took a closer look and saw why he couldn't get through. The transponder snail in his hand was actually a black transponder snail that couldn't be used for communication or eavesdropping. In the square, Hawkins was doing divination by a fountain when suddenly a comical face appeared on the screen. He slowly said, I want to inquire about something. The person was none other than Kizaru. The pirates seeing Kizaru were startled, while Hawkins remained calm and said, No need to panic, I won't die today. Kizaru asked him about Senamaru, but Hawkins replied that he didn't know that person and suggested he ask someone else. Kizaru, in a provoking tone, said, You cannot find him, but I'm free right now, and I can't let you, a bounty criminal, go. Bounty of 249 million. Magician Basil Hawkins. Speed is power. Have you experienced a light kick? After saying that, he kicked Hawkins at an incredible speed. Hawkins didn't have time to react and was kicked away. He used his strawman to transfer his damage. At this moment, Kizaru raised his hand and fired a laser toward Hawkins. The people in front of the screen were nervously watching the battle. They seemed to have underestimated Kizaru's speed. With such speed, which Supernova could dodge. And Kizaru is too strong. Just then, someone suddenly fell from the sky and landed right in front of Kizaru. Upon closer inspection, it was monster Monk Urki. Another person followed closely behind, and that person was a PX series pacifist. Just then, the unfortunate Urki realized the current situation. In front was Admiral Kizaru, and behind was Warlord Kuma. The pacifist P3 prepared to continue the attack and take down Urki. At that moment, a figure kicked the pacifist away. That person was the fallen Rear Admiral Drake. Urki then enlarged his body and used causality to knock P3 to the ground. Just as Urki was secretly pleased, a laser hit his shoulder from smoke. Drake used the power of his devil fruit to transform into an Allosaurus. This scene amazed Apu, who didn't expect this fallen Navy Rear Admiral Drake to have a rare Zoan fruit and an ancient type at that, transformed into an Allosaurus. Drake bit down on P3's head. However, it was completely useless against the mechanical P3, who raised his hand and shot a laser at Drake's abdomen. After taking damage, Drake returned to his original form. At this moment, Kizaru, who had been overlooked for a long time, raised his foot and kicked Urki, who was immersed in someone else's battle, with a light kick. After kicking Urki away, Kizaru looked at Hawkins, who transformed into the demon exorcist form. But it was useless in front of Admiral Kizaru. Kizaru directly used his ability to shoot a laser at Hawkins' body. Just as Kizaru lifted his foot to prepare to kick him away with a light kick, Apu, who had been watching for a long time, finally made his move. Apu is a paramecia type sound fruit user. He can turn his whole body into a musical instrument and attack targets with sound waves. Just as Kizaru was about to attack Hawkins, he was attracted by Apu's music, and he stopped his attack, looking at Apu. Apu used his ability to blow Kizaru into two pieces, but he knew it wouldn't be that easy to take down an admiral. When he saw Kizaru lying on the ground, he immediately ran away. The rapidly recovering Kizaru appeared in front of Apu using the Yada mirror and knocked him down with a light kick. After defeating Apu, Kizaru approached Drake and Hawkins and used the same method to take down both supernovas. People watched as these supernovas were taken down one after another. They had never expected that the supernovas had no power to retaliate against Admiral Kizaru. Kizaru truly lived up to his reputation as the user of the Pika Pika no Mi. His speed was indeed fast, and those four supernovas didn't even have time to react against Kizaru's light kicks. Moreover, the Navy admirals are indeed monsters, each one stronger than the last. The strength of the supernovas was several levels above ordinary pirates, yet they were so easily defeated by Kizaru, just as Kizaru was about to deal with Hawkins. A call came in from Sentomaru. Kizaru paused his attack on Hawkins and answered the call. Sentomaru informed Kizaru that Luffy and the other captains had separated and fled, asking which one he should pursue first. Meanwhile, Urki, Apu, Drake, and Hawkins had lost their power to resist. Kizaru gave up on these few and turned to find a Straw Hat crew. Everyone was speechless. Should he deal with these guys first? Why go straight to find Straw Hats? What about these supernovas? But thinking about it, after all, it was the Straw Hat crew that hit the Celestial Dragons. And capturing the Straw Hat crew was his purpose for this trip. Chat room. Hawkins. So this is Admiral Kizaru's light kick. Really impressive. Blackbeard. Haha. This Kizaru is really interesting. One kick for each supernova. Jack. These supernovas are too weak. All four of them were taken down in one go. Queen, after all, they're just a bunch of newbies who just set sail. Although they are called supernovas, they are just that. They might not even be able to take down that Crocodile from before. Crocodile. At this moment, Crocodile, who was heading to the New World, looked at this message with great confusion. What does this guy mean? Is he mocking me? Yes, right? Crocodile. Kizaru is indeed strong, and the supernovas are no match, which is completely expected. Doflamingo. Although that's the case, they are still too weak. How could such guys be called the worst generation? Aside from Blackbeard and those three captains, I can't see any strength in the others. With their current strength, they can only get beaten up in the New World. Marco. These supernovas' abilities are quite interesting. Hawkins. Urki. Drake. AP. Becky. This Admiral Kizaru really lives up to being a user of the Pika Pika no Mi. This ability is indeed abnormal. Crocodile. Thankfully, it was Kizaru who showed up. If it had been Akiji or Akainu, these supernovas might really have been stopped here. Akainu. If I had gone, none of these guys would have escaped. Doflamingo. Akainu definitely has that potential, but Akiji might not. Moreover, Kizaru letting the Straw Hat crew go is probably because the Marineford War is approaching. He doesn't want to involve Doflamingo any further. Otherwise, with Whitebeard and the Revolutionary Army coming, the Marines might not be able to handle it. Becky. That's a very accurate analysis. If the Straw Hat crew really got captured, Doflamingo would definitely come. And Garp wouldn't just sit by and watch both of his grandsons get executed. Hawkins. That is quite possible, so in the end, it still depends on the background, right? AP. I admit I'm jealous. Just as Luffy and the others were on their way to the amusement park, they ran into trouble. A pacifist, P4, appeared beside them. After a tough battle, the Straw Hat crew finally defeated this P4. However, they were exhausted, and Luffy even turned back into a child due to overusing Gear 3rd. While they were resting, Sentomaru arrived with P1 in front of Luffy and the others. At this moment, seeing another warlord Kuma, Luffy and the others were shocked, realizing they had no strength left to fight. Usopp asked who he was. Sentomaru replied, I don't need to answer you. I already said, I am Sentomaru, the man with the tightest lips in the world. At this moment, this so-called man with the tightest lips, Sengoku, unexpectedly revealed his name to the Straw Hat crew. People watching the video were dumbfounded. This man with the tightest lips just turned around and said his name. Is this group of Marines really okay? At this point, Luffy also realized that they were no match for these guys at all. He said to his companions, "We should escape. Don't stay together." Everyone split up. Upon hearing this, everyone realized this was indeed a helpless move, but it was also the best option for now. For Luffy to say this, it proved they had truly reached a dead end. The current Straw Hat crew, facing the pacifists, was practically a death sentence. The three main forces split up to escape. P1 chased after Sanji, while Sengoku went after Luffy. Just then, a beam of light suddenly appeared in front of Zoro and the others. A finger reached out from the light and shot a laser at Zoro. Zoro was hit directly by the laser and fell to the ground. As the smoke cleared, Kizaru's figure appeared before everyone. Robin immediately recognized who it was. She exclaimed in shock, "Admiral Kizaru." The Straw Hat crew stared in shock at the man emerging from the smoke. Was this really Admiral Kizaru? Kizaru raised his right foot, ready to kill Zoro. At this moment, Roronoa Zoro, weakened from the previous battle and hit by Kizaru's laser, had no strength left. Usopp and Brook, seeing this, wanted to save Zoro and attack Kizaru repeatedly. However, their attacks had no effect on Kizaru, who possessed the Pika Pika no Mi. Robin used her Devil Fruit ability to lift Zoro away from Kizaru's foot, but Kizaru instantly teleported and stepped on Zoro, stating it was useless to try to move him. "I'm going to finish him off now." This statement left Hawkins and the others watching the screen speechless. Kizaru was going too far. When he fought against them, his light kicks were incredibly fast, and now, when dealing with the Straw Hat crew, he wouldn't bring his foot down, just asking if your legs are sore. Chat room. Kaido, "Oh, don't just move your mouth, move your legs too." Becky, "I feel sorry for those previous few people." Queen, "He was so fast when fighting those few. Why can't he lower his leg when fighting Roronoa?" Hawkins, "Turns out the clown is actually me." Kid, "As expected of Monkey D. Kizaru." Kid, "You all should thank the Straw Hat crew. If it weren't for them attracting Kizaru's attention, you guys would have been finished." AP, "Is it really attracting attention? I feel like Kizaru is worried the Straw Hats can't handle the pacifists and is specifically here to protect them." Hawkins, "I think Kizaru can't bring his foot down now. I feel sorry for the me in the video for 2 seconds." Becky, "Who else will come to save the Straw Hat crew?" Kid, "Rayleigh is in Sabaody, right? He will definitely come." Becky, "That's right, there's also Rayleigh." Akainu, "You should be glad I'm not on site. Otherwise, none of the Supernovas would escape." Everyone saw Akainu's words and didn't doubt him at all. If Akainu had really appeared in Sabaody, whether the Supernovas could reach the New World would truly be a question. At this moment, in the video, Kizaru was about to kill Zoro. Just then, Rayleigh rushed over at incredible speed and kicked Kizaru's laser into the air. Upon seeing Rayleigh appear, the Straw Hat crew immediately relaxed. Luffy urged Usopp to hurry and take Zoro to escape, shouting loudly to his partners, "Everyone, just find a way to run. We are not a match for these people right now." Luffy, who said this, felt helpless. There was simply no other way. This was the biggest crisis they had faced since setting sail. The Straw Hat crew split up to escape, and Rayleigh blocked Kizaru. At this moment, Sengoku ordered P1 to take care of Zoro. Sanji, seeing this, instructed Frankie to take good care of Nami while he went to help Usopp, who was carrying Zoro. Just as P1 was about to catch Usopp, Sanji arrived in time to intervene, stopping P1 from chasing Usopp. P1 used a laser to directly send Sanji flying. Then he aimed a laser at Usopp. Seeing his friends getting hurt, Chopper transformed into a giant monster using the Rumble Ball, stopping Sengoku's actions. However, in this form, Chopper had lost his reason and was attacking indiscriminately. People watched in shock as Chopper, with such powerful attacks, unleashed chaos. Wasn't this guy the Straw Hat's pet? They looked at his bounty, which was only a measly 50 berries. What could that do? What was going on with the Navy? This monster was only worth a 50-berry bounty. The Navy was getting a free ride, even if 50 berries fell on the ground. No one would bother to pick it up. At this moment, P1 was about to attack Usopp when suddenly, someone unexpected stopped him. Right behind Usopp, another bear appeared. Usopp looked at everything in despair, while Zoro struggled to get up, instantly recognizing the person before him. The real Bartholomew Kuma, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Everyone watching the video was curious about what this warlord was doing here. The Straw Hats were in real trouble, surrounded on all sides. Even the warlord Kuma had appeared, and Rayleigh was still blocking Kizaru. Who could save them now? People on Fishman Island watched the video anxiously. not wanting anything to happen to the Straw Hats. The pursuit by the Admiral was entirely because they had attacked a celestial dragon to save Fishman Kami. Bartholomew Kuma looked at Zoro and said, "If I let you travel, where would you want to go?" People were confused, wondering what this meant. Before they could speak, they saw Kuma in the video take off his gloves and slap Zoro. Zoro disappeared instantly. The Straw Hat crew was shocked, staring at the scene unfolding before them. They could hardly believe that a living person could vanish just like that in front of them. Nami exclaimed in shock. "That ability I just saw. I've seen it before. A girl disappeared like that on the Thriller bark and never came back." Luffy shouted at Bartolomeo, "Hey, what did that guy do to Zoro? Where did he go?" Bartolomeo replied, "I have no obligation to answer you. I am the tightest-lipped man in the world." He then continued, "I don't know if it's true, but they say that anyone hit by that guy's meatball can fly in the air for 3 days and 3 nights. As for where they actually end up, only I know. At least not on this island, and not in a place you'll see soon. Maybe across the distant sea." Just then, when P1 detected Usopp's bounty and was ready to take him out, Kuma suddenly appeared in front of P1 and sent him flying with a single swipe. Luffy shouted for everyone to run. At that moment, Kuma appeared in front of them and swatted each one away with a single palm. Luffy stared with wide eyes at the scene unfolding before him, unable to believe that his companions were disappearing one by one right in front of him. Luffy watched everything with tears streaming down his face, realizing just how weak he truly was. He couldn't even save a single comrade. At that moment, Kizaru approached Kuma. "So are you planning to send him flying too, and then end it? Are you ready to explain? This is a serious issue." Kuma did not respond, and he came to Luffy's side. "We will not meet again. Farewell." After saying that, he reached out and sent Luffy flying away. Chat room. Apu. The Straw Hat crew is so lucky to be sent flying by Kuma. Now the Admiral can't catch them. Poor me, still lying on the ground, uncertain of my fate. Becky. So that's why the Straw Hat appeared alone at the top. Hawkins. It seems that's indeed the case. Then the 3D2 why he mentioned in the previous video is not hard to explain. Urich. Did that appear in the previous video? Becky. It's obvious you didn't watch the video properly. After the Marineford War, Luffy returned to Sabati Archipelago, and the words engraved on his shoulder are 3D2Y. 3D is marked with a cross. Urich. So what does that mean? Hawkins. It should be his agreement with the Straw Hat crew. Didn't the video say they would gather in 3 days based on Rayleigh's life paper? Becky, exactly. 3D being marked with a cross should mean the gathering in 3 days is cancelled, and 2Y means, judging by his action of hitting the ox bell 16 times. It should be 2 years. Becky, so it means gathering cancelled in 3 days, and see you in 2 years. Apu, hey, nice one. With that IQ. It's a shame you're not plotting against the Yonko. Big Mom. Mama Mama, Becky, right? Interested in challenging me and joining the Big Mom Pirates? Becky. Seeing Big Mom's words, Becky's bold idea became clearer. I wonder if there's a chance to realize it. But if he really enters the new world, he will definitely challenge Big Mom. Not for anything else, but for that bold idea. Apu. Speaking of which, what does Bartholomew Kuma really mean? Did they meet before? Kid. This action doesn't seem like he intends to capture them. It looks more like he wants to let them go. Hawkins agreed. Apu. So, in the end, the only victims are the 4 of us? I'm so miserable. Urich. Sengoku watched the video, curious about Kuma's actions. Bartholomew Kuma had been missing recently, and he couldn't contact him. But fortunately, the pacifist experiment was about to end, and his absence wouldn't have much impact. After Luffy and the others were sent flying in the video, a group of people boarded their ship, and this group was the Flying Fish Riders. After learning that the Straw Hat cruise ship was docked at 41 GR, they rushed there, deciding to protect the Straw Hat cruise ship. Question. Who protected their ship during the time the Straw Hat crew was sent flying until they regrouped? Rules. Everyone can answer this question. After 3 attempts. If there are no correct answers, the question will be passed. A correct answer rewards 10 uses of the any door, and a wrong answer has no punishment. Answers will begin in 1 minute. Chat room. Kid. So this question is a welfare question? Apu. Isn't Rayleigh and the Flying Fish Riders familiar with the Straw Hat crew on this island? Becky. The Flying Fish Riders should be unable to protect the Straw Hat cruise ship. Apu. So it must be Rayleigh then? Becky, I don't know. Urich. It must be Rayleigh left. Apart from him, there's that fishman, but he probably can't watch it either. Apu. So it really is a system welfare question? Kid. How can it not be a welfare question? After all, there is no punishment. Hawkins. The any door. What the Navy obtained before is just this. It's quite a nice reward. Apu. It's time to speed up our responses. I definitely won't lose this time. Sengoku and the others discussed, and it really could be Rayleigh. They knew the rewards this time. It's like a divine tool. They were determined to get the any door. Everyone was focused on the buzzer, their palms sweating with tension. 1 minute has passed. Please buzz in. Congratulations to Apu for buzzing in first. Congratulations to Shafone for buzzing in second. Congratulations to Bartholomew Kuma for buzzing in third. Apu, yoho, I'm the first. Apu said, it's the Dark King Rayleigh. Unfortunately, that answer is incorrect. The questioning continues. Apu, what the hell? It's not the Dark King Rayleigh. Kid, it can't be that flying fish riders, right? At this moment, Shafone thought he had no hope when he saw Apu answer Rayleigh. Since the Navy also analyzed it as Rayleigh, could it really be the flying fish riders? Shafone said, the flying fish riders. Unfortunately, that answer is incorrect. The questioning continues. Apu. Shafone. Kid, so what is the correct answer? Bartholomew Kuma said, Bartholomew Kuma. Correct answer. Reward. 10 uses of the any door. Please check your messages. As the system's voice fell, a pink small door appeared in front of Kuma, exactly like the one the Navy obtained before. The corner of that door had the number 10 written on it. Kid, why is the answer this? What is the situation with this warlord Kuma? How did he help the Straw Hat crew watch the ship? Apu. So Kuma sending the Straw Hat crew flying was to save them? Hawkins, it seems that way. Apu. The clown is actually me. I'm so miserable. Apu. I really envy that Straw Hat kid. No matter where he goes, someone saves him. Apu, unlike me, still lying there uncertain of my fate. Drake, don't worry, you want to die. We should take the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to appear at the Pirate Expo. Apu, that's true. In the video, Bartholomew Kuma, who had completely lost his personality, was guarding beside the Thousand Sunny. Covered in injuries, he blocked countless people who coveted the Thousand Sunny, whether they were Navy or pirates, until Frankie arrived. Only then did Bartholomew Kuma leave. People looked at this Bartholomew Kuma and completely couldn't understand why this guy wanted to help the Straw Hat crew. Sengoku looked at the mechanical parts exposed on Kuma's body, and it seemed that the Kuma in the video had also been completely transformed. The video stopped on Bartholomew Kuma's back, and then the screen went black. Immediately after, the system's voice sounded. Question: what is Bartholomew Kuma's true identity? Rules: everyone can answer this question. The correct answer will reward one of the 3 options, and a wrong answer has no punishment. Answers will begin in 1 minute. Reward 1, a bamboo copter. Note: refer to previous. Reward 2, a pet egg. Note: I have a little donkey, but I never ride it. Reward 3, books, Mao Zedong Thought, State and Revolution, I Have a Dream, Adventures of Huckleberry Finn, etc. Series of improved versions. Note: to change a person, one must first change their thinking. The revolution has not yet succeeded. Comrades still need to work hard. P.S. This reward was inspired by a book friend in the comment section. I made a slight modification, which will be important later. As soon as this question was raised, the people in front of the screen were dumbfounded. Isn't Bartholomew Kuma one of the 7 warlords? In a sense, he can be considered part of the world government. But what other identities does he have? Moreover, his actions are truly puzzling. As a 7 warlord, he saved the Straw Hat crew. And regarding the previous question's answer, during the 2 years the Straw Hat crew was away, their ship was constantly looked after by Bartholomew Kuma. So what is the situation with this 7 warlord? Chat room. Urage. What is the situation with this 7 warlord? Apo. I can't understand his series of actions. Apo. Can any brothers who know the answer reveal it? Let us see who types the fastest. The rewards this time aren't great. Urage agreed. Hawkins. Hawkins. This question should follow the previous one. So far, the questions from the system haven't been difficult. Therefore, this answer should be something we can guess. Becky. The answer can be found from the Straw Hats. Apo. Found from the Straw Hats? Isn't that related to Garp, Dragon, and Shanks? Oh, plus Fire Fist Ace. Apo. So that means the Navy, the Revolutionary Army. And the Yonko. Apo. So, why do I use this term? It feels a bit sour. Becky. Apo. The 7 warlords are in a cooperative relationship with the Navy, right? As for the Yonko, I haven't heard of any interactions with Shanks leaving the Revolutionary Army. Becky. The cross-dressing King Ivankov mentioned in the previous video that they are old friends, so I think it should be the Revolutionary Army. The Straw Hat's father is Dragon. So if Bartholomew Kuma is part of the Revolutionary Army, it's not hard to understand why he would save the Straw Hat. Becky also. The third reward is a book, but the note is too suspicious, making people think of the Revolutionary Army. Apo. So the correct answer is the Revolutionary Army? Hawkins. It should be correct. I also think it's the Revolutionary Army. The third reward really makes one think of the Revolutionary Army. Urich, the brothers in the chat room are really awesome. I must grab the bamboo dragonfly this time. Becky, 1 minute is up. Please answer quickly. Congratulations to Karas for answering first. Congratulations to Mori for answering second. Congratulations to Sabo for answering third. Chat room, Urich, Apo, I feel sorry for the one above for a second. The bamboo dragonfly I long for is still out of reach. So, the correct answer really is the Revolutionary Army? Becky, isn't that something you can confirm at a glance? Their own people would definitely know. Urich, why not say in the chat room? The rewards aren't great. Apo, even small mosquitoes are meat. This reward is still pretty good. Please state your answer. Kara's Crow looked at the system and said, Bartholomew Kuma is part of the Revolutionary Army. Congratulations to Karas for answering correctly. Please choose one reward from the following. Karas looked at these rewards. They had already discussed this before. The first one is of no use to him, and they are not interested in what S in the second one. As for the third one, that is what they want. Although he hadn't seen the content inside. From the note above, it should be helpful for their Revolutionary Army. Karas said, I choose reward 3. As soon as Karas finished speaking, a pile of books fell directly in front of him, and before he could react, he was hit squarely by the books. After distributing the rewards, the video continued to play, and the scene returned to the battle between Rayleigh and Kizaru. Suddenly, Bartholomew Kuma appeared between the two, looking down at Rayleigh, and said, I am a cadre of the Revolutionary Army. For certain reasons, I will let this group go from here. Rayleigh said, Do you want me to believe what you say? Bartholomew Kuma replied, That is your freedom. My position is also very dangerous right now. Kizaru asked from the side, What are you doing, Kuma? Kuma answered, As long as it's not something the government ordered me to do. We have no obligation to cooperate with the Navy. I will not answer your questions. As Kuma's words fell, the screen changed again. A huge building appeared on the screen, and the people in front of the screen immediately recognized where this was. The Holy Land, Marigeos. A celestial dragon lying on a slave's back cried out in pain. It hurts. Unforgivable. Bastard. When the people in front of the screen took a closer look, they were shocked. It's him again. Charlos. Unexpectedly, this guy was beaten again. That's quite impressive. At that moment, Saint Roseward arrived on a slave, looking very concerned about Charles's injuries. When the camera turned to the slave beneath him, everyone was stunned. This person turned out to be the 7 warlord, Bartholomew Kuma. With the appearance of Bartholomew Kuma, the video came to a close. At this time, on the island of Baldigu, the base of the Revolutionary Army, all the revolutionaries looked at the scene in disbelief. Their cadre had actually become a slave of the celestial dragons. Although they knew from the previous video that Kuma had been transformed into a personality-less pacifist P0, they never expected that Kuma would become a slave of the celestial dragons. Everyone stared angrily at the video, and they decided that they would not forgive this group of guys. Luffy and the others never expected that the bear who saved them would become a slave of the celestial dragons. They were all a bit silent. The fact that the bear would become a slave of the celestial dragons might be related to their release. They would absolutely not allow this to happen to their benefactor who saved them. Chadum, Kaido, Ohat Tho. I never expected that this Bartholomew Kuma is actually a revolutionary. Kaido, I wonder if there are also revolutionaries within the Navy? Big Mom, Mama, that Kizaru is very likely. Sengoku, do you need me to give you a suggestion? Jean, I think it's possible too. Sengoku saw the messages in the chat room and did not agree with Big Mom saying that Kizaru is a revolutionary. He knew Kizaru well, after all. He had been in the Navy for many years. This guy is just a slacker, avoiding trouble. The reason he didn't deal with Luffy might also be to save face for Garp. However, he never expected that Bartholomew Kuma would actually be a revolutionary. No wonder he helped the Straw Hats. Apu, since Bartholomew Kuma is a revolutionary, why would he accept modification? With his strength, it should be easy to resist, right? I don't understand his actions. Kid, one big reason he became a warlord might be as an undercover agent. But accepting modification is hard to understand. Becky, it's not that difficult to understand. I guess the world government is using his country to threaten him. ISNT, that what the world government often does. Urich, this warlord is too miserable. He lost his personality and became a slave. Urich, now that he has been exposed. If the world government uses Bartholomew Kuma's country to deal with him, wouldn't he end up like in the video? Becky, unless the world government has completely lost their face, countless eyes are on them right now. If they deal with a bear, that's one thing. But if they deal with a country, how many people do you think would choose to join the Revolutionary Army? Hawkins, how many people joining the Navy are brainwashed? If the world government really does this, the Navy will probably lose a lot of members. Urich, you're absolutely right. This video ends here. Congratulations to the 11 Supernovas for making the list. The personnel on this list will be rewarded with armament hockey. Please check your rewards. It has been detected that Straw Hat Luffy and Roronoa Zoro already possess armament hockey, and they can choose one from the following rewards. Reward 1. Weapon enchantment. Note: only one weapon can be selected. Reward 2. A pet egg. Note: it might contain a little Mary. Reward 3. A bamboo helicopter. Note: you can refer to the previous one. Reward 4. Potential awakening. Note: if the user has no potential to develop, this reward will be ineffective. Reward 5. Shrink capsule. Note: the object must be a whole, for example, a house, a warship. Please refer to the user manual for specific usage. People looked at the rewards on the list, and there were new items that had not appeared before. They wonder how the Straw Hats would choose. Sengoku, at the Navy headquarters, looked at the screen, and each of these rewards made him envious. Especially the fifth one. Sengoku immediately recognized its value. This shrink capsule is simply a divine artifact comparable to the previous Anywhere door. If the Navy had this shrink capsule, they could pack everything onto the warship and carry it around. Wouldn't that be convenient? Combined with that Anywhere door, it would be incredibly enjoyable. At this moment, the other Supernovas who had just received rewards felt a bit dispirited when they saw the rewards for the Straw Hat Kid. Looking at the rewards for Straw Hat Luffy and Roronoa Zoro, they suddenly felt that what they had just received was not so appealing anymore. However, armament hockey is also extremely good. After all, 99 of people in this world do not possess it. But why do the Straw Hats already have hockey? Chat room. Apu. Why do the Straw Hat Kid and Roronoa already possess hockey? Hawkins. It should be from that trial room they obtained before. After all, 1 day equals 1 year. 7 days is equivalent to 7 years. In 7 years, if you keep training, it's possible to awaken hockey. Kid, that's right. I wonder if this trial room will appear again. I really want one. Becky. It also depends on the person. Some might never awaken in their lifetime. Apu. So what is the current strength of a Straw Hat Kid? Drake. Definitely beyond what he was before. Kid. I'm really looking forward to fighting him. Urich. The bamboo helicopter that I wanted the most. What a pity, I actually missed it. Vista. What does weapon enchantment mean? Izo. Ask the system. System. You can take a guess. Doflamingo. It's probably similar to wrapping hockey around a weapon. System. I'll give you a thumbs up, but no reward. System. Weapon enchantment can add elemental damage to weapons. Urich. What does that mean? Vista. For example. System. For example, after enchanting, you can deal fire elemental or other elemental damage. Shanks. Sounds pretty good. Kid. I wonder how the Straw Hats will choose. Luffy and the others stared at the rewards on the screen, unsure of how to choose. Usopp was stunned when he saw reward 2, wondering what it meant. Melee? The others also noticed this reward. Reward 1 would be very helpful for Zoro since his weapons were 3 famous swords. Reward 2 was a pet egg, which they weren't really interested in. Previously, they had seen that Rob Lucci had obtained a pet egg, which looked no different from a regular egg. If Luffy were extremely hungry, he might even eat it. As for what was inside the pet egg, the system didn't seem to know either. But what was going on today? The system actually told them directly that there was a melee inside. This left them exchanging glances. What did this melee mean? Their ship was also called Melee, so they were a bit confused about what this pet egg's melee meant. As for the other 3, the bamboo helicopter was indeed nice, but they only needed one. Reward 4, which was potential activation, was worth a try. Reward 5, the shrinking capsule, looked like a miraculous item based on its notes. With Reward 5, they wouldn't have to worry about the situation where no one was watching the ship after they scattered like in the video. In the future, if anything happened, they could just pack up the ship and take it away. Usopp looked at Reward 2, feeling that if they missed this reward, they would definitely regret it. Moreover, he had noticed in the previous video that the melee had already disappeared, and they had changed to a brand new ship. Although he knew that an old-fashioned sailboat like the melee couldn't accompany them to the end, when the time for farewell came, Usopp still couldn't accept it. He voiced his thoughts, and the others agreed. After some discussion, Zoro chose Reward 1. He decided to enchant his sword, Wado Ikamanji. Luffy chose Reward 2, the pet egg. Although the other rewards were good, they ultimately chose this one. If what was inside was indeed as they guessed, then missing it would be a lifelong regret. When Luffy and Zoro announced their choices, everyone was shocked. They had already guessed Roronoa's choice. After all, he was a swordsman, and choosing Reward 1 was completely expected. But Luffy's choice was almost unexpected for everyone. They speculated that Luffy would choose one of the last 3, and Sengoku thought the same. He believed that the Straw Hat crew would choose Reward 5. After all, Reward 5 was indeed quite good. If they had it, they wouldn't need to leave anyone behind to watch the ship. Wouldn't that be more convenient? Why did he choose Reward 2? Did this pet egg have some secrets? After their choices were made, Zoro's Wado Ikemanji suddenly disappeared, and upon noticing that his sword was gone, Zoro immediately became anxious. But at that moment, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. After hearing what the system said, Zoro felt relieved and began to look forward to the day he would see Wado Ikemanji again. Besides that, Luffy's reward also appeared on the melee, and the group gathered around the egg, looking it over, feeling that there was nothing special about it. But thinking about the possibility of there being a melee inside, they began to get excited again. After distributing the rewards, the system vanished, and everyone on the melee gathered around the pet egg. If what was inside was indeed as they thought, then this reward would be the most worthwhile. However, how exactly should they hatch it? They started discussing around the egg. Should we boil it in water? That would make it easier to hatch, Luffy suggested while picking his nose. Chopper's eyes lit up as he looked at Luffy. Really? Usopp punched both of them on the head. What kind of idea is that? It would just cook it. So how should we hatch it? Sanji asked. There was a mention of using love, but how do you use love to hatch it? Do we just watch it every day? Or, Nami said with a mischievous smile as she glanced at Chopper. Chopper felt very uncomfortable under Nami's gaze. Nami, what are you going to do? Nami grinned. How about Chopper hatches it? Your fur could come in handy. Chopper was scared by Nami's expression, tears welling in his eyes. I'm not a bird. I can't hatch eggs. Seeing Chopper scared, Nami quickly apologized. Sorry, I was just joking. Upon hearing that Nami didn't really mean for him to hatch the egg, Chopper sighed in relief. Thinking Nami really had that idea, Zoro interjected. So how do we actually hatch this egg? Sanji took a puff of his cigarette. I think Luffy's idea isn't bad. Hatching an egg needs warmth. We can slowly boil it in water. Usopp, why does everyone have such ridiculous ideas? Robin suggested, why not cover it with something? It would keep it warm and wouldn't risk anything. Upon hearing Robin's suggestion, Sanji's eyes sparkled with love. Robin-chan's idea is the best. The others nodded in agreement. This idea was definitely better than boiling it. After discussing the arrangement for the pet egg, Luffy voiced his thoughts. He wanted to use the time machine to go back to the time of the Marineford War to make up for the regrets of that battle. Everyone supported his decision, and Luffy shared what the system had told him. It turned out that when using the time machine, his body would split into two. One would remain in this time and would not be able to go along, which meant someone had to guard his body. Otherwise, it could cause a rejection reaction upon his return. Furthermore, he had to return to this body before the time was up. The card would start burning after he used it. If he couldn't return before it burned out, he would be stuck in that time forever. After hearing this, everyone felt the risk was too high. What if something really went wrong and Luffy was gone for good? Usopp urged Luffy not to take that risk. But Luffy was determined not to give up this opportunity. He decided to go. Robin advised him to prepare a mask so as not to cause trouble for his counterpart in that time. After all, he would return in the future, but that Luffy would continue his adventures. Luffy nodded after hearing this. After getting ready, he handed his hat to Zoro. The hat was too conspicuous for him to wear. He took out a one-time time machine experience card. Everyone surrounded him, and then Luffy's body suddenly fell down. A few rushed forward to protect him and laid him down gently on the deck. At that moment, Luffy felt like he was in a very strange space. Around him seemed to be a cube moving at an incredibly fast speed, and a burning card appeared in his mind. Just then, the cube suddenly disappeared, and Luffy fell straight down. Meanwhile, in another timeline, the Marineford War was already in a heated state. The Whitebeard pirates had arrived at the front of the plaza, and Luffy was completely exhausted. He requested Ivankov to use the power to reduce his life force, the excitement hormone, once again. On the other side, after such a long battle and being stabbed by Squirdo, Whitebeard finally couldn't hold on after knocking Akainu away and knelt down, blood gushing from his mouth. The members of the Whitebeard pirates were very worried about their captain's condition. His health had always been poor, and if this continued, it was only a matter of time before he was defeated. This was not what they wanted to see. Ace's brother was not rescued, and their captain's body was about to give out. The flying Admiral Akainu, seeing Whitebeard like this, sighed that time waits for no one, elementalized his right hand, and walked step by step toward Whitebeard. From a distance, Jozu and Marco wanted to stop him. Just then, a voice cried out in the sky, "Ah!" Everyone on the battlefield was drawn to this sound, looking up to see a crack appearing in the originally dark sky. A figure fell from the crack, and the voice just now came from that person. The person fell straight down onto the plaza, creating a large pit not far from Whitebeard. After a puff of smoke, a figure lay in the pit, and people could finally see who it was. He wore a funny mask on his face, obscuring his appearance. Everyone stared in shock, wondering how such an unusual entrance could happen. Who was this guy? What was that crack? How did he appear here? Was he friend or foe? These questions popped into everyone's minds on the battlefield. They initially thought Luffy's entrance was unique enough, but it turned out someone was even more impressive. People looked up at the sky, hoping nothing else would fall from above. Ace stared blankly at the suddenly appearing person, feeling that he looked somewhat familiar. How could this be? Who was this person? Ace glanced at the person in the pit, and then looked up at Luffy beside Ivankov, his eyes widening instantly. Luffy? How is this possible? Ace couldn't believe it. He shook his head, trying to dismiss the thought. Garp looked at the person who had fallen from the sky. His thoughts were the same as Ace's, but he didn't think too much about it. After all, Luffy was right in front of him, and he figured the person must be someone who looked a lot like Luffy. At that moment, the masked Luffy was lying in the pit, completely unaware that the block would suddenly disappear. For a moment, he forgot that he could fly. The masked Luffy stood up from the pit and brushed off the dust from his body. Although he had fallen from the sky, the height wasn't great, and since his body was made of rubber, he wasn't hurt at all. The masked Luffy jumped out of the pit, and the people on the battlefield were momentarily stunned. Then they reacted and continued fighting. Akainu continued to walk towards Whitebeard, raising his right hand to use Magma Dog directly against Whitebeard. At that moment, the masked Luffy finally reacted. He wrapped his armament and Conqueror's Haki together and directly attacked Akainu. Akainu, who had his attention entirely focused on Whitebeard, didn't notice it for a moment. Just as his fist was about to touch Whitebeard, the masked Luffy's attack came in and sent him flying. Everyone looked at the masked man in surprise. Was he part of Whitebeard's crew? Sengoku looked at the newly appeared masked Luffy with a grim expression. Who was this guy? The Whitebeard pirates were also puzzled. They didn't know this person at all. Who was he? But it seemed he was not an enemy. The masked Luffy approached Whitebeard and looked at him with blood still at the corner of his mouth. Uncle Whitebeard, are you alright? In the previous video, Whitebeard had died in the war while trying to save Ace. Luffy really liked Whitebeard. He was an important person to Ace, so he didn't want anything to happen to him. Whitebeard stood up. The pain in his body made his face look a bit grim, and he looked at the person who saved him. Who are you? The masked Luffy replied. Uncle Whitebeard, I have the same goal as you, to save Ace. Whitebeard looked at the person in front of him. Although he was wearing a mask, he couldn't hide his somewhat youthful appearance. Hearing the masked Luffy's words, Whitebeard laughed heartily. Grrrr. Although I don't know who you are, since we're both here to save Ace, then you're a friend. Do you know who the enemy is? The masked Luffy said, of course. We will definitely save Ace. Absolutely. After saying this, Luffy immediately used Gear 5th and flew up. He didn't have much time and needed to act quickly. At this moment, the Luffy who had injected adrenaline revived again and moved towards the execution platform. Meanwhile, Mr. 3 was secretly disguised as the executioner on the platform. In the sky, the Gear 5th masked Luffy completely transformed into another form, with white hair like flames, and his clothes turned white, a steam ribbon resembling flames wrapped around his neck and underarms. Many people looked up at this strange masked figure that had appeared. Who is this guy? What form is this? How is it completely different from before? The masked Luffy, transformed into this form, laughed joyfully, and upon hearing his laughter, the Whitebeard pirates couldn't help but feel elated, suddenly filled with confidence to rescue Ace. Everything that had happened before, along with their father's injury, had made them feel very uncertain about their ability to save Ace. But now, listening to the masked man's laughter, they suddenly felt fully confident. They would definitely save their brother Ace. The masked Luffy flew into the sky, looking at his own self running towards the execution platform below, feeling quite emotional. Meeting oneself felt strange. He then enlarged his fist wrapped in Conqueror's Haki and armament and smashed it directly towards the ground. The massive shock caused the entire island to shake. The ground around the square instantly cracked, and the people nearby were knocked unconscious by the overwhelming Haki from the giant arm. The Navy headquarters suffered another heavy blow. Luffy was also affected and flew to the execution platform below. Not far away, Ivankov hurried over to check on Luffy's condition. Masked Luffy used his ability to turn all surrounding objects into rubber, and everyone was astonished as they looked at the ground beneath their feet. What is this? At this moment, Marine Admirals Kizaru and Akiji were also drawn to masked Luffy. Marco took the opportunity to approach Whitebeard. He was very worried about Whitebeard's injuries. Although he didn't know who that person was, it was clear from the earlier actions that the person was on their side. Marco reached Whitebeard's side and said, "Old man, are you okay?" As he took out the medicine he carried with him, Whitebeard waved his hand. He knew his own condition, and his body couldn't hold out much longer. Meanwhile, on the execution platform, Sengoku saw that the masked person had knocked down everyone in the square with a single punch, and his expression was extremely unpleasant. Masked Luffy directly approached Luffy, who warily looked at this unknown person. However, he didn't attack, as he had seen this guy dealing with the Navy earlier, which indicated that he was not on the Navy's side. Masked Luffy directly told Luffy his plan. Now on the execution platform was his grandfather, Garp, who might not recognize him and show mercy, and he also didn't want to confront his grandfather. So, he could only send his current self to entangle the Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Masked Luffy shared his thoughts with his current self, and Luffy nodded in agreement. Then he directly lifted Luffy into the air. The two arrived in front of the execution platform, and he threw Luffy up onto it. Luffy looked at Ace with joy and shouted, "Ace! Luffy!" Ace looked at his younger brother with tears in his eyes. As the older brother, he should have protected Luffy, but now he felt responsible for all the hardships Luffy had endured. Ace looked up at the person in the sky. They were very close now, and he could clearly see the person's appearance. Although he had changed a lot since before, that familiar feeling was becoming clearer. At that moment, Garp arrived in front of Luffy. The members of the Whitebeard pirates were watching Luffy on the execution platform. At this time, Whitebeard ordered everyone block the Marines below. Don't let them interfere with the Straw Hat Kid. Support Straw Hat Luffy with all your strength. Akiji looked at the situation on the execution platform, ready to take action. But at that moment, Diamond Jozu stood in front of him. "Your opponent is me. I won't let you pass to interfere with the Straw Hat Kid." Marco once again faced Kizaru. No one but him could stop Kizaru. Meanwhile, Mihawk was blocked by Vista. The other warlords were watching from the sidelines. They didn't need to risk their lives in this battle. In front of the execution platform, Luffy shouted to Garp, "Grandpa, get out of the way." Garp replied to Luffy, "How could I possibly step aside? I'm Marine Vice Admiral. I've been fighting against pirates long before you were born. If you want to pass here, you have to step over my dead body." Straw Hat Kid Luffy, that is the path you chose for yourself. Luffy, Straw Hat Luffy, I've already said it. If you want to pass here, step over my dead body. Luffy looked at his grandfather in front of him, knowing that if he didn't defeat him, he wouldn't be able to rescue Ace. Luffy directly used Gear Second to strike at Garp. Garp looked at his grandson in front of him. Memories of Luffy's childhood flashed in his mind, and in the end, he softened his heart and did not strike at his beloved grandson. Garp was directly sent flying by Luffy. At this moment, Sengoku transformed into his Buddha form and punched at the airborne Masked Luffy. Masked Luffy did not hold back at all. He used Haki to wrap around and counterattack Sengoku, and their fists collided in mid-air. Boom! A powerful Haki erupted from their fists. In an instant, the execution platform was destroyed. Everyone on the execution platform was blasted away by this force. Sengoku looked at the masked Luffy in the air. "Who the hell are you?" Sengoku was puzzled. The Conqueror's Haki only appears once in a million. Yet this unknown guy also possesses it. Moreover, he could use it to wrap around. This is something that only a few top-tier experts can do. How could this guy do it too? Sengoku thought of everyone he knew who had Conqueror's Haki, but he couldn't figure out who this person was. Moreover, judging by this person's physique and voice, he didn't seem very big at all. "Masked Luffy, I won't tell you who I am." After saying that, he flew up directly, and Sengoku looked at him with a dark expression. He used Jeppo to chase after him. Masked Luffy was not afraid of him. Sengoku's abilities posed little threat to him now. But he also didn't want to confront Sengoku because, from the previous video, Blackbeard would also be coming. He might be nearby right now. Meanwhile, on the other side, Luffy used his large belly to intercept several people who had been blasted away by the Haki. He took out the key that Hancock had given him earlier and successfully helped Ace break free from his chains. The members of the Whitebeard pirates cheered at this scene. Ace. Whitebeard was also very surprised. He didn't expect that little brat to actually succeed. And that masked person, although he didn't know who he was definitely not simple. But since he was also here to save Ace, it proved he meant no harm. Akainu emerged from the ruins, injured by that masked person's punch. He never expected someone could simultaneously use Conqueror's Haki and Busashoka Haki. Who exactly is that masked person? Akainu appeared on the square with blood on his face, regretting that he couldn't injure Whitebeard earlier. On the other side, Luffy and Ace worked closely together to take down all the surrounding Navy soldiers, and they finally met up with the Whitebeard pirates. The masked Luffy in the sky watched this scene and laughed out loud, his laughter echoing throughout the square, causing everyone below to unconsciously laugh along. This was the first time they felt so happy. Ace and his brother were successfully rescued. Everyone was cheering and jumping for joy. At this moment, Squard arrived at the square with his pirate ship. He felt guilty about injuring the old man earlier. He had easily believed Akainu's words and committed such an unforgivable act. He wanted to atone for his sins. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to find peace. Whitebeard directly stopped him, saying to Squard, "Don't you know how unfilial it is for a white-haired person to stab a black-haired person? That attack of yours couldn't possibly take my life. Everyone needs to survive. All of us must return to the new world safely." After saying that, he raised his sword, the tornado, and slashed at the air. The entire headquarters building instantly shattered. Sengoku, still pursuing the masked person in the sky, darkly exclaimed, "Whitebeard." He looked at the masked person, who seemed to have no intention of fighting him, continuously flying around like a slippery eel. Meanwhile, on the other side, the long silent Din Mushi was finally moved by Buggy's words and began working again. The people on Sabeti Archipelago eagerly watched the screen, and then Buggy's face appeared. The people on Sabeti Archipelago were speechless. What was wrong with this guy? They didn't want to see the clown Buggy. They wanted to see the Navy headquarters. To see Whitebeard. After babbling a lot of useless things, Buggy finally directed the Din Mushi towards the square. At this time, the square had been completely destroyed. The Navy headquarters was in ruins, and the ground in front of the square had become very strange. Everyone on Sabeti Archipelago was watching the screen intently. They never expected the battle would be so intense. At this moment, the Din Mushi focused on the sky, where Sengoku, in his Buddha form, was confronting a masked person dressed in white with white hair. The reporters in front of the screen curiously looked at the masked person. Who was that guy? He could fly, and he was able to stand toe-to-toe with Admiral Sengoku without losing ground. This was an unprecedented figure. At least, they had never seen anyone like him before. The reporters on Sabeti Archipelago quickly took notes to send to the newspaper. This was big news. Meanwhile, at Marineford, the five elders were discussing matters when CP came to report. The five elders took the Din Mushi. What's going on? The CP agent on the other end said, "New developments in Marineford." He then reported what he had witnessed to the five elders. Upon hearing this, the five elders immediately sensed something was wrong and instructed to transmit the footage. The few of them exchanged grave looks based on the earlier report. The newly appeared masked person was likely the fruit that had been dormant for hundreds of years. However, this was unlikely, as that devil fruit had been eaten by that Straw Hat Kid, and now, besides them, no one should know the true name of that devil fruit. Moreover, the current manifestation of that devil fruit was just an ordinary paramecia, although it wasn't. At this moment, the footage finally came through, showing a person with a peculiar appearance. Having flame-like white hair, wearing white clothes, and a steam ribbon resembling flames wrapped around his armpits and neck. That person laughed heartily as he flew around in the sky. The five elders recognized the devil fruit the moment they saw this person. It was indeed Nika, the legendary devil fruit with the name of a god. How could this be? This is impossible. Who is this guy? The few of them exchanged glances, unable to believe their eyes. For 800 years, the world government had tried countless times to capture it, but had never succeeded. This devil fruit, with the name of a god, seemed to have a will of its own, choosing its master. Its full name was the Zoan-type human fruit, mythical Zoanika. They never expected that the Nika, which had always appeared in the form of a rubber fruit, had awakened after hundreds of years. What was going on? Could this guy be that person? What did that Straw Hat Kid eat? The five elders were somewhat questioning their lives, unable to believe that such a thing could happen. The CP agent continued reporting that the reporters had already broadcast the footage. Hearing this, the five elders were stunned. They immediately ordered an investigation into this person's background. No matter who it was, once discovered, they must eliminate him. Although it's likely that no one in the world knows about that fruit anymore. They couldn't guarantee that no one at all knew about it. They absolutely could not allow this devil fruit to reappear in the world, or it would bring endless trouble to the world government. The five elders exchanged glances. Was that person coming back? At the same time, Marineford, masked Luffy shook off Sengoku, then used the monkey god spear, and an incredibly huge fist appeared above Marineford. Everyone stared at the sky in astonishment. The overwhelming sense of oppression causing many to drop their weapons. Even the battling marine admirals and the seven warlords stopped. Doflamingo laughed heartily. then fixed his gaze tightly on the gigantic fist in the sky. With this punch, the island would probably shatter into pieces. He squinted, staring at the masked figure above. A guy this powerful was someone he had never even heard of before. Such a person couldn't be unknown. Doflamingo ran through the strong individuals he knew in his mind, but found no one who could match this person. Who exactly is this suddenly appearing masked man? Doflamingo wondered to himself. At that moment, everyone on Sabati Archipelago was watching this scene. They were all curious about what this masked man was about to do. Journalists from various news agencies nervously watched the screen, ready to record and send the latest news to their offices. Just then, masked Luffy, with his hockey-wrapped fist, struck directly at the Marine Headquarters building. The already shaky Marine Headquarters building collapsed under this punch, completely turning into ruins. The entire island shook, as if it were experiencing an earthquake. Many were knocked down by the tremors. The only place that remained relatively safe was the square that had been rubberized earlier. The people at the scene looked at his actions in confusion. What on earth was this guy doing? Sengoku gazed at this giant-like figure before him, completely baffled by what was going on. Before Sengoku could speak, a loud laughter erupted from the ruins. Sengoku was taken aback and fell from the sky. Looking up towards the source of the sound, he saw a huge silhouette staggering up from the rubble. The person felt fortunate that the masked man's fist hadn't been aimed at him. However, his situation was still dire. If that gigantic fist had hit him, whether he could get up again was another matter. Sengoku shot a hostile look at the silhouette. Who was this person? When did he appear there? Others also stopped to look that way. As the smoke gradually cleared, the person's face came into view, and Sengoku immediately recognized who he was. The giant battleship. St. Juan Wolf. Sengoku was puzzled. How could this guy be here? Wasn't he supposed to be an Impel Down? St. Juan Wolf, realizing he had been exposed, chuckled, "Caught me." As the smoke completely dissipated, several others also appeared before Sengoku. Sengoku questioned, "How did you guys end up here?" The person was none other than Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, who had just recently become a warlord. As for the person beside him, Sengoku shot a hostile glare at him. "Shiryu, you bastard. How did you get here? What is your relationship with Blackbeard?" At that moment, Sengoku was filled with questions. He couldn't understand why prisoners still in Impel Down were appearing here. And how did they get in? This war had completely exceeded his expectations. Not only had he failed to kill Whitebeard, but even Fire Fist Ace had not been executed. No one could have imagined that a seemingly foolproof plan would be disrupted by a bunch of troublemakers. And this group of guys had no idea where they had popped up from. Whether it was the Straw Hat Kids from earlier, the Masked Man, or now Blackbeard's crew, each was more outrageous than the last. Sengoku turned to look at the square, where countless Marines lay on the ground. Although the war was not over yet, the price they had paid was far too great. Sengoku's face darkened as he glared at Blackbeard's crew. Did that masked man already know these guys were here? Otherwise, why would he specifically target this place? Rain Shiryu said, "I teamed up with these guys. I look forward to working with you." Just then, a Marine reported that the Gate of Justice had been opened and an unregistered warship had barged in. Blackbeard's crew member Lafitte said, "I'm so sorry. But before we went to Impel Down, I hypnotized the Marines in the engine room. As soon as they spotted a ship, they were instructed to let it pass." Sengoku immediately understood that the Straw Hat Kid had entered in the same way, and this was probably Blackbeard's goal in wanting to become a warlord. Blackbeard then confirmed Sengoku's suspicions, saying, "I accepted the title of warlord to infiltrate Impel Down, but that's no longer necessary." Blackbeard looked over at Whitebeard and saw he had not sustained serious injuries, feeling quite regretful. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to obtain the Tremor fruit today. Upon hearing his words, Sengoku transformed into his Buddha form, and with a hockey-wrapped fist, struck at Blackbeard and the others. Blackbeard's crew quickly defended, but they were still hit by Sengoku's hockey-wrapped fist, stumbling back several steps and spitting blood. At this moment, Garp also arrived in front of Blackbeard's crew. Although he couldn't attack his dear grandson, he wouldn't let this group of unknown individuals act recklessly. Meanwhile, the masked man suddenly landed in front of Whitebeard. Everyone was puzzled. What was this guy up to? The masked man grabbed the ground as if tearing fabric and pulled it up. At the same time, a meteor shower of magma fists struck the ground he had just grabbed. Akainu looked grimly at the masked man. This guy was repeatedly obstructing him. He transformed his arm into a magma fist and attacked the masked man, but the masked man did not retaliate and instead flew up with Akainu in hot pursuit. At that moment, Whitebeard used his hockey-wrapped tidal slash to strike at Akainu. The flying masked man suddenly halted, and his hockey-wrapped fist simultaneously struck at Akainu. Caught in between by both, Akainu took the hit squarely and was sent flying, collapsing to the ground, his life and death unknown. Meanwhile, masked Luffy addressed Whitebeard, saying, "Uncle Whitebeard, I'm running out of time. You guys better get ready to leave." Whitebeard looked at the masked man. Although he didn't know what he meant by running out of time, he sensed the urgency in his tone. The pain in his body made Whitebeard unconsciously grip his title/tighter. After using that hockey rap just now, his body was already nearing its limit. Whitebeard said, "Kid, I don't know who you are, but thank you." Masked Luffy laughed heartily. "You'll definitely know in the future." Luffy looked at Ace and burst into laughter. Ace was fine, and Whitebeard was still alive. Wasn't he that the purpose of his journey? The time machine's card was almost burned out, and he had to leave. Shanks was about to arrive, but he wasn't worried about what would happen next. His laughter seemed to have a magical effect, infecting everyone around him. Many people couldn't help but laugh as well. Ace, who was dealing with the Navy, felt something and turned around, only to see the masked person staring at him in a daze. Ace wanted to thank him, but the person suddenly flew up into the air. Ace stared at him in a daze, feeling that this person was incredibly familiar. He looked up at the figure in the sky and murmured, "Luffy, is it you?" The masked Luffy flew into the sky. He was running out of time. Before leaving, he wanted to help Ace and the others one last time. The masked Luffy, now high in the sky, transformed into a giant. An enormous fist he had before seemed small in comparison. The masked figure looked down at the ground, and then a fist even larger than before, wrapped in hockey, struck directly towards Blackbeard and the others' location. After doing all this, the masked Luffy disappeared into the air. The card in his mind also burned out completely. Meanwhile, on the Mary, Nami and the others looked worriedly at Luffy, who showed no signs of waking up. It had already been several days, and there were still no signs of him regaining consciousness. The group gathered together with frowns, discussing countermeasures, while Chopper took care of Luffy. Usopp went to check on his pet egg. It had become his daily routine. Just then, a light suddenly appeared from Luffy, and the group hurried over to check, only to see Luffy, who had been in a coma, finally opening his eyes. Luffy looked up at a few people, feeling a bit confused about why they were surrounding him. He tried to get up but found he had no strength at all, scratching his head in puzzlement. Nami and Chopper, seeing that Luffy was awake, rushed over, and Luffy, with no strength, nearly got knocked out by the two of them. In the end, Zoro kindly pulled Luffy out. The group looked at Luffy and, seeing that he was fine, felt relieved. Sanji said, "You've been unconscious for a long time. If you didn't wake up soon, you would have starved." After saying that, Sanji got up to prepare food. Luffy, confused, asked, "I wasn't gone that long, was I?" Next to him, Zoro, while polishing the returned Wado Ikemonji, replied, "You may not feel it, but a lot of time has actually passed." Robin added, "A lot has happened during the time you were gone." Luffy was confused. What happened? Robin handed the book in her hand to Luffy for him to see. Luffy looked puzzled. "What is this?" Robin replied, "This is part of a reward obtained by the Revolutionary Army. They compiled the content into a book, and it's quite interesting. It's available all over the world, but the world government prohibits people from reading such books. However, there are still many people who sneak a look." Luffy said, "Why? It's just a book, right?" Zoro replied, "It's not that simple. The key point is that the content inside mostly advocates for equality among all people and opposes racial discrimination." Luffy was puzzled. Isn't this great? The celestial dragons consider themselves gods. How could they allow such a heretical book to appear? By the way, here you go, Zoro said as he handed Luffy a bounty notice. Luffy curiously took it and instantly widened his eyes. 5 billion? Is this me? Yes, it's you. Our bounties have all changed. Even Chopper's has gone from 50 berry to 50 million. Zoro continued, "Recently, an Inyo Navy has emerged, specifically hunting pirates. The world is changing too fast, and the Straw Hat crew is keeping up with the times. By the way, your dad and the others infiltrated Impel Down and rescued Ivankov." Just as Zoro was still talking, Sanji walked in and handed food to Luffy, who was already so hungry that his stomach was growling, and he immediately started eating voraciously. Luffy said, while eating, "Iva-chan is a really nice person. He has saved me multiple times in previous videos." Zoro continued to explain to him, "There are now 3 former 7 warlords, and a new one has been added. Edward Weevil." Luffy had food in his mouth and was somewhat shocked, not expecting so much to happen in such a short time. Just as Zoro was about to continue telling Luffy about recent events, Usopp rushed in a panic. Seeing that Luffy was awake, he couldn't help but feel very happy. "Luffy, that's great. You're finally awake. By the way, the egg is cracked." "What?" The others were taken aback by Usopp's words and quickly asked, "How did it crack?" Usopp felt helpless. I was just watching the egg like usual today. But why try to turn it? It cracked on its own. Is something wrong? Usopp felt very guilty. If he hadn't touched the egg, would it have cracked? Nami comforted him, saying, "It's okay, let's go take a look. It might be hatching." The others also reassured him, as everyone could see how much Usopp cared about that egg. The group followed each other to the kitchen, where the egg was placed. Usually, Usopp would come over to guard it. Usopp opened the storage box containing the egg and saw a crack appear on the originally smooth shell. The crack grew larger, and it seemed like something inside was moving. The group held their breath, and Usopp said, "Is it going to hatch?" Or, he didn't dare to continue guessing. Nami said, "It should be hatching. Should we do something?" Sanji suggested, "How about I make something to eat?" Before they could continue discussing, the sound of the eggshell cracking echoed repeatedly. The group stared at the eggshell, afraid to miss the moment. As the cracks grew larger, the shell began to fall away, and the thin outer membrane showed signs of blood. The group swallowed nervously, watching the scene unfold. At that moment, something resembling a human hand appeared on the membrane. Usopp said with a trembling voice, "Should we help it? It seems like it can't get out." Nami agreed. "Yeah, should we help it?" Chopper stopped them, saying, "It hasn't fully hatched yet. Let us wait a bit. If it still can't break out, then we can help." Hearing this, the group felt relieved. With Chopper, the doctor, there, they felt reassured. Just then, a hand resembling a human palm pressed against the membrane, pushing upward with force, and the membrane broke open. A small child's arm stretched out. The group widened their eyes, even forgetting to blink. "What is this?" After the arm stretched out, it pulled back, and then the eggshell broke apart, revealing a small girl who looked human, Nami and the others. The child was still covered in slime. Finally, Sanji reacted, saying, "Should we wash her?" The others also snapped back to reality, quickly scrambling to find things. Nami offered her clothes, and the others sprang into action, with Sanji preparing a nutritious meal for her. Once they finally cleaned up the child, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The child looked at the group with innocent eyes, as if asking what they were doing. Usopp said, "Should we give her a name?" Nami replied, "Mary sound good." Sanji said, "I think so too." Chopper added, "Agreed." Zoro said, "Let us call her that." Robin concluded, "Anyway, there aren't any better names, right?" Usopp conceded. Luffy said, "Why didn't you ask me?" Hearing this, the few people turned their heads to look at Luffy. What good name could this guy, who only thinks about food all day, come up with? Mary is still better. The clean Mary was placed on the dining table, and Nami and the others finally had the chance to take a good look at this child in front of them. The Mary in front of them looked to be about 8 or 9 years old, wearing Nami's t-shirt, with long silver hair, snow-white skin, and big black eyes looking at them. "Kawaii." Nami couldn't help but exclaim. Mary had just heard them discussing her, and she looked at them and said, "Shouldn't you ask me first?" The others looked at Mary. "Do you know who you are?" Mary replied, "I know. I've always been here." This left them a bit stunned. "What does that mean? She's always been here?" Mary continued, "I am Mary. I've always been with you. Just unable to appear." Chopper's eyes lit up. "So you're the spirit of this ship?" "Mary, ma'am." Upon hearing this, Usopp immediately burst into tears. He was so happy. Luckily, they let Luffy choose this, otherwise they would have really missed out. However, Usopp seemed to think of something and punched Luffy on the head. Luffy looked at Usopp in confusion. Usopp said, "You idiot. You can't destroy the Mary anymore." Usopp felt really exhausted. He wasn't a professional shipwright, and Luffy had caused the most damage to Mary before. Hearing this, Luffy said to Mary, "I'm sorry, it's all my fault." Robin said, "We should find a shipwright. That Iron Man named Frankie from the previous video should be our shipwright." Robin got up to show Luffy the wanted poster for Frankie that the world government had released earlier. They had become somewhat famous, with a whole page in the newspaper reporting on their group, including information about Frankie. However, their companion was now missing, and the world government had not issued any announcement about capturing him. Robin and the others had discussed this matter before, speculating that Frankie might be hiding. They originally planned to ask him directly in the chat room, but thinking about the possibility of exposing their companion's location, they decided against it. The world government has been keeping a close eye on them, especially after the video revealed that Luffy and the others had attacked the celestial dragons. The world government would definitely not let them off easily. Luffy's bounty being raised to 1.5 billion is the best proof. Sanji said, "There was news about him in the previous newspaper, but how are we going to find him?" Usopp said, "Why don't we tell him our location in the chat room and let him come find us?" Zoro replied, "He doesn't know us right now. How about he just come with us based on a few videos?" Zoro continued, "Let's just go with the flow. We will meet him eventually." After hearing this, the others thought Zoro's words made a lot of sense, and they decided to give up on finding Frankie. After discussing, they decided to go to the nearest island for some supplies and buy some clothes for Mary. Meanwhile, in Water City, Rob Lucci looked somewhat speechless at the little bird that had just hatched and was hopping around him. The bird was entirely fire red, looked a bit strange, but was very beautiful, and its body was extremely hot. Lucy looked at the bird, studying it seriously for half a day, but still couldn't identify what species it was. Kaku beside him couldn't help but laugh, saying, "This bird is quite beautiful." Bari, holding a piece of meat, burst into laughter and said, "Lucy, it's very fitting for you. One on each side, one white and one red." Lucci was speechless. What does this system mean? Is it really just a bird? The system really took him for a bird-raising expert? The bright red bird on the ground saw Hadoli on Lucci's shoulder and flapped its wings as it flew towards Hadoli. Hadoli was startled and quickly flew away. It was a bit scared of the red bird. At that moment, Lucci, who was lost in thought, noticed the bird trying to catch Hadoli and intercepted it. Anyone with eyes could see that Hadoli was very afraid of it. Lucci grabbed it with one hand, and the temperature he felt gave him the illusion that this was not just an ordinary bird. However, even if it wasn't an ordinary bird, he couldn't harm Hadori. Hadori held extraordinary significance for Lucci. It had been by his side since childhood and was more than just a simple pet. Lucci stared at the small red bird in his hand, while Kaku, seeing his expression, seemed a bit angry and worried that Lucci might kill the bird, quickly stopped him, saying, "This little bird might want to play with Hadoli." Upon hearing this, Lucci let it go, and the bird fluttered down to the ground, chirping incessantly. Hadoli, flying in the sky, saw this and happily flew back to Lucci's shoulder. Kaku asked, "Is it hungry?" Barry replied, "It seems so." As he spoke, he tore off a piece of the water meat he had bought and tossed it to the bird, which eagerly ate it without hesitation. After finishing, it seemed still wanting more and started chirping at Barry again. Barry found it very amusing and kept feeding it meat, then turned to Lucci and asked, "Does this bird have a name?" Lucci said with ventriloquism, "Let's call it Alex." P.S. The name Alex comes from the character Alex Vance in the shooting game Half-Life. Alex? Barry, hearing the bird's name, kept tempting it with meat, teasing it while calling its name. Just then, a group of men in black suits stormed in, and several foremen exchanged glances, seeing in each other's eyes that this group was not friendly. Barry stood up and asked, "Is there something you need?" One of the men in the group, the leader, said, "We don't have anything major, but we heard that you have a pet egg, and we can't have a look." Hearing this, Lucci looked up and recognized who they were. Previously, Spandam had contacted him, saying that someone above wanted the pet egg he had. He wanted Lucci to pretend to have lost it, so they could take the pet egg away. Lucci was a bit angry about this. If the pet egg had been taken away from the beginning, he wouldn't have minded much. After all, he had no emotional attachment. However, he didn't expect that someone from above would want to take it after it had hatched. Lucci had also put a lot of effort into hatching this pet egg. After all, he had watched it hatch himself. Although its earlier attack on Hadoli had made Lucci a bit angry, he didn't dislike it otherwise. Lucci glared at those people with an unfriendly expression, and Kaku held him back. Kaku was also aware of the upper management's desire for the pet egg, and he was somewhat angry about it. If they wanted it, they could have come to steal it earlier. Why wait until Lucci had hatched it before coming? Lucci was keeping a close eye on the pet egg, often checking on it during his free time, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the pet. At that moment, Barry said nearby, "Sorry, we don't have any pet eggs." Upon hearing this, the group of people responded, "No? Are we blind? What is that?" As they spoke, the man in black pointed to Alex, who was happily eating on the ground. Barry saw the group pointing at the little red bird and stepped aside to block their view, saying, "You saw wrong. That's not it. That's just a pet we keep." The group replied, "Nonsense. Isn't it the bird that came out of the pet egg? Are we blind?" They had been observing that bird for a while and were determined to get it. Barry retorted, "Isn't it just being blind? Just admit it." This remark directly provoked the group, and they rushed forward. Seeing this, Barry and his companions were unwilling to back down and quickly stepped up to block them. While Barry and the others focused on that group, two people sneaked up behind them. Upon seeing the little bird happily eating, they grabbed it and roughly stuffed it into a pocket they had with them. The two chuckled, preparing to take the bird away. At that moment, a pure white flame burst forth from Alex, engulfing the two. The others in front were also attracted by the flames and turned to look behind. They saw that the little bird, which had been just a small creature, instantly transformed into a massive red figure wreathed in white flames. While the two human-like figures gradually disappeared in the firelight, everyone present stared dumbfounded at the scene, wondering what was happening. The red figure wrapped in white flames charged toward them. The crowd was startled and quickly dodged as the red figure flew over their heads. Barry murmured, "Is this Alex?" Lucci was also somewhat incredulous. Just now, it was a small bird the size of a palm. And now, it had directly transformed into a red giant bird over 10 meters long. Lucy's gaze was fixed on Alex, whose massive body seemed to keep growing. Alex flew into the sky and unleashed a burst of flames at the people below, causing everyone to hurriedly dodge. The few men in black saw this and quickly fled. Alex's eyes were locked onto the men in black as it directly pursued them. It was those in that color of clothing who had tried to capture it earlier. Barry and the others watched the unfolding situation in a daze. This was completely unexpected for them. The men in black fled quickly, but the Alex in the sky wasn't going to let them off so easily. Alex's body grew larger and larger, making ordinary humans seem like ants in comparison. Many residents of Water City looked up at the giant in the sky. The men in black looked desperately at the sky. What was up with this bird? It seemed to be targeting them specifically, chasing after them relentlessly. Alex flapped its wings at the men, and they were instantly scorched by the scalding hot wind. Even Barry and the others, who were quite a distance away, felt the heat rushing towards them. In the sky, Alex toyed with the few men below like a cat with a mouse. Once it had enough fun, a stream of white flames shot out from its mouth, instantly vaporizing the men below. After dealing with those men in black, Alex seemed to finally calm down. Its body began to shrink, and its massive wings started to fold in. Once its wings were completely closed, a flash of light emanated from its body. Barry and the others looked at this strange display of Alex in the sky with confusion. Before they could voice their questions, they saw Alex spread its wings again. The people below widened their eyes in astonishment. What was happening? They watched as the creature that was originally a bird transformed into a little girl with fiery red wings. The enormous wings were reduced to countless times smaller, but still appeared incredibly large compared to the child in the middle. The child flew down from the sky, and everyone could finally see her face. A child entirely in red stood before them, with red hair and red eyes, paired with red wings. Everything around them was suddenly engulfed in red. Barry hesitantly called out, "Alex?" The red-haired girl looked at Barry, smiled sweetly at him, and then reached out her hand. Barry, puzzled, asked, "What's wrong?" The child remained silent, staring intently at Barry. He scratched his head, looking at her in confusion. Kakao beside him said, "Does she want that water meat? Didn't you give it to her before?" Upon hearing this, Barry took out the remaining water meat and handed it to her. The child's eyes lit up upon seeing the water meat. She eagerly took it with both hands, happily spinning in circles, and with a flash of her sharp teeth. She bit off a large piece of meat in one go. The others nearby were startled by her ferocious eating style. How long had it been since she had eaten? In no time, she devoured a large piece of water meat. Satisfied, Alex transformed back into the form of a little red bird, running to Lucy's side and tilting her head to stare at Hidoli. Hidoli trembled under her gaze, hiding his head behind Lucy. Alex flapped her wings and jumped onto Lucy's shoulder, peering down at Hidoli. Luce saw that Alex didn't intend to harm Hidoli, so he let her go and didn't pay attention to her anymore. Barry was very interested, constantly observing Alex. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that this bird had actually turned into a human. Alex allowed him to look at her. This man had just given her delicious meat, and she liked him very much. Barry said to Luce, "What are you planning to do with this kid?" Lucy questioned, "How should we handle this?" Barry, "Those people will definitely come back. Isn't it very dangerous for Alex to stay here?" Lucy, "No way with her combat power. Even a few more wouldn't be able to take her away. That kind of terrifying Alexis from before was truly frightening. Even he couldn't guarantee that he could survive under that strange flame. His strength is definitely among the top in this Water City." Lucci didn't expect that the pet egg given by the system would hatch such a fierce bird. Who in this world could withstand that blow just now? And that pure white flame, he didn't know what it was, but it seemed even more ferocious than ordinary fire. Kaku also agreed. With that form just now, even if a few more came, they wouldn't be her match. Alex heard them discussing her and turned to look at them. They looked at the small bird-like Alex in front of them. Who would have thought that such a seemingly harmless cute pet would transform into such a ferocious form? The group gathered together to continue discussing Alex's matters. At that moment, the system's voice rang out. "Pirate Special. Based on friendship, the sacrifice of Von Clay. Stay tuned." Crocodile saw this and spat out a mouthful of water. "What the hell is this? Von Clay? Isn't that Mr. 2? He actually made the list." Crocodile stared at Mr. 2 suspiciously. Everyone looked at the screen in confusion. Von Clay? Isn't he Mr. 2 from the Baroque works? He's still Crocodile's subordinate. What's going on with Crocodile? He can't make the list himself, and he has to drag a subordinate along? And it's a transvestite. At this moment, Von Clay was extremely excited. He actually made the list. Chat room. Kaido, what the hell? How is it that person? Isn't this guy still crocodiles? Are you kidding me? Dog system, come out. Doflamingo, no way. Is this dog system so biased toward crocodile? Before there was a reward to choose from, and now it directly lets his subordinate make the list. I don't understand. Doflamingo was speechless. He didn't want to make the list, but how did a transvestite make the list? Queen, I don't understand either. Just this? That funny transvestite. Jack, if he can, I can make the list too. Kizaru, yo Jack, do you want everyone to see how you run away? Jack, being able to escape is my skill. The so-called Marine Admiral is nothing. Kizaru, I just felt embarrassed to chase you. Your escape moves are much funnier than that transvestite. Jack, bastard, that was a temporary retreat. You think who I am? Katakuri. At this moment, the video began to play. Luffy and the others, who were resting in the palace, received a phone call. Hello, it's me. Sanji directly hung up on him as soon as he heard. The other side persistently called again. Von Clay informed Luffy and the others about what happened on the Mary. Luffy and the others were furious after hearing this. This guy was their enemy before. The Straw Hat crew packed their bags and returned to the Going Merry, bidding farewell to the Duck Squad that had sent them off. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Long time no see. Phone Keeley's cheerful voice came through. The others were busy with their own tasks and ignored him. Phone Keeley angrily said, your attitude is a bit too much. It doesn't feel like you're treating a friend at all. Luffy said, what kind of friend are you? Aren't you an enemy? How dare you deceive us? Phone Kurii explained somewhat dejectedly. I didn't deceive you. At that time, I didn't know the truth. But let's not talk about that anymore. Baroque Works is already shut down. We are no longer enemies. The video shifted to Luffy and the others sailing on the sea, with Luffy and Usopp, who had no food, trying to fish by running quickly. After passing through a fog, they found a person hanging on their fishing rods, and that person was Phone Kurii. After being rescued by them, Phone Kurii performed a face-changing magic trick, which is his ability. With Phone Kurii's likable personality, they quickly became friends. The audience in front of the screen understood why Phone Kurii said they were friends. Luffy asked in confusion, even if you're not an enemy, why are you on our ship? Phone Kale replied, you heartless guy. Luffy went crazy. What did you say? Frankie angrily explained, listen, if they hadn't boarded your ship, do you know what would have happened to it? Nami put down her things and said, it might have been taken by the Navy. Luffy listened to Nami's words in shock, his face full of disbelief. Frankie continued, it's not just possible, it's certain. Do you know the current state of this island? It has been completely sealed off by the Navy's ships. Luffy exclaimed in surprise. Could it be that you helped us keep the Mary from the Navy? Usopp and Chopper also felt it was unbelievable. Why? Frankie, with shining eyes, said because we are friends. After hearing Frankie's words, the four simple-minded individuals happily gathered together again and started dancing. Everyone watching this scene was speechless. This Straw Hat Luffy is really so innocent. Doesn't he have any doubts? At this moment, Zoro said, so that means Mr. 2, since the Navy has surrounded the coast, you can't leave this island either. So you want to increase your companions. Everyone in front of the screen couldn't help but exclaim, look, it's still Roronoa Zoro, who is rational. Hearing Zoro's words, Luffy and the others exclaimed in disbelief, little Phone? Phone Kale was in tears and said, that's right. It's precisely because of this era that we should fight together in the name of friendship. Luffy and the others excitedly raised their right hands and shouted, good. Nami looked at them speechlessly. The scene shifted, and a Navy officer reported to Tina, we found the Straw Hat Kid's ship. It's upstream on the Santora River. Tina ordered, prepare for battle. 8 warships continuously attacked the Mary from 4 directions. Before long, the hull of the Mary was covered with iron spears. It looked like it was about to sink to the bottom of the sea. Nami anxiously shouted, you guys need to think of a way, hurry. Sanji replied, holding one direction is already tough for us. And they have 8 ships. The numbers are just too overwhelming. At that moment, Usopp fired a cannonball directly at one of the Navy's warships, creating a gap in their encirclement. Luffy praised Usopp's cannon fire endlessly. At this moment, Fong Cly's crew suddenly spotted Tina's figure and hurriedly reported it to Fong Cly. Fong Cly was shocked and explained to Luffy the power of Black Prison Tina. He urged Luffy and the others to quickly escape through the gap in the south. Luffy said, if you want to go, just go. We can't make it. Fong Cly asked in confusion. Why can't we make it? Nami explained to him. We have an appointment with someone at the Eastport at 12 o'clock. There's no time to take a detour. Fong Cly, not understanding, said, Seriously, that's so stupid. Is there a treasure waiting for you that's more important than your lives? Then you might as well go die. Luffy said, "We are going to welcome our friends." This statement left Von Clay stunned. He never expected that the Straw Hat crew's unwillingness to escape was for this reason. He blankly said, "For our friends?" Von Clay looked at Luffy and the others in silence for a long time, then addressed the people on the Swan's ship. "If I escape from here today, then I am not Von Clay. To risk my life to welcome my friends, how can you ask me to abandon them? Would you enjoy your meal tomorrow?" This statement shocked everyone on the Swan's ship. He continued, "Listen up, everyone, and little Straw Hat crew. You must listen carefully to what I say." The people in front of the screen looked at Von Clay in confusion. What was he trying to do? Crocodile lit a cigar, probably guessing what Mr. 2 would do next. In the video, the Swan ship sped towards the southern gap. The Navy on lookout spotted this situation and quickly reported it to Tina. Tina said, "The duck ship is already a decoy, right?" The Navy replied, "No, the Straw Hat crew is on the duck ship. The decoy is the sheep ship." Tina took the binoculars to confirm the Straw Hat crew on the duck ship. She ordered, "Hurry up and chase them. Quickly rearrange the formation." All Navy ships went after the duck ship. Just as they were about to catch up to the duck ship, Luffy on the ship transformed into Von Clay, and the others were also disguised as Von Clay's crew. Seeing that the Navy was lured away, Nami on the Mary ship immediately set sail to leave. The Navy noticed this and quickly reported to Tina. "Miss Tina, the sheep ship has escaped to the east." Tina looked at the laughing Von Clay with an unfriendly expression. "Von Clay laukit hatili, gotcha. We are experts in transformation, and we are friends of Little Straw Hat." Von Clay struck a pose and said, "To walk the path of men is one thing. To walk the path of women is another. But to walk the path of humanity must be done right. Wither away, together under this sincere sky. Bloom, the path of the human and demon." Everyone on the Swan ship was moved to tears by Von Clay. Seeing that she had been played, Tina ordered the Navy to bombard the Swan ship directly. And soon the Swan ship was sunk. With the sinking of the Swan ship, the screen went black. People couldn't help but be moved by Von Clay's actions, not expecting this person to go this far for the Straw Hats. At this moment, everyone on the Mary ship, who had just returned from shopping, was also deeply moved by Von Clay's actions, wishing they could meet him again in the future. Chat room. Luffy, little Foam, even though we haven't met in reality, we are still friends. Usopp, that's right. We welcome you anytime. Frankie, Straw Hat, you guys are so great. Even though we couldn't meet like in the video, I won't forget you. Ivankov, Foam Boy, you really moved me. I hope to see you in the future. Frankie, Ms. Ivankov, I'm your fan. My goal is to become the king of transvestites. Ivankov, go for it. Foam Boy, I believe in you. Becky, I just want to say that the Straw Hat Kid's luck is outrageous. Even like this, there are people coming to help him. It's too ridiculous. Apu, I agree. This Straw Hat Luffy looks silly, but who would have thought he would have such good luck? Kid, wow. Is this the legendary chosen one? Hawkins, with Whitebeard pirates helping from the top, 3 out of 7 warlords helping him, and even the Marine admirals are going easy on him. He got killed 3 times in Alabasta and still didn't die, always reviving in various ways. And even after hitting the celestial dragons in Sabaody, he is safe and sound. Now, another subordinate of Crocodile is helping him escape from the Marine's pursuit. Such incredible luck is truly enviable. Doflamingo, ha ha ha, Sand Crocodile. Your Baroque works should just be renamed Straw Hat Squad. Crocodile, question. After learning that their companions were captured, Baroque Works agents miss Golden Week, and 2 others prepared to rescue their friends. Do they succeed? Rule. Everyone can answer this question. A correct answer rewards a storage ring, and there is no penalty for a wrong answer. This question is limited to the first 2 responders. This starts in 1 minute. Storage ring. Capacity of 100 cubic units. A must-have gadget for home and travel. Note, cannot store living things. Has a freshness-preserving function. For personal use only, not transferable. Apu, a welfare question. Isn't the answer obvious? Crocodile escaped with the Straw Hats. Kid, this storage ring feels a bit similar to that shrinking capsule. Becky, it is quite similar. But the difference is still significant. The shrinking capsule can only store 1 whole item, but it's not limited in space. This capacity isn't that big, but it's more convenient than that. Kid, I want that shrinking capsule more. It can directly pack and take the ship. Becky, you're thinking too much. You might not even get this one. Can you answer quickly? Kid. At this moment, Sanji on the Going Merry brightened up when he saw this reward. This reward is simply tailored for him. With this, he wouldn't have to worry about ingredients being stolen by the big rat anymore. Sanji has always wanted a locked refrigerator because ingredients keep disappearing for no reason. And that big black rat on their ship has no idea how many ingredients it has stolen while he wasn't paying attention. He has repeatedly asked Nami to buy a locked refrigerator, but unfortunately, Nami said there was no money. Sanji glared at that innocent-looking big black rat. The big black rat Luffy noticed Sanji's gaze, scratched his head, a bit puzzled. Then he ignored Sanji's look and excitedly continued discussing today's gains with Chopper and others. Sanji looked at the question. The answer to this question is obviously failure. After all, Crocodile escaped with Luffy. Sanji focused all his attention on the answering device. 1 minute has passed. Please answer quickly. Congratulations to Sanji for successfully answering first. Congratulations to Sengoku for successfully answering second. Hearing the system's announcement, Sanji was delighted and said to the system, "Failure. Unfortunately, the answer is wrong." The quiz continues. Sanji, what the hell? Why was it wrong? Sengoku stared at the screen, thinking he had no chance. After all, the correct answer was failure. He didn't expect it to be wrong. Sengoku pondered, and at that moment, he suddenly noticed a blind spot. During the Marineford War, besides Crocodile, Mr. 1, and Mr. 3, it seemed that Mr. 2 was not there, and several other Baroque Works members were also absent. What was going on? Sengoku thought for a moment and said to the screen, "It succeeded, but not completely. Answer correct." For details, please watch the video. As soon as the system's voice fell, a small pink ring appeared in front of Sengoku, along with a card marked with instructions. Sengoku took it in hand, and the people around curiously looked at the ring. Following the instructions, Sengoku put on his hand, then took a fruit to experiment. The next second, the fruit disappeared, and with a thought, the fruit appeared in his hand again. Sengoku's eyes lit up, very satisfied with this ring, but the color was a bit. The dim screen reappeared, showing an island where a dinosaur was looking left and right at a candle house, unable to do anything about it. Inside this candle house were Miss Golden Week, Miss Valentine, and Mr. 5. Little lowly Miss Golden Week stood by the sea, asking a seagull for a newspaper. The three of them looked at the newspaper in shock. The front page was the news of Baroque works being captured. Pictures of Crocodile and several high-ranking agents were published in the newspaper. After reading the newspaper, Miss Golden Week decided to go to the prison to rescue these partners she met for the first time. She took out her suitcase and started packing. Miss Valentine and Mr. 5 hurried to discourage her, but Little Lowly insisted on rescuing her partners. And in the end, the three decided to go together. Miss Golden Week used her ability to capture a fierce dinosaur from the primeval forest, turning it into her friend. Golden Week doesn't have a devil fruit. Her ability is psychological suggestion. She asked the pterosaur to take them to the marine prison. The pterosaur happily agreed and took the three to the marine prison. However, they encountered a storm on the way. Miss Valentine wanted to use her umbrella to shield Golden Week from the rain, but it was directly flipped over by the strong wind. The worst part was that the paint on the pterosaur had started to get wet from the rain. It quickly broke free from Golden Week's control and returned to its original form. The now ferocious pterosaur wanted to shake off the three on its back, but the three held on tightly, and the pterosaur failed. Finally, they left the storm and arrived at the famous vacation island of the Grand Line. The pterosaur shook off the three. Upon arriving at the vacation island, Miss Golden Week happily bought 3 ice creams and shared them with the other 2. Valentine hurriedly reminded her that there was a group of Marines behind them. The scene shifted, and Marine Colonel Tina was also on this summer island. They were leisurely vacationing while chasing other members of Baroque Works. The three of them were eating ice cream while looking at a bounty poster of Little Foam on the street. At this moment, Little Foam, after being captured by Tina in Alabasta, successfully broke out of prison, and his bounty was 32 million berries. The three decided to look for other members of Baroque Works. After a change of disguise, the three looked completely different from before, all wearing long clothes with long sleeves. However, what they didn't know was that their outfits were completely out of place among the others around them. People nearby were mocking them. In this summer island, everyone wore short sleeves and shorts, and the sudden appearance of a few in long clothes drew a lot of attention. Sure enough, when the three passed by a certain place, Tina, who was looking at a painting from the Baroque Works, recognized them at a glance. Tina immediately got up and launched an attack, catching the three off guard. Miss Valentine's Day was directly bound by Tina's ability, Black Barrier. This commotion quickly attracted the attention of the Navy, and Tina ordered Zango and Femity to pursue them. Mr. 5 used his ability to create an explosion, temporarily escaping the Navy's pursuit. Miss Valentine's Day was tied to a post, while Zango was checking her umbrella. The Navy wrote on a conspicuous sign that if the 3 remnants of Baroque works did not surrender at the western port by dusk, Miss Valentine's Day would be executed by hanging. Mr. 5 and Golden Week were extremely nervous upon seeing the notice. Meanwhile, at a nearby shore, the disguised Mr. 3 was preparing to leave the resort island on his boat. Just as he was about to set sail, he suddenly heard a shout from the side. Mr. 3 looked up and saw a familiar figure standing on the shore. It was Xiao Feng, who grabbed Mr. 3 and threatened to beat him up, warning him that not walking the wrong path is the way of a person. At this time, at the western port of the island, many Navy soldiers had gathered there, while Mr. 5 and Golden Week were hiding quietly. Valentine's Day was tied to a cross-shaped wooden frame. She was desperately calling for help, while Mr. 5 and Golden Week were a loss. Just then, the Navy suddenly stirred as a small cart carrying the bound Mr. 3 approached, with the word surrender written on it. The Navy was overjoyed, preparing to take him aboard. Suddenly, the previously bound Mr. 3 sprang up and used his transgender fist to knock down the surrounding Navy soldiers. This person was actually Xiao Feng in disguise. Tina immediately stepped forward to fight against Xiao Feng, who was wearing Mr. 3's clothes. People watching were amazed, commenting that this guy was quite loyal. He had helped the Straw Hat crew escape from the Navy's pursuit before, and now, knowing he might be captured, he still exposed his identity to rescue his partner. One had to say that this transgender person was quite admirable. Meanwhile, the hiding Mr. 5 and Golden Week were astonished to see Xiao Feng. They had never expected to run into him here. Although they had seen his bounty notice on the island before, they never thought he would be here and that he would show up to fight the Navy to save Valentine's Day. Tina used her fruit ability to bind Xiao Feng's right leg, slowing down his attacks. However, he did not stop fighting. Xiao Feng entangled Tina, creating an opportunity for the little lowly Golden Week and Mr. 5 to rescue Valentine's Day. The two blew up the execution frame and successfully saved Valentine's Day. After seeing Valentine's Day rescued, Xiao Feng happily jumped up in a ballet pose. Unfortunately, his right leg was bound, so he could only strike a ballet pose. Golden Week turned the Navy soldiers into her friends, allowing them to set sail on their ship. The target was the nearby Navy prison. Before long, they arrived at the small prison. Golden Week used Friend's yellow-green again to turn a Navy soldier into her partner, and the 3 pretended to be captured as that soldier took them into the prison. The next second, several inmates inside the prison fell to the ground covered in blood, while others raised their hands nearby. Mr. 1 was sitting on one of the inmates. Crocodile, handcuffed with sea stone cuffs, sat aside, looking disdainfully at the fallen inmates. Clearly, they had become the bosses of this cell. At this time, Golden Week found the women's cell and immediately saw Christmas and Double Fingers, taking them with her to leave. After finding the prison keys, they went to Crocodile's cell, preparing to take their other companions along. After unlocking everyone's handcuffs, they immediately implemented their escape plan. Mr. 5 used his explosive ability to blow a large hole in the prison tower, while Mr. 1 used his slashing attack to cut down the Navy lookout. Everyone formed an escape team, ready to leave. However, Crocodile refused to escape. After unlocking his handcuffs, he leisurely leaned against the wall with a lit cigar, stating that he had no intention of leaving. Mr. 1 chose to stay in the prison as well. Everyone watching on the screen was shocked by Crocodile's actions. He actually did not want to leave. While others were eager to escape, he seemed to have become addicted to staying. However, the agents of Baroque Works were quite devoted to their partners, willing to be captured themselves to rescue a few. They looked nothing like the same people from before. Golden Week and a few partners left the prison, which had been heavily damaged by them, and they set sail on a stolen Navy ship. Before leaving, little lowly Golden Week used her ability to change everyone's appearance to what they dreamed of. Golden Week transformed into a cute painter, Christmas into a princess in a dress, which was very different from her appearance. Double Fingers became a coffee shop owner holding a coffee pot, while Valentine's Day turned into a dessert shop owner. Mr. 5 became a firefighter, and Mr. 4 became a pizza delivery person. Meanwhile, Crocodile in the prison looked surprised at his outfit, which was styled like the Pirate King. Seeing this scene, Crocodile's face turned bright red. He took a puff of his cigar to cover his embarrassment, feeling that it was too shameful to have his inner thoughts completely exposed by the system. Mr. 1 transformed into a superhero. He was very satisfied with his outfit and felt quite happy. After leaving the prison, the group arrived at an abandoned house and turned it into a spider CAF. They all realized their dreams here. Meanwhile, Mr. 3 and Xiao Feng were also defeated by Tina, and both were locked up in the prison with Crocodile as cellmates. In the end, the 4 were all sent to Impel Down. Crocodile watched the video of the Baroque Works agents and was surprised that they came to rescue him, though he himself did not leave. Suddenly, Crocodile felt a bit happy inside, realizing that he actually had partners by his side. Chat room. Doflamingo, I didn't expect it. Crocodile, your subordinates are quite loyal to you. They even specially ran to save you. Crocodile, you Birdman, if one day you get locked up and Impel Down, I'd like to see if anyone would come to rescue you. Doflamingo, ha ha ha, I won't get caught in Impel Down. You probably won't see that. Crocodile, don't speak too soon. Maybe one day you'll be defeated by the Straw Hat Kid too. Doflamingo, you think I'm like you? It's still a long way before he can defeat me. Crocodile, what about that gear fourth that sent Barrett flying? Do you think you could take it? Doflamingo, even if I can't take it, so what? I have no grudges with him, so we won't have any intersection. Doflamingo, moreover, whether he can escape the Navy's pursuit and reach the New World is another matter. Doflamingo, his bounty has now reached 1.5 billion, and he doesn't have that terrifying strength for the future. Who knows how many people are watching him now? Whether he can escape the bounty hunter's pursuit is another question. Crocodile, is that so? I think his strength should have improved significantly by now. He was still quite young when he became one of the Yonko, and he hasn't changed much since. Kid, the trial room that Straw Hat got before can enhance strength. I wonder what level he's at now. I really want to have a match with him. Apo, that trial room only has a usage limit of 7 days, so he shouldn't have improved that much. Beiji, the potential of the Straw Hat Kid is immeasurable. He might already have the ability to rival the Yonko. Queen, a guy with a funny rubber fruit can compete with the Yonko? What does he have to fight with? Just his looks? Kaido, Ro. That Straw Hat Kid thinks he can catch up to us after decades of effort in just a few years. He must have bought some cheat. Big Mom, Mama 5 billion is already his limit. Luffy, don't look down on people. You guy, I'm no longer the same as before. Next time we meet, I'll knock you away. Big Mama, I'm waiting. Sabo, Luffy, I believe in you. You can definitely do it. Ace, go for it, Luffy. Marco, Ace's brother, he can definitely do it. We believe in him. He's always creating miracles. Kaido, oh, you Whitebeard pirates must be out of your minds, actually believing in a little brat. Whitebeard, grrrra, nobody can predict the future. Maybe he really can do it. Kaido, then let's wait and see. I'll knock this little brat away. At this moment, the video changes again, and an enormous building appears before the world. Sengoku immediately recognizes it as Impel Down. What is going on? Just then, a boy wearing a straw hat appears in the video, holding a burning piece of paper and confirming his direction. Everyone recognizes who this person is. It's the Straw Hat Kid, Luffy. Sengoku sees this scene and knows it's footage from before the Marineford War. The Straw Hat Kid must be going to rescue Fire Fist Ace, who is imprisoned in Impel Down. However, Impel Down is located in the calm belt of the Grand Line, and security is extremely tight. How did he get in? Sengoku is very puzzled. He can understand how Blackbeard infiltrated Impel Down before. After all, Blackbeard had already become a warlord by then. But how could the Straw Hat Kid also infiltrate Impel Down safely? He just can't figure out what is going on with this guy. How'd he get into Impel Down? Kong looks worriedly at Luffy, knowing how terrifying Impel Down is. Besides the jailer beasts, the main threat is the prison warden, Magellan. Luffy wanted to escape safely from the hands of Magellan, the poison man, which was simply impossible. Not to mention that Blackbeard had also appeared in Impel Down. Although Luffy eventually showed up at Marineford, Garp couldn't help but worry. At this moment, Magellan saw this scene, and his face turned frighteningly dark. These guys completely disregarded him. The prison warden. Recently, a few revolutionaries had used the Gate of Justice to rescue Ivankov and his group from him, which directly humiliated Magellan, making him feel incompetent as a prison warden. And then there was that Straw Hat Kid Luffy from a video, as well as Blackbeard, who also managed to escape unscathed from his hands. Magellan began to doubt life. Was his poison ineffective? Chat room. Kid, so this is Impel Down. It's really spectacular. But kind of what's wrong? You want to go in and stay for a while? Shiki, how nostalgic. I really want to destroy it. Sengoku. Impel Down is known for its impregnable walls, and there are so many sea kings outside. Do you think you can just destroy it whenever you want? Kaido. Oh ho ho, the so-called impregnable walls don't seem so impressive. 20 years ago, they let Shiki escape, and now, 20 years later, the revolutionaries took Ivankov away. Plus, that Straw Hat Kid caused a ruckus in the video. Oh, and there's Blackbeard. Blackbeard. Huh, what a pity. The future has been exposed. Otherwise, I would really want to take a stroll around this talent base of Impel Down. Sengoku got angry when he saw Blackbeard's words. This Blackbeard had taken away the serious criminals from the 6th level of Impel Down, and some were missing. Thinking of this made Sengoku's head ache. Fortunately, the future was exposed in advance, and none of this happened. Blackbeard. If there were another Marineford War, that would be so exciting. Wouldn't it, Ace? Blackbeard. That little straw hat is quite interesting. I heard his bounty is 1.5 billion. I wonder what would happen if he was handed over to the Navy. Huh. Ace. Blackbeard, what do you want to do? Blackbeard, haha. Nothing. Just want to see if anyone would come to save that little straw hat if he gets caught. Just like they came to save you. It's interesting to think about. Sengoku, if you can really bring the Straw Hat Kid here, what's wrong with giving you the title of Warlord of the Sea? Seeing that Blackbeard wanted to catch the Straw Hat Kid, Sengoku casually mentioned the title of Warlord of the Sea. As long as they kept an eye on Blackbeard, the future in the video wouldn't repeat. They could take care of the Straw Hat Kid, and if possible, also deal with Blackbeard. Queen, wouldn't that be another Marineford War? Who would come to save him then? Wow, what a good idea. Becky, I think it's better if it doesn't happen. If the Straw Hat really gets caught, it would definitely be more terrifying than the Marineford War. Hawkins, the person above is right. After all, the Straw Hat has a strong background. Jack, huh? What background does he have? Becky, is the person above stupid? Didn't you watch the previous video? Jack, are you looking for death, daring to call me stupid? Don't let me run into you, or else. Becky, or else what? Not only stupid, but also brainless. Jack, you bastard, I remember you. Hawkins, the Straw Hat's grandfather is Navy hero Monkey D. Garp, his father, is the revolutionary leader dragon. Fire Fist Ace is his older brother. In the previous Marineford War, it was evident that red-haired Shanks also had a close relationship with him, risking losing an arm to save him. Hawkins, if they really catch the Straw Hat, do you think Redhair will come? Will Dragon come? Will Fire Fist Ace come to save his brother? If Fire Fist Ace comes, do you think Whitebeard will come too? Becky, the person above is right. This is just the surface. That sea hero Jinbei saved the Straw Hat multiple times during the Marineford War. Maybe they have a relationship too. Also, Rayleigh, the Dark King, saved the Straw Hat crew in the previous video. He seems to have a brother named Sabo, who is also a revolutionary, right? I saw him the first video. Kid, wow, if they really catch the Straw Hat, the Navy headquarters will be wiped out. This would be even more devastating than before. Akano. Akiji. Squirrel. Sengoku. Sengoku looked at their analysis and felt a sudden headache. If they really caught the Straw Hat Kid, they would have to execute him immediately. Not even Impel Down would be allowed to let him in. The reason Sengoku didn't raise his bounty to 1.5 billion before was partly because of Garp and partly because he posed no real threat at the moment. 1.5 billion far exceeded his current value. Moreover, the Straw Hat Kid hadn't done anything bad. From the previous videos, he seemed more like an adventurer than a villain, which was somewhat acceptable. Now, he was raised to 1.5 billion solely because he hit a celestial dragon. Especially since this scene was publicly exposed to the world, it directly embarrassed the celestial dragons, who wished they could tear the Straw Hat Kid apart. Sengoku felt a bit of a headache. Forget it. This matter should be left for the next fleet admiral to consider. He just wanted to retire now. That guy Garp had already submitted his application, and he had to wait for the fleet admiral to be chosen. Those old men didn't seem to know how to think and hadn't decided on the candidate for fleet admiral yet. In the end, Sengoku still recommended Akiji. After all, Akiji was more in line with his idea of a fleet admiral. After Akainu learned of this, he never gave Sengoku a good face. Sengoku felt quite speechless, but he still stood by his choice. After all, Akainu's absolute justice could easily lead to extreme behavior. Kaido, oh ho ho. Suddenly I'm a bit looking forward to it. Should I have someone catch him and send him to you, Sengoku? Bigamon, Mama, I can help too. Really looking forward to it. Sengoku, you should take care of yourselves. Who knows when you might be pulled down from your Yonko position. Kaido, I'll look forward to that day. At this time, Luffy was asking the prisoners in Impel Down about Ace. When he learned that Ace was imprisoned below the 5th level, Luffy was thinking about how to get down. Just then, a commotion broke out, and Luffy looked over to see the guard, the blue gorilla, chasing someone towards him. Luffy was puzzled. What is that? The prisoner next to him explained that it was the warden beast, the blue gorilla. Little brother, run. You'll be killed. The prisoner kindly warned Luffy. Before Luffy could react, he saw the blue gorilla directly chop the pursuing prisoner in half with an axe. Luffy looked at this scene in horror. He turned around and ran, but the person who had been split in half was reassembling. That person was none other than the clown Buggy, who possessed the chop fruit. Buggy was immediately shocked into pieces upon seeing Luffy. Why are you here? Hearing this, Luffy looked at him and after thinking for a moment, recognized that the person in front of him was the clown Buggy whom he had defeated before. What the heck? It's Buggy. Buggy, speechless, replied, "Hey, what are you joking about, you crazy guy? Still so arrogant. Huh? I had no idea you got caught too." Luffy said, "I came in by myself, not because I was caught. Who would be stupid enough to voluntarily go to jail?" Buggy asked and answered himself, "Could it be that you heard I was imprisoned and came to rescue me?" After saying that, he was so moved that he cried. "Who wants you to come and save me, you idiot? It's really disgusting." Luffy shouted, "What are you talking about?" Then the two started arguing. The people in front of the screen were speechless. Are you really not worried about attracting the guards with such loud voices? If you're trying to escape, you should be more careful, not act like you're on vacation. Do you think Impel Down is your family's place? Sure enough, their arguing attracted the blue gorilla. Luffy and Buggy decided not to run away. The two turned around and directly took down the blue gorilla. At this moment, the guards in Impel Down confirmed through the Din Mushi that there was more than one person causing the commotion. Just then, the video suddenly stopped. And the question was, the achievements of the clown Buggy and Straw Hat Luffy in the next 3 years. Please choose the correct answer from the following options. 1 minute to answer. A. Shichibukai Yonko. B. Shichibukai for Emperors. C. For Emperors Yonko. D. For Emperors. Rules. Each side's faction is limited to the first person to answer. Correct answers reward luck enhancement. Wrong answers result in being haunted by misfortune for the next month. The punishment will be executed after the answer is announced. Luck enhancement. Good luck enhancement. Wishes come true. Note. Having it makes reaching the peak of life not a dream. Chat room. Chibuta. This reward for luck enhancement. Having it means luck will be overflowing. If I have it, will I succeed in confessing? Chibuta, seeing this reward, couldn't help but daydream. If he had this, wouldn't he have continuous good luck? Maybe he could really win over the goddess. Peach Rabbit. Peach Rabbit saw Chibuta's message in the chat room. She didn't like Chibuta, who had confessed to her 100 times and was rejected every time. She couldn't believe he still hadn't given up. Peach Rabbit looked at Chibuta and couldn't help but facepalm. She might as well not deal with this rotten peach blossom. Kid, isn't the answer to this question already revealed in the first video? That clown Buggy is a Shichibukai, and Straw Hat Luffy is a Yonko. Becky, I feel like it's not that simple. This question also comes with a punishment. Becky, there aren't many questions with punishments. Apu, who cares? The punishment isn't a big deal. It's just bad luck for a month. What's there to be afraid of? Apu, but what is the use of this luck enhancement reward? Urich, will make me as lucky as that Straw Hat kid? Urich, this guy's luck is truly unbelievable. No matter how hard you try to kill him, he just won't die. Urich was almost envious while watching the video. This Straw Hat Kid Luffy's luck is no joke. Wherever he goes, someone helps him. Could he be the legendary child of destiny? And he can't even get a bamboo helicopter. Jack, so the correct answer is A. Shichibukai in Yonko. Buggy, why don't you think we could become Yonko? Luffy, yes, that's right. Apu, the 4 Emperors, you guys. The Straw Hat has some possibility. But Buggy the Clown is impossible. Unless you have luck that's even more outrageous than the Straw Hat. Becky, what if the system has a twist? The least likely answer might actually be the correct one. Don't forget there was a previous question. The Straw Hat, Law, and Kid did a major event, comparable to the Marineford War. Buggy, very insightful. Kid, so you think it's D? Becky, no, I think it's B. Buggy, 1 minute has passed. Please answer the question. After hearing the system's words, each faction sent out a representative to tell the system what they believe the answer to be. The answering has ended, and the answers will be revealed in the following video. Kid, what does that mean? No, answer will be published? Becky, it's obvious. If it were really the 7 warlords and 5 emperors, the previous video would have already exposed it. The system would definitely just announce the correct answer directly. Not saying the answer actually indicates there's a twist. Kid, Apu, considering the previous major event, it can't really be that the Straw Hat has become a 4 emperor, right? Jack, are you kidding? Him? Hawkins, didn't the Navy say that Big MOM was defeated before? But the system judged it wrong. Becky, I'm wondering if there's a possibility that actually 2 4 emperors were defeated. Sengoku, this guy really dares to guess. They paid such a huge price at Marineford just to kill Whitebeard, only to create an even more terrifying Blackbeard. This Straw Hat Trio alliance is just 3 supernovas. And you're telling me they took down 2 4 emperors in 3 years. This is really embarrassing for the Navy. Sengoku couldn't even imagine such an absurd thing. However, the system not publishing the answer is indeed suspicious. After all, the first video has already exposed the future identities of the Straw Hat and Buggy. Could it be that the Straw Hat really became a four-emperor? Sengoku thought to himself. Blackbeard. Big M.O.M. Kaido. What's the meaning of this, Becky? Does he think they were taken down? But what does this system mean? Why not directly announce the answer? Whitebeard. Gurura. Interesting, really interesting. Marco. The future can't really be that 2 four-emperors were defeated, right? Ace's brother is impressive. Kaido. Marco. Do you think I will be defeated? Him. Marco. The system's hints are very obvious. The Straw Hat Kid will definitely become a four-emperor in the future. As for who was defeated, that's unclear. However, since it's not Big M.O.M., then it's Blackbeard and you, or it could be like that Becky said. 2 four-emperors were defeated. Kaido. At this moment, Kaido on Onigashima was drinking heavily, looking at the speculation of a few people in the chat room, feeling somewhat disdainful. He had watched the previous battle between the Straw Hat Kid and Barrett, and with that 5-emperor strength, he was definitely not his opponent. Unless he cheats otherwise, it's still too naive to think he could defeat him. Kaido drank heavily, and for some reason, he suddenly remembered a certain prophecy from the past, which made him a bit restless. And now, there are just over 2 years left until that prophecy. This couldn't help but make Kaido think more. Meanwhile, in Wano country, many people who were pulled into the chat room also saw the analysis in the chat room, igniting hope in their hearts. What has supported them all along has been that prophecy from the past. They firmly believe that in 20 years, there will be 9 shadows to end the reign of Kaido and Orochi. But as time slowly passes, their beliefs are gradually crumbling, with just over 2 years left until that prophecy. However, looking at the current situation in Wano, who can save them? The people of Wano couldn't help but feel a bit desperate. But now they have rekindled hope. In 2 years, it will be the time of Lady Toki's prophecy. And in 2 years, that Straw Hat Trio alliance caused a major event, and many people began to speculate that the major event 2 years later is Kaido being defeated. Moreover, from the previous video, although the Straw Hat crew are pirates, they saved Alabasta and rescued that mermaid from the celestial dragons, which also indicates they are not villains. At this time, Orochi also thought of that prophecy. Suddenly feeling a bit flustered, he hurriedly called someone to contact Kaido. Buggy, why is no one guessing that I became a four-emperor? Buggy looked at the speculations of the people in the chat room, feeling that the system definitely wouldn't pose this question so simply. The less likely it is, the more likely it could be. So he chose D. Even if he gets it wrong, what's a month of bad luck? Hasn't he already had enough misfortune caused by the Straw Hat before? Apu, why don't you guess you're the Pirate King? Buggy, mainly because there's no option for that. Apu. In the video, Buggy also learned from Luffy's words that Luffy is going to save Ace. He expressed deep regret, saying he would never go to such a dangerous place. Saying this, he was about to leave. His goal was to escape from prison, not to go down to the 5th underground level. Luffy looked at Buggy's departing figure and said, "There are more than 10 warships outside. Can you escape?" Buggy, upon hearing this, exclaimed, 10 ships. I see. So that's the setup to deal with Whitebeard. After saying that, he seemed to find an excuse and added, "The timing isn't great right now, so let's just kill some time here." Luffy said, "Then there's no other way. I'll go ask someone else." Just then, Buggy suddenly noticed Luffy's arm ring and repeatedly confirmed whether he was seeing it wrong. Luffy said he was leaving and wished Buggy success in escaping from prison, then turned to leave. Seeing Luffy about to go, Buggy hugged Luffy tightly and excitedly said, "Wait for me, Straw Hat Kid." Luffy said angrily, "What you trying to do?" The commotion attracted the attention of the guards, and with no choice, the two had to continue running for their lives. Luffy was very angry. He originally wanted to quietly go save Ace, but ended up running into Buggy, which caused a commotion. "Why are you shouting so loud?" Buggy excitedly grabbed Luffy's arm and said, "Your arm ring is so beautiful. Give it to me." Luffy puzzled. "What are you suddenly talking about?" "This is a gift from Nami." "Buggy, I'll tell you how to get to Ace. Can you give me the arm ring?" Luffy said, "Sure." Buggy instantly revived with full energy and vitality. He asked Luffy to hold his foot while he led the way. The two ran together, and Buggy informed Luffy about the situation a few levels down in Impel Down, stating that he could only take him to the 4th level. Luffy happily said, "Really? You've suddenly become very friendly." This made Buggy so proud that he accidentally revealed the secret of the arm ring. "That's because you need to point out the location of Captain John's treasure at Treasure Mark." After saying this, Buggy realized he had slipped up and quickly covered his mouth to observe Luffy's reaction. Seemingly unaware of the situation, Luffy said, "You're here because you're too weak, right?" Buggy angrily replied, "Shut up, don't bother me." He then secretly felt relieved that the Straw Hat Kid was clueless and hadn't heard what he said earlier. Luffy looked at the arm ring and said, "I see. So this arm ring is similar to a treasure map. I had no idea. Buggy, furious, exclaimed, if it's exposed, there's nothing we can do. Before he could take any further action, Luffy directly took off the arm ring and handed it to him, saying, "Then I'll give this to you first." Everyone in front of the screen was shocked by Luffy's actions. Captain John's treasure map was just given away like that? This Straw Hat Luffy is way too naive. What if that Buggy took the arm ring and ran away? At this moment, Nami on the Mary was in a frenzy. My treasure map. Then she comforted herself, thinking, it's okay, it's all for saving Ace. It's just a treasure map, right? Take it. And besides, they haven't even gotten that so-called treasure map yet. Buggy also looked incredulous. You, knowing it's treasure, still want to give it to me? Luffy said nonchalantly. Here, take it. I care more about saving Ace than this kind of thing. Buggy replied. If you give it to me now, I might just run away. Luffy said, really? But didn't you say you would lead the way? Buggy was moved to tears by Luffy's trust. Not expecting that the Straw Hat Kid would see him as such an upright person, the two made their way through the Crimson Lotus Hell to the escape passage, which was the fastest shortcut to the second level. Luffy jumped down directly, and Buggy was also cut down by the Blue Gorilla. Ultimately, they involuntarily arrived at the second level. Along the way, the two of them fought their way through and defeated the beasts of the second level. The guards over there finally noticed the figures of Luffy and Buggy. In order to escape smoothly, Buggy immediately released all the prisoners on the second level. Sengoku stared angrily at Buggy the Clown. He remembered this guy. The prisoners who appeared during the Marineford War were released at this time, right? Luffy grabbed Buggy, wanted to go down to the next level, but Buggy said he didn't know how to get down. The two got into an argument. Just then a voice came through, saying, if there's any trouble on this level, I'll help you. Luffy and Buggy looked over upon hearing the words. Buggy said, who is this guy? Long time no see. Straw Hat Luffy. I never expected that I would regain my freedom thanks to you. I'm a man who knows how to repay kindness. The people in front of the screen recognized him. It was none other than Mr. 3. In the previous footage, he was imprisoned in Impel Down along with Crocodile and others, and later helped Luffy rescue Ace during the Marineford War. It seems they all escaped during this time. Who would have thought that the Straw Hat Kid would run into acquaintances in Impel Down? First, it was the clown Buggy, then Mr. 3, and that Mr. 2 should also be here. This video is a recap of him, but I wonder which level he is locked in. Luffy looked at him and asked in confusion, who are you? Mr. 3 adjusted the number 3 on his head, and Luffy suddenly remembered who he was. Their plan to rescue Ace had turned into a trio, but before they could celebrate for long, they were targeted by the jailer beast. Mr. 3 took Luffy to the stairs leading down to the third level, where they encountered Sphinx at the stairway. Mr. 3 used his ability to create a wax figure that looked just like him and started playing a game of truth or falsehood with Sphinx, and Luffy excitedly joined in. Everyone was speechless. Do you even remember that you came to save Ace? It's so easy for you to get distracted. Sphinx's fist kept pounding the ground, and, unexpectedly, the second level was directly broken through by him. The three of them and the beast fell straight to the third level, losing consciousness. The third level was the Hungry Hell. They were awakened by the hot air rising from the fourth level's scorching hell, and the sweltering air left them all lethargic. Luffy was eating a small bird that had accidentally wandered into the Hungry Hell and was roasted, while listening to Mr. 3 narrate the situation in Hungry Hell. The three of them walked while searching for a way out, but ultimately returned to their starting point. Their whereabouts were exposed, and Luffy and the others fell into a trap set by the chief jailer, Salutes, and were caught in a net made of sea prism stone. At this moment, the Sphinx, who was also caught in the net, woke up and struggled continuously, breaking the iron wire net made of sea prism stone. The three of them fell down directly, and Salutes ordered the jailers to capture Straw Hat Luffy, seeing that the attention of the jailer beasts was not on them. Buggy and Mr. 3 hurriedly escaped. The two, having avoided the pursuit of the jailers, rested in a corner. At that moment, a singing voice came through, and Mr. 3 instantly remembered who that familiar voice belonged to. Buggy thought that someone who could be so lively in this hungry hell must be an extraordinary character and might be of use. He followed the sound, and it was too late for Mr. 3 to stop him, so he could only go along. When the two arrived in front of the cell, Mr. 3 saw Mr. 2 dancing. Buggy looked at the man in front of him, who was spinning continuously and wearing strange makeup, with surprise. Little Foam also noticed the two standing outside the cell, and looked at Mr. 3 in disbelief. Buggy asked Mr. 3 speechlessly, hey, what's up with this rare beast? Mr. 3 helplessly replied, maybe we shouldn't let him out. Little Foam continued to spin and said, what are you talking about? Hurry up and let him out. In the end, Mr. 3 released Little Fong, and after learning that Luffy had gone to the 4th underground level, Little Fong decided to go find the little straw hat. Meanwhile, Luffy encountered an attack from the jailers, and the Sphinx directly caught him underfoot. Just as the Sphinx was about to eat Luffy, a voice came through. "Wait, lion." Luffy looked at the newcomer in surprise and exclaimed, "Zoro." Then he saw Zoro suddenly strike a strange pose, kicking towards Sphinx. After that, he transformed back to his original appearance, and that person was Xiaofeng. Luffy happily looked at Xiaofeng, and he never expected to meet Xiaofeng here. The two joyfully hugged each other. Xiaofeng said to Luffy, "By the way, Straw Hat, I heard you were going to the 5th underground level." "Yeah. Can you tell me how to get there?" Xiaofeng replied. "Then let's go together. I have someone I want to meet at the 5th underground level too." Luffy was very happy, really. After defeating the blue gorilla, the two decided to head to the 5th underground level together. On the merry, Luffy didn't expect to run into Xiaofeng here as well. He happily shouted Xiaofeng's name at the screen. Xiaofeng, save him again. At this moment, Magellan had already discovered the identity of the intruders. He ordered all the troops in Impel Down to concentrate on the 4th underground level to surround the Straw Hat Kid. Luffy, Magellan decided to deal with the two of them personally. Garp looked at the video with some concern. If Magellan really wanted to capture Luffy, based on Luffy's strength in the video, he would be no match for him. Luffy and Xiaofeng were rushing towards the stairs when they suddenly encountered a stupid bull wielding a spike club, the guard beast Minotaur. Xiaofeng introduced Minotaur to Luffy, explaining that this seemingly foolish bull was actually a ruthless monster that treated people like trash. Minotaur charged forward at incredible speed, knocking Xiaofeng to the ground with a single blow. It then quickly moved behind Luffy, preparing to take him down. Luffy jumped to avoid the attack, but Minotaur quickly charged forward and struck Luffy on the head with his club. Luffy rolled out and was stopped by the cell door behind him. Minotaur relentlessly pursued him, swinging his mace down at Luffy, who had not yet recovered. Xiaofeng stepped in to block the mace aimed at Luffy. Enraged, Minotaur grabbed Xiaofeng's head and slammed it to the ground. Just when Xiaofeng thought he was going to die, Luffy activated Gear Second and used Jet Pistol to send Minotaur flying. Seeing Minotaur being knocked away, Xiaofeng remarked that Luffy had gotten stronger again. The two temporarily shook off the guard beast, and Luffy prepared to continue searching for the entrance to the 4th underground level. Xiaofeng told him that getting to the 4th underground level was actually very easy, pointing to a wall behind them and saying to Luffy, "Climb up and take a look." Luffy asked, "Is it above the wall?" The two jumped up onto the wall together, while the fierce hot wind below almost knocked Luffy off his feet. Xiaofeng told Luffy that below was the underground level 4, the scorching hell. The scene of underground level 4 appeared before everyone's eyes, and people looked in amazement at Impel Down. This was probably the only chance in their lives to witness the full view of Impel Down so closely. They had already roughly understood all the levels of Impel Down, except for the 5th level and the legendary 6th level. Impel Down was truly terrifying. They would never want to enter a place like this in their lives, and some timid pirates had even chosen to give up their pirate identities. It was just too frightening. The 1st level, the Red Lotus Hell. The 2nd level, the Beast Hell. The 3rd level, the Hungry Hell. The 4th level, the Scorching Hell. Each one scarier than the last. They couldn't bear any of the levels. If they were locked up and Impel Down, there would be no way out. Since its establishment, only the Golden Lion Shiki and the previous Revolutionary Army had successfully escaped. Now, with the future of the Straw Hat crew, they were not so lucky to escape. In the video, Luffy asked Xiaofeng who he was going to meet on the 5th level. Xiaofeng's eyes sparkled as he said, "The person known as the Miracle Man, arrested on baseless charges, commonly known as Miss Ivankov, the Queen of Kamabaka Kingdom in the Grand Line's Paradise, the strongest she-male king that everyone in the world admires." Luffy exclaimed in surprise, "A king of the transvestites? There's even a king among them. How amazing." Little Fong happily replied, "That's right. I want to meet him. If possible, I want to rescue him." Ivankov looked at the video of Little Fong coming down to the 5th underground level just to save him, and tears instantly flowed from his eyes. "I really want to get to know you, Fong boy." At that moment, Buggy and Mr. 3 came running, chased by the Minotaur. Destiny brought the 4 lively characters together once again. Luffy happily said to him, "So you really want to go with us?" Buggy angrily replied, "How could I possibly want to go to hell? We just hid, and that guy fell from the sky. Although I don't know why." Luffy, "It was me who knocked you away." Buggy, "What? It was you. Do I have a grudge against you?" People laughed heartily at Buggy. This guy truly lives up to his name as a clown, always able to bring laughter. Buggy and Mr. 3 were being chased and could no longer run. So they said to Luffy, "Straw Hat Kid, do you remember the powerful special Buggy cannonball that I used to send you into a panic?" Luffy calmly said, "I don't remember." Buggy was so shocked that he turned pale. He didn't even have the strength to run. Mr. 3, standing nearby, chimed in, "You even named it after yourself. It seems you have a lot of confidence in this weapon. The one called Buggy Bomb." Upon hearing Mr. 3's words, Buggy instantly revived with excitement, saying exactly, "Later, I changed it to a portable version that has the same power, but is easy to carry. That's my new weapon, the Maki Bomb." Saying this, he launched the Maki Bomb at the Minotaur, and the huge explosion knocked it over. But unexpectedly, the Minotaur, with its immense strength, struggled to stand back up. Little Foam jumped up and kicked it on the head, while Luffy had Mr. 3 make a candle hammer as a weapon. And he directly used the candle hammer to strike the Minotaur, finally bringing it down to the ground. The four of them happily spun around in circles. Buggy, Mr. 3, and Luffy had a disagreement. They wanted to go to the second floor, but they didn't notice that the ground beneath them had been destroyed by their earlier battle. The four of them fell along with the broken tiles into the scorching hell. At this moment, a Navy officer reported to Vice Admiral Rat, "I heard that Red-Haired is causing some trouble in the New World." Vice Admiral Rat asked, "Red-Haired? Are you sure? Why now? Who is the opponent?" The Navy officer replied, "It's the Yonko, Kaido." Hearing this, Vice Admiral Rat stopped in surprise, saying, "It's actually Kaido?" The Navy officer continued, "According to headquarters conjecture, Red-Haired wants to take this opportunity to stop Kaido from preparing to attack Whitebeard." Everyone broke out in a cold sweat. Vice Admiral Rat said, "How could this happen? This sea area is really unstable. Our situation is very tricky. We can no longer afford small conflicts with the Yonko. Perhaps a confrontation with Whitebeard is now unavoidable." The Whitebeard pirates, seeing this scene, were completely taken aback that Kaido dared to take advantage of the situation to attack Whitebeard at this time. Fortunately, Red-Haired had resolved their worries. They owed Red-Haired another favor. As for Kaido, they would definitely settle this score. At the same time, Kaido on Onigashima also saw this scene, surprised that he really went to seize Whitebeard's territory, only be stopped by Red-Haired. Now Whitebeard would surely hold a grudge, but Kaido took a sip of alcohol, not worried at all. His beast pirates were much stronger than the Whitebeard pirates. At this moment, Luffy and the others fell onto a bridge, fortunately not landing in the blood pool. Magellan urgently deployed tactics, with Hannibal responsible for guarding the stairs to the third floor, while Little Suddy and the beast wardens were in charge of the stairs to the fifth floor, and Magellan himself went to hunt down the Straw Hat Kids. On the bridge of the scorching hell, the group couldn't stand firm due to the scorching bricks beneath their feet. Luffy's nose suddenly caught the smell of food, and he dashed straight to the kitchen, with the others quickly following him. A group of prison guards blocked Luffy's path, but his obsession with food instantly boosted his combat power. In just a few moves, he knocked the guards to the ground. Little Foam also rushed over to help, and Luffy continued to run wildly. Just then, a strange purple liquid dripped down from above, startling Luffy, who quickly stopped and looked up, frozen in place. A shadow appeared in the smoke. It was the strongest in the prison, the Poison Man Magellan. At that moment, Garp, who was watching the video, saw Magellan appear before Luffy and shouted worriedly, "Luffy." Ace also looked at Luffy in the video with concern, completely unsure how Luffy would get through this crisis. Ace couldn't help but blame himself, thinking it was all because of him that Luffy was in danger, and that it was also because of his father that he died in Marineford. Marco, who was beside him, comforted him, saying, "Don't worry, Ace. Luffy will be fine." Luffy looked at Magellan in confusion, and Xiao Feng was shocked to see Magellan, quickly telling Luffy, "Straw Hat, we can't fight him. He is the warden of Impel Down. Magellan, he is a user of the poison fruit. We need to run. This guy is too tricky." Magellan looked at Luffy, not planning to let him go. Xiao Feng said to Luffy, "Straw Hat, Magellan's entire body is poison. Just touching him will be a nightmare. Do you really think you can win against such an enemy?" Xiao Feng informed Luffy of the escape route, stating that they couldn't defeat Magellan. Magellan told them that the guard were stationed at the stairs leading to the fifth level, making it impossible for them to escape. Magellan unleashed his poison dragon, attacking Luffy. Luffy threw a punch at the poison dragon, but suddenly, Xiao Feng stepped in front of the poison dragon. Luffy was confused and asked, "What are you doing, Xiao Feng?" Xiao Feng explained to Luffy that Magellan's poison is something that cannot be touched, or else it would be fatal, seeing that Magellan's target was the Straw Hat. Xiao Feng kicked Luffy aside and transformed into Luffy's appearance and movements to attract Magellan's attention. People couldn't help but feel a bit nervous for Xiaofeng. They never expected him to do something like this. He was so good to the Straw Hat Kid, all because they were friends. People couldn't help but sigh that having a friend like Xiaofeng would be wonderful. At that moment, Luffy and the others on the Mary were also moved to tears by Xiaofeng's actions. Magellan unleashed 2 more poison dragons to deal with the 2 of them, and the jailers who couldn't escape in time were directly swept into the poison dragons. Xiaofeng explained to Luffy the dangers of Magellan's poison dragons. Luffy had been running for so long that he was already hungry. In a moment of inspiration, he leaped onto a platform above the flames, and a poisonous dragon chased after him, getting directly melted by the fire. Magellan spat out a bubble, poison gas bomb, which flew into the air and exploded upon encountering heat, spreading the toxic gas in the air. Luffy accidentally inhaled something and couldn't stop sneezing, tears streaming down his face. He couldn't focus on fighting at all. A poisonous dragon stood before Luffy, and Magellan slid in front of him using the poison tunnel, pulling off the devil horn from his head to launch an attack on Luffy. Luffy was blinded by the poisonous gas, unable to see Magellan, and could only rely on his instincts to dodge Magellan's attacks. Ace watched Luffy in the video with a pained expression. Xiaofeng watched the battle from a distance. Although he wanted to help Luffy, Magellan was just too powerful, and he was no match for him. He could only anxiously bite the wall and pray for Luffy. Xiaofeng desperately wanted to step forward to help Luffy, but his feet just wouldn't obey, remaining frozen in place. He felt sad inside, thinking, Straw Hat, am I really unable to save my partner? Is there really nothing I can do? He forced himself to calm down, imagining various methods in his mind, but none were successful. In despair, Xiaofeng prayed silently. He had made countless resolutions to help the Straw Hat, yet each time he was overcome by his own cowardice. He had no way to deal with Magellan at all. In the end, Xiaofeng fled in tears, constantly apologizing to Luffy, feeling sorrowful for his own weakness. The people in front of the screen looked at him understandingly. After all, he had already done enough. He deserved everyone's respect. Meanwhile, on the other side, Buggy and Mr. 3 stood before Hannibal at the entrance to the 3rd level, wanting to force their way past him. Just as the 2 prepared for battle, Hannibal casually said, Everyone, stand by. This left everyone in disbelief. Could it be Hannibal's scheme? Did he want to make them lower their guard and then launch a surprise attack? While people were still pondering Hannibal's intentions, the video showed Hannibal continuing. Here it comes, the opportunity has arrived. The gods have not abandoned me. If I let them go now, combined with the Straw Hat Kid Luffy's invasion, it would definitely create chaos above. In the end, it would all be Warden Magellan's responsibility. And someday, the position of Warden will be mine. This statement shocked everyone. The entire Impel Down was invaded, and this guy was still thinking about the Warden position. What a bizarre maneuver. Deliberately letting people escape and placing the blame on Magellan, and then obtaining the Warden position? This guy must be crazy. It seemed he might actually succeed, as previous videos mentioned that Magellan had been negligent and allowed Blackbeard and Luffy's crew to release many high-profile criminals from Impel Down. The world government would definitely punish him, and this punishment could very well be the deprivation of Magellan's Warden position and the selection of a new Warden. People couldn't help but feel speechless. The world government was truly rotten from top to bottom, with not a single good person. In the previous videos, the Celestial Dragons treated people like they were nothing. Now, the Deputy Warden of Impel Down was letting Buggy and Mr. 3 go for the sake of the Warden position. They would rather see Magellan as Warden, considering he was more responsible. In the previous video, Magellan took on the responsibility for the 6th level of Impel Down and was even willing to commit suicide to atone for it. It was Marshal Sengoku who was worried that Magellan might do something foolish and instructed people to keep a close eye on him. Additionally, the previous video exposed that the world government concealed the 6th level incident to protect its reputation, showing they didn't care about the lives of ordinary people at all. The 5 elders looked grimly at Hannibal in the video, thinking, with you like this, you still want to be the Warden? Maybe in your next life. Magellan helplessly stared at Hannibal, knowing that Hannibal wanted the Warden position. However, he never expected that at this point. This guy would let escape the escaped convicts for the sake of the Warden position. Hannibal felt uneasy under Magellan's gaze. He would absolutely do what was shown in the video. After all, he had long coveted the Warden position. At this moment in the video, Hannibal asked the guards to step aside and eagerly said to Buggy and Mr. 3, Sorry to keep you waiting, come this way. He then invited the 2 over. Buggy and Mr. 3 looked at Hannibal's actions in confusion, wondering if there was some trap. They felt incredulous, and their instincts told them it must be a trap. So they directly attacked Hannibal. Hannibal glared at the two angrily. He had already stepped aside, yet these two were so ungrateful. Saying that, he quickly took them down and had them tied up. Meanwhile, the confrontation between Luffy and Magellan was reaching its climax. With Luffy covered in Magellan's venom and surrounded by a purple toxic mist, Luffy felt something was wrong. He wanted to break the toxic fog around him. However, it was of no use, and instead, after inhaling a large amount of toxic gas, his ears began to buzz, and his consciousness started to fade. Luffy used a balloon to try to blow away the toxic gas, but this attack not only failed but also caused him to inhale more toxic gas. He ultimately collapsed to the ground. Magellan looked at Luffy, who had no strength left to fight back, and turned to leave. Just then, Luffy, who had shown no reaction before, struggled to get back up and continued to attack Magellan. Magellan used his poison dragon to knock him down again, covering Luffy entirely with venom. At this point, he had no strength left to stand, lying there with an uncertain fate. Magellan ordered someone to throw the unconscious Luffy into the center tower on the 5th underground level. Everyone was staring at the video of Luffy. If no one came to save him, only death awaited him. Garp clenched his fists, his face dark as he watched Luffy on the video. How could Luffy survive in such a situation? But he couldn't blame Magellan. Magellan was a very responsible warden. Ultimately, it was all his fault. If he had extinguished Luffy's desire to become a pirate from the start and guided him onto the right path, this wouldn't have happened. It was all his fault. Garp thought in anguish. Meanwhile, the fleeing Little Fong encountered the captured Buggy. Little Fong transformed into Nami and successfully tricked the old pervert Hannibal, tying him up. Disguised as Hannibal, Little Fong successfully deceived Magellan and rescued Buggy and Mr. 3. The three of them reached a safe place, and Mr. 3 asked, "What should we do next?" Little Fong, still in Hannibal's form, replied, "What else is there to ask? We need to save the Straw Hat as quickly as possible." Buggy and Mr. 3 were confused. The Straw Hat Kid had already been poisoned by Magellan and locked up on the 5th underground level. He was completely hopeless. There was no need to go to such a place. Hearing this, Little Fong said, "Even if it's a lost cause, it doesn't matter. When I left Magellan and the Straw Hat, I had already put my life on the line. Rather than collapse and get caught together, I'd rather escape. If I can save the Straw Hat's life, I will go back to save you, even if it costs me my life. I swore to do so when I ran away." Buggy was puzzled. They had barely escaped. Why would he want to throw his life away? Little Fong replied to the two, "Because he is a friend. What other reason do you need?" This left Buggy and Mr. 3 somewhat dumbfounded. They didn't consider the Straw Hat Kid to be a friend, at most, just a companion in breaking out of prison. They didn't want to risk their lives for that. Little Fong realized that to save the Straw Hat, he needed to find a way to deal with the poison. He thought of the antidote. Luffy on the Mary was touched as he watched the video of Little Fong. This guy had done so much for him. Without Little Fong, he might really have died there. At this moment, Little Fong, disguised as Hannibal, went to the medical room to inquire about an antidote. The staff there told him that if it were just one type of poison, it would be manageable. But in the case of the warden's mixed toxins, an antidote could not be produced. The medic explained that using random drugs would only accelerate his death. Unfortunately, he was beyond saving. Little Fong couldn't believe what he heard. Buggy and Mr. 3 urged him to give up and escape with them. After all, surviving against Magellan was a miracle that was unlikely to happen. Upon hearing Mr. 3 mention miracles, Little Fong suddenly thought of someone, the Okama King, Ivankov. Only that person could save the Straw Hat now. Buggy and Mr. 3 were unfamiliar with the name. They didn't believe there was anyone in this world who could save the Straw Hat Kid. But given the current situation, it was safest to stay with Little Fong, who could transform into Hannibal. With no other choice, the two of them followed Little Fong into the 5th underground level, the frozen hell, through the perspective of the three. The appearance of the 5th level frozen hell was revealed to the world. A gust of cold wind blew, and the three of them instantly turned into ice sculptures, facing a pack of military wolves eyeing them hungrily. Buggy and Mr. 3 saw the situation was dire and immediately abandoned Little Fong to escape. The cold weather prevented Little Fong from exerting his strength, and his clothes were torn to shreds by the military wolves. Meanwhile, Luffy, covered in venom, was still banging against the iron door, with other prisoners urging him to give up. Just then, a man with an exposed upper body approached, covered in wounds and holding the prison keys. This man was none other than Little Fong. Little Fong opened the cell and dragged Luffy away on a sled. While dragging Luffy, he asked the prison inmates about Ivankov, and finally, someone indicated that he knew where Ivankov was. The person pointed to the forest behind him, saying there was an unused guard room there, and he had seen strange men appear in that area. Little Fong thanked him and headed deep into the forest with Luffy. After the two left, someone nearby remarked, "Isn't that forest the den of the wolves?" This statement enraged the people watching the screen. This guy had pointed them in the wrong direction. They were worried about Little Fang's situation next. Little Fong pulled Luffy deeper into the forest, followed by a pack of fierce military wolves. Just then, the military wolves launched an attack, and Little Fong turned around to use his Okama Kenpo, taking down the leading wolf. While focusing on the front, several military wolves took the opportunity to sneak attack Luffy on the sled. Little Fong jumped over to knock them down, but he fell to the ground, and the wolves swarmed him, biting at the fallen Little Fong. At this moment, Luffy, who had been in a state of unconsciousness, woke up and immediately bit one of the military wolves. Luffy looked angrily at the surrounding military wolves, and the Conqueror's haki flashed, causing the military wolves to fall to the ground one by one. Xiao Feng stared at Luffy in shock, and before he could even ask, he also collapsed to the ground due to severe exhaustion. People watched the video in disbelief, not expecting that this Straw Hat Kid could already use Conqueror's haki at this time. However, now both of them were unconscious. Who would be able to save them next? Just then, a figure appeared in front of the two unconscious individuals, and with that iconic hairstyle and wine glass, people immediately recognized who it was, the Revolutionary Army's Lightning, Ivankov's right-hand man. They couldn't believe they had truly found Ivankov by chance. The scene shifted, and the unconscious Xiao Feng woke up, hearing sounds nearby and following the noise. He pushed open a wooden door deep in the corridor, and the sight before him left him stunned. The people in front of the screen were also shocked by this scene. Who would have thought that such a place existed in this hell? Who could tell that this was Impel Down? Some would believe it was heaven. Sengoku was almost furious. How could such a place exist in Impel Down? This was simply slapping their faces. No wonder they had been searching for Ivankov without success. Sengoku contacted Magellan, insisting that he find this place and eliminate it completely. Magellan, upon receiving the call, was also surprised that such a place existed right under his nose. He sent people to the 5th underground level to search for this mysterious space. The people on the video gathered together, drinking and chatting, and after discovering Xiao Feng's presence, they greeted him warmly. Xiao Feng was overwhelmed by the situation, and just then, the lights suddenly went dim, and a figure appeared on stage. Xiao Feng approached to check, and the person was indeed the Ivankov he had been searching for. After confirming that it was really Ivankov, Xiao Feng excitedly rushed forward and knelt before Ivankov, pleading for him to save Luffy, who was infected by venom. After hearing Xiao Feng's plea, Ivankov followed him to where Luffy was. During their conversation, Xiao Feng learned that while he was unconscious, Luffy had desperately begged Ivankov for help, and Luffy's treatment had already begun 10 hours ago. The two arrived at a room locked with chains, where they could hear Luffy's painful screams. Listening to Luffy's cries, Xiao Feng asked Ivankov what was going on. Ivankov explained. He was locked deep in a cave, screaming in agony for the past 10 hours, and it would take another 2 days to complete the treatment. At this moment, the scene shifted, and Ivankov addressed the bound Luffy. 10 years. Let me consume 10 years of your life from now on. After saying this, Ivankov changed his tone. But I can't guarantee that consuming these 10 years of life will save you. For someone with a survival rate of 0, it only increases your chances by 2 to 3. Whether you survive or not will depend on your strength. If you die, it means the poison wins. If you live, it means you win. Saying this, Ivankov used healing hormones on Luffy. Luffy was screaming in pain from the intense agony. Xiao Feng, hearing Luffy's cries, was very worried. Ivankov said, I have excessively stimulated the potential immunity of the Straw Hat Boy, transforming his body into one that can resist toxins. Inside him, destruction and regeneration are repeating at an abnormal speed. Only by enduring this pain can he keep his life. The people in front of the screen, hearing Ivankov's words, couldn't help but worry for the Straw Hat Kid, Luffy. 10 years of life. If it were 1 or 2 years, it would be fine, but this is 10 years. However, it seems that Ivankov's treatment is working. Is this the reason he appeared safely at Marineford earlier? Chat room. Kid, 10 years of life for toxin resistance, not bad. Apo, would you trade if it were you? Beiji, I wouldn't trade it. Hawkins, not just 10 years, right? Apo, in the previous video, during the Marineford War, the Straw Hat Kid used it once at least 10 years, possibly up to 20. Hawkins, it can't be just that. The side effects of those techniques he used before seem quite significant. That gear third even turns him into a child. Do you really believe there are no side effects? Apo, I seriously doubt he will live past 50. Hawkins, no need to doubt. This is very likely to become a reality. At this moment, Garp and Ace, seeing the records in the chat room, couldn't help but worry about Luffy's body and hurriedly called out in the chat room. Luffy. Garp, Luffy. Ace, Luffy. Sabo, Luffy. Luffy. Everyone don't worry. I've already overcome the side effects of Gear 2nd and Gear 3rd. At this moment, Sanji and the others on the Mary are looking at Luffy with serious expressions. Luffy scratched his head and said to the others, "It's not as exaggerated as they say. There will be side effects, but I've already overcome them." Sanji and the others didn't listen to him and had Chopper check him inside and out. Only after Chopper finished the examination and told them there were no issues did they feel relieved. Nami let out a sigh of relief and punched Luffy on the head, saying he shouldn't push himself so hard anymore. If he can't win, he must run. The others all agreed with Nami's words. In the video, Xiao Feng was leaning against the door, watching Luffy inside, but was startled by Luffy's painful screams. Xiao Feng cried and begged Ivankov to save Luffy. Ivankov punched Xiao Feng on the head, saying, "Are we saving him right now? Don't underestimate life. Do you know how difficult it is to resist a fate that leads to certain death? I have never saved those who only rely on others. Whether it's a country on the brink of collapse due to poverty or one facing annihilation due to war, miracles only happen to those who never give up. Don't underestimate miracles." Xiao Feng was shocked to hear Ivankov's words and exclaimed, "Miracle?" Ivankov replied, "Yes, but for the Straw Hat Boy to be saved. A huge miracle is needed." Hearing this, Xiao Feng said, "I'm willing to gamble on the vitality of the Straw Hat. I believe in miracles. Because he is the Straw Hat. The Straw Hat can definitely do it." Ivankov said, "No matter how anxious you are, it won't help. Just wait and believe in him." After saying this, Ivankov took Xiao Feng to the paradise. Xiao Feng was shocked at everything in front of him, unable to believe that this was a prison. Ivankov explained everything to Xiao Feng, and people learned from Ivankov about this new human paradise located on the 5th floor. It turned out that all the new humans here were former lost prisoners, dragged into this space by the so-called Devil's Sleeve. And the entrance to the new human paradise was spread across all floors. They could gather various supplies from all over the place. The guards wouldn't notice. No one expected there would be such a paradise in hell. Not only that, but they also knew all the intelligence from outside, including the Straw Hat Kid invading Impel Down. Magellan recalled this incident involving the Devil's Sleeve in Impel Down and realized they had all been pulled into this place. Xiao Feng listened in shock to Ivankov's words, unable to believe. The 6th floor? Is there really such a floor? Ivankov replied, "Yes. The truly dangerous characters are locked up there. All of them have been sentenced to death or life imprisonment. The 6th floor, the infinite hell. Those excessively brutal events have been erased by the world government." In addition, Ivankov revealed the existence of another person to Xiao Feng, the head guard Shiryu of the Rain, whose strength was on par with Magellan. This guy was imprisoned on the 6th floor by Magellan for killing prisoners. People watched the video where Shiryu stood among a pile of corpses with a cold smile. Many were shocked to find out that this Shiryu was actually the head guard. In a previous video, this guy appeared with Blackbeard's crew in Marineford, and many noticed his clothing but didn't think much of it. They never expected this guy was once part of the government. What kind of people does the world government have? Each one worse than the last. Previously, there was the Deputy Warden Hannibal who set free Buggy and Mr. 3 for the position of warden. And now there was Shiryu who killed prisoners. Impel Down was really rotten. Only Magellan, the warden, was decent. In the previous video, the world government chose to conceal the events of the 6th floor, while Magellan chose to take responsibility. That was much better than the others. Ivankov continued to tell Xiao Feng about the notorious pirates locked on the 6th floor. One terrifying name after another came from his mouth, including Blackbeard's former partners shown in the previous video. Also, Xiao Feng's former boss, Crocodile, the Sea Knight Jinbei from the 7 Warlords, and Luffy's target, Poor Gasti, Ace. Ivankov sighed. "The Straw Hat Boy was an enemy of you guys in Alabasta, right?" Xiao Feng replied, "Friendship has nothing to do with positions." Ivankov told Xiao Feng the execution time for Ace and the time for the Straw Hat to detoxify. According to this timeline, the Straw Hat Kid wouldn't make it in time to save Ace. After hearing this, Xiao Feng dejectedly went to the room where Luffy was. He wanted to do something for the Straw Hat. At this moment, Xiao Feng arrived at the front of Luffy's room, listening to Luffy's painful screams, and loudly cheered for him. He couldn't share Luffy's pain, but the only thing he could do was cheer him on. Come on, Straw Hat. Keep it up. After several hours of cheering, Xiao Feng also moved the new humans in the paradise, and they joined him in cheering for the Straw Hat Kid. Finally, with the support of Xiao Feng and the new humans, the Straw Hat Kid Luffy woke up. This scene deeply shocked everyone present. This new human was truly amazing. Whether it was the brotherly bond between the Straw Hat Kid and Ace or the friendship between Feng Keelii and the Straw Hat, they were all touched. To have such a friend and brother was truly a blessing. Ace looked at the fully revived Luffy with tears streaming down his face, and they silently thanked Feng Keelii and Ivankov in the video. Without them, Luffy would not have been able to overcome this ordeal. However, seeing Luffy recover, Xiao Feng collapsed. Luffy hurried forward, looking worriedly at Xiao Feng. Ivankov said, "He is not injured, but overly fatigued." Luffy looked at Ivankov and said, "Thank you." Ivankov replied, "If you want to thank someone, thank that guy, Bonnie. I just used my ability to help you a bit. But this guy has been suffering alongside you for several hours, even hoarse and spitting blood, constantly shouting, 'Hang in there. Stay alive.' I don't think this has nothing to do with your ability to pull through." Hearing this, Luffy looked at Xiao Feng. During the time he was poisoned, his consciousness was always present, and he knew everything that Xiao Feng did. Luffy said to Xiao Feng, "Thank you, Xiao Feng. I will remember this kindness." As he spoke, Luffy bowed his head to Xiao Feng. At that moment, Luffy in front of the screen was also shouting, "Xiao Feng, thank you." The others on the Mary also expressed their gratitude to Xiao Feng on the screen, as they were not by Luffy's side. It was Xiao Feng who helped him through the tough times when he needed it the most. They will not forget this kindness. The now recovered Luffy told Ivankov that he was going to rescue Ace. Upon learning that Luffy was Dragon's son, Ivankov decided to escape with him to save Ace. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ace began to be escorted. Luffy, Ivankov, and the Lightning Trio also arrived at the 6th underground level. Ivankov transformed a prison guard into a woman and learned the exact location of Ace from her. By the time the three of them arrived, Ace had already been taken away by the elevator. Luffy and his crew released Jinbei and Crocodile, forming the strongest jailbreak team. They fought their way directly to the 4th underground level. Meanwhile, Buggy and Mr. 3 successfully reached the 2nd underground level and released the prisoners there. Hannibal, listening to the reports, was overwhelmed by the chaos. On one side were Buggy and the prisoners on the 2nd level, and on the other were the Straw Hat crew on the 4th level. At that moment, a report came through the transponder snail about the arrival of a group of people. The warlord Blackbeard had also arrived at Impel Down, adding to the confusion. This situation left Hannibal utterly at a loss. Just as Hannibal decided to return to the monitoring room to eat some persimmons, he received a call from Warden Magellan. He had dealt with the riot on the 2nd level, sealing off the entrance, trapping Buggy and the others there. The chaos before him prompted Magellan to decide to release Shiryu of the Rain to confront Blackbeard's crew, instructing Hannibal to suppress the riot on the 4th level. Magellan's words significantly improved the impression of this warden among those watching. Compared to Hannibal, who was utterly useless and thinking about eating persimmons at such a critical time, Magellan's decision made sense. However, the fact that Magellan was releasing Shiryu raised concerns. Shiryu had joined Blackbeard's crew, and releasing him would likely backfire. Hearing this, Hannibal immediately regained his composure. Magellan ordered Shiryu's release to deal with Blackbeard's crew. The moment Magellan hung up the phone, Shiryu brutally killed all the guards. He then descended to the 1st underground level, encountering Blackbeard and his crew. Contrary to Magellan's instructions, he did not try to intercept Blackbeard, but instead killed the guards. This scene was entirely expected. Shiryu was not a good person at all, and if he had followed Magellan's orders, that would have been surprising. At that moment, Hannibal stood before Luffy and the others, having been defeated by Luffy time and again, but refusing to back down, repeatedly standing in front of Luffy. Hannibal, struggling to maintain his composure, said to Luffy and the others, "As long as you are still at sea, the people will lie awake at night, fearing the loss of their loved ones. Therefore, to allow the weak to feel secure, I must imprison the vicious criminals. This is the great fortress of hell. If it is destroyed, people will fall into endless panic. I said you cannot pass, so you will not get through this step." People watching Hannibal on the screen fell silent. He was completely different from his previous image. This improved people's perceptions of him. Although he was eager for the position of warden, when it came time to act, he still had some skills. Just then, a scream came from behind Hannibal, and the guards behind him were all consumed by darkness. A voice said, "Shut up. Don't talk about justice and evil. Even if you search the entire world, there will be no answer." As he spoke, the person kicked Hannibal in the face. The man was none other than Blackbeard. Blackbeard also spotted Luffy and provocatively mentioned Ace. From their conversation, people realized that these two had met before. Moreover, Blackbeard's initial target was actually the Straw Hat Kid, Luffy. Luffy angrily stared at Blackbeard and used his jet pistol to punch Blackbeard, sending him flying. Blackbeard used his Dark Water ability to grab Luffy and slammed him hard into the ground. Luffy screamed in pain, blood flowing from his body. He looked at the blood in confusion, wondering why he was hurt when his body was rubber and should not be injured by ordinary attacks. Blackbeard explained his abilities to Luffy and the others. Luffy wanted to continue attacking, but was stopped by Jinbei. At that moment, someone discovered Magellan's whereabouts. Jinbei told Luffy to ignore Blackbeard and the others, as their goal was to break out and rescue Ace. Blackbeard's crew also didn't want to waste time here, and the two sides parted ways. At this point, Magellan finally reached the 4th underground level and confronted Blackbeard's crew directly. Magellan looked at Blackbeard's crew and used his poison dragon to eliminate them in one move. This left the viewers puzzled. Was Blackbeard's crew really that useless? They were taken down by Magellan in one hit. Wasn't the earlier video saying that Magellan was on the verge of collapse? People suddenly recalled that guy, Shiryu of the Rain. It seemed he had cured them of the poison. People couldn't help but lament that releasing Shiryu was a major mistake for Magellan. Not only did it not help, but it also allowed Blackbeard's crew to escape. At this time, Ivankov stayed on the 3rd level to hold off Magellan, allowing Luffy and the others to leave first. Meanwhile, Buggy and Mr. 3 released all the prisoners from the 1st and 2nd levels. At this moment, due to Shiryu's betrayal, Impel Down was completely cut off from the outside world, turning it into a true island. Sengoku looked at this scene with a grim expression. This was definitely the most humiliating moment in Impel Down's history. An unprecedented major event. Countless prisoners escaped. The chief warden betrayed them. Even the warden Magellan was defeated afterwards. Impel Down was completely shattered. He finally understood why the Straw Hat crew and Blackbeard could appear safely in Marineford in the previous video. With the situation, without the Navy's support, it was indeed difficult for Magellan to suppress these escaped prisoners. The video showed Luffy and the others meeting Buggy on the 1st underground level. Just then, Magellan's voice was heard. Having dealt with Ivankov and Lightning, he also arrived at the 1st underground level. Magellan ordered all Navy ships at the dock to leave port, so even if the Straw Hat crew successfully escaped, they would have no way to get out. Seeing Magellan appear, the prisoners attacked him with guns. Magellan charged into the crowd using his poison dragon, but at that moment, Mr. 3 used his wax wall to block Magellan's attack. This excited the others. They hadn't expected Mr. 3's ability to perfectly counter Magellan's poison. Seeing that Magellan was stopped, Luffy decided to let Jinbei go ahead and seize a Navy ship while he stayed behind to buy them some time. Luffy had Mr. 3 cover his limbs in wax, and together they blocked Magellan. Meanwhile, Buggy, Jinbei, and the others successfully reached the front of the plaza. Jinbei took apart a door to use as a ship and led Crocodile and the others to seize a warship. At this point, Magellan was completely enraged by Luffy and the others, and the venom on his body turned a purplish-red color. This was Magellan's strongest attack, the poison giant. Mr. 3's wax candles gradually lost their effectiveness against this purple venom. Luffy and the others, seeing this terrifying scene, knew they were no match and chose to escape. Just then, Ivankov, who had injected hormones, appeared on the underground level with the unconscious Lightning, using the death glare before Luffy and the others. Luffy used a transponder snail to contact Jinbei. Jinbei told Luffy that although they had seized a warship, it was too far away and difficult to return quickly for support. Jinbei instructed everyone to jump into the sea, and he would handle the situation from there. Luffy decided to follow Jinbei's advice. He used Gear 3rd, with the help of Mr. 3's wax wall, to directly send Magellan's poisonous giant soldier flying. But this only bought them a little bit of time, as the poison quickly spread again. The shrunken Luffy woke the unconscious Ivankov, asking him to use the death wink to take them to the sea. Ivankov, without suspicion, used the death wink and flew everyone out of Impel Down. Just as they were about to fall into the water, a large group of whale sharks appeared to save them. This group of whale sharks was summoned by Jinbei. Everyone successfully boarded the warship. Magellan looked on in disbelief at the scene before him. At this moment, the Navy continued to pursue the escaped prisoners. As long as the gates of justice were not opened, it was only a matter of time before the Navy captured the Straw Hat crew. Just as the Navy confidently continued to bombard the escapees, the gates of justice slowly opened. This scene shocked everyone. What was happening? Why did the gates of justice open? Sengoku, watching the video, suddenly remembered someone, Mr. 2, Bon Clay. This guy had escaped with them, but he was nowhere to be seen during the war. Could it be that he stayed behind to open the gate? This thought left Sengoku in disbelief. Others also noticed this matter. What was this guy's purpose? He kept helping the Straw Hat Kid time and time again. On the screen, in the power room of Impel Down, Magellan appeared there. He ordered the soldiers in the power room to open the gates of justice. Meanwhile, the real Magellan looked incredulously at the opened gates of justice, confused about what was happening in the power room. Why was the gate opened without his orders? Magellan rushed to the power room in a hurry and saw another version of himself there. He instantly understood everything upon seeing this person. At this moment, the other Magellan revealed his true identity. He was Bon Clay. The real and fake Magellan left the soldiers in the power room completely unsure of whom to listen to. Many who guessed this scene couldn't help but marvel that Bon Clay really sacrificed so much for the Straw Hat Kid. Having a friend like this in life is truly fulfilling. At this time, Luffy and the others also realized that it was Bon Clay who had opened the gates of justice for them. Jinbei handed the still communicating snail phone to Luffy. Luffy shouted at the transponder snail, "Xiao phone. Hello, can you hear me? Xiao phone. Why are you doing this again?" Just like last time. The video showed a scene where Xiao phone, disguised as a member of the Straw Hat crew, lured Tino away. Luffy shouted with a choked voice, "Aren't we supposed to escape together? Aren't you always saving me? If you're there, hurry up and respond. Xiao phone." The others on the warship also shouted Xiao Feng's name, with tears in their eyes. As the gate of justice was about to close, Luffy spoke into the transponder snail, "We're leaving. Thank you." This made Xiao Feng unable to hold back any longer, and he cried out, "Straw Hat, you must save your brother. You can definitely save your brother." This directly broke Luffy's defenses, and he shouted Xiao Feng's name with tears streaming down his face. Many people in front of the screen were also teary-eyed. Xiao Feng was truly amazing, clearly a transgender person, yet he acted more manly than most men. They were willing to call him Brother Feng. This is true friendship. Without this video, they could never have imagined that someone could go this far for a friend. Many wish they could have such a friend too. Ace looked silently at the darkening screen, feeling very grateful to Feng Keelii, who had helped Luffy more than once in times of danger. Ace felt happy that Luffy had such a friend. At this moment, Luffy and the others on the Mary were also tearfully watching the video. Although they hadn't met yet, they promised to personally thank Xiao Feng for saving their lives if they ever did. As the gate of justice closed, the screen also went dark. Then the system's voice sounded, "This video has come to an end. Congratulations to Feng Keelii for making the list. The reward for those on the list is an improved version of the transformation technique. Please check it out. Improved transformation technique. No contact needed. Can transform into anything one wishes, including animals, plants, and weapons." At this moment, Xiao Feng, still immersed in the video, was wiping his tears. As the system's voice faded, a part of his memory suddenly appeared in his mind. At the same time, a card appeared in front of him. Xiao Feng reached out to take the card, which had the instructions written on it. After reading them carefully, he excitedly began to demonstrate the transformation technique. "Chat room, kid, I have to say, this Feng Keelii is really good. That Crocodile has quite an eye. His Baroque Works agents are also pretty decent. Crocodile, thank you. Apo, I admit I judged by appearance. This transgender person is indeed impressive. Ivankov, Phone Boy, he is really amazing. Urki, is there no follow-up? What happened to that transgender person later? Becky, I don't know, but that Magellan was beaten pretty badly. Hawkins, it's likely that Shiryu of the Rain saved Blackbeard's crew, and then they ganged up on Magellan. In a one-on-one, Blackbeard might not even be Magellan's match. After all, in the video, Magellan took out Blackbeard's crew with a single hit. Kid, ganging up is Blackbeard's specialty. He previously ganged up on a nearly exhausted Whitebeard. If they gang up on Magellan, I wouldn't be surprised at all. Blackbeard, it doesn't matter to me whether it's a gang up or not. As long as we win, any means are acceptable. Doflamingo, that's right. As long as the result is achieved, the process doesn't matter. Doflamingo was quite interested in Blackbeard, agreeing with many of his views. He was quite eager to make friends with the person who had become one of the 4 emperors in this video. At this moment, Doflamingo was drinking a beverage while reading the messages in the chat room. Just then, his transponder snail rang. Doflamingo answered the transponder snail. "Hello, what's the matter?" The voice on the other end said, "Sorry, master. We couldn't find Trafalgar Law." Since Doflamingo learned that Law had gone to sea, he had been searching for him. He spread the word that anyone who could find Law would be given a chance to join the Don Quixote family. Many pirates wanting to join the Don Quixote family began to take action. The person on the other end of the transponder snail was a pirate under the Don Quixote family, responsible for contacting other pirates to help Doflamingo find Trafalgar Law. The Don Quixote family was quite a famous pirate crew in the New World, especially well known in the North Sea, even able to stop children's night cries. Coupled with Doflamingo's identity as a warlord of the sea, many pirates wanted to join them. Doflamingo himself was well connected in both the underworld and the three major powers of the sea. Initially, Doflamingo had held Celestial Dragon hostage to blackmail the world government into granting him the status of Warlord of the Sea, which provided him with an official background. Additionally, with his identity as a Celestial Dragon known to only a few, the world government could not act against him, turning a blind eye to everything Doflamingo did. This led Doflamingo to become even more unscrupulous. On the surface, he was the king of Dressrosa and one of the warlords, while behind the scenes, he acted as the underworld intermediary joker, trading in humans, engaging in arms deals, and manufacturing devil fruits, leaving nothing out. At this moment, Doflamingo heard the response from the other end, and remarked that since Law had already set sail, finding him was only a matter of time. He instructed them to continue searching for Law's whereabouts. Doflamingo was not surprised that they couldn't find Law. After all, Law had been avoiding them. Finding him was somewhat challenging, especially since his pirate ship was a submarine, making it too easy for him to evade them. However, he did not think Law would hide forever. That guy had always wanted revenge on him. Since he had already set sail, it was only a matter of time before he arrived in the New World, unless he no longer wanted revenge. After hearing the response from the other end, Doflamingo hung up the phone. He looked at the screen in front of him, sipping his drink, and pondered quietly. The screen before him did not disappear after the quiz ended, which puzzled Doflamingo. Just as he was about to ask the reason in the chat room, the screen lit up again, and the system's voice followed. Pirate feature, Death Surgeon Trafalgar Law. Introduction, Trafalgar Law, full name Trafalgar D. Water Law, captain of the Heart Pirates and ship's doctor, user of the Ope No Me, a supernova, one of the notorious generation, formerly one of the warlords of the sea, nicknamed Death Surgeon, with a bounty of 3 billion berries. Navy feature, Smoker the Smoke Man. Introduction, Smoker, Rear Admiral of the Navy's G5 branch, user of the smoke fruit, former student of Admiral Zephyr, nicknamed White Hunter. The people in front of the screen looked at the video in surprise, wondering what was going on. Didn't they usually play the next one after a while? Today, it was played continuously. Moreover, it was two people. Everyone looked at these two people, both of whom had appeared in the first video. One had saved the Straw Hats during the Marineford War, and the other had once hunted the Straw Hats, later teaming up to defeat Barrett. Their impressions of them were quite good. At this moment, in a certain sea area of the Grand Line, Law and his crew also saw the video. Beepo and the others stared blankly at the bounty on the screen. They couldn't believe that this bounty actually belonged to their captain. After multiple confirmations, they finally believed their eyes. Beepo shouted excitedly, "Captain!" The others were also happy for their captain. Being on the list means there will be rewards. Law looked at the introduction about him on the screen, and he couldn't help but clench his fists, secretly muttering Doflamingo to himself. One of his purposes for going to sea was to defeat Doflamingo and take revenge for Corazon. Ever since Doflamingo learned that he had come to the Grand Line, pirates wanting to follow Doflamingo had been constantly causing him trouble, which was quite bothersome. Right now, he was not yet a match for Doflamingo, and he couldn't expose his location. However, Law looked at the bounty amount on the screen and thought that it seemed he had achieved that in the future. At this moment, many people at the Navy headquarters were cheering, as this time there was one of their own in the rankings. Smoker, who had appeared in the previous video, was well known to everyone, and many in the Navy liked his style of doing things. Seeing him make the list, many were happy for him. Sengoku looked at the word surgery fruit on the screen and thought of that person from years ago. Early in the video, Sengoku had already noticed this guy's ability. It seemed that this guy was the same boy who had suffered from platinum lead disease back then. Sengoku had never gotten over the death of Razanani all these years, and he had investigated the identity of that boy back then. But that boy had also disappeared along with the surgery fruit. Looking at the introduction of Law on the video, Sengoku felt a headache. He didn't expect this guy to be one of the D clan. What was going on with this clan? It was getting more and more chaotic. But was this amount for real? 3 billion. Sengoku stared at the screen in shock. The others at the Navy headquarters also felt it was unbelievable. This amount could definitely be considered as a Yonko-level bounty. After some discussion, Sengoku and the others unanimously believed that a Yonko had definitely been defeated. And it was even possible that 2 had been defeated. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have such a bounty. Sengoku sighed. realizing that these guys had really opened their eyes. At this moment, Big Mom and Kaido were also in disbelief upon seeing this bounty, and recalling the previous analysis in the chat room, couldn't he help but think, could it be that they were really defeated by these guys? Doflamingo looked grimly at the name on the screen. Law. He found it hard to believe that this guy had made the list. So, this was his full name. And he was also AD. When he saw Law's bounty, Doflamingo's eyes widened in an instant, and he repeatedly confirmed, doubting whether his eyes were deceiving him. As he saw that Law had a bounty of 3 billion. Was this bounty for real? The more Doflamingo looked, the more uneasy he felt. Would the system expose him as well? He had always wanted to avoid being counted. After all, he had many things that couldn't be seen. Chat room, Apu, 2 on the list? And they're all old acquaintances. Trafalgar D, Waterlaw. What is going on with this guy? Is this really his real name? Another with AD. What does this D mean? A bounty of 3 billion. Am I seeing things? Urki, you're not mistaken. It's indeed 3 billion. And he is actually our contemporary. As one of the Supernovas and the worst generation, I feel really ashamed. Urki, the Straw Hat Kid, is already impressive enough. I didn't expect there to be someone even more powerful. Beach, I'm curious about Kid's future bounty. These 3 guys are allies. The other 2 shouldn't be low either. Apo, in the first video, Kid had a bounty of 470 million, so it's obvious he will increase. Hawkins, these guys are indeed formidable. The future world is truly exciting. Hawkins, and this bounty amount, this is already at the Yonko level, right? Beach, so my previous guess is very likely true. This alliance of 3 is very likely to have taken down at least 1 Yonko. Otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible to have this amount. Enel, what is going on with this system? Am I, Enel the Thunder God, not worthy of making the list? Not a single one I've heard of. Enel looked at the screen. He had also watched the previous video. Regarding their performance, Enel thought, is that all? I can make the list too. However, he waited for a long time and still didn't see his name. This made Enel very angry. Fortunately, his arc maxim was about to be completed, so he didn't care too much about making the list. After all, his goal was the endless land. Shiki, besides a few familiar faces, I haven't heard of the others on the list. But a bounty of 3 billion is indeed close to the current Yonko level. Big Mom and Kaido, you 2 wouldn't have really been defeated, would you? Huh, Big Mom. Kaido. The 2 were questioning their lives when they saw Shiki in the group. Both felt helpless. They had originally scoffed at the speculations in the chat room. However, more and more evidence indicated that at least one of them had been defeated, especially Kaido, who originally didn't believe it. But with the exposure of the system and the previous prophecies, he also began to doubt whether it was really him who had been defeated. The others on Onigashima were also in disbelief upon seeing the bounty of 3 billion. This guy wouldn't become a Yonko, would he? Sengoku, former Shichibukai? What does that mean? Was this guy also taken down? Sengoku was speechless. What was going on with these guys? In the previous video, Blackbeard had become a Shichibukai with the intention of going to Impel Down. Was this guy also joining the Shichibukai for a specific purpose? Otherwise, Sengoku couldn't understand why a perfectly fine Shichibukai would be removed. After all, if a Shichibukai didn't do anything major wrong, they wouldn't be removed. The previous Shichibukai had remained unchanged for many years, yet in the video, one after another was replaced. Garp, it would be better to just abolish them all. Akiji agreed. Suru agreed. Sengoku. Seeing Garp's words, Sengoku actually agreed with him. However, abolishing the Shichibukai was not something he could decide. Crocodile, Doflamingo. This guy is your enemy. Just asking if you're nervous. Previously, Doflamingo and Law had a very tense conversation in the chat room, and everyone knew they had a grudge. At this moment, Doflamingo also saw Crocodile's words in the chat room. Upon seeing the bounty, he indeed felt a bit flustered. What was going on with this guy? How could he be rewarded with 3 billion? This was definitely a monumental event. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have such a high bounty. Doflamingo called the pirates looking for Law, instructing them to eliminate him directly once they found him. If he really grew stronger, it would definitely be a threat to him. Doflamingo, now that I know his future, would I not take action in advance? For a potential threat, of course, it must be nipped in the bud. I want to let him grow stronger. Crocodile, just afraid you can't kill him, after all. There will definitely be rewards after the ranking ends. Doflamingo. At this moment, the screen began to show images. Inside a warehouse, several people were robbing, counting the money they had just acquired while chatting about the white town of Flevence. Doflamingo immediately recognized who these people were, and his expression turned a bit grim. Was this system really going to expose him? At this moment, the five elders changed their expressions upon hearing Flevens. Could this boy be a survivor from that white town? The people in front of the screen were also curious. They knew about the white town of Flevens, a very wealthy place. But it seemed to have been destroyed due to an infectious disease. They never expected that this boy, named Ro, actually came from Flevens. Meanwhile, in the video, Galadius continued to tell Baby 5 about the past of Flevens, a country famous for producing platinum lead. The source of the white town's dreamlike scenery was the discovery of a high-quality lead, or called platinum lead, in the country's geological layers. Platinum lead products had numerous buyers worldwide, and the platinum lead industry became a major industry in Flevens. The quick-witted world government also got involved in the transportation of goods, as platinum lead brought immense wealth to people. At that time, the white town, filled with endless business opportunities, attracted countless people. The audience listened to the dialogue in the video, which was similar to what they knew. At that time, platinum lead products were all the rage globally, and many households still possessed items made of platinum lead. Just then, Lao Ji on the screen took over the conversation, about 100 years before the rise of the platinum lead industry. The world government conducted a geological survey in that country and found that platinum lead contained toxins. Just touching it could lead to poisoning. Although the government and the royal family were well aware of this, they concealed this fact for the sake of immediate wealth. As soon as this statement was made, the people in front of the screen fell silent, staring at the screen in disbelief. Platinum lead is toxic? No way. Shock filled their faces. Many households had platinum lead items, especially the nobles, who bought plenty of platinum lead products to showcase their status. Now they were being told that platinum lead was toxic. What surprised them even more was that the world government was aware of it, yet they chose to hide this for the sake of wealth. Countless people looked angrily at the screen, wondering what the world government was doing. Previously, they had covered up the incidents in Alabasta and the underground layers, and now they were hiding the toxicity of platinum lead for money. They were utterly disappointed in the world government. They paid hefty fees for protection, only to receive this in return. Galadius continued to explain the dangers of lead poisoning to Baby 5. The toxin in platinum lead is in trace amounts, which is what makes it terrifying. If it continuously accumulates in a young person's body, when they have a second generation, the child's lifespan will be shortened. And when that child has their own offspring, they will have even shorter-lived children, leading to extinction. Galadius' words made the viewers feel their scalps tingle, and many hurried home to destroy their platinum lead items. No one expected this material to have such lethal power. Could this be the reason for the destruction of the White Town? What infuriated them the most was that the world government, fully aware of the dangers of platinum lead, still participated in the cover-up for the sake of money. Such inhumane actions were unimaginable. The screen then changed, revealing a boy wearing a spotted hat, diligently studying medical knowledge. Everyone immediately recognized this boy as the protagonist of this recounting, Trafalgar Law. They were surprised to learn that this child's dream was to become a doctor. People couldn't help but sigh. If that tragic event hadn't occurred, he might have truly become a doctor instead of a pirate. Ultimately, it was all the fault of the world government. If they had announced the toxicity of platinum lead, Flevens wouldn't have perished. At this moment, people also learned from the introduction that this boy's name bore the symbol D, sparking curiosity about its meaning. Unfortunately, Rayleigh hadn't mentioned it in the previous video, but everyone knew that this D must have a special significance. Otherwise, the world government wouldn't have gone to such lengths to erase Roger's D. In the video, Law happily participated in a celebration with his family. Just then, his sister Rami suddenly fainted, and the white spots on her hands caught everyone's attention. Everyone understood the reason for the child's fainting. The chronic platinum lead toxin hidden in her body had manifested in Law's generation. Rami's fainting was like an omen, and people began to fall ill one after another. With the age of onset decreasing, grandparents, parents, and children from 3 generations fell ill simultaneously, helplessly watching their bodies turn white. After enduring intense pain, they died one after another. Even the doctors were helpless. The audience watching the tragic Flevens couldn't help but gulp. The horror of platinum lead toxin sent chills down many spines. What terrified them even more was that after such a tragedy in Flevens, the world government, in order to cover up the truth, actually declared it an infectious disease. If it weren't for the video's exposure, they wouldn't have known how long they would have been deceived. At this moment, the tragedy had just begun. Witnessing the people of the White Town all succumb to the same symptoms, neighboring countries mistakenly believed that platinum lead disease was an infectious disease. They decided to implement isolation measures from all sides, blocking all exits. The royal family, taking advantage of the government's power, left this trouble behind, abandoning all citizens. Citizens seeking treatment attempted to cross the blockade, but were shot by terrified people. The neighboring country used self-defense as an excuse to wage war against Flevens. The once white town turned into a sea of flames. On the screen, a nun led a group of children trying to leave. She looked at the lone Law. You should come with everyone. Some kind-hearted soldiers said they could give the children a way out. Law replied, Sister, my sister is about to die. I can't leave now. Hearing this, the nun urged Law to board the next evacuation ship and comforted him. There is no despair in this world. The light of redemption, filled with compassion, will surely descend upon you again. Hearing these words, Law finally smiled. He believed the nun's words. The people in front of the screen couldn't help but feel happy for these individuals, hoping that this group of children could be saved. At this moment, Law's father was on the phone. There are really too few doctors here. There isn't enough blood and medicine. There must be a way to remove platinum lead from the body. Moreover, this disease is not contagious at all. Why doesn't the government make this information public? Meanwhile, Law returned to the hospital, comforting his sick sister. Just then, a group of soldiers burst in and killed Law's parents. Law hid his sister away and secretly went to find his parents. He found their bodies lying in a pool of blood. Law collapsed, crying out loud, his screams attracting the soldiers. Pursued by the soldiers, Law jumped out of a window and hid under a bridge, narrowly escaping their pursuit. At that moment, the white town was filled with the smell of gunpowder, and Law walked despairingly down the street. The sight of corpses along the road made the viewer's hearts ache. Just then, Law stopped. In front of him lay a corpse, and upon seeing it, Law could no longer hold back his tears. Everyone in front of the screen became furious. That corpse was the nun who had taken the children to the evacuation ship. The children had also been killed. At this point, people have already realized that the so-called refuge ship is just a facade. Their purpose is to drive everyone to extinction. Before Luo returned to the hospital, wanting to take his sister away, he saw the hospital engulfed in flames. Looking at the scene before him, Luo's faith could no longer hold up, and he was on the brink of collapse. In the midst of the raging fire, the white town of Frevans was thus annihilated. People silently watched the boy on the screen. This child lost everything overnight. His parents were killed, his sister was consumed by the flames, and the nuns and companions were also shot by soldiers. The boy who once wanted to become a doctor ultimately became a pirate. Everything that happened in the white town of Frevans was not caused by disease. From the beginning, it was a man-made disaster. Zifa looked at the screen, and with the exposure of the video, he also recognized another side of the evil pirate. The straw hat kid who wants to become the pirate king. The white-bearded man who longs for family, combined with Trafalgar Law, who experienced the loss of his family in the video. Some set sail for their dreams, while others were forced to become pirates. Zifa couldn't help but wonder how many pirates in this world, like Law and Whitebeard, were forced to become pirates? Is there really no way to completely eliminate pirates? He couldn't help but look at the book in his hand, a reward obtained by the Revolutionary Army. He had flipped through it many times. He longed for the new world depicted in the book, but does it really exist? At this moment, a new scene appeared in the video, where Luo, bound with explosives, was fighting against a man in a port city in the North Sea. Many recognized who that man was. Diamante, a cadre of the Don Quixote family. Not far away, Doflamingo also appeared on the screen. Many were surprised that these two would have an intersection, but those pulled into the chat room knew about their acquaintance. After all, Luo had said he wanted to kill Doflamingo. Something must have happened between them that made Trafalgar Law harbor deep resentment for Doflamingo. It seemed that the enmity between Doflamingo and Trafalgar Law would be exposed next, which excited many. They didn't want to miss such big news. The scene shifted to a room, where Luo told two family cadres that he would die in 3 years and wanted to kill as many people as possible and destroy everything within that time. People watched the boy on the video who wanted to destroy the world. They couldn't hate this child at all. Putting themselves in his shoes, if they experienced such things, they might be even crazier than this child. At that moment, Baby Five said to the people in the room, Mr. Corazon is back. As soon as Baby Five's words fell, a man dressed in a black feather coat with clown makeup on his face walked in. Before they could take a closer look, the man named Corazon fell directly to the ground, leaving those in front of the screen speechless. He was quite the clumsy one. Many people felt this name was familiar. They suddenly remembered the previous conversation between Trafalgar Law and Doflamingo in the chat room. This person couldn't be the source of their enmity, could he? At this moment, Sengoku at the Navy headquarters stared blankly at the man who fell in the video. He couldn't believe it. After more than a decade, he saw Rosinante again. Sengoku had never been able to come to terms with Rosinante's death. Over the years, he had investigated the incident, but found no results. In fact, Sengoku had a vague suspicion that Rosinante, who had infiltrated the Don Quixote family as an undercover agent, might have exposed his identity and been killed by Doflamingo. This suspicion was also based on the conversation between Trafalgar Law and Doflamingo in the chat room, but he didn't quite believe it. After all, Rosinante was Doflamingo's biological brother. He leaned more towards the idea that it was the cadres of the Don Quixote family who did it. However, if he knew who killed Rosinante, he would definitely not let that person go. In the video, Corazon stood up and knocked down the two little brats who were mocking him. The two who were knocked down got up and served a cup of red tea to Corazon, who took it without any defenses and drank it. The scalding tea made Corazon spit it out and then collapse to the ground. At this time, Diamante also introduced Corazon's identity to Luo. Before he could finish speaking, Corazon directly grabbed Luo's head and threw him out. The thrown Luo landed in a pile of scrap metal, and when he crawled out, his face was bleeding profusely. The people in front of the screen were completely unprepared for the clumsy man, who they found annoying, to be Doflamingo's biological brother and a mute. This was truly unexpected for everyone. However, since he was the brother of the warlord Doflamingo, he should have some fame, right? But they seem to have never heard of this person's name. This left many feeling puzzled. In the video, Luo, who was thrown out multiple times by Corazon, looked at Corazon with resentment and stabbed him in the back with a knife while he was defenseless. This scene was witnessed by Buffalo, whom Luo bribed with ice cream before choosing to escape. The scene shifted again, and Luo, who was fleeing, was captured by Jorah. Seeing Corazon unharmed, Luo was furious. At this moment, Doflamingo announced that Luo had become a member of the Don Quixote family, which puzzled everyone. Luo looked strangely at Corazon, not understanding why he didn't expose his assassination attempt to Doflamingo. The people in front of the screen were also confused. What was going on with this Corazon? Just then, the screen suddenly darkened, posing the question, what is Corazon's true identity? Please select the correct answer from the options below. Note, this is a multiple-choice question. A. Don Quixote Rosinante. B. CP member. C. Sengoku's adopted son. D. Former Celestial Dragon. E. Revolutionary Army. F. Navy undercover agent rules. This question is limited to the first 3 people who answer. And a correct answer rewards any door 10 times, while an incorrect answer has no penalty. The answering begins in 1 minute. At this moment at the Navy headquarters, after the system released the question, many people whispered to each other, discussing whether option C was true. Except for a few. Most people didn't know Sengoku had an adopted son. Luo looked at this question. He wasn't very interested in the reward. Compared to the any door, he wanted that time machine even more. He looked at the 6 options and could confirm A and F. As for C, Luo suddenly remembered that he had heard Corazon on the phone before. When Corazon referred to himself as Little Rice Cake, and the other side called himself Big Saint Shell. Such intimate terms made Luo think more. Chat room. Apo. What exactly is Corazon's identity? Why are there so many options all of a sudden? Big shots in the chat room. Analyze it. Becky, it's not that complicated. Just take them all down. Luo, Sengoku, Doflamingo, Dragon. Luo, Sengoku, Doflamingo, Dragon. Apu. The reward is any door. How could they possibly leak the answer? Becky, that's true. Hawkins. Option A should be correct. The video mentioned his name, and besides, isn't he Doflamingo's biological brother? Becky, I think it's very likely that the F Navy's undercover agent is involved. After all, his behavior is quite puzzling. He was clearly injured but didn't report it. Apu, he's actually Don Quixote Doflamingo's biological brother. How could he be with the Navy? Urki, what does it mean that he's the adopted son of Sengoku? Have you guys heard of this? Apu, never heard of it. Apu, this question is too difficult. Aside from a few involved parties, no one can answer it. Hawkins, let's call it a day. This question is too targeted. It's clearly meant for those specific few. Becky, indeed, these options are absurd. The Navy, the Revolutionary Army, Celestial Dragons, CP, these are all top forces in the world aside from the 4 emperors. No matter which one it is, they're all remarkable. Hawkins, it's strange. Since the system said it's a multiple choice question, it means his identity should be more than one. But a person with such identities shouldn't be unknown. Have you heard of this person? Becky, no, probably dead. 1 minute has passed. Please answer quickly. Congratulations to Don Quixote Doflamingo for successfully buzzing in first. Congratulations to Sengoku for successfully buzzing in second. Congratulations to Trafalgar Law for successfully buzzing in third. Seeing the 3 people who buzzed in successfully on the screen, many realized that these people knew the answer. At this moment, Doflamingo on Dressrosa looked at the options on the screen and thought, ADF. Doflamingo initially didn't want to answer the question, but then he suddenly thought, even if he didn't answer, the system would still announce the correct answer. So it would be better to expose himself and at least get a reward. Moreover, the reward was quite good. He had coveted this door of omnipresence since it first appeared. Everyone in front of the screen widened their eyes upon hearing Doflamingo's answer. The AD options were what they expected, but what the hell is this former celestial dragon? They had always thought this answer was just filler, but Doflamingo actually chose it. Does this mean that Doflamingo and that Rosinante are both celestial dragons? But how can there be a former? What is going on? Everyone's brain had a big question mark. Unfortunately, the answer is incorrect. Sengoku, please continue to answer. Upon hearing the system's words, Doflamingo couldn't believe that his answer was wrong. How could this be? He was sure his choices were correct, so there could only be one possibility. There were other correct answers he didn't choose. Doflamingo's gaze fixed on option C. Could this answer also be incorrect? At this moment, Sengoku saw Doflamingo answering in front of him and thought he had no chance. Unexpectedly, Doflamingo actually answered incorrectly. Sengoku looked at the screen and said, A, C, D, F. Congratulations to Sengoku for answering correctly. Reward, Door of Omnipresence, 10 times. Please pay attention to receive. As the system's voice fell, a familiar pink small door appeared in front of Sengoku, with the number 10 written in a small corner. The Navy personnel at the Navy headquarters cheered when they saw Fleet Admiral Sengoku answer correctly. Now, they had another door of omnipresence. Many were shocked by Sengoku's answer. They had never expected that Fleet Admiral Sengoku actually had an adopted son, and that adopted son was actually Doflamingo's brother. But there were also many who knew about this matter. They just hadn't seen that person. Later, they heard that he had died, and after learning of his death, Sengoku was unable to move on for a long time. Everyone in front of the screen looked in disbelief. What was this Corazon about? Navy? Former celestial dragon? Sengoku's adopted son? This was indeed outrageous. Doflamingo's face darkened as he watched the video. He never expected that Rosinante would be Sengoku's adopted son. If Sengoku found out that he killed Rosinante, he didn't know how that guy would deal with him. However, his current identity was Shichibukai. As long as he wasn't stripped of that title, he wasn't worried about Sengoku seeking revenge. Doflamingo then thought of something and hurriedly made a phone call. The person on the other end was also watching the video, worried that the video would expose him. After hearing Doflamingo's instructions, the person quietly left in front of the screen. If the next video really exposed him, all his efforts over the years would be wasted, and he probably wouldn't be able to escape. Chatroom, Apu, look at what I've heard. I must still be dreaming. Kid, this absurd identity reminds me of someone. Kid's words made everyone on the Thousand Sunny turn their attention to Luffy. They thought Luffy's background was already outrageous. But it turned out there was an even more outrageous guy. Apu, such an absurd answer is actually true. Does this mean that the Night Demon Doflamingo is also a celestial dragon? Hawkins, I really didn't expect Doflamingo to have such a background. Becky, no wonder Doflamingo hijacked the Sky Gold and threatened the world government to give him the Shichibukai title. The world government actually agreed. It seems this identity is the reason. Urki, so what happened to that person in the end? I'm quite curious, since Doflamingo knew that person was an undercover agent. How did he handle it? After all, that person is his biological brother. Hawkins, from the previous conversation between Trafalgar Law and Doflamingo in the chatroom. This Corazon should have been killed by Doflamingo's subordinates. Sengoku looked at the messages in the chatroom and suspected the same. If that's the case, he would definitely not let Doflamingo go, even if he couldn't act against Doflamingo now. Sengoku looked at the screen, wanting to know who killed Rosinante. At that moment, the telephone bug next to him rang, and Sengoku wondered who was calling at this time. The senior Navy officials next to him all looked at him. Sengoku scratched his head and answered the phone. As he listened to the voice on the other end, his expression grew increasingly grim. Others looked at him in confusion as Sengoku hung up the telephone bug, took a deep breath, and tried to calm himself down. That bunch of bastards wanted me to give them the newly acquired door of omnipresence. This made everyone present look at each other. They all knew who that bunch of bastards Sengoku was referring to. However, this reward was obtained by Fleet Admiral Sengoku, and, at worst, it belonged to the Navy. So what business did that bunch have with it? With the door of omnipresence, the Navy would find it easier to strike against pirates. If any major events were exposed in the subsequent videos, they could rush over immediately. What do those old guys who stayed in Marineford want this for? Sengoku's head hurt from anger, but there was nothing he could do. He was still a Navy officer, and he had to obey those bastards' orders. Sengoku looked enviously at Garp, who was eating sunbae. That guy was living life more freely than he was. Holy Land, Marineford. When the five elders learned that the door of omnipresence was on its way, they were somewhat pleased. They were also very interested in this door of omnipresence. It was fine when there was only one before, but now there was another one, and this one must be given to them. The Navy only needs one. As for whether Marshal Sengoku would be angry, they didn't care. This guy was about to retire, yet he held such a powerful artifact in his hands. What do you want to do if he didn't hand it over to the world government? Plus, didn't he also have a storage ring? He could keep that. Once the video recap was over, they would announce the new marshal. The five elders had already learned who the next marshal would be from the previous video. They had no objections to Akainu becoming the marshal. On the contrary, they strongly supported Akainu as the next marshal. Compared to the other two, they preferred Akainu. During the Marineford War, this guy contributed the most. Additionally, they also had their eyes on the pet egg that had already hatched. They were determined to get it before the pet egg hatched. They arranged for someone to monitor the hatching situation and report the video to them at any time. Upon seeing that little bird that had just hatched and possessed such power, they couldn't help but feel delighted. If they could use this red bird against those pirates, wouldn't that be wonderful? Moreover, the owner of this bird was Rob Lucci from CP9. Unlike the Marines, the CP were genuinely the power of the world government. Once the door to anywhere arrived, they would have someone use it to transport that gluttonous bird to Marineford. If they had known this bird would be so powerful, they would have insisted on bringing it before it hatched. The five elders were eagerly anticipating the days after acquiring the door to anywhere and the pet bird. Then they remembered that the Straw Hat Kid also got a pet egg. They wondered what would hatch from that egg. The five elders looked at the screen, disliking the system immensely, as it revealed all the dark secrets of the world government. They were concerned about how the world would perceive the world government now. And that troublemaking bird had even spread the Revolutionary Army's subversive book to the entire world. This left the five elders with a headache. They needed to find a way to change the world government's image. If this continued, it would be very detrimental to them. At that moment, the darkened screen lit up again, and the video continued. In the following 2 years, Law learned various combat skills from the family members. One day, 2 years later, Law and the others were chatting together. At this point, Buffalo pressed Law for his real name, threatening to tell Doflamingo about the incident 2 years ago when Law hurt Corazon. Law looked at the two of them and told them his full name, Trafalgar D. Waterlaw. This caught Corazon's attention not far away. Corazon immediately picked Law up and took him to a small alley. People looked at Corazon's actions with confusion, wondering what he was doing. Just then, Corazon, facing away from Law, suddenly spoke, asking if what Law had just said was true. If the name was D, then he should quickly leave Doflamingo. The crowd looked at Corazon on the screen in confusion. Why was he pretending to be mute if he could talk? If it was just for undercover work, it wasn't necessary. At this moment, Law also realized that Corazon could speak. He asked Corazon why he suddenly started talking. Corazon explained to Law, "I never said I was mute." They concluded that on their own. Corazon told Law he was a silence man who had eaten the silence fruit. Law questioned Corazon, "Why did you hide this from your companions?" "I never considered them as companions. My goal is to stop my brother Doflamingo from going out of control as his brother. I can't understand how kind parents could give birth to a monster like him. He is not human at all." The people in front of the screen were astonished by the conversation between the two. They never expected Doflamingo to be viewed as a monster in his brother Rosanani's eyes. Moreover, this Corazon turned out to be a devil fruit user. But his ability was quite useless. People couldn't help but mock. Doflamingo looked at the screen with a grim expression. He didn't expect Rosanani to evaluate him like this. Corazon urged Law to leave Doflamingo, but Law insisted that he wanted to be that kind of person. Corazon looked at Law and said, "Your name is definitely D. You are a member of the D family, the fated ones." For the people who have been gaining fame in the world one after another with the name D, the elders would frown and mutter softly, "D will definitely stir up waves again." Although no one knows the truth behind D, it is indeed a name that has been passed down through generations in the world's history. Moreover, in a certain land, some even refer to the D family as the natural enemies of the gods. If the gods refer to the celestial dragons, then your goal may be to destroy this world. D should have the will to oppose the gods. This statement left the people in front of the screen speechless. What did they just hear? The D family is the natural enemy of the gods? Does this mean that in the future, it will be the D family that overthrows the rule of the celestial dragons? People couldn't believe it, but the one who said this was once a celestial dragon. Although they didn't know what this so-called former celestial dragon was, they couldn't help but believe it. Speaking of D, everyone thought of one family. The marine hero Garp, the leader of the Revolutionary Army Dragon, and the future potential emperor of the sea, Straw Hat Luffy. These three top powers were all from their family. Moreover, the Revolutionary Army, led by Dragon, aims to overthrow the world government. They suddenly remembered that Whitebeard had said in a previous video that the world would be engulfed in a massive battle in the future, and there was that treasure, which, if found, would overturn the world. Thinking of this, many began to look forward to it. They had long been dissatisfied with the rule of the celestial dragons. The exorbitant heavenly tribute made people suffer, yet they received no corresponding protection, and many countries perished because they couldn't pay the heavenly tribute, especially those non-member countries. Their nations had almost become lawless lands, with the only way out being to go to sea and become pirates, using violence to counter violence. Even someone like Whitebeard, his country had become a lawless land because they couldn't pay the heavenly tribute. And now, Trafalgar Law on the video, this child originally dreamed of becoming a doctor. But at such a young age, he experienced the destruction of his country and family, becoming a pirate. At this moment, Corazon on the video had tied Law and left Doflamingo and the others. He wanted to take Law to see a doctor. Corazon made a phone call, and the person on the other end was Sengoku, who was then a Marine Admiral. Corazon requested to suspend his mission. He took Law to various hospitals. However, when all the doctors learned that Law was from the white town of Flevence, they treated him like a plague, fearing infection. This made Corazon furious, and he directly beat them up. After searching for 6 months with no results, Corazon wept as he looked at the sleeping Law. People watching Corazon couldn't help but sigh. Such a kind person was actually the biological brother of Doflamingo. The two brothers were too extreme. One was pure good, and the other was pure evil. At this moment, Corazon on the video receives a call, which is from Don Quixote Doflamingo. Doflamingo tells Corazon that he has obtained information about the Nomi surgery fruit. Since Corazon left, the navy that was following them has disappeared, and Doflamingo has begun to suspect that Corazon is a navy undercover agent. Corazon, excited to share the information about the surgery fruit with Law, expresses his desire for Law to eat the fruit. Those watching the screen already know the outcome. Law ultimately consumes the surgery fruit. At this point, Corazon inquires with Sengoku about the trading information for the surgery fruit and successfully learns the location and time of the transaction. However, Law, due to an outbreak of his amber lead syndrome, develops a high fever and tells Corazon that his country and family all died at the hands of the government. He insists that if Corazon is a navy agent, he must tell him. To reassure Law, Corazon exclaims, "I am not a navy agent." He places Law in a safe location and then heads off alone to steal the surgery fruit. However, while escaping, he trips and ends up in front of a group of pirates. The scene shifts, and a bloodied Corazon successfully escapes and returns to Law's side. He shoves the surgery fruit into Law's mouth, forcing him to eat it, but he also collapses from his injuries. Corazon hands Law something, instructing him to give it to the navy, as this item could save a distant kingdom, Dressrosa. Those who hear this are taken aback. Dressrosa? Isn't that the country currently ruled by Doflamingo? Could it be that what he had at that time could expose Doflamingo's treason? But why didn't it succeed? Isn't the navy on this island? Meanwhile, King Riku of Dressrosa watches the bloodied man on the screen, realizing that someone once fought to save their country. King Riku silently whispers the name of the man on the screen. Don Quixote, Rocinante. Law brings him to the place where Corazon is hiding. Upon hearing Law's call, Corazon opens his eyes, only to be shocked by the sight before him. The person is the previous Corazon, Virgo. Virgo recognizes Corazon as well. Law watches this scene in pain, feeling guilty, thinking that if he had hesitated just a moment longer, Corazon would still be alive. Those watching the screen are also dumbfounded. No way. This man is the previous Corazon sent by Doflamingo to carry out a secret mission. Virgo? His mission was to be a Navy undercover agent. And Rocinante is also an undercover agent infiltrating the Don Quixote family. What a coincidence that both sides sent in undercover agents, and Trafalgar Law mistakenly provided information to the one person he shouldn't have. It's as if fate is against him. People can't help but worry about Rocinante on the video. At this moment, Sengoku, upon seeing this news, immediately calls the G5 branch. realizing that their navy has been infiltrated by an undercover agent. This scene prompts several major powers to take action, wondering if their own internal structures also have spies. Meanwhile, at the G5 branch, Virgo had already quietly left the public eye before the video exposed him. After seeing the video, the G5 branch immediately searches for Virgo, only to discover that the Virgo who was once with them has long since vanished. Doflamingo's face turns pale as he watches the video. His worst fears have come true, and he can only hope that Virgo is safe and has escaped. In the video, Virgo tears up the intelligence document completely and knocks Law and Corazon to the ground. Taking advantage of Virgo's phone call, Corazon uses the ability of the silence fruit to successfully escape with Law. At this time, Doflamingo, having learned of Corazon's escape, uses birdcage to trap everyone on the island, utilizing the parasite lines to make them kill each other. The people of Dressrosa, watching the screen, recall a similar scene from the previous video. Although they know King Riku is likely being controlled, they do not want to return to their previous impoverished lives. They do not care who the king is. The video shifts, showing Corazon being beaten badly by the officers, leaning against a crate, blood flowing from his wounds. In front of him stands Doflamingo and his crew. Corazon pulls out a gun from his pocket and points it at Doflamingo, stating Marine Code 01746. Marine Headquarters. Lieutenant Commander Rosinante. I infiltrated to stop the tragedy you caused. I am a Marine. Corazon bangs on the crate behind him, saying I lied, I'm sorry. I didn't want to be someone you hate. Behind Corazon, Law's figure appears on the screen, and everyone is shocked to see that he had hidden Law here. Doflamingo looks at this familiar scene, realizing that Law was right under his nose all along. No wonder he said such strange things back then. Law hears Corazon's words from inside the crate and loudly responds, What are you still saying now? I already knew all of this. But due to the silence fruit's ability, his voice does not come out. Those who previously mocked the silence fruit for being useless fall silent, realizing that this fruit has protected the child before them. Law watches Corazon on the video, tears streaming down his face. Corazon. Doflamingo, seeing Corazon like this, questions, where's the surgery fruit? Where's Law now? Corazon tells them that Law has already eaten the surgery fruit and is currently on a Navy surveillance ship, being protected by them. At this moment, news from the sky arrives from Buffalo and Baby 5. The Navy just sent word that they have protected a young boy. This shocks everyone. Not just Doflamingo and the others on the screen, but even the audience outside the screen is surprised. Trafalgar Law is right under his nose. Who is the rescued person? Just then, a boy appears on the screen, sporting the iconic X mark on his chin, which many find familiar. A voice in the crowd exclaims, Isn't that the fallen major from the previous video, Drake? Hearing this, people recall the earlier video. Looking at the boy on the screen, the distinctive X is exactly the same. It really is Drake. What a coincidence. At this moment, the screen goes dark and the system voice sounds. Question. Who killed Rosinante? Please select the correct answer from the following options. A. Don Quixote Doflamingo. B. Treble C. Pica D. Diamante rules. This question is limited to one person answering. A correct answer rewards one time machine experience card, and there is no penalty for a wrong answer. The answering begins in 1 minute. Doflamingo, upon seeing the question, immediately starts cursing. What is this damn system? Is it targeting him on purpose? This live broadcast is too unfavorable for him. Then Doflamingo reassures himself that even if he doesn't answer, the system will expose it anyway. And since he knows the answer, he might as well answer himself rather than let someone else benefit. At this moment, Luo's spirit lifted when he saw the reward. He had seen this reward in a previous video and never expected it to appear again. Luo couldn't help but feel excited. If he had this, he could go back in time to save Mr. Corazon. Even if he lived in another timeline, it would still be a comfort in his heart. Moreover, he knew the answer, and he absolutely couldn't miss it this time. Luo's palms were a bit sweaty. He was really too nervous. At this moment, Sengoku also narrowed his eyes and looked at the names on the screen. Then he shifted his gaze to the name Don Quixote Doflamingo. Sengoku didn't think it was Doflamingo. He was more inclined to believe it was a few family executives. No matter how ruthless Doflamingo was, it was unlikely he would harm his own brother Rosinante. Sengoku didn't believe Doflamingo could do such inhumane things. The people in front of the screen felt a bit regretful when they saw this question. They never expected that the kind Navy called Rosinante would ultimately die. But who exactly killed him? A minute passed in the blink of an eye, and, at this moment, the system's voice sounded. Time's up, please answer quickly. Luo looked at the screen. This was the first time he had felt this nervous in 10 years. Congratulations, Trafalgar Law. You answer correctly. Please state your answer. After hearing the system's voice, Luo's tense heart finally relaxed. Luo gritted his teeth and said to the system, "It's a Don Quixote Doflamingo. Congratulations, Trafalgar Law. Your answer is correct. You have received a time machine experience card." As the system's voice fell, a thin card appeared in front of Luo. It had usage instructions written on it. Luo carefully accepted it. At this moment, when Sengoku heard that the correct answer was a Doflamingo, he stood frozen in place. But soon, Sengoku's angry voice spread throughout the Navy headquarters. Doflamingo. The Navy personnel at the headquarters couldn't help but look in the direction of Sengoku. All the viewers in front of the screen never expected that the murderer would actually be Doflamingo. This Razanani was his own brother. People couldn't help but feel a chill. This warlord was too terrifying. He actually laid hands on his own brother. Chatroom, Blackbeard. Haha. Don Quixote Doflamingo. This guy is just too interesting. Doflamingo, shut up. Blackbeard. Compared to you, I'm nothing. After all, my old man isn't my biological father. But your brother is your real brother. Truly ruthless. No wonder he's Don Quixote. Hawkins, the infamous Don Quixote Doflamingo, can stop children from crying at night in the North Sea. We Supernovas are really too inferior compared to Doflamingo. Becky, I'm a bit curious if the system will count Doflamingo next. Apo, I feel like Doflamingo must have many secrets. Hawkins, I don't know if Doflamingo will be counted, but the 4 emperors will definitely be counted. Apo, that is true. The previous question still doesn't have an answer. Crocodile, I'm quite curious to see what other secrets this birdman has. Big Mom, Mama Mama, wasn't Razanani Sengoku's adopted son? Isn't Sengoku going to tear Doflamingo apart? Blackbeard, Doflamingo is a warlord. Even if Sengoku wants to kill him, he can't take action. Blackbeard's words woke many people up. He was right. As long as Doflamingo was still a warlord, Sengoku couldn't act against him, unless the warlord system was abolished. The video continued. Doflamingo, upon learning that Luo was rescued by the Navy, wanted to get Luo back. Corazon said no. Why are you chasing Luo? Doflamingo replied, since he has eaten the no me, I want to train him to die for me. Saying this, Doflamingo raised the gun in his hand. Why stop me? Why must I kill my real family twice? This made everyone's scalp tingle. Twice? What does that mean? Did this Don Quixote Doflamingo not only kill his brother Razanani, but also other relatives? This guy's too terrifying. The scene shifted to when the two had not yet been discovered. At this moment, Luo was being placed in a box by Corazon, who used the silence fruit to eliminate all of Luo's sounds. Corazon said to Luo, Doflamingo's goal is you and the power of the no me. Doflamingo and I are biological brothers. We can sever our relationship, but I want to be killed. People watched the screen, not knowing whether this was to comfort the little one or if Corazon truly believed Doflamingo wouldn't really lay his hands on him. At this moment, Corazon instructed Luo, let us meet in the neighboring town. Before closing the box, Corazon forced a pained smile like a clown. I love you. Luo was amused by Corazon's smile. He entered the box with anticipation. People couldn't help but sigh. This promise might not be fulfilled. This man was just too gentle. The scene then returned to the present. Doflamingo pointed a handgun at Corazon, who said, Luo will not be at your mercy. Doflamingo, from you, the son of a broken god. He can gain nothing. Let him go. He is already free. Infuriated, Doflamingo fired several shots at Corazon. He only stopped when Corazon fell to the ground. The executives carried the box containing Luo along with other boxes to the seaside, and Luo escaped from the box with tears streaming down his face, but his voice did not come out. People realized that at this moment, Corazon was still alive. His silence fruit ability was still affecting Luo. It was only when Luo was far away from Doflamingo and the others that his heartbreaking cries could be heard again. The scene lingered on Corazon's smiling face. The people in front of the screen also understood that the gentleman had completely left this world. The darkened screen showed new footage, where the grown-up Trafalgar Law appeared in the video. He had already formed a pirate crew. The subsequent footage was familiar to everyone, depicting the earlier 11 supernovas, including him, saving the Straw Hat Kid Luffy during the Marineford War. His bizarre abilities left a deep impression on many people. Many in front of the screen were puzzled. This guy should have had no connection with the Straw Hat Kid at that time. Why would he risk appearing in Marineford to save Luffy? The video switched again to show an ice fire island in front of the audience. Doflamingo, looking at the unfamiliar environment, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It should be safe now, right? The audience who had never been to sea couldn't help but marvel. This world was truly amazing. Such a magical island where one side was icy and the other side was ablaze actually existed in reality. On the side where the flames were burning, a pirate ship appeared, and the familiar Straw Hat stunned everyone. What was going on? How could the Straw Hat crew appear in the video? Was this recap video also going to feature them? Many people felt something was off. What was up with the Straw Hat Kid? Why was he in every video? From the appearance of the Straw Hat crew on the screen, this video seems to be 2 years later. At this moment, the Straw Hat crew is looking at the erupting island, and Luffy is excited to go on an adventure. Just then, an urgent distress signal reaches everyone's ears, and Usopp and the others worry that this distress call might be a trap. But Luffy picks up the phone without hesitation, saying, "I am Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will become the Pirate King." The audience in front of the screen can't help but facepalm. This Straw Hat never forgets to say this line. The call from the transponder snail is a plea for help, and Luffy quickly asks where the caller is. The voice on the other end cries out, "This is Punk Hazard." Before they can ask more questions, a scream comes from the transponder snail, and then the call is abruptly cut off. Punk Hazard? Many people are familiar with this name, especially the Navy and the world government. This island is an uninhabited island located in the New World, under the jurisdiction of the world government. It used to be a research base for Navy scientists. However, due to a terrible accident 2 years ago, it became an uninhabited island. But the appearance of the island in the video does not match that of Punk Hazard at all. Could it be that something happened to Punk Hazard in the next 2 years? At this moment, Doflamingo on Dressrosa feels uneasy upon hearing Punk Hazard. He takes off his glasses and examines the screen closely, thinking, is this really Punk Hazard? He knows about Punk Hazard. After all, it has important partners for him. But the island in the video does not match his memory of Punk Hazard at all. Doflamingo feels a headache coming on. This damn system isn't going to expose him again, is it? To be cautious, Doflamingo calls Caesar Clown, telling him to keep an eye on the video and be ready to leave. In the video, Luffy excitedly expresses his desire to go save the person who just sent the distress signal. At this moment, the screen flashes and a ship appears, prominently displaying G5 and the Navy insignia, which stuns everyone. The Navy? Could this distress call be a trap set by the Navy? Then a familiar figure appears on the screen, and everyone brightens up, recognizing who it is. Another person from this recap, Smoker. They have a good impression of this Navy officer. Upon seeing Smoker appear, the Navy cheers. Tashigi, after hearing the news from the black transponder snail for eavesdropping, quickly asks Smoker what happened. Smoker is also puzzled about how the Straw Hat crew got to Punk Hazard. Meanwhile, the G5 Navy is interrogating a pirate, and their expressions don't look like those of Navy personnel. They resemble pirates flying the Navy flag instead. In order to capture the Straw Hat crew, Smoker decides to go to Punk Hazard. People watching Smoker on the screen can't help but feel that this guy is really persistent about the Straw Hat Kid. 2 years ago in Alabasta, and 2 years later in the New World at Punk Hazard. Who would have thought he became a rear admiral in the branch 2 years later? This guy is quite impressive. At this time, the Straw Hat crew in the video splits into 2 teams, with Luffy and the others heading to Burning Island to rescue people, while Sanji and the others stay behind to watch the ship. Upon entering Punk Hazard, Luffy and the others encounter a fire-breathing dragon. After dealing with the dragon, they discover a person with only a lower half of a body, which fascinates Luffy and the others. Luffy is very interested in the person with only a lower half and wants him to join. In a tug-of-war between the two, the half-body directly sticks to Luffy. Meanwhile, the few people left on the Sunny are attacked. After inhaling an unknown gas, they fall into a deep sleep and are subsequently taken away by several guys in protective suits. When they wake up again, they find themselves in an unfamiliar environment. Not far from them is a head that has been split into pieces. Nami and the others assemble it into a complete head. When the person's appearance appears on the screen, everyone in Wano country erupts in excitement. They all recognize who that person is. Kinemon, one of the 9 red scabbards. Many people are moved to tears, unable to believe that Kinemon, who had disappeared for 18 years, has actually appeared 2 years later. 2 years later is the time predicted by Lady Toki. Before this, people in Wano had gradually lost faith in that prophetic poem. After 18 years, there had been no hope in Wano, and they couldn't imagine how to defeat Kaido in 2 years. But now they believe that after 2 years, Wano will welcome hope. The long 18 years have already passed, and they just need to wait for 2 more years. After 2 years, Kinemon and the others will definitely come to Wano with hope. Many people began to speculate if Kinemon had brought the Straw Hat crew to Wano. After all, At this point, the only ones likely to save Wano are the Straw Hat crew. The previous video mentioned that the three of them had formed an alliance and caused a major incident. And now, in this video, Kinemon is also connected with the Straw Hat Kid. Additionally, the recently exposed Trafalgar Law has a bounty of 3 billion. The other two shouldn't be low either. The people of Wano believe that they must have defeated Kaido. In the previous video, they had a very good impression of the Straw Hat crew. They were unwilling to call them pirates, as the people of Wano hated pirates deeply due to Kaido. Moreover, the Straw Hat crew's behavior doesn't resemble that of pirates. They prefer to call them adventurers. The public couldn't help but start a hope, as hope was right in front of them. Meanwhile, in the Flower Capital, the Shogun's residence was silent, with Kaido staring at the screen in fear, not expecting that Kinemon, who had disappeared for 18 years, would appear 2 years later. Thinking of that prophecy, Kaido inexplicably shivered. Lost in his fear, he didn't notice the blue-haired man beside him staring intently at the video with an expressionless face. But those eyes were fixed tightly on Kinemon in the video. The video shows Nami and the others entering a cookie room, where a group of enormous children appears in front of them. The children are very curious about the strangers and excitedly start playing with Frankie and the others. But not long after, pursuers arrive, and the group has to continue fleeing. At that moment, when the children learn that the group comes from the outside world, they turn to Nami and the others for help. They want to go home. Hearing the children's cries, Nami and the others decide to escape with them. People watching the video are amazed by the Straw Hat crew. If only all pirates in the world were like them. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Navy has arrived at the outskirts of the ice zone. Smoker finds it strange to see so many toxic gases. It's very unnatural for there to be so much poison. Tashigi asks in confusion, "What do you mean?" Smoker replies, 2 years ago, this was a decaying island with neither fire nor ice. Surprisingly, most of the toxic substances have dissipated. That's why Akainu and Akiji chose Punk Hazard as the duel site. This has become a stage for a duel that even changes the weather. This statement shocks everyone. What does it mean? Is the environment here caused by Marine Admirals Akiji and Akainu? What duel? Why are they dueling? Aren't they both Marine Admirals? Everyone has this question in their minds. And the people in front of the screen are whispering to discuss the reasons for their duel. Meanwhile, at Marine headquarters, everyone turns their attention to the two admirals. Unable to believe that they would actually duel, although they knew the two were at odds, it didn't seem necessary to escalate it to such a level. Akiji and Akainu exchange glances, then turn their eyes away, both looking down on each other. At this moment, someone in the crowd suddenly says, "Is it because of the position of Fleet Admiral?" This remark reminds everyone, and they suddenly remember that Akainu became Fleet Admiral in the first video. With Sengoku stepping down, a new Fleet Admiral is bound to emerge, and the two may very well fight over the position. After all, they both look down on each other's justice. People think this speculation is very likely, wondering if the next segment will review Akiji and Akainu. Sengoku looks at the two, feeling a bit of a headache. Akiji is his chosen candidate for Fleet Admiral, and there are many people in the Navy who support Akiji for the next Fleet Admiral. However, the higher-ups clearly support Akainu. If this continues, the two might really end up having a duel like in a video. At this moment, in the video, Smoker and the others successfully enter Punk Hazard through the river. They arrive in front of a building, and Smoker steps forward to press a red device. The G5 Marines charge at the door like bandits, kicking it wildly. Just then, a figure walks over from inside. He opens the closed door, and a familiar figure appears on the screen. It's Trafalgar Law. The people in front of the screen are stunned by Law's appearance, not expecting him to show up here. Many had already guessed he was on this island, having deduced from seeing the previous person split into pieces, but not dead, that it was Law's ability. The G5 Marines are shocked to see Law's appearance. They don't want to be enemies with this guy. People also learn from Tashigi's words that Law is now a warlord of the sea. Moreover, he even delivered 100 pirate hearts to Marine headquarters to become a warlord. People look at those 100 still beating hearts and suddenly feel a chill. These guys are really terrifying. Smoker questions Law about why he is on this island, which is prohibited by the Navy and the world government. Tashigi mentions the urgent distress signal they received, indicating that there must be others on this island. The Straw Hat crew must also be on this island, and they need to search inside. Law refuses their request. "I'm the only one here. If the Straw Hat Kid comes, I'll take his head. If there's nothing else, you can go back." Just as Law's words fall, a noisy sound comes from behind, and he awkwardly glances back. At that moment, Sanji and the others appear in front of Law and the Marines, bringing the children along. They even strike a pose. The people in front of the screen can't help but twitch their mouths. Even through the screen, they can feel Trafalgar Law's embarrassment. At that moment, Sanji and the others also notice Law and the Marines, and they immediately take the children back the way they came. They came hurriedly and left hurriedly, leaving the people behind in silence. A stunned Smoker questions Law. Isn't there someone? What do you mean you're the only one? Law didn't expect this situation to occur, and he was somewhat speechless. It really happened. I was also very surprised just now. The Navy rushed forward, trying to capture the Straw Hat crew. But Law directly used his baton to destroy the Navy's ship, and then exchanged the souls of Nami and the others using his Nomi ability. After switching Sanji and the other souls, Law easily took care of G5. Smoker confronted Law for a final battle, questioning his intentions in Punk Hazard. Law refused to answer his questions. Taking advantage of Smoker's moment of distraction, he used his surgical knife to extract Smoker's heart. Smoker fell directly to the ground. At that moment, Luffy and the others also arrived in front of the laboratory. Luffy recognized Law at a glance and happily waved his arms at him. It's me. Thank you so much back then. Hearing Luffy's voice, Law turned his head to look at him. Luffy happily ran in front of him, exclaiming that he didn't expect to see him here. He was really grateful at that time. The audience in front of the screen knew why Luffy was thanking Law. At Marineford, Luffy had a mental breakdown due to Ace's death and was severely injured by Kainu, and it was Trafalgar Law who saved him. Law remarked that it was just a whim of his, no need for thanks. At this moment, Tashigi also approached the crowd, looking angrily at the unconscious Smoker, and charged at Law. Law scoffed at her foolish behavior, using his powers to swap the souls of Smoker and Tashigi. People watched this magical scene, astonished at Trafalgar Law's incredible abilities. They looked at the fallen Smoker with concern, wondering if he might be dead, especially since Law had taken out his heart. Meanwhile, under Law's guidance, Luffy and the others successfully reunited with Nami and the others. After reuniting, the Straw Hat crew learned about the current situation and laughed at the body-swapped individuals. In particular, Sanji, in Nami's form, was very pleased with himself, grabbing his chest, causing the old perverts to gush with nosebleeds. At this moment, the captured T-Beard told the Straw Hats about the tragedy that occurred at Punk Hazard 4 years ago, as well as the help provided by Caesar Clown and Law. The clueless Straw Hats were moved to tears by Caesar's actions, and even the audience in front of the screen was touched. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials of the Navy headquarters watched T-Beard on the screen, speaking about how Caesar saved them. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Was he talking about that evil scientist, Caesar Clown? If they didn't know Caesar, they might have believed this guy's words. Even the Gorosei were stunned. They immediately denied it in unison. I didn't do that. Don't talk nonsense. The world government conducted secret experiments at Punk Hazard, but the tragedy there was not caused by them. Don't blame everything on the world government. We won't take the blame for this. Just then, as T-Beard finished recounting Punk Hazard, the screen went dark again. A few large characters appeared on the screen, asking, who caused the tragedy at Punk Hazard? The rules stated that everyone could answer this question, with the correct answer earning a universal antidote, and no punishment for incorrect answers. 1 minute later, the answering would begin. Universal antidote. This potion can detoxify all toxins in the world. Unlimited use within 1 hour after opening. Please use it with caution. The audience in front of the screen was surprised upon seeing this question. Didn't T-Beard already say the answer? It was caused by the experiment leak created by Dr. Vegapunk, right? At this moment, the high-ranking officials of the Navy headquarters knew the answer to this question. 2 years ago, due to Caesar Clown's terrifying experiments, a large amount of toxic gas was released, turning the entire island into a dead island. And Caesar Clown was subsequently wanted by the world government with a bounty of 300 million berries. However, this guy later escaped and apparently returned to Punk Hazard. Meanwhile, in the Navy headquarters scientific laboratory, Vegapunk was also watching the video, very interested in the rewards produced by the system, wanting to study them, especially the various miraculous medicines that had appeared before. Unfortunately, the Navy had not obtained them, and Vegapunk felt a bit disappointed. He was also quite interested in the universal antidote, as there were countless toxins in the world, and where could one find a truly universal medicine? Vegapunk stared intently at the words universal antidote on the screen, wanting to study its composition. He then looked at the question, and he happened to know the answer to it. At this moment, the system's voice sounded. 1 minute has passed. Please answer quickly. Those who knew the answer focused on the screen, and congratulations to Vegapunk for answering correctly and ranking first, and congratulations to Caesar Clown for ranking second. The Navy personnel at headquarters were stunned to see Vegapunk's name on the screen, not expecting this famous world-renowned scientist to also be interested in this. They had always thought that this great scientist was only interested in experiments and nothing else. But then they thought again, it wasn't surprising that Dr. Vegapunk would be interested in something so miraculous. After all, nothing produced by the system had been found to be harmful. Vegapunk looked at the screen and said, "It was Caesar Clown. Congratulations to Vegapunk for the correct answer. You have been rewarded with a universal antidote. Please check it." Vegapunk looked at the glass vial containing blue liquid that appeared in front of him, feeling a surge of excitement. Is this the universal antidote? Meanwhile, the audience was confused by Vegapunk's answer, realizing that the tragedy at Punk Hazard was actually caused by Caesar Clown. No way. So those people were deceived by this Caesar Clown. This guy is really a bastard. The darkened screen lit up again, revealing the soul-swapped Smoker and Tashigi in front of the audience. Smoker in Tashigi's form was wide open, while Tashigi in Smoker's form acted shyly like a little wife. The Navy personnel in front of the screen were laughing uncontrollably. They would never see such a smoker in their lifetime. At this moment, the group was discussing Caesar Clown. Suddenly, Tashigi, in Smoker's form, remembered something and said to everyone, "If I remember correctly, there have been many child abduction incidents in this area over the years." This statement puzzled Smoker. "I don't know about any child abduction incidents." Tashigi explained to them, "The G5 Communication Department often receives reports of child abductions. However, after appearing in the newspapers, they turned into maritime accidents, pirate incidents, or missing persons cases, but there is also a possibility that it is not without merit." Smoker looked at Tashigi and, recalling the earlier appearance of the kids, had already guessed Tashigi's thoughts. "You're wondering if the reports of abduction incidents are true, and if the abductors are on this island, right? But if this is true, then someone inside G5 has covered up the child abduction incidents." Upon hearing Smoker's words, the Navy personnel at the G5 branch began to whisper among themselves. If they had heard this earlier, they would have been very angry. But now, with the video exposing that Virgo was a spy planted by Don Quixote Doflamingo in the Navy, they couldn't guarantee that there weren't other unexposed spies. Moreover, if it hadn't been exposed, the person who covered up the child abduction incidents in the video might be Virgo. The Smoker on the video explained to G5 the inside story of the island, stating that the weapons and explosions were all caused by Caesar Clown. In that incident, Vegapunk was merely listed as a responsible party. Developing weapons solely for killing and spreading toxic gas is a crime. Because of the incident, the weapon development was exposed, and Caesar was captured for a time. However, he escaped from the prison ship using his troublesome abilities. If he really continues his research on this island, it must be stopped as soon as possible. After finishing speaking, Smoker and the others began to take separate actions, with some going to report this matter by boat to uncover the darkness of the island, while he aimed to retrieve the heart and body. The people in front of the screen felt a chill upon hearing this, thinking that this guy was truly a good person, but unexpectedly found out he was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Not only did they study this killing weapon, resulting in the tragic incident of Punk Hazard, but they also kidnapped children. People couldn't help but worry about the kids in the video. This guy locking up this group of children is definitely up to no good. Perhaps the events in the video have already happened. Question: what is Caesar Clown's purpose in kidnapping the children? Rule: this question can be answered by anyone, and a correct answer will reward a one-time item, the magical mirror. There is no punishment for incorrect answers. The 1-minute countdown begins now. The magical mirror. This mirror has the ability to enlarge and shrink. Note: once used, the enlarged or shrunk object becomes permanent, and to restore it to its original state requires using this item again. Please use it cautiously. This question shocked everyone. This Caesar is truly scum, using the pretense of curing diseases to kidnap these children. Anyone harming young kids is intolerable. Everyone was extremely angry. What is this guy planning to do with these children? At this moment, Doflamingo looked at the screen, and he had nothing to say. This system is definitely targeting him on purpose. First, it was Virgo, and now it's Caesar. Who knows how much more about him this video will expose. All he wanted now was for the video to end quickly. Doflamingo summoned the senior executives of his family and discussed with them, deciding to be prepared to flee at any moment, just in case. It's better to be safe than sorry. Who knows how much more the system will expose about him. Meanwhile, on Cake Island, Big Mom looked at the question on the screen. Upon seeing that group of giant children, she already knew the answer to the question. Human gigantification. Could it be that this guy succeeded? Big Mom looked at the screen, feeling delighted. If that's the case, it would be worth her research funding. Her wish was about to come true. Watching what could be a successful experiment, Big Mom couldn't help but feel happy. Even her mood that was ruined by the video improved. Big Mom looked at the screen. If Caesar was exposed, he would likely be captured by the world government. And she couldn't let this guy be caught. Her dream was right in front of her. She instructed Katakuri to bring Caesar to Cake Island immediately after confirming the success of the experiment in the video. Katakuri acknowledged her order, and Perispero beside him asked, "Mama, should we answer this question?" Big Mom looked at the reward for the question. She was quite tempted by it. However, it was only a one-time use, which made her very angry. If it could be used infinitely, she wouldn't need Caesar Clown to research human gigantification for her. Big Mom, while eating cake, said, "Of course we'll answer. We all know the answer. Time's up." The system's voice sounded again. 1 minute has passed. Please answer quickly. Congratulations to Katakuri for answering correctly and ranking first. Congratulations to Smoker for answering correctly and ranking second. Big Mom looked at the text on the screen and couldn't help but feel very happy. She didn't expect they actually got the chance to answer the question. Katakuri looked at the screen. It was the human gigantification experiment. Congratulations to Katakuri for answering correctly. You have received the one-time item, the magical mirror. Please check your rewards. As the system's voice fell, a card appeared in front of him, with usage instructions written on it. Looking at this card, Katakuri was a bit confused. He thought the magical mirror was a mirror, but it turned out to be a card. He held the card in his hand and handed it to Big Mom. Big Mom looked at the usage instructions on it, and she was very curious. She originally wanted to experiment with it. However, with only one chance to use it. If it was wasted, it would be gone. She put the card away and started to look at the screen with anticipation. Katakuri beside her seemed to want to say something, but thinking about it would only make Mama angry. He opened his mouth and then swallowed it back down. The others also guessed what Katakuri wanted to say. Probably that they couldn't grow bigger, but Mama could use it to shrink. But they didn't dare to say it out loud. At this moment, everyone in front of the screen was stunned by Katakuri's answer. Human gigantification? Could it be that these kids are used for the human gigantification experiment? They then became furious. They thought the kids in the video were from the giant race. But it turns out they were experimental subjects. Such inhumane experiments actually exist. That bastard Caesar is truly scum. The dimming screen began to play. The Straw Hat crew separated again in the video, with Sanji and the others going to find Kinemon, while Robin and the others discussed their next strategy. Just then, the playing children started to feel unwell, which made Luffy and the others very worried. Nami asked Chopper what was wrong with the kids. Chopper replied that these children were not sick. He detected poison in their bodies. They had been slowly poisoned by eating that candy every day. The ailing child went berserk, directly hitting Luffy away. Frankie and the others were shocked. What incredible strength. Usopp, the children of the giant race must have this kind of power, right? A child with a milder condition over there told them. Sinbad is not of the giant race. Another child added, when we first came to this island, we were all the size of ordinary people. We didn't get a disease that makes us grow bigger. Everything else is fine. Hearing this, Usopp and the others were puzzled. Chopper explained, ordinary people cannot get a disease that makes them grow as big as the giant race. The huge guys have always been huge from the start. A child named Ollie told them, the longer the kids stay here, the bigger they get. Upon hearing this, Chopper and the others immediately understood that this group of children was being used as experimental subjects. At this point, all the children went insane, attacking Luffy and the others nonstop. They couldn't bring themselves to fight back against these kids. Just then, Usopp stepped up. He used the sleep star to put all the children into a deep sleep. Looking at the sleeping children, Nami and the others decided to send them back home. Luffy and the others wanted to confront Caesar Clown and resolve the problem of these children at its root. Chopper and Nami stayed behind to take care of the children. The scene shifted, and Caesar Clown appeared on the screen, holding a heart in his hand, sitting next to a person who was none other than Trafalgar Law. At this moment, Caesar had already anticipated that the Navy had lost their ships and Den Mushi to report on the situation on the island. They would definitely find a way to seize the ships on the island, and he had already made preparations over there. Not only that, but he had also made arrangements on the Straw Hat crew's side. Meanwhile, the three who went out to find Kinemon were attacked by a giant snowman and fell asleep. After attacking Sanji and the others, they then came to Nami and the others. Just then, Luffy and the others, after discovering the giant footprints, hurried back. However, Nami, who had her soul swapped, was captured by the snowman. After learning that Nami had been kidnapped, Luffy decided to rescue her. And Frankie also wanted to go save his body. He asked Chopper for a bouncing ball, and before Chopper could finish speaking, he swallowed it down. transforming directly into a monster. The transformed Frankie couldn't distinguish between friend and foe, chasing after Luffy all the way. Looking at the rampaging Frankie, everyone was speechless. Are you going to save someone, or are you just going to cause more trouble? Luffy, who was tracking the giant footprints, fell directly into the snowman's trap, and the rampaging Frankie fell in alongside him. After falling, Luffy easily removed the trap and then spotted 2 snowmen. Luffy and the rampaging Frankie swiftly dealt with one of them, but the other snowman grabbed Nami and made a quick escape. He ran to a high ground at the research base where someone was already waiting for them. That person was Trafalgar Law. Without saying a word, Law immediately chopped the snowman into several pieces, using a counter shock to bring it down. He looked at the pursuing Luffy and said, I thought about it, and I'm here to tell you something. Straw Hat Captain, you may have come here by chance, but this island has an important key that can disrupt the New World. The people who heard this were puzzled. A key to disrupt the New World? What is that? Could there really be such a thing in this place? At that moment, Doflamingo, who heard this, immediately understood. The most important person on this island is Caesar. He looked at Law on the screen and muttered, This guy isn't planning to make a move on Caesar, is he? However, does he even know what it means to go after Caesar? There are 2 ways to survive in the New World. Either be protected by the 4 emperors or continuously challenge them. You wouldn't want to be subservient, would you? Then, let's form an alliance. I have a strategy to take one of the 4 emperors down. Alliance. Everyone was shocked to hear this. No way. Are they starting to form alliances already? They seem to have just arrived in the New World, and now they are forming an alliance? When did Kid join them? Taking down one of the 4 emperors? That's quite a bold statement. If they hadn't seen the video earlier, they would definitely have mocked them. But now, no one dared to easily dismiss it. After all the evidence now indicates that this group has succeeded. Trafalgar Law's bounty is as high as 3 billion. Everyone was focused on the screen, where Nami was urging Luffy not to trust him. But Luffy looked at Law with a serious expression. Law, I'm not saying we can take down the 4 emperors right away. I'm talking about proceeding in order of operations to find an opportunity. Luffy asked, Who are the 4 emperors you mentioned? Law replied, It's Kaido of the Beasts. As soon as those words were spoken, there was a moment of silence in front of the screen. Everyone stared in disbelief at the 2 people on the screen. Kaido. Their target is actually Kaido. Are these guys serious? They actually want to defeat the strongest creature in the world, Kaido. And they probably succeeded. Could this be the answer to the major incident created by the previous alliance of 3? At this moment, everyone in Wano, upon hearing that their target is Kaido of the Beasts, became excited. It's Kaido. It's really Kaido. Kinemon is still alive, and Momonosuke is still here. Wano still has hope. 2 years later, they return to this country with the alliance of 3, defeat Kaido, and Wano will be reborn. Ace from the Whitebeard Pirates looked at Luffy on the screen. He couldn't believe that person was Luffy. In just 2 years, he has grown to a level that even Ace has to look up to. The entire Whitebeard Pirates became excited. Ace's brother is amazing. They actually dared to challenge Kaido, and they are very likely to succeed. The last video mentioned that the Straw Hat Kid would achieve something in the next 3 years, and it seems this is it. The new 4 emperors. Luffy on the screen counted on his fingers. I was thinking of being the first to take down Shanks, but never mind. Anyway, I want to defeat all the 4 emperors. Defeating all the 4 emperors? Although our interests seem aligned, you underestimate them too much. They are the Sea Emperors who once fought Whitebeard for territory. That man called Kaido of the Beasts is known as the strongest creature in the world. Our alliance will only stop when we take Kaido's head. The chance of success in this operation? Just consider it infinitely low. Nami advised Luffy not to agree, but Luffy happily said, let's do it. The alliance between Law and Luffy was thus established. In the chat room, Blackbeard, interesting, so interesting. This little straw hat is doing well. Becky, no way. Their target is actually Kaido of the Beasts. Oh, awesome. So awesome. Who gave him the courage to challenge Kaido? Hawkins. They seem to have succeeded. After all, Trafalgar Law's bounty is 30 billion. Becky. So the answer to that previous question was Kaido of the Beasts? Oh, could it be that during the Marineford War, Trafalgar Law, saving the Straw Hat Kid, had this reason behind it? Becky, no way. How can anyone predict something so far in advance? I tend to think it's because of the D. After all, both Monkey D, Luffy, and Trafalgar D. Water Law have the D in their names. Hawkins, it's possible. Since the Law-Luffy alliance has formed, where's Kid at this time? Wasn't he at the 3 of them that caused the major incident? Kid, how would I know where I am? Becky, so the answer to the question in the last video is that Straw Hat Luffy becomes the new 4 Emperor. Clown Buggy is a warlord of the sea. Buggy, what if I'm also one of the 4 emperors? The system hasn't officially revealed the answer, so why rush? At this moment, Buggy gritted his teeth while looking at the screen. This straw hat kid actually became one of the 4 emperors. Big M.O.M. Kaido really is going backwards. He actually lost to these kids. Shiki. Haha. Kaido must be feeling depressed. Whitebeard. Gururara. The future world is indeed exciting. Crocodile. Losing to the straw hat kid doesn't seem so shameful after all. Shanks, Luffy, go for it. I'm waiting for you. Shiki. Kaido. Do you have anything to say? Ha ha ha. At this moment, Onigashima was silent. They couldn't believe that these 2 kids actually dared to target the beast pirates. In the past, if they had heard such words, they would have laughed heartily. After all, countless people wanted to challenge them, and they welcomed it, as it brought in fresh blood. They were always open to newcomers. But now they couldn't laugh. All the evidence pointed to the fact that they had lost. Lost to a few newcomers. Kaido, the video didn't show me being defeated. So you're so confident that I must have lost? Kaido, with the strength these kids showed in the previous video, they're far from being able to defeat me. Kaido, I want to see how he plans to defeat me. On the screen, Luffy agreed to the alliance of the 2 and took Law back to their temporary hideout. The rest of the Straw Hat crew was shocked to hear that they were forming an alliance with the Heart Pirates. They all questioned Luffy why he would ally with such a dangerous and unknown character. Furthermore, alliances between pirates often come with betrayal. Luffy asked Law, "Will you betray us?" Law replied that he wouldn't. People couldn't help but be speechless, thinking this guy is too naive. Shouldn't you at least have some doubts? He might be sold out and still helping others count money. Luffy believes that Law is a good person, and if he isn't, there's no need to worry because he has his companions who have trained for 2 years by his side. Usopp and the others instantly changed their opinions after Luffy praised them. Law helped a few of them switch back their bodies, and Luffy stated that he would first help these kids. Since the 2 have formed an alliance, Law also agreed to help. In the end, they decided to split up, with Law taking Chopper to investigate the medicine given to the kids, while the samurai would be handed over to the Straw Hat crew. Their ultimate goal is to kidnap Caesar. Luffy tied Chopper to Law's head, and Law began to doubt his life. Is their alliance really okay? People laughed at this scene. When Law first appeared, he had a cold and aloof demeanor, but he didn't expect to be led astray by the Straw Hat crew so quickly. Watching this on the screen, Law started to question whether he had made the wrong choice. These guys seemed completely unreliable. The video then shifted to another scene where Caesar's subordinates released a red monster. At that moment, Caesar's evil face appeared on the screen, laughing maniacally while revealing the true situation on the island. It turned out that the red monster was named Smiley. Smiley was the very chemical weapon that caused the explosion at Punk Hazard 4 years ago. It was Caesar's invented toxic gas bomb, H2S, which had an extremely powerful effect, instantly killing everything on the island. A year later, Caesar returned to the island, compressed the gas, and transformed it into a monster. This monster is Smiley. Listening to that reckless laughter, people were extremely angry. Everything this bastard did was unforgivable. A battle broke out at the main entrance of the research facility between the Navy and Caesar's subordinates. At that moment, Luffy and the others descended from the sky, directly revealing their plan to capture Caesar. Law looked at Luffy on the screen in silence, wondering if working with this guy was really the right choice. Should he say this guy is naive or just brainless? Luffy and Smoker engaged in battle, and at that moment, a red object appeared before them. This red object was Smiley's clone, while its main body was still in the flame zone. At that moment, Caesar suddenly appeared in the sky, and Luffy grabbed him. Caesar used poisonous gas against Luffy, but it had no effect on him as his body was immune to toxins. Caesar looked at Luffy angrily and took out a gas detonator, triggering a massive explosion. However, after the explosion, Luffy appeared unharmed in front of Caesar. He grabbed Caesar, but just then, Luffy suddenly collapsed to the ground. The others sensed something was wrong and tried to rescue Luffy, but they also collapsed to the ground like him. The entire group was wiped out. Everyone watching was puzzled, wondering how they suddenly fell unconscious. Meanwhile, Law had led Monet away, but suddenly felt a sharp pain and fell to the ground. A figure emerged. When this person appeared before Law, everyone recognized who he was. Virgo. No one expected this guy to be here. It was truly a narrow escape for enemies. This guy was a spy for the Marines, planted by Don Quixote Doflamingo. It seemed that Smoker's earlier guess was correct. There was indeed someone in G5 helping Caesar cover up the child abduction incident. Unexpectedly, Doflamingo was also involved in this. This guy was truly notorious. He was involved everywhere. Virgo held Law's heart in his hand, easily knocked Law to the ground, and captured him. Law's alliance and the G5 soldiers were all thrown into prison. At this moment, Luffy, who had just woken up, was very happy to see the others. 2 years ago, he had shared a cell with Smoker, and unexpectedly, 2 years later, they were in a familiar scene again. Seeing Luffy like this, people couldn't help but marvel at how carefree he was, even after being imprisoned. The awakened Smoker and the others also realized that Virgo was a companion of Doflamingo and a traitor from G5. Meanwhile, Usopp and the others were also easily defeated by Caesar. Having successfully brought the children back, Caesar appeared before Law, and Virgo also appeared with Law's heart in hand. He struck the heart hard. Law rolled in pain. Looking at Virgo holding Law's heart, they were previously curious about how Law's heart had fallen into the enemy's hands. The scene shifted to show Law and Caesar on screen, and as they listened to their conversation, everyone understood that this was when Law had just arrived. Caesar stated that if Law wanted to stay here, he had to give him his heart. In return, Monet's heart would be entrusted to him. Unexpectedly, this was how Law's heart ended up in their hands. At this time, Caesar began his live broadcast, and his audience consisted of intermediaries from black markets across the New World. Several familiar figures appeared on the screen, including Kid, Hawkins, and others. Kid didn't expect to appear in the video in this way. He couldn't fathom how he had joined Law's alliance. Meanwhile, in Water City, Rob Lucci was watching the screen and seemed to see himself among those people. The figure looked a lot like him. Lucci lowered his head and thought, could it be that he completed the task within these 2 years? He left the City of Water. At this moment, Alex, who was standing on his shoulder, seemed to have discovered something and flew out with a flutter of wings. Lucci ignored it, as this gluttonous bird probably spotted something delicious again. Ever since she hatched, Alexis has been eating nonstop, and her appetite is enormous. If it weren't for Lucci holding 2 salaries at the rate she eats, he would eventually go bankrupt. In the video, Caesar introduced Smiley, who has become a perfect killing machine with a new feeding formula, to the intermediaries of the underground world, giving it a new name, the Land of Death. At this moment, Zoro and the others, who successfully rescued Kinneyman, were being pursued by Smiley and arrived in front of a giant candy. Smiley swallowed the candy in one bite. After swallowing the candy, Smiley underwent a transformation, as if its body was melting. What puzzled everyone even more was that on a bag of fruit in front of it, one had turned into a devil fruit. Smiley's body had completely turned into liquid, and when the liquid touched the ground, a plume of purple smoke rose up, engulfing Caesar's subordinates and turning them into motionless lime people. The audience in front of the screen felt their scalps tingle as they watched the group of lime people. This is what Caesar Clown referred to as the Land of Death. It's truly terrifying. If this Land of Death were to seep into the underground world, who knows how many countries would suffer because of this guy. As the purple smoke spread, Caesar placed Luffy and the others outside the research facility. He wanted the viewers in the live stream to see that even a pirate with a bounty of 400 million couldn't escape the poisonous gas of the Land of Death. The few people placed outside the research facility remained calm as they began to prepare for a counterattack. Frankie ignited the warship below with a fireball, and the smoke obscured Caesar and the others' vision, while Law directly broke free from his chains. The chains binding him were not sea stone. He had swapped them out earlier. Successfully escaping, Law freed Luffy and the others. Law used room to teleport them inside the research facility, opened the door, and let the G5 Navy in. Meanwhile, Zoro, Nami, and the others also managed to reach the research facility and reunite with Luffy just before the Land of Death arrived. Seeing that the Straw Hat crew and the G5 Navy had successfully escaped, the audience in front of the screen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Especially the G5 Navy soldiers, many of whom saw themselves on the screen and thought they were really going to die. Thankfully, Trafalgar Law opened the door to the research facility just in time. Due to their positions, they could only silently thank him in their hearts. The video shifted, showing the outside of the research facility in complete silence, with purple smoke enveloping the entire island. Everywhere except for the research facility had turned gray and white. The whole island seemed to be dead. Inside the research facility, Law and Luffy began their actions. They were looking for Caesar and Virgo. The Navy and Nami went to rescue the children, then headed to R66, which is the entrance to the sea. Caesar realized that Luffy and the others had escaped into the research facility. After some analysis, he concluded that the Straw Hat crew could only leave the island through the door of R66. So he decided to destroy Building A to capture Luffy and the others in one fell swoop. However, Virgo believed it wouldn't be that simple, as Law and the others' abilities would allow them to easily escape from Building A. He decided to deal with the G5. Meanwhile, Luffy and Smoker ran all the way and finally arrived at Caesar's location. Upon discovering that Virgo was not there, Smoker immediately turned to leave. Caesar questioned Luffy about why he was targeting him. Luffy said, "I don't know. In any case, something interesting will happen if I kidnap you." Caesar knows that Luffy has formed an alliance with Law, and he tells Luffy that Law is untrustworthy. Luffy said, "I'll judge this myself." Saying that, he threw a punch. Caesar used the empty world to suck away the oxygen around him, forcing Luffy to fight from a distance. Realizing he couldn't breathe, Luffy decided to defeat Caesar in one blow. He used armament hockey to harden his fist and unleashed a flurry of jet punches towards Caesar. Just then, the snow woman Monet suddenly intervened, using a dome of snow to protect Caesar. She told Caesar to leave while she stayed behind to deal with the straw hat. Meanwhile, Law arrived at a room labeled sad. The moment he opened the door, alarms blared throughout the research facility, and Caesar and Virgo realized Law's intentions. Seeing the tense expressions on Caesar and Virgo's faces, everyone was curious about what could be so alarming. At that moment, Doflamingo understood Law's goal. It seemed Law planned to destroy Sad, kidnap Caesar, and sever ties with Kaido. One had to admit, this guy was clever. Doflamingo called Caesar again, instructing him to clean up his tracks and quickly leave Punk Hazard. Just then, the screen suddenly darkened, and the question appeared, what exactly is Sad? This question was open to everyone, and a correct answer would reward a random devil fruit, while an incorrect answer would incur no penalty. The answering session would start in 1 minute. When this question came out, everyone was stunned. What was this Sad? The reward was actually a devil fruit. A devil fruit. Eating it would allow one to become a devil fruit user. The system's products surely wouldn't be subpar. They hadn't seen anything useless yet. Many people stared greedily at the screen, but unfortunately, they had no idea what the answer was. At the Navy headquarters, Admiral Sengoku was also pondering what Sad could be. It was the first time a devil fruit reward had appeared. After thinking for a long time, he still didn't understand what Sad was. Meanwhile, Doflamingo, who had just called Caesar, saw the question and of course knew the answer. Doflamingo was delighted. Very few people knew the correct answer to this question, and the reward was a devil fruit. A minute passed, and it was time for quick answers. Congratulations to Doflamingo for answering correctly and ranking first. Congratulations to Caesar Clown for ranking second with a correct answer. Doflamingo looked at the screen and said, "It's the material for creating artificial zone-type devil fruits." Congratulations to Doflamingo for the correct answer. You are awarded a devil fruit. Please check your reward. Everyone in front of the screen was stunned upon hearing this. Artificial devil fruit material? What the heck? Devil fruits can be artificially created? What a joke. At that moment, many people were brightened by the news that this devil fruit could be artificially made. If that were true, they could buy this artificial devil fruit from Doflamingo. That way, they could also become devil fruit users. Hearing this answer, Sengoku immediately ordered the Navy admirals to use a special portal to go to Punk Hazard and capture Caesar Clown. This guy was too dangerous. He couldn't be left unchecked. The world needed an explanation for the heinous acts he had committed. Just then, his din-din mushy suddenly rang. Sengoku's expression changed. He realized something and chose not to answer the call, pretending he didn't hear it. The high-ranking Navy officers beside him looked at the incessantly ringing din-din mushy and understood who was calling. The 5 elders. At Marigeos, the 5 elders were excited to see that devil fruits could now be artificially manufactured. If they had this, they could turn all CP agents into devil fruit users. The 5 elders called Sengoku, but no one answered on the other end. Their expressions turned sour. How dare Sengoku not answer their call? It was clear they needed to announce a new admiral soon. The 5 elders instructed CP to head to the Navy headquarters to deliver their orders in person. They were somewhat looking forward to an organization of CP agents who were all devil fruit users. In the chat room, Blackbeard. This Caesar Clown is quite talented. Interested in joining us, the Blackbeard Pirates? Becky, are you trying to recruit someone in front of Doflamingo? P.S. in this chat room. Blackbeard, Doflamingo. How about joining the Blackbeard Pirates? Becky, good one. Let's steal him away. Oh pooh, artificial devil fruit? Is that for real? I've never heard of devil fruits being manufactured. Becky, who cares if it's real or not? Just keep watching to find out. Hawkins, this recap is a huge loss for Doflamingo. All his secrets are exposed. I wonder if he is next? Becky, he is definitely next. Trafalgar Law wants to avenge Rosinante, and there will definitely be a battle between them. Doflamingo will either escape or lose. Those are the only two outcomes. Kid, in short, he lost. Crocodile. This Birdman really is hiding his talents. Apo, if I were him, I'd be crying. Over a decade of undercover work has been exposed, and now Caesar, who can produce sad, has also been revealed. Everything has come to nothing. Becky, maybe he still has other trump cards up his sleeve. We can't underestimate any of these warlords. Hawkins, regardless, Doflamingo has taken a huge loss. He almost had his pants exposed by the system. The only consolation is that he got a devil fruit. Hearing this, many people laughed. What they said was very true. At this moment, as Law was about to destroy Sad, Virgo appeared in front of him, holding Law's heart, preventing him from making a move. Just then, Smoker also arrived. On the other side, Monet had thrown Luffy into a garbage dump and then blocked Nami and the others. Zoro used his one-sword style, Dragon Quake, and without using Haki, he cleaved Monet in half. Luffy, who fell into the garbage dump, met Momonosuke, who had mistakenly eaten the artificial devil fruit. Upon seeing that Momonosuke was still alive, the people of Wano were overwhelmed with joy. They were truly alive. Looking at Momonosuke, who still appeared as a child, many were puzzled. What was going on? Why was he still a child? At this moment, Luffy climbed up with the transformed little dragon Momonosuke, and they encountered Caesar. Luffy questioned Caesar about what kind of island this was. Caesar told Luffy that this was an island that seemed to not exist, a base of darkness. Whether it was forbidden experiments or the deployment of necessary experimental subjects, everything could be done at will. Everything was possible because of strong backing. That's why its existence would be erased. If one intervened with a moment of impulsive attitude, they could lose their life. Caesar continued. Law wanted to obtain Sad, because only I can create that. That's why he would use you to try to take me away. The so-called Sad is something held in the factory of the most dangerous man in the seven warlords, Don Quixote Doflamingo, used to create a fruit called Smile. Smile is a type of artificial devil fruit of the Zoan type. Doflamingo is trading Smile with big shots in the New World. It is said that one of the Yonko is already using Smile to form a legion of hundreds of able users. Everyone present was stunned. The Sad that Caesar made was actually supplied to Doflamingo. He holds the finished artificial devil fruits. The Yonko Caesar mentioned couldn't be Kaido, right? After all, only he is keen on Zoan-type devil fruits. Doflamingo covered his face. He couldn't bear to look at Caesar on the screen. This guy revealed everything in one breath. Chat room. Becky, is Kaido the one Doflamingo is trading with? Apo, they actually have this kind of relationship. So part of Kaido's beast pirates comes from artificial devil fruits? Hawkins, Trafalgar Law and Doflamingo are mortal enemies. Caesar is an important partner of Doflamingo. If he kidnaps Caesar, Doflamingo would lose Sad and wouldn't be able to produce devil fruits. Law's goal can't be to make Doflamingo and Kaido turn against each other, right? Becky, it looks like that's the goal. I have to say, Trafalgar Law is quite clever. Becky, if they kidnap Caesar, Doflamingo definitely won't let them go. The next video is probably about dealing with Doflamingo, right? Apo, looks like there's a good show to watch. Apo, but the seven warlords are part of the world government. If they go after the seven warlords, the world government shouldn't just sit back and watch, right? They will definitely send an admiral to deal with them. Hawkins, so which admiral is coming? Becky, no matter which admiral comes, one thing is for sure. That person is not going to use full power. Otherwise, based on their strength in the video, they wouldn't be able to deal with Doflamingo and the Navy Admiral. Apo, could it be Kizaru? This made everyone think of Kizaru's amazing moves during the Marineford War and Sabeti Archipelago. That was no longer just holding back. It was like the sea. Becky, no matter who it is, the next video will definitely be revealed. Apo, that's true. At this moment, Caesar on the screen said to Luffy, come and try to catch me. I have a backing. I have Doflamingo and Yonko. Do you dare to go against them? Hearing this, everyone laughed. You're talking about backing to the Straw Hat Kid? There probably isn't anyone in this world whose backing can compare to the Straw Hat Kid. There might be one, the previous Rosinante. His identity was also very impressive. What a pity, such a good person was killed by Doflamingo. Luffy stared silently at Caesar in front of him, and as soon as Caesar finished speaking, Luffy threw a punch. Caesar covered his face, incredulously saying, my backing is that crazy pirate, the warlord of the sea, Don Quixote Doflamingo. He is involved in weapons, arms, drugs, everything dangerous. In other words, he is the root of all evil. The audience in front of the screen listened to Caesar's words, their anger boiling over. These two guys are both scum. Their level of evil is on par. They wondered why the world government has revoked Doflamingo's warlord status. Is it just because he was a celestial dragon? A former celestial dragon who is no longer one still has such power. At this moment, Caesar on the screen was still rambling about the consequences of offending them. Luffy stepped forward, hitting him hard in the face again. Meanwhile, Zoro was carrying Tashigi, circling around inside the research facility. Tashigi was confused. Even though the path was straight, he still managed to make a turn. People laughed as they watched Tashigi continuously directing Zoro on which way to go on the screen. This guy really is hopelessly directionally challenged. At this time, Nami and the others were running towards R66 with the children who had been injected with sedatives. On the other side, Smoker and Virgo were engaged in a fierce battle. Smoker created a large amount of smoke to disrupt Virgo's judgment and retrieved Law's heart. At this moment, the heavily injured Smoker lay on the ground, saying to Law, "Now I've repaid my debt to you. Hurry up and finish this." The audience in front of the screen looked at Smoker like this, and they all liked this Marine Vice Admiral. This is true justice. If everyone in the Navy were like him, it would be great. He is good at everything, just too weak. Hopefully, after this recap ends, the system can enhance his strength a bit. At this time, Law, who successfully obtained the heart, faced the fully armed Virgo without fear. Everyone focused their attention on the two. The feud between them was finally going to come to an end today. Everyone thought it would be an earth-shattering battle, but the next development exceeded everyone's expectations. On the screen, Law calmly drew his sword, Inma, and with one slash, the fully armed Virgo was actually split in half. The scene shifted, and the camera zoomed out, showcasing the power of that slash to everyone. The entire research facility and Punk Hazard had been directly cut in half. People stared at the screen in disbelief. This Law is so powerful. Is this his true strength? Terrifying. On the screen, the severed Virgo attempted to make a final struggle, grabbing a bamboo stick and charging at Law. Law used his room ability to slice Virgo into countless pieces. At this moment, due to Law's ability, the entire research facility was on the verge of collapse. On the other side, Caesar ordered his subordinates to open the vents, letting the poisonous gas in. Caesar used his ability to inhale all the poison into his body, transforming into a purple monster with Death Country written on him. Transformed into a monster, Caesar directly eliminated his subordinates. Luffy decided to end the battle quickly. He turned and ran out, making a running motion. Then, Luffy used Gear 3rd, the Gray Bear gun, hardening both fists with Haki. His massive fist directly struck Caesar's chest, sending him flying. Watching Caesar, who didn't know where he had flown off to, the people in front of the screen were speechless. Was your battle plan to kidnap Caesar? Now that he doesn't even know where he is, how can you kidnap him? What an unpredictable person. At this moment, Brook was with Kinemon, who had turned to ash after inhaling the Death Country, and Chopper. The citizens of Wano looked at the screen in disbelief. How could this happen? Hope was right in front of them, yet Kinemon was dead. On the screen, everyone except Chopper and Brook had gathered together. Law and Smoker appeared in front of Luffy and the others, pulling a massive transport vehicle, which was essential for their escape. Law looked at the scene and knew that Caesar had already been defeated. He asked Luffy where Caesar was. Luffy looked at Law happily and said, "I sent him flying over there along with that door. I wonder where he'll end up." As he spoke, Luffy pointed to the side. Law questioned Luffy, "I'm asking you, weren't you supposed to kidnap him?" Luffy, "But I don't want to capture that kind of guy." Law, "Even if you don't want to, the plan is like that. If he escapes, how are you going to compensate me?" Luffy was confused. "Isn't it good? If that kind of person runs away, let them run." Law turned around, not wanting to talk to Luffy. "Don't change the battle plan based on your mood. I shouldn't have trusted you. Hurry up and chase him." Hearing this, Luffy looked unwilling. In front of the screen, Law looked at Luffy and couldn't help but feel a headache. Is this Straw Hat Luffy really okay? At this moment, Law ordered everyone to board the transport vehicle, but Luffy said that not everyone had arrived yet. He wanted to wait until all his companions were gathered before leaving. Everyone was anxiously waiting, and the big door in front was slowly closing. Luffy's gaze was fixed on the empty corridor. Just then, Chopper's voice came from afar, and everyone was delighted. They've arrived. Chopper and Brook finally made it just a second before the door closed. Law urged everyone to board the transport vehicle and leave quickly. At this point, the scene shifted, and two figures appeared on the screen. People recognized who they were. The grown-up Buffalo and Baby 5. The two arrived at the edge of the coast, above a transport oil tanker. At that moment, a figure was suddenly sent flying from a distance. As they focused, they realized it was Caesar. The audience was also surprised that Caesar was directly sent flying here. If that ship hadn't been in the way, he might have fallen straight into the sea. People felt a bit regretful, wondering why he wasn't drowned. Just then, Baby 5 noticed someone on the deck. The scene shifted, and a robot appeared on the screen. It was none other than General Frankie. At this moment, Frankie also spotted the two and initiated an attack using the shield on his shoulder. Baby turned into a weapon and fired at Frankie. After a hail of bullets, Frankie was unscathed. Seeing that her attack was ineffective, Baby 5 transformed into a missile and directly crashed into the transport ship, causing a violent explosion. The explosion startled Caesar, who picked up the heart in his hand, preparing to stab it. Meanwhile, Snow Woman Monet arrived at the detonation device, talking to Doflamingo, who instructed her to blow up the research facility. Monet had the same idea and opened the box of the device. Just as she was about to press it, her eyes suddenly widened. She slowly fell to the ground. Everyone looked at the screen in confusion. What was happening? Why did she suddenly collapse? The scene shifted again, and Caesar had also stabbed the heart he jumped onto. However, nothing happened to Smoker. People were puzzled. What was going on? At this time, Smoker asked Law, "I should have given my heart to Caesar. Why is it in your hand?" Law explained, "That guy just messed up. To gain Caesar's trust, I gave him my heart. In exchange, I got his secretary Monet's heart. Then I took the heart from you when you arrived at the research facility, so I have two hearts. I was just kindly returning Secretary Monet's heart to him." ISNT had often said that as long as you treat others well, good things will come your way. At this moment, everyone understood. It turned out the heart Caesar stabbed was Monet's. This Trafalgar Law is really clever. The scene shifted again, and after Doflamingo noticed there was no movement, he prepared to personally check the situation at Punk Hazard. Meanwhile, with Nami's help, the transport vehicle successfully reached the coast and regrouped with Frankie. At this time, Baby 5 and Buffalo spotted them, and Buffalo, with Caesar, prepared to escape. They were stopped by Nami and Usopp. All three were captured. At this moment, everyone was reunited by the seaside. Sanji was preparing food on the stove. Frankie and G5 were repairing the ship. Law was helping the children with their illnesses. And Dasky was talking to Nami on the deck, hoping Nami would hand the kids over to the Navy. However, Nami was unwilling to trust the Navy, as it was because they were handled by the Navy that things turned out this way. Sengoku sighed, saying she was right. Everything that happened on Punk Hazard could be said to be caused by the Navy. It was the internal traitors in the Navy that led to these children being kidnapped here and turned into test subjects. All of this could be attributed to them. Dasky bowed solemnly to Nami, promising her that the Navy would definitely treat the children well and send them back to their parents. Nami agreed, deciding to trust the Navy once. After all, they are pirates. Meanwhile, Kinemon, who had turned to lime, successfully revived and recognized Momonosuke. At this moment, Law came down and told Luffy and the others that the pursuers were about to arrive. Upon hearing this, Luffy shouted to them, "Brothers, the pursuers are coming soon, so hurry up, let's have a feast." Law looked at Luffy with suspicion, confirming that he wasn't joking. Upon hearing Luffy's words, everyone cheered, and the Navy, pirates, and children all gathered together happily to eat and drink. This harmonious scene amazed everyone watching on the screen. It was the first time they had seen the Navy and pirates coexist so peacefully. However, they couldn't expect all pirates to be like this. The Straw Hat Pirates were just a special case, as they didn't seem like pirates at all, but more like adventurers. After everyone was full, they prepared to leave. Luffy and the others watched the children board the oil tanker, and they were also getting ready to leave. The scene shifted to Doflamingo, who had arrived at Punk Hazard and saw the heads of Buffalo and Baby 5 on a lifeboat. Next to them was a transponder snail, and Law's voice came through. "The Caesar you are looking for is here with me. Let's make a deal." Doflamingo replied, "Where are you? Don't make me angry." Law's voice on the transponder snail said, "Angry? Right now, your most important trading partner is one of the 4 emperors, Kaido. What do you think will happen if he finds out you can no longer produce Smile? He's not a reasonable person. He will eliminate you." Doflamingo asked, "How can you return Caesar to me? Tell me your conditions." Law replied, "Resign from the warlords of the sea. It's not much. You just have to give up the status you've built over 10 years and become an ordinary pirate. But doing so, the admirals at the Navy headquarters won't let you go. The deadline is tomorrow morning. If nothing happens, then the deal is off." After saying this, Law hung up the phone. After hearing Law's request, everyone was incredulous. This guy's demand was for Doflamingo to resign from the warlords of the sea. Without that identity, Doflamingo was just an ordinary pirate. The Navy admirals would definitely not let him off. But would Doflamingo really give up his warlord status? At this moment, the king of Dressrosa, Riku, couldn't believe that Trafalgar Law's request was this. He found it hard to believe. Could it be that Doflamingo would really give up this identity and become an ordinary pirate? Was this the result he wanted by kidnapping Caesar? The scene shifted again, and Smoker, still at Punk Hazard, appeared on the screen. At that moment, Doflamingo also arrived. Doflamingo used his Conqueror's Haki to knock out a large number of Navy soldiers, then used his parasite thread to make the Navy members fight each other. Doflamingo looked at Smoker and said, "Smoker, tell me where that group of brats went." Smoker replied, "I'm not sure. I just watched them escape." "I'm really sorry to Commander Virgo." Doflamingo said, "He is gone now, right? It seems you know too much." Saying this, Doflamingo charged at Smoker. Smoker was no match for Doflamingo, and soon he was injured. At that moment, G5 Marines rushed in, and Doflamingo manipulated the threads in his hands to attack the Navy. Smoker realized the situation was dire and turned into smoke to block them. All of Doflamingo's attacks landed on Smoker. Smoker fell to the ground, and Doflamingo approached him, raising his hand to finish Smoker off. Everyone anxiously watched the screen. Who could save him now? Was this Navy really going to die here? Just then, a chill emerged from behind, and a familiar voice rang in everyone's ears. A person appeared behind Doflamingo, saying, "Excuse me, little brother, can you step aside?" "Yes, my friend." Everyone widened their eyes at the person on the screen. It was Admiral Akiji Kuzan. How'd he end up here? He wasn't even wearing the Navy uniform. What was going on? At that moment, Doflamingo continued his attack, but was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. Within seconds, Doflamingo shattered the ice on his body and turned to confront Akiji. Doflamingo then swaggered past Akiji and said, "I don't want to fight you, but if I can't shut that man's mouth, I will change my actions. Can you tell me one thing? What is your identity now, Kazan?" Everyone was baffled. Wasn't Akiji an admiral? But he wasn't wearing the Navy uniform now, which was puzzling. Had he really left the Navy? Akiji did not answer, and Doflamingo, not getting a response, simply sat on Buffalo's back and left Punk Hazard. At this moment, Akiji looked at Smoker, who was tied up, and said, "I never regarded the world government as my everything. Even if I'm not a Navy, there are things I can do. Some things can only be seen clearly if you're not a Navy." Hearing Akiji's words, everyone was stunned. He had actually left the Navy. The Navy personnel at headquarters couldn't believe this fact. They never thought Akiji would leave. Could it be because he lost in the admiral competition? At this time, Akiji and the others had already used the warp gate to arrive at Punk Hazard. They were not at the Navy headquarters. Smoker asked, "You're not colluding with the Dark Forces, are you?" As soon as he said this, everyone was left with question marks. What did that mean? Dark Forces? ISNT that pirates? Akiji has connections with pirates? The Akiji on the screen was silent for a few seconds. "I am who I am." Upon hearing this answer, Smoker replied, "That's good." Akiji instructed the G5 Marines to notify Admiral Akainu to keep an eye on Doflamingo and to mobilize the admirals if necessary. After saying this, Akiji reminded the G5 Marines to keep this matter confidential and then turned to leave. The scene changed again, and a new island shaped like a giant monster's horn appeared on the screen, followed by a bounty poster showing a reward of 3 billion. When the people of Wano saw this island, they erupted in excitement. It was Onigashima. Kaido had definitely been defeated. The Akazaya 9 were also stunned by this scene. Now everyone could confirm that Kaido had been defeated. Other viewers who didn't recognize Onigashima also guessed where this was. They stared at the screen in disbelief. That was Beast Kaido, the strongest creature in the world. This was simply unbelievable. Although they had long suspected it was very likely that Kaido had been defeated, they found it too outrageous that a trio of rookie pirates had truly defeated an emperor. At this moment, Onigashima was silent. They completely couldn't accept that they had indeed been defeated by a group of rookies. Doflamingo also couldn't believe it. This couldn't be real. Beast Kaido had actually been defeated. Those 3 brats had really taken down that monster. The video paused on this bounty poster and gradually faded away. This video ends here. Congratulations to Trafalgar Law and Smoker for making the list. The reward for those listed this time is a 7-day use of the trial room. Please check it. As the system's voice fell, a small house appeared in front of Law and Smoker, very miniature. At this moment, the system did not say much and directly handed them the instruction card. After reading the instructions, Luo's eyes lit up. Many people wanted his life now, and without enough strength, he couldn't protect those he wanted to protect. The trial room solved his current crisis very well. At this time, Smoker also received this card. To prevent that shameless group from demanding he hand over the rewards, Smoker immediately entered the trial room. Chat room. Kid, envious. This reward is amazing. Apu, is that it? What about the follow-up? What happened to Doflamingo? Did he quit the warlords? Becky, there should be a video about Doflamingo coming out, after all. The next target of the Luo Alliance is him. Apu. Looking forward to the next video. I want to see the Luo Alliance defeat the warlords. Hawkins. Kid in the Straw Hat's bounty shouldn't be too low, right? After all, they're the three who have already defeated Kaido. Hawkins. Aren't the answers to those two previous questions announced by the system? It's already a done deal that Kaido was defeated. Becky. I don't think it's that simple. Since we already know the result, but the system hasn't announced it, there must be other reasons. And the answer to that previous question should be that the Straw Hat became one of the 4 emperors. It's so obvious. But the system hasn't announced the answer, which is very suspicious. Kid, you're not saying that Buggy the Clown also became one of the 4 emperors, right? Do you believe that? Becky, I don't believe it, but it's very likely that this is the truth. Otherwise, I don't understand why the system wouldn't announce the answer. Apu, if that's the case, does that mean another emperor has been defeated? Hawkins, the 3 of them allied to defeat Kaido, and the Straw Hat became one of the 4 emperors. If we assume Buggy is one of the 4 emperors, does that mean they also defeated an emperor? For example, Blackbeard or Big Mom? Apu, why not mention Shanks? Hawkins, in the previous video, Buggy and Shanks had a good relationship, so it's unlikely. Becky, I think Blackbeard is also unlikely to be defeated. After all, he is a double devil fruit user. Big Mom, what do you mean? Do you really think I was defeated? Becky, I didn't say that. Big Mom on Cake Island was almost furious after seeing the messages in the chat room. These guys clearly thought it was her who was defeated. Big Mom kept eating desserts, glaring fiercely at the screen that had no images. She was somewhat worried that Caesar might get caught by the Navy. Her hopes for gigantification depended entirely on Caesar, and the video didn't say whether he succeeded or not, which made Big Mom very anxious. Big Mom had a vague suspicion that the gigantification experiment might have failed. However, she was unwilling to think about this issue. At the same time, Punk Hazard. The 3 admirals easily captured Caesar Clown, who had not yet managed to leave through the portal. To avoid any worries, Caesar filled the entire Punk Hazard with poisonous gas, leaving the lives of the island's inhabitants uncertain. The Navy, dressed in protective gear, successfully found the abducted children and urgently sent them through the portal to Vegapunk. Dr. Vegapunk had the universal antidote given by the system, which he had not yet used. After resolving the Punk Hazard incident, the 5 elders publicly announced their chosen candidate for the position of admiral, which was Akainu. Upon hearing this news, all the Navy personnel nervously looked at Akainu and Akiji, worried that the two would engage in a duel like in the video. Akiji, upon hearing this news, was not surprised. He had known the result long ago, and the two did not engage in any battle. Akainu successfully became the admiral, and Sengoku officially retired. However, Akiji chose to leave the Navy, which surprised everyone yet was also expected. They thought since Akiji already knew the result, he wouldn't choose to leave like in the video. Unexpectedly, he still chose to leave the Navy. P.S. In the original work, Akiji is likely going undercover. Regardless of whether this is true or not, I do not plan to let him stay in the Navy. At this moment, Akiji appeared in another place, and in front of him was another person, Zephyr. With the sudden loss of 2 admirals, the higher-ups of the Navy had to issue a public recruitment announcement to remedy the sudden absence of 2 admiral positions. Internally, they also conducted a selection for admiral candidates, preparing for both scenarios. Meanwhile, in Water City, at this moment, Barry discovered that Alex was missing, and he asked Lucci, "Lucci, where did Alex go?" Lucci Dao. When I was watching the video earlier, it suddenly flew away without knowing what it discovered. I guess it will come back later. Bali, it flew away. I was wondering why I didn't see it. Lucci was a bit puzzled. Had Alex left for too long? But he didn't think too much about it. With Alex's strength, no one in this Water City could harm him. Meanwhile, in a corner of the Water City, a little red bird was continuously eating, its belly already bulging. However, it seemed to have no concept of being full and kept on eating. Beside it, a strange figure dressed in white with a mask on his face was constantly feeding it. The masked man looked at the bird with such an appetite and couldn't help but feel a headache. He had put a lot of anesthetic on the meat. Yet the bird showed no reaction at all. He began to suspect if the drug was expired. It had no effect. And what was up with this bird? Didn't it feel stuffed? Why was it still not full? Let it burst. The masked man thought to himself. Just then, while eating the meat, Alex seemed to lose balance and started wobbling. The masked man was delighted at this sight. It was working. Alex shook its head and continued eating, but soon, it suddenly dove head first into the meat. The masked man saw that it had finally fainted and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This guy had eaten so much drug meat and only just collapsed. He picked up the unconscious Alex and walked toward the nearby pink door, where it seemed someone was peeking out. The masked man successfully returned to Marineford through the portal and placed Alex on a table before taking his leave. The 5 elders had been waiting for a long time. They looked at the sleeping red bird in front of them and instructed someone to bring over a bottle of purple potion. This potion could erase memories and was specially developed by Vegapunk for the 5 elders. They then had someone pour the potion down Alex's throat. Looking at the completely empty bottle, the 5 elders felt a surge of excitement, eagerly anticipating Alex's reaction when it woke up. Time passed slowly, and after a long while, the unconscious Alex finally woke up, looking around in confusion at the unfamiliar environment. Alex flapped its wings, trying to fly, but the excessive anesthetic made its wings unresponsive. At this moment, the 5 elders watched as Alex woke up and brought over the prepared meat, placing it in front of it. Alex's eyes lit up at the sight of the meat. The 5 elders said to Alex, "Little red bird, do you remember who you are?" Alex looked at them in confusion, enlarged its wings, and folded them together, transforming into a little girl resembling a human. She looked at the 5 elders in confusion, didn't answer their question, and directly sat on the table, grabbing the meat and eating heartily. The 5 elders were somewhat puzzled. Could she not speak? They watched as Alex ate and asked, "Do you like it? As long as you obey, you can have as much as you want." Upon hearing that she could have as much as she wanted, Alex's eyes brightened, and she turned her gaze towards the 5 elders. In her eyes, a grayish-black mist with a hint of purple surrounded the few of them, and she remained silent. The 5 elders felt strange. They had seen the joy in her eyes when she heard about the meat. Did she agree or not? This was the first time they encountered such a situation. Just as they were about to ask something, Alex grabbed the food with both hands and flew away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The 5 elders stared at the empty room in silence. They quickly ordered someone to find Alex. At that moment, Alex had come outside and found no one around. She landed on the ground, sat under a small tree, and peacefully began to eat the meat in her hands. While eating, she looked around with a dazed expression, then immersed herself in the delicious food. Just then, a man riding a slave arrived. He looked like an adult but had disgusting mucus hanging from his face. This man was Charlos. His eyes lit up as he saw Alex enjoying her food under the tree and directed his slave to approach Alex. Charlos came before Alex, sizing her up, and couldn't help but say, "Not bad. Not bad." He then commanded the slave to move forward and try to capture her. Alex looked at the person in front of her, flapped her wings, and a scalding hot wind instantly blew the huge slave away. The slave, blown away by the hot wind, crashed into Charlos, and the two of them flew out together, crashing against the wall with a loud bang. The noise alerted the nearby guards, who rushed over to check the situation. By this time, Alex had finished the meat in her hands, scratched her head, and couldn't remember what she was supposed to do, vaguely feeling that she should return to somewhere. Charlos, seeing that the bird had blown him away, angrily shouted for the guards to capture her. The guards ran up and surrounded Alex. Charlos grinned at the surrounded Alex and kicked the fallen slave beside him. But the slave showed no reaction. Charlos picked up his gun angrily and approached Alex, then raised the gun and fired several shots at her. Alex looked at the person shrouded in black mist in front of her, then folded her wings together, blocking all the bullets. When her wings spread again, a large red bird appeared in front of everyone. The crowd stared in astonishment at the large red bird. They couldn't help but exclaim in their hearts, "Is this a devil fruit user?" Charlos greedily gazed at the large red bird before him, thinking to himself how wonderful it would be to have a slave like that. "Quick, capture it, alive." Upon hearing Charlos's words, the guards rushed forward. Alex looked at the people charging at her and gently flapped her wings, sending them all flying away. She flew in front of Charlos, her red eyes fixed on him. Charlos was startled and screamed in fear, "Help!" Alex flew into the air and opened her mouth, shooting a stream of white flames at the mist-covered Charlos. Charlos looked at the white flames in terror. His instincts told him that he must not get hit, but he had no time to react and was instantly engulfed by the white flames. In the blink of an eye, Charlos's figure vanished into the flames. The arriving guards were stunned by the scene. In disbelief, they exclaimed, "Saint Charlos! Quick, there's an intruder." They urgently contacted nearby guards using the Den Mushi. At this moment, the CP searching for Alex also arrived, watching in shock as Alex, transformed into a large red bird, killed Charlos with that white flame. The CP was astonished by the scene and urgently reported to the five elders. The five elders, upon receiving the news, never expected that the Redbird, which had just disappeared, would do something like this. Their expressions turned serious, and they immediately ordered everyone to capture the bird, no matter if it was alive or dead. They had initially planned to train her well and use her as a secret weapon for the world government. But unexpectedly, she had killed a celestial dragon. She was provoking the world government. The celestial dragons cannot be offended. Even if that person is trash, they are still celestial dragons. At this moment in Marineford, the retired Sengoku and Garp were leisurely drinking tea and eating senbei. Sengoku looked at Akainu, who was busy and flustered inside, and chuckled. It's not easy being a fleet admiral, is it, Sakazuki? The leisurely Kizaru, sitting with his legs crossed, was casually trimming his nails. Upon hearing this, he looked up at the flustered Akainu. Akainu turned to Sengoku and said, "Shut up, you semi-recluse." Sengoku covered his mouth and laughed, continuing to eat senbei and drink tea with Garp. At that moment, Akainu's din mushi suddenly rang. He answered the call, and after hearing the words from the other end, his expression instantly became serious. The others present were curious about what had happened. After hanging up the phone, Akainu announced, "Marineford has been invaded, and a celestial dragon has been killed. They want to dispatch vice admirals and rear admirals to capture the invaders." Everyone exchanged glances in shock. A celestial dragon had actually been killed, and right in the holy land of Marineford. This was an unprecedented major event. Akainu took out a warp door and instructed them to go through it to Marineford. Kizaru was the first to enter, and Sengoku and Garp, wanting to join the excitement, followed him in. As they stepped into Marineford, everyone was in disbelief at what lay before them. The originally beautiful and magnificent buildings were engulfed in raging flames, and countless people were fleeing in panic. The once lofty, celestial dragons were now in a state of utter disarray. Everyone looked up at the sky, and what they saw was a sea of red. The red seemed to stretch endlessly above them. As the red continued to rise, all eyes were glued in shock. It was actually a massive redbird that blotted out the sun. Sengoku looked at the giant red object in the sky and exclaimed, "That's too big." Garp remarked, "What kind of trouble did these guys get themselves into this time? Can't they just stay out of trouble for once?" Saru said, "If that thing falls without doing anything, it could wipe out all of Marineford." Sengoku replied, "So even if we rushed over, what good would it do?" Kizaru teleported into the air and unleashed a barrage of attacks towards the sky. Dense Haki-infused projectiles flew towards the giant bird, disappearing into the sky. Sengoku said, "That bird is too big. That kind of attack won't do anything to it." In the sky, Alex, watching the sea of flames below, flapped its wings a few times and flew up to an altitude of 10,000 meters. It disappeared into the sky. Sengoku and the others looked at the giant object soaring into the sky and said, "What are we here for? To be bystanders?" Garp replied, "We came to join the excitement. It's so high up. Even using moonwalk, we might not catch up. If it decides to come at us with a wing, we wouldn't know where we'd end up." Sengoku looked at the sea of flames and shouted, "Quick, put out the fire and save people." The navy behind Sengoku snapped back to reality upon hearing his words, quickly dispersing to rescue people. Meanwhile, the Gorosei had extremely grim expressions. They never expected that bird to be so terrifying. When they previously watched the footage from the Den Mushi, the bird was nowhere near that large, and its flames were a peculiar white. But what they saw today was completely different. The giant bird's size surpassed their understanding, and the white flames had turned red. Thankfully, this red fire was just ordinary flames. Otherwise, no one in Marineford would have been able to escape safely. They somewhat regretted trying to capture this monster. If it had remained in Lucci's hands, it wouldn't have been an enemy, but now they stood on opposing sides. After flying for an unknown amount of time, Alex transformed back into a small bird, its stomach growling, unable to maintain its massive size any longer. It flapped its wings, trying to fly to the sky island it had just seen, but its body, severely depleted from growing larger and extremely hungry, could no longer fly. It fell from the sky, crashing into the sea at high speed. With a loud splash, it plunged into the water. After resurfacing, Alex flapped its wings and swam to the surface, then fell into a deep sleep. When Alex finally woke up again, it was unclear how much time had passed, and it didn't know where it was now. At this moment, in Water City, Barry was questioning Lucci. "Lucci, Alex has been missing for so long. Aren't you even a little worried?" Lucci didn't say a word, But Kaku remarked, Alex is very strong. There shouldn't be anyone in Water City who could defeat it. Maybe it just got lost while out playing, and it might come back in a couple of days. After saying this, Kaku himself felt a bit incredulous. He suspected that Alex must have been taken away, otherwise it wouldn't have taken so long to return. Barry said, then I'll go look for it. And then he dashed out like the wind. At this moment, Rob Lucci remained silent. He had already guessed that Alex had likely been taken away. Just then, the running Barry came back again, holding a newspaper in his hand. Something big has happened. Kaku looked at him curiously. What happened? Look, Barry said as he handed the newspaper to Kaku. Upon seeing the headline, Kaku's eyes widened instantly. No way. How could this happen? Lucci looked at him strangely, wondering what had happened. Kaku handed him the newspaper in his hand, and Lucci looked incredulously at the headline, the power that shook the world. Fire burns Marineford. Below, there were several images. One of the ruined Marineford, another of a giant red monster bird, and a photo of a little girl about 8 or 9 years old, with her enormous red wings folded behind her, sitting obediently at a table. Alex. Barry looked at the two of them. How did Alex end up in Marineford? What on earth is going on? Kaku replied, I'm not sure either. Lucci said through ventriloquism. While I was watching the video earlier, Alex ran out, and I didn't pay attention to it at the time. I didn't expect it to appear in Marineford. Barry, where is it now? Is it okay? We need to hide it quickly. Kaku was flipping through the newspaper when a wanted poster fell out. He picked it up, and as soon as his eyes saw the bounty amount on it, his eyes widened instantly. 1.5 billion. Kaku handed the bounty to Lucci, wondering how it could be so high. Wasn't there someone who set Marineford on fire before, and their bounty was only over 200 million? How could this one be so much higher? Lucci said, there may have been other events that are not reported here. At this moment, the big newsman Morgans looked excited. The celestial dragon has been killed, and the bird that did it is actually a pet egg distributed by the system. They can't hide such important news from me. Who am I? I am the big newsman Morgans. We must reprint this news and spread it to the world as quickly as possible. Before long, a brand new newspaper went viral around the world. Everyone saw the contents of the news. Boa Hancock looked at the newspaper and suddenly burst out laughing, tears streaming down her face. This was the happiest she had been in a long time. She couldn't help but shout, well done. The other two sisters were equally thrilled. Mary Geos was burnt, and the celestial dragon was killed. Either piece of news was enough to make them wake up laughing from their dreams. The long-suppressed resentment in their hearts was finally released. At this moment on the Thousand Sunny, Nami also had a newspaper and a bounty notice in her hands. Luffy and the others already knew that the little girl on the bounty notice also hatched from a pet egg. The original form was a red bird. This surprised Luffy and the others. They didn't expect that the pet egg distributed by the system would hatch such a powerful bird. Usopp and the others looked at Mary with anticipation. Mary, can you be that amazing too? Mary looked at their gazes. I'm just a ship spirit. I don't have any special abilities, but can I control other ships? When Nami heard this ability, she hugged Mary tightly. That's great. If we encounter someone we can't deal with in the future, you can control their ship and make it impossible for them to chase us. Mary said, but this ability has a range. Nami stroked her head. That's already very good. The others also echoed. Yeah. Mary is great. In the chat room, no way. Mary Geos is on fire. The celestial dragon has been killed. Is this news real? Kid, this is too exaggerated. Becky, the newspaper says this bird that can turn into a human was hatched from a pet egg distributed by the system. But it doesn't say it's the Straw Hat Cruise. So, is it that pet egg called Rob Lucci? Becky, I told you that reward wouldn't be that simple. That question comes with a penalty, and there aren't many questions like that. It seems the rewards for penalty questions are quite good. Hawkins, I overlooked it. I didn't expect this pet egg to be the rarest. Kid, don't you regret not choosing a pet egg before? Becky, Luffy, your reward is also a pet egg, right? What did you hatch? Seeing Becky's words, everyone became curious. The pet bird hatched from the Rob Lucci pet egg was so powerful. So the Straw Hat Kids should be impressive too. Moreover, their pet egg had a note on it, something like Mary. What does this mean? Everyone was very curious about what this Mary really meant. Luffy, it's our ship spirit, Mary. Luffy didn't hide it. Now everyone wants to know what's in the pet egg. If they kept it a secret, it would only make others think more. I'll pull Mary. Ship spirit? Beck, so your ship has a ship spirit? Did the system reward you with your ship spirit? Luffy, yeah. It's our ship spirit, Mary. Seeing Luffy's confident answer, all the pirates couldn't help but look at their ship, wondering if their ship also had a spirit. If the Straw Hat Cruise ship has a spirit, then there should too. At this moment on the Moby Dick, everyone was looking at their ship, and many were asking Old Man, "Does a Moby Dick also have a ship spirit?" Whitebeard laughed heartily, saying that he is also our old mate, having gone through thick and thin with us. And what does it matter if there's a ship spirit or not? He is still him. Marco, that's right. Moby Dick is also our most important partner. Everyone must take good care of our partner. Everyone on Moby Dick cheered. All right, cheers to our most important partner, Moby Dick. On the other side, Alex, who had fallen into the water, struggled to fly, but could only float on the surface due to exhaustion, and soon fainted again from hunger. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat crew sailing on the sea almost got hit by a ship that suddenly fell from the sky, shocking everyone. A ship actually fell from the sky. At that moment, Nami suddenly noticed the pointer pointing to the sky, and Robin believed that this pointer's record was taken by Sky Island. The few of them were very interested in Sky Island, and Luffy decided to go see it. They obtained an eternal pointer to Gaia from the King of Salvage, the gorilla. Just as everyone was heading to Gaia, Luffy, sitting on the sheep's head on the Mary, suddenly had a bright idea and shouted to the people on the ship, "Everyone, there seems to be something in the sea." Saying this, Luffy stretched out his arm and grabbed the thing from the water. Hearing Luffy's voice, everyone looked towards the sea. At that moment, Luffy had already pulled the thing from the sea and placed it on the deck. Everyone on the Mary gathered around, and Nami said, "Isn't this a bird? How did it fall into the sea?" Luffy jumped down from the sheep's head, and he looked at the red little bird on the deck, unable to resist drooling, and said, "It looks really delicious." He then turned to Sanji and said, "Sanji, I want to eat roasted bird meat." Sanji replied speechlessly, "What else is on your mind besides food? This bird is so small. After plucking its feathers, there's hardly any meat left." Saying this, he kicked the little bird and continued, "This bird is probably already dead, maybe even died from illness. Eating it will give you diarrhea." Usopp also chimed in from the side, "Don't eat it. What if it really died from illness? Let's just throw it into the sea." Hearing what everyone said, Luffy lost his desire to eat it and lifted the bird by its wings, preparing to throw it into the sea. Just then, the little bird, which they thought was already dead, suddenly struggled with its wings, startling Luffy, who quickly let go. The bird fell back onto the deck. Luffy exclaimed, "Ah, it's still alive." Sanji, I want to eat bird meat." Hearing Luffy's words, Sanji looked up at the little bird and saw that the bird, which had originally seemed dead, was struggling on the deck. Nami looked at the struggling red bird and said, "Luffy, maybe you shouldn't eat it. There's hardly any meat on it. Just let it go. Chopper, can you take a look at what's wrong with it?" Chopper took the bird in his hands and examined it carefully. "It's fine by the looks of it. It should be hungry." At this moment, Mary was also looking at the red bird. She leaned down and sniffed the bird, saying to everyone, "It has a familiar smell." "Smell? What smell?" Hearing Mary's words, the others leaned down to sniff the bird, but there wasn't much of a smell. Mary said, "It's that indescribable smell. I had that smell when I was in the egg. The smell on it is very similar to the smell on me." Usopp said, "It's a bird, and it also came out an egg, so maybe the smell you detected is from the egg." Mary shook her head. "No, it's different. I think we should save it." Hearing this, Sanji said, "I'll go get it some food, but I wonder what it can eat." Hearing that Sanji was going to get some food, Luffy immediately got excited and said, "I want some too." He then followed closely behind Sanji as they headed to the kitchen together. Before long, Luffy and Sanji came out, and Luffy happily got to eat some meat. Sanji placed the meat in front of the little bird, and the bird, which had been struggling, instantly perked up. It took a bite of the meat and swallowed it whole. The little bird, having eaten, suddenly looked much livelier, changed its previous demeanor, stood up, and started chirping around Sanji. Sanji looked at the red little bird and wondered, is it still hungry? Seeing that Sanji wasn't giving it any more food, the bird turned its head towards Luffy, who was still eating the meat. As soon as Luffy saw the situation, he quickly swallowed the meat and said to it, "The meat is mine." The little red bird, seeing that the food was gone, immediately looked a bit disappointed, and its human-like expression left everyone stunned. Sanji asked, "What's up with this bird?" "Just wait." He then turned and went back to the kitchen. After a while, Sanji came out with a lot of meat in his hands. The little red bird became excited upon seeing the meat. It flapped its wings and flew in front of Sanji, chirping around him. Sanji placed the meat on the deck, and the little red bird happily started eating, finishing it all in just a few bites. It then looked at Sanji again. Sanji spread his hands and said, "That's it. Just this." The little red bird lowered its head in disappointment. Nami, watching the little red bird that had eaten so much yet showed no change, complained, "Where did it all go?" At this moment, the little red bird, having finished eating, flew up and circled above the heads of the group while chirping. seemingly trying to say something. The group looked puzzled, and Chopper translated, "It's thanking us." He then continued to translate, "Just wait for me. I'll be back soon." Hearing this, the group was quite confused. What did it want to do? The little red bird, seeing that they understood its meaning, turned and flew away. This bird was Alex, and when it woke up, it found itself no longer in the sea, with several people surrounding it and giving it delicious meat, which made Alex very happy. Luffy looked at the flying bird and said, "Is it gone?" Chopper replied, "It said it would come back." Sanji was puzzled. "What kind of bird is this? It's so strange. It can actually understand human speech." Usopp said, "No wonder it's the Grand Line. Even the birds here are so intelligent." The group debated whether the little red bird would return. Just as they were still discussing, a gigantic sea beast fell from the sky, almost crushing them. This surprised everyone. What was going on? How could a sea beast fall from the sky? Previously, they were shocked by an old ship falling from the sky, and now a sea beast. They looked up and saw a huge red monster bird flying towards them. The group stared at the sky, and Luffy was very excited. "It's so big. I want to eat roasted bird meat." Saying this, he moved his arms, preparing to attack the red monster bird. Chopper looked at the sky, listened to the bird's call, and instantly understood, hurriedly stopping Luffy. "This is the little red bird from before." "What? Is this the one from before?" The others looked at Chopper in disbelief. "How could that match up?" At that moment, Robin said to the group, "Don't you think this bird looks familiar?" Hearing Robin's words, they turned to look at the giant red creature in the sky. They examined it carefully and said, "It does look a bit familiar, like we've seen it somewhere before." Robin took out the previous newspaper and handed it to them. "You guys take a look." They looked at the newspaper and saw a giant red bird on it. The group was shocked. "This is..." Usopp trembled and said, "Isn't this the one from the newspaper?" So Mary wasn't wrong? They're the same kind. They all hatch from pet eggs. At this moment, the Alex in the sky transformed back into a small bird and dove down, flying in front of the group. Then called out to Sanji. Sanji was confused, and Chopper translated for him. "It wants you to make it something to eat." Nami was astonished. "Now is not the time for that, right? Why is this bird here? Wasn't it in Marineford before?" Robin said, "It should have flown over. If it grows big, fly from the sky should be pretty easy." Nami asked, "Then why did it fall into the sea? Is it hungry?" Robin replied, "That should be it." She looked at the name on the bounty notice. "So, its name is Alex." "Alex?" Nami repeated, then looked at the bounty notice in Robin's hand. "It can turn into a human?" At this time, Alex, hearing them discussing it, turned to look at them, then folded its wings together, and spread them out again. A figure identical to the one on the bounty notice appeared in front of everyone. Everyone was surprised to see the child before them. Mary also looked curiously at this little companion that hatched from an egg like her. Usopp looked fearfully at Alex. "This guy is very fierce. It's better not to have any interaction with her." Alex tilted her head and looked at Usopp, who was startled by her gaze and quickly hid behind Zoro, urging him to drive her away. Luffy looked at Alex with great curiosity. "This is so interesting. A bird that can turn into a human. Let's take on the ship." Usopp, hearing this, quickly made a cross behind Zoro. "Absolutely not." Nami said, "Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Didn't she belong to that guy named Rob Lucci?" Usopp nodded in agreement. Sanji said, "Then why is she here? Where's that guy named Rob Lucci? Why is she in Marineford and causing such a big scene?" Everyone looked at Alex with curiosity, but Alex did not answer them. The few of them looked at her in confusion. "What's going on? Can't she talk?" Alex transformed back into a little red bird and chirped, leaving everyone puzzled as they all looked at Chopper. After listening to Alex, Chopper translated for the others. She doesn't know how she ended up there, but she needs to go somewhere, although she can't remember where that is. Usopp asked, "Then why did you set fire to Marineford?" Alex chirped again, and Chopper translated. "There were black people trying to catch her. They are bad people." Hearing this, the group was puzzled about the black people. Do they mean people in black clothes? Could it be that the celestial dragons wanted to catch her? Then they asked her, "What about that guy named Rob Lucci?" "Isn't he your master?" Alex looked at them in confusion. "I don't remember." Alex's answer left everyone bewildered. "Don't remember? How could you not remember?" They asked again, "What do you still remember?" Alex excitedly flapped her wings. "Meat. Delicious meat. So much delicious meat." Upon hearing this, Luffy's eyes sparkled as he looked at her. "Meat? What kind of meat? How good is that meat?" He couldn't help but swallow. Usopp looked at Luffy, who was so hopeless after hearing about meat, and couldn't bear to watch. Alex waved her wings, indicating it's really delicious. Hearing this, Luffy said to the others, "Then let's go find that delicious meat. The one called Rob Lucci is its owner, right? Let's help it find that person and try that delicious meat." Usopp replied, "Then why don't we just ask him directly in the chat room? We can have him come and take this bird away." Nami said, "No, If we ask him directly in the chat room, the world government people will come to capture Alex. Usopp suggested, we can ask him where he is, and we can go there. Sanji said, that's a good idea. But won't the world government people cause trouble for that person? Robin replied, they shouldn't. This bird appearing in Marineford might have been sold to the world government by that Rob Lucci, but it escaped on its own. Upon hearing Robin's words, everyone was stunned. This was indeed possible. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain why the bird appeared in Marineford. Usopp asked, so are we still going to ask that person's location in the chat room? Sanji responded, ask what? To deliver it to the world government? Nami said, let's keep it on the ship. We don't know if that person is good or bad. If he turns out to be a bad person and Alex gets sent to the world government, it won't be good. If we really encounter that person in the future, Alex can try to go back then. Everyone agreed with this, no matter if that person sold Alex to the world government or not. The fact that Alex appeared in Marineford was undeniable. The world government's performance in the previous video didn't seem like something good, especially those celestial dragons. If Alex fell into their hands, it might be treated as a slave. After making the decision, they asked Alex for its opinion, and Alex agreed. It didn't remember anything now, and it had no destination, just acting based on feelings. As for that delicious meat, it couldn't recall where it had eaten it. Alex looked at Sanji. The meat he made was also very tasty. Sanji noticed Alex's gaze and said, wait, I'll go make it for you. Let's throw a welcome party for Alex. Luffy clapped his hands in agreement. Great, let's have a feast. Soon after, Luffy and Chopper happily pulled the bird-like Alex to dance. Just as they were cheering and leaping, the screen in front of them suddenly lit up. Pirate Special, the Tyrant, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Description: Doflamingo, nicknamed the Heavenly Demon, possesses all 3 types of haki, is a paramecia-type string fruit user, comes from celestial dragon background, was a former warlord of the sea and the king of Dressrosa, and is the underground world's intermediary, Joker. His original bounty was 340 million berries. Navy Special, True Justice. Fujitora S. Smile. Description: Fujitora S. Smile, the newly appointed admiral of the Navy headquarters, codenamed Fujitora, is a paramecia-type gravity fruit user and was promoted to admiral through world conscription. Pirate Special, the Straw Hat Grand Fleet. Description: First Ship Captain Cavendish, the handsome captain of the pirate crew, known as the Pirate Prince. A supernova with a bounty of 330 million berries. Second Ship Captain Bartolomeo of the Bartolomeo Club, a barrier fruit user. A supernova with a bounty of 200 million berries. Third Ship Captain Old Kai, the 13th pillar of the 8 Treasure Navy, with a bounty of 210 million berries. Fourth Ship Captain Edio, a long-arm tribe member, known as the Destruction Cannon. Fifth Ship Captain Leo, a Tontata tribe member, a sowing fruit user, and the captain of the Tontata soldiers. Sixth Ship Captain Heldin, a giant warrior from Elbaf. Seventh Ship Captain Orlumbus, the admiral of the Yoda Maria Grand Fleet, known as the Adventurer of the Slaughter Dominator. The Straw Hat Grand Fleet has a total of 5,640 members. Everyone immediately understood when they saw Doflamingo's name. It was clear from the previous video that Law and Luffy were going to confront Doflamingo next. When they saw the second name, everyone was stunned. Admiral Fujitora S. Smile? Who is this person? The Navy personnel at the headquarters were equally confused. They had never seen this name before. However, upon reading that he became an admiral through world conscription, they understood that this was a future admiral. But what does true justice mean? Sengoku looked at Fujitora S. Smile on the screen and murmured, True justice, huh? When everyone saw the third name, they were even more puzzled. What is this Straw Hat Grand Fleet? They had only heard of the Straw Hat Pirates. Upon seeing the members of this Straw Hat Grand Fleet, they were taken aback. The first 2 were people who had appeared in the previous video, and they recognized Cavendish, the previous supernova, and that 8 Treasure Navy. Could it be the one they knew? This one is extremely famous in the New World. But ISNT, their leader Green Pepper? At this moment, Doflamingo felt a bit flustered when he saw himself on the screen. Although he knew he might be counted, he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. He had long since moved all important items onto his ship. If anything unexpected happened, he could leave immediately. As long as he was still a warlord of the sea, the Navy couldn't do anything to him. But if he were to lose his warlord status, he had to ensure he could leave Dressrosa in time. However, when he saw a row of names appear on the screen, he was completely bewildered. No way could this group of guys also be appearing in Dressrosa?